Chapter 185. Difficult to speak. There is no need to inquire about the futile. I am well acquainted with these Afghan people. Talik is her only son, and in this patriarchal society, he occupies a place in her heart second only to the divine. She cannot fathom the possibility of her son becoming a terrorist. No matter how one attempts to explain, she will only dismiss it as sheer nonsense. After listening to Dick's rather helpless explanation, Leigh inquired curiously, "Do they know Achim?" She claims Achim is a terrorist, insisting that her son would never consort with such a figure. Since Achim works for her son, I am certain they are in cahoots. This woman perceives Achim as a terrorist, yet during last night's operation, we found no evidence to substantiate this claim. Leigh identified the contradiction in her words. "It is evident that some individuals can lie with their eyes wide open," Dick remarked. "Have you attempted to speak with this widow?" Mandy asked. "I already mentioned that this woman rarely speaks. She follows her mother-in-law's directives entirely," Dick replied with resignation. "No, I meant, have you spoken to her privately?" Mandy clarified. "I am a professional in this field. Do you think I would overlook that?" Dick retorted. "The teachings of Islam do not permit married women to engage in excessive communication with strange men. Have you considered having a woman talk to her?" Long John inquired. "I have no women to send here," Dick said, glancing dismissively. "And considering that everyone is confined here, I fail to see how it makes a difference whether the interrogator is male or female. Would you mind if I tried?" Mandy volunteered. "By all means. You are welcome to go at any time. Just remember to bring along the strongest translator I have ever seen, as they will not speak English," Dick jested. "Strong translator. Could you assist?" Mandy smiled wryly. "I would be delighted to serve you," Long John replied with precision. Mandy then turned to Dick and said, "We can begin. We just need to leave this widow." "Okay." Dick nodded, swiftly making arrangements. Several soldiers entered to escort the woman and children away. In the midst of the widow's panicked gaze, devoid of her anchor, Long John and Mandy stepped forward. "I am deeply sorry for your loss. May God bless you and your children," Mandy began, displaying her adept conversational skills with an expression of condolence. She then employed the technique of empathy, attempting to resonate with the widow by saying, "My mother-in-law is quite unpleasant as well." Long John maintained simultaneous translation throughout, showcasing his solid translation skills. The widow showed no immediate reaction to the first statement. However, upon hearing that Mandy also found her mother-in-law disagreeable, her previously dull eyes sparkled with life. She even managed to smile. Sensing her engagement, Mandy pressed on, "What do you think of your mother-in-law?" The woman finally broke her silence, responding immediately to Mandy's words. "I simply cannot tolerate that woman." The widow clearly harbored negative feelings toward her mother-in-law, and now, with her emotions drawn out, she could not even be bothered to refer to her as such. Mandy skillfully initiated a conversation with the widow by referencing the troublesome mother-in-law, creating an opportunity for dialogue that subsequently became straightforward. "Your mother-in-law claims that Talik is not a terrorist. Do you have anything to say regarding this?" Mandy inquired. "My husband is certainly not," the widow asserted with conviction. "The crux of the matter is that the mother-in-law cannot provide a rational explanation for Talik's unusual behavior, leading us to classify him as a terrorist." "What behavior?" The widow began to panic. "For instance, your husband keeps his phone off all day," Mandy remarked. "He likes to conserve battery," the widow replied, her demeanor betraying her as her eyes darted about, revealing her deceit. "Conserve battery? She is attempting to mislead us," Mandy whispered to Long John. "This woman is not adept at lying, yet she seems oblivious to her own shortcomings," Long John chuckled. "Talik lives like a spy. There must be something amiss." Mandy's intuition proved to be accurate. Long John understood the reason but could not divulge it directly, opting instead to accelerate the interrogation. "No need for speculation. There is undoubtedly more concealed within. Continuing to question her in this manner is futile. I believe it is time to apply a more forceful approach." "Forceful approach?" Mandy's curiosity was piqued by Long John's words as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, saying, "I shall await the outcome with anticipation." 2 minutes will suffice," Long John asserted confidently, dismissing the need for further small talk with the widow as he unleashed his decisive tactic. "I can unequivocally inform you that if you cannot provide a reasonable explanation for your husband's peculiar behavior, we will have no choice but to classify him as a terrorist. Furthermore, as the family member of a terrorist, we must report you to the Afghan government. You should be acutely aware of the detrimental impact your husband's designation will have on your family before the new president takes office. Your children may very well lose their mother. Do you truly believe they would be safe in your mother-in-law's care?" Most mothers regard their children as their heart's treasure, and Long Jean invoked the image of her 2 children, causing the widow's resolve to crumble instantly. "I have told you everything," she confessed, her pallor evident as she divulged the truth to remain with her children. It turned out that her husband, Talik, had fallen in love with Achim, and due to the taboo nature of same-sex relationships in Afghanistan, he often kept his phone switched off. This was also the reason he and his mother-in-law had adamantly denied knowing a song. She also provided Long Jean with an address, stating that Achim was likely hiding there. The property was initially prepared as a refuge in case of renewed conflict, a secret only she and Talik were privy to. Now that Talik had fallen for Achim, the widow suspected he might have disclosed the address to him as well. Long Jean relayed this information to Mandy, who, fully aware of the conservative customs in Middle Eastern countries, took a moment to process the implications. The members of Team B, observing from behind the glass outside the interrogation room, were equally astonished by this revelation. Here, in one of the most conservatively traditional regions in the world, the existence of a same-sex relationship was nothing short of astonishing. Although the members of Team B were initially taken aback, they soon discerned the whereabouts of Achim, finally uncovering a lead to pursue further. To prevent any unforeseen interruptions to this lead, Jason resolved to take action during daylight hours. Despite the fact that the district where Achim was hiding was notorious for its perilous nature, teeming with anti-American sentiment, Jason remained undeterred. After all, the mission was merely to apprehend a 19-year-old boy who bore no blemish on his record. Theoretically, it posed no significant challenge. Chapter 186. The Remington M870 breaching shotgun. The Finney Frontline Operations Base was situated just outside Jalalabad, and the term frontline in its name underscored the city's complexities. The casualties suffered by Team E in the Kashkanabad district had starkly illuminated the dangers inherent in this locale. Moreover, the clandestine residence entrusted to Talik's wife was the very location of the key figure, Achim, nestled within the city's most treacherous district, Durkanbala. To ensure a seamless entry into this unfriendly area and successfully capture Achim, Jason engaged in casual conversation while meticulously devising a detailed operational plan. Step 1. Approach discreetly in the Scooby van. Step 2. Conduct a surprise raid to apprehend Achim. Step 3. Retreat unnoticed. This constituted Jason's flawless plan, articulated in under 10 seconds, leaving Clay in awe as he redefined the concept of a detailed operational strategy. Long Jean, however, exhibited understanding. For someone who had once participated in the elimination of bin Laden, encountering formidable foes was nothing new. Capturing a mere boy was hardly worthy of fanfare. At approximately 3 in the afternoon, Team B donned their standard CQB tactical gear and crammed into 2 dilapidated Scooby vans, departing the base en route to the Jalalabad city center. A group of burly men crowded into the van, reminiscent of their initial mission as external support for Team B, which involved covertly entering the town inhabited by the Lionheart Brigade. The sole distinction was that the Lionheart town was far more perilous, with armed soldiers patrolling every corner. Team B needed to exercise heightened caution. Jalalabad, the capital of Nangarhar province, had already fallen under the control of the Afghan National Army, albeit not entirely secured, thus presenting a relatively lower level of danger. Team B merely needed to avoid exposing their identities, ensuring that Achim did not catch wind of their approach and flee prematurely. The atmosphere within the vehicle remained relaxed, with casual conversations flowing freely. Through the gaps in the fabric curtains, they admired the Afghan cityscape along their route. The van ambled along steadily, and after approximately 30 minutes, they entered the Durkanbala district. Upon reaching their target area, Jason pressed the PPT report button. Operational Center. B1 has entered Mazarai Road and is continuing northward. The Operations Center has received the report. The watchers can see you on Mazarai Sharif Road, with the target approximately 800 meters to your front left. Diaz, utilizing the drone's live surveillance, provides comprehensive support for Team B. Long Jean, aware of the unfolding situation, becomes increasingly vigilant upon entering the neighborhood, particularly when he notices a considerable number of Afghans engaged in phone conversations. He felt compelled to caution Jason, stating, "Boss, the demeanor of the people outside seems rather off." Jason, peering through the curtain with furrowed brows, alerted his team, "Guys, we might encounter some unexpected developments. Stay sharp." When I participated in my first operation with the Navy SEALs, the commanding officer imparted a crucial piece of advice. When entering a hostile and perilous area, One should take decisive action against those making phone calls, Clay remarked over the communication line. Clearly, Clay, stationed in another vehicle, also discerned the peculiarities along the streets upon their arrival. What if they're all on the phone? Ray jested. Then leave no one alive. Eliminate them all. Sonny interjected eagerly, revealing the underlying potential for violence. That sounds like a splendid idea. I'm all for it. Long John responded over the radio, giving a nod of approval to Sonny. Such an approach would surely endear you to the masses, Jason quipped sarcastically. Among Team B, only Jason could keep Sonny in check. Without Jason's steady hand, one could only imagine what Sonny might do. As the banter continued, the convoy was now less than 10 meters from their destination and began to decelerate smoothly. Simultaneously, Jason adeptly spoke into the command channel, Operations Center. We are nearing the target residence. Do you have visual? Affirmative. B1, you are clear to proceed, Eric commanded. Copy that, Jason acknowledged, concluding the communication before switching to the team channel to issue orders. Initiate action. The two vans, gliding closer, reached the vicinity of the target residence just as Jason issued the command. Both doors swung open from within. Go, 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 shouted Jason and Ray as they leaped from their respective vehicles. Team B spilled out from the vans, converging towards the alleyway leading to the house under the watchful gaze of the nearby Afghans. I've got your little brother in my sights. Stay alert, Sonny. The last to exit the second vehicle noticed a man in a cap glaring at him and shot him an irritated look. Team E had previously been ambushed while entering Talik's property. They needed to proceed with utmost caution. Jason reiterated this reminder, tilting his head to signal Long John. Long John deftly unsheathed the compact Remington M870 breaching shotgun affixed to his tactical vest and approached the firmly shut door. If it's a wooden door, aim for the hinges, he contemplated. Before him stood a small iron door, its hinges welded to the frame, complicating the breaching process. For such a door, targeting the lock was the most effective strategy. Click. The single slug round was chambered. Utilizing breaching rounds to unlock the door posed considerable risk, necessitating exceptional skill and precision in both placement and technique. The muzzle of Long John's firearm was delicately pressed against the lock, preventing the ricochet of fragments from shattering upon impact. The precise point of contact aligned perfectly with the keyhole, a pivot for unlocking, inherently fragile in its connection to the lock itself. Furthermore, the keyhole was designed to accommodate a lock cylinder, not a solid entity, merely a hollow shell of metal. When subjected to excessive external force, it could easily collapse inward, dislodging entirely from the lock. Chapter 187. Sudden turn of events. Although Long John specialized in battlefield emergency care, this did not preclude him from being an expert in breaching doors. With a wealth of practical experience and the synergy of muscle memory, his entire breaching preparation flowed seamlessly. A sight to behold. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sound of the breaching round echoed ominously. The energy from such close-range fire was formidable. Most individuals would struggle to manage the recoil, making accidental injuries a distinct possibility. This is precisely why breaching teams must consist of robust, formidable individuals. The recoil from a single projectile was tremendous, its destructive capability fearsome. Under the relentless onslaught of the round, the hollow structure of the keyhole was obliterated, forcibly driven into the lock's interior, instantly reducing its internal components to mere fragments, utterly dismantling the support between the lock and the door. The sheer force even penetrated the rear of the lock, sending a cascade of shattered pieces, along with the fragmented round, flying outward. Clang! Long John raised a foot and kicked the bolt apart, swinging the iron door to the right. The once secured iron door now lay open. Leaning against the left wall as the point man, Brock, accompanied by the bomb detection dog, Hellfire, was the first to enter the room. When entering a potential bomb site, a bomb detection dog is undoubtedly the most invaluable asset. There is no comparison. Following closely were Lay, Jason, and Trent, with Long John being the last to enter, designated to secure the rear. The entire operation unfolded without a single command. It relied solely on the tactical understanding and the camaraderie cultivated among the team members. The entire process of Team B entering the building did not go unnoticed by the Afghan onlookers. One man in a white cap, having witnessed Team B vanish through the doorway, retrieved an old mobile phone and made a call, oblivious to the fact that someone was alerting others. The members of Team B pressed on, their singular mission to reach the hideout of Achim and apprehend him. Ascending the stairs, the bomb detection dog led the way, its nose diligently sniffing the air, providing the team with a formidable assurance. As long as the dog did not crouch down, Team B could continue their advance. The command indicating the presence of a bomb, signified by the dog's crouching, was, "There is a bomb here." Hellfire had already memorized Achim's scent from the white phone discovered during the initial operation, ensuring that with Hellfire leading, they could swiftly locate Achim at the earliest opportunity. The Hellhound ascended the staircase, followed closely by Team B, who wound their way upward. Soon, they arrived at the top floor, the fourth. The Hellhound lunged at the wooden door at the end of the corridor, barking furiously. The door remained firmly locked, necessitating a forcible entry. At this moment, Long John was positioned at the back of the team, unable to advance to breach the door. Jason summoned Team B's designated explosives expert, Sonny. Different doors necessitate different breaching techniques. This particular door differed from the iron one below. It swung inward, with concealed hinges, allowing it to be pushed open. In this scenario, a breaching hammer proved more suitable than a breaching gun. Sonny and Trent executed a brief coordination, with Sonny placing the breaching hammer against the lock while Trent swung the hammer to embed it within the door. The breaching hammer and lock formed a lever, and Sonny pulled the hammer's handle inward. With a resounding crack, the bolt was forcibly snapped, and the door was thrust open. Sonny discarded the breaching hammer, brandishing the 416 Hong Kong dollars slung at his side, and charged into the room alongside the Hellhound. This property in Jalalabad was undoubtedly a luxurious residence, affordable only to the affluent. Inside, it was no longer an open layout as before. Instead, it was partitioned into 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen and bathroom, resembling the common layouts of the mainstream world. The distinct structure of the house dictated a different tactical approach. Upon entering, Team B abandoned the destructive fan formation, seamlessly dividing into 3 groups. Sonny and Lay swept through the living room, heading directly for the left side room. Jason, who followed, paused in the living area, collaborating with Brock, who controlled the military dog, to secure the vicinity while awaiting further instructions from the team. Meanwhile, Clay and Trent proceeded to the left, moving toward the kitchen and bathroom. Long John stood guard at the entrance, facing the interior. Clear, clear. Soon, Trent reported from both the bedroom and kitchen, indicating that the area was secure. Only then did Jason, alongside Brock, approach the large wardrobe where the Hellhound had been barking since they entered the house. The dog's barking signaled that someone was hiding within. Go. Jason aimed his weapon at the wardrobe and exchanged a knowing glance with Brock. Receiving the signal, Brock yanked the wardrobe door open. Inside, a person cowered in the corner, unarmed, looking fearfully at Jason and Brock. Don't move. Get on the ground. Brock seized the young man by the hair, dragging him out and throwing him onto the floor. He knelt on the man's neck to restrain him, searching him while demanding, "Name. State your name quickly." According to the information obtained from the Fendi base, Achim, like Talik, was known to speak English. If they had apprehended the right individual, Brock anticipated a response. The frightened young man, terrified of potential violence for noncompliance, shouted in panic, "Achim. I'm Achim." Having confirmed the identity of the target, Jason pressed the PTT and called out, "Operations Center, this is B2. We have located Achim." B2, Operations Center received, Diaz responded, simultaneously providing an urgent piece of intelligence. An unidentified 4-wheeled vehicle is approaching your location. Please be vigilant. Upon hearing Diaz's alarming update, Jason immediately moved towards the window and said, "Notify Snoopy at once. It must leave promptly. The van is still parked downstairs, and if a gunfight ensues, it will be the first casualty. This is the only means of retreat for Team B. We cannot afford to lose it here." "Understood," I've informed him. And he is en route to the designated fallback point. Diaz's communication came through just as the 2 vans parked below ignited, departing rapidly with their doors wide open. "Gentlemen, we have work to do. Prepare yourselves." Upon Jason's command, everyone in the room, except for Brock, who continued binding Achim, rushed to the window. Chapter 188. Fierce and Cunning. Founder of the Fierce Cunning Flow. Truly, Talik's meticulously prepared hideout featured floor-to-ceiling windows adorned with the rare one-way transparent glass. The advantage was that Team B could clearly see everything happening on the street below through the glass. The unidentified vehicle, described by Diaz as a white pickup truck, gradually came to a halt at the intersection across from the house, right within the gaze of Team B. However, the downside of the floor-to-ceiling window structure was its poor defensive capability. It would be challenging to find cover once the shooting commenced. At this moment, Hellhound also approached, placing its front legs on the windowsill, sniffing the air outside before retreating to the ground, remaining silent. Jason understood that its crouching posture indicated the presence of explosives, yet he could not comprehend the danger from such a distance. His expression changed drastically as he inquired, "Brock, what is going on?" "The wind is blowing from the direction of the vehicle. There must be explosives inside." Given the shadow of Team E being obliterated by a bomb, Brock felt a surge of tension. Upon hearing that explosives were present in the vehicle, the expressions of the rest of the team darkened as well. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Residuals? Or something else? Jason pressed further. "Residuals cannot travel this far. It is highly likely to be explosives," Brock replied. "Those who come running with bombs are certainly not to be trusted." Clay frowned, locking his weapon sights on the individuals by the pickup truck. "B1. I see several people nearby calling for others. More are beginning to gather towards your position." Diaz's communication came through once more. "From which direction?" "A vehicle carrying explosives has arrived, and people are rallying." Jason had to exercise caution. Diaz did not respond immediately. After a pause of nearly 5 to 6 seconds, he struggled to reply, "From all directions, every side. I do not wish for my first week on deployment to become my last." With the situation at hand, evading fear served no purpose. Aware that only combat could provide a chance for survival, Jason had no choice but to prepare for battle. Operations Center. B1 is about to engage, requesting immediate aerial support. Attention, aerial support is limited. The nearest helicopter has just returned to base for refueling and is not expected to arrive at your location for at least 10 minutes. Diaz received Jason's plea for assistance, but the response was far from reassuring. While 10 minutes may pass swiftly in the ordinary course of life, in this hostile neighborhood, it could very well dictate the fate of Team B. Damn it. Jason cursed in frustration. As he turned his gaze back outside, he noticed the situation below had once again shifted. Not only had dozens of Afghans gathered, but figures could also be discerned lurking in the windows and on the rooftops of the surrounding houses. If this trend continued, Team B would undoubtedly find themselves encircled. However, they were situated in the city of Jalalabad, surrounded by innocent civilians, and these onlookers bore no visible weapons, at least not at present. As American soldiers operating abroad, Team B was obligated to adhere to the rules of engagement, even though DG possessed one of the rare privileges to initiate fire. Faced with this gathering crowd, Team B struggled to ascertain whether they were armed militants or merely curious bystanders. Jason found himself in a perplexing predicament, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Long John, stationed by the door, closed it and rushed to the window, leveling his .48 Malawian Quatches at a white pickup truck on the opposite road. Just as Long John steadied his aim, a man emerged from the back seat of the pickup. Unlike the others who had exited without weapons, this individual bore a cylindrical object on his shoulder, a weapon all too familiar, an RPG. The sudden appearance of someone carrying a rocket launcher caused Jason's expression to shift dramatically. Instinctively, he recoiled and shouted, "Watch out for the RPG, take cover." In that instant, the rest of Team B began seeking shelter. Only Long John remained motionless, his finger tightening on the trigger. With a rapid succession of gunfire, the automatic weapon unleashed a barrage of 7.62mm rounds at a velocity exceeding 900 meters per second, targeting the pickup just under 50 meters away. The man wielding the rocket launcher was struck down instantly. In his final moments, his fingers involuntarily twitched, triggering the launch of the rocket. Originally aimed at Team B's position, the projectile veered off course, landing on the roof of a neighboring building and creating a gaping hole nearly a meter wide. Two armed militants, poised to launch a surprise attack from their hiding spot, were thus unfortunate casualties of their own allies' misfire. The explosion marked the commencement of a fierce confrontation in the neighborhood. The Afghans who had been observing from around the targeted house no longer concealed themselves. They revealed their menacing intentions. Some dove into nearby vehicles, emerging with AK-47s in hand. Others lifted their white robes to reveal M4 rifles beneath. Armed individuals lurking behind the windows across the street brandished their weapons and unleashed a hail of gunfire directed at Team B's location. The individuals concealed upon the rooftop no longer remained hidden and commenced their assault on the target residence. In an instant, armed assailants were ubiquitous, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Confronted by a dozen armed adversaries, the members of Team B had no time to ponder the timely arrival of Long John. Had there been merely a couple of seconds delay that fateful night, Team B would undoubtedly have suffered a devastating RPG strike. Each member armed themselves, seeking suitable cover, and engaged in combat with the unidentified enemies outside. Long Jean, the sole member of the squad equipped with a light machine gun, was tasked with suppressing the overwhelming enemy fire, thus providing his comrades with opportunities to expose themselves and return fire. However, peering out from the window to provide such suppression rendered him vulnerable to concentrated fire from the assailants outside, a perilous situation indeed. As the originator of the reckless survival style, Long Jean combined ferocity with cunning in his combat approach, merging these two extremes into his strategy. Faced with the current onslaught, he quickly devised an appropriate response considering the structural layout of the house. He relocated the bedroom desk to the center of the living room, mounting the machine gun atop it, and began unleashing a relentless barrage upon the assailants outside. By withdrawing his firing position further back, it might have appeared to diminish his effectiveness, yet it ingeniously provided numerous advantages. Not only did it shield him from the gunfire of the numerous armed individuals occupying the street below, but the surrounding walls also served as protective barriers, significantly enhancing his survivability. Choosing to stand atop the desk, while firing primarily aimed to prevent collateral damage to his comrades within the house. Additionally, utilizing the floor-to-ceiling windows, he expanded his line of fire, further enhancing his offensive capabilities. With these preparations in place, Long Jean hunched over, targeting the armed assailants with precise 5-round bursts, reminiscent of a real-life whack-a-mole game. The moment any adversary appeared at the window of the opposite building, they were immediately met with a hail of bullets. With a magazine capacity of 100 rounds, his firepower ensured sustained engagement. In less than 10 seconds, Long Jean felled 7 or 8 enemies from the opposing buildings, compelling the remainder to cower beneath his relentless fire. He even found the opportunity to engage the armed combatants along the roadside. One man's firepower effectively suppressed dozens of adversaries, truly formidable. Thanks to Long Jean's overwhelming firepower, Team B was free from the fear of crossfire and could concentrate solely on the enemies on the street. Shots fired from various angles felled several armed assailants, leaving a dozen or more lying on the ground. Each member of Team B showcased their unique skills, their precision rendering the opposing forces gasping for breath. In contrast, the assailants, clearly inexperienced, wielded poorly maintained second-hand firearms, their marksmanship lamentably subpar. After a fierce exchange lasting half a minute, with less than 50 meters separating the two sides, Team B had sustained over 20 casualties, while not a single member of their own had been harmed. Long Jean, your prowess is undeniable. Continue to press forward. Sonny, adopting a peculiar and fierce stance, stood atop the table, unleashing a barrage of fire. The spent bullet casings cascaded to the ground like rain, while Long Jean seized the opportunity to exchange magazines, showering him with praise. Sonny was genuinely impressed. As a fellow professional machine gunner, he could hardly fathom the audacity of employing such an eccentric firing position to directly suppress dozens of foes. This realization resonated deeply within him. Each time he undertook a mission alongside Long Jean, the latter would invariably perform astonishing feats, often yielding unexpectedly effective results. Sonny could not help but let his imagination wander, wondering if Long Jean might one day attempt to shoot while inverted. Meanwhile, Jason gave a thumbs up, expressing heartfelt admiration for Long Jean's unconventional yet remarkably effective firing stance. He then shouted, "They must be unaware that Achim is here, or perhaps they simply do not care." Bang! Bang! Lei peeked out, taking down an enemy rushing towards them with a rocket launcher. In response to Jason's assertion, he remarked, "I've just eliminated an RPG. If that thing gets through, it wouldn't just be our misfortune. I sense they want his life as well." Fortunately, these adversaries, despite their numbers, were otherwise inept, Trent noted. Prolonging the standoff was not a viable strategy. Jason swapped out a magazine, realizing that continuing this way would deplete their ammunition, and called out again, "Command Center. This is B1. How far off is air support?" "B1, this is the command center. Close air support is still delayed. However, a helicopter for extraction indicates it can arrive at a landing zone approximately 2 kilometers southwest of your position in 12 minutes, Diaz replied. Upon hearing Diaz's response, Jason, who had spent nearly 2 decades on the battlefield, had come to understand the grim reality. Cold as it may sound, it was the truth. Although armed helicopters possessed formidable combat capabilities, Their entry into a conflict zone during daylight was perilous, particularly for close-range fire support. The delay in responding to B-Team's request was clear evidence of the command base's orders. The Air Force's operational center was wary of potential mishaps, fearing that an armed helicopter could be downed by an RPG, jeopardizing the careers of those involved. They were reluctant to provide support to the Navy's DG. Yet, the Air Force could not refuse the command center's directives. Inter-service cooperation was imperative. Thus, they resorted to a strategy of delay. Simultaneously, to avert the complete annihilation of B-Team and the subsequent investigations into the Air Force, they devised an alternative plan within their capabilities. They would dispatch a helicopter to rendezvous outside the combat zone, thereby avoiding the risk of being shot down and allowing for plausible deniability. Should B-Team fail to reach the extraction point, it would not be the Air Force's responsibility. They would have fulfilled their obligations. The fault would lie solely with the B-Team's flawed planning and their failure to execute a proper withdrawal. This was Jason's personal conjecture, closely aligned with the likely reality. Otherwise, the Feni military base lies just outside the city, a mere 20 kilometers in a straight line from the current combat position of Team B. For helicopters capable of speeds exceeding several hundred kilometers per hour, it would be a trivial matter to arrive with just a push on the throttle. There would be no need for such exertion. Not only had they barely moved after refueling, but now they were also faced with an indefinite delay. Was this not absurd? Politicians in the realm of governance engage in political maneuvering, and the high-ranking officials within the military are equally adept at scheming for their own interests. Jason had long grown accustomed to such realities. Thus, he harbored no dissatisfaction or anger, choosing instead to rationally accept the outcome. He pressed the communicator and stated, "Command Center, I require the precise location of the landing zone. There is an open area adjacent to the Kabul highway. I will send the coordinates to the driver, and you should be able to follow them to reach the site." Diaz's response lacked its previous buoyancy, clearly reflecting his discontent with the Air Force. As the commander of Red Team's first operational unit, Eric was no longer at the command center, evidently engaged in negotiations at the Air Force headquarters. "Understood. See you soon." Jason concluded the call with the operations center and issued a directive over the squad channel. "Scooby, proceed to the West Alley and prepare for an exfiltration." Scooby was the affectionate term Team B used for their civilian van, not referring to any specific brand or model. After relaying orders to the van below, Jason called out to the others inside the building. "It's time to leave this cursed place. Prepare the grenades." Clay, who had transformed into the squad's explosive expert, immediately ceased fire and removed his tactical backpack. He extracted defensive grenades and smoke bombs, distributing one of each type to every member of Team B, ensuring that everyone was equipped with both. The plan was to utilize the defensive grenades for suppression, followed by the smoke bombs to obscure their retreat. This was the standard procedure for withdrawal during a firefight. However, just as Jason and the others were reaching for the grenades, temporarily halting their offensive, all suppressive fire was concentrated on Long John. No matter how formidable or resilient Long John was, he ultimately had only 2 hands and 2 eyes, and it was inevitable that he would miss something. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed through the air and struck within the room. Long John, who had been wildly firing from atop the desk, tumbled down, his massive frame crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 190, Disobedience? A slap will suffice to bring him to heel. The fall of such a large figure as Long John created enough commotion that it was impossible to go unnoticed. When Team B witnessed this scene, their pupils dilated in shock, their hearts racing with fear. Jason and Sonny dashed forward in alarm. However, as they took just a couple of steps, a dramatic scene unfolded before them, nearly rendering them speechless. Long John, having been knocked off the desk, seemed to spring back to life, bouncing off the ground as if he were equipped with springs. Had it not been for the small hole in his tactical vest, from which smoke was emanating, one might have assumed he had merely lost his footing and fallen. In order to mask the embarrassment of falling, all I needed was to rise quickly, making it seem as though I had not stumbled at all. Thus, I managed to get back on my feet almost instantaneously after the fall. While this scene might have elicited a chuckle, the necessary procedures must still be adhered to. Jason and Sonny promptly arrived at Long John's side, conducting a thorough examination with utmost professionalism. Ultimately, the results left them uncertain whether to deem Long John fortunate or to acknowledge the sheer resilience of his physique. Despite being struck by a bullet, aside from the tactical pouch, combat uniform, and the outer layer of Kevlar soft body armor that had been penetrated, The carbon-boron ceramic ballistic insert in the middle bore merely a dent and some superficial cracks. In every other aspect, he exhibited no issues whatsoever. Not only was there no sign of scraped skin, but even the typical bruising from such an impact was absent. A small red mark rested on his pronounced pectorals. But given Long John's extraordinary physical condition, it would vanish within mere minutes. All is well, prepare to retreat, Jason remarked, raising an incredulous eyebrow as he patted Long John on the shoulder, speechless in disbelief, before darting toward the window. You took a bullet and emerged unscathed. You must have kissed the goddess of fortune. Sonny playfully jabbed Long John's chest with a fist, teasing him before sprinting back. Damn, you startled me. I thought it was all over. Thankfully, I was wearing a heavy tactical vest. Long John, still shaken, praised his wise decision to wear the heavy tactical vest and resolved to maintain this commendable practice. In the sweltering heat of Afghanistan, he endured the burden of a heavy combat vest weighing over 20 pounds, akin to wearing a thick quilt. It seemed only Long John could withstand such a load. As Long John rearranged the disheveled armor, the others had already distributed grenades, and under Jason's command, began to provide cover for the retreat. Throw the grenades. At Jason's command, 7 defensive grenades were hurled from various angles. The ensuing explosions reverberated with a series of thunderous booms, shaking the very foundations of the building. The shrapnel and debris propelled by the shockwaves scattered in all directions at speeds exceeding 1,000 meters per second, saturating every corner of the street below. Observing the diminishing firepower from the target building, the armed militants, who had been poised to advance, were caught off guard and obliterated by the grenades. Injured militants writhed on the ground, their cries echoing throughout the neighborhood. Smoke bombs. The first wave of grenades had proven exceedingly effective, prompting Jason to issue a second command. 7 smoke canisters rolled down the street, releasing dense plumes of smoke that enveloped the area within 5 seconds, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters. The militants found it impossible to locate the target building, let alone discern the positions of their own comrades. The smoke, primarily composed of white phosphorus, was not only acrid but also harmful, causing distressing discomfort upon inhalation. As the militants began to cough violently, they were compelled to retreat from the noxious fumes, further widening the distance from Team B. The cover for the retreat was successfully executed, and Jason bellowed, "Retreat, retreat, take him with you." "No, I want to go. I refuse to leave with you." With his hands bound by tape, Achim heard the members of Team B preparing to leave, intending to take him along. And he began to struggle frantically in defiance. "Behave yourself. If you wish to live, come with us," Brock urged, though controlling the gun with one hand proved challenging, forcing him to rely on verbal persuasion. However, his words fell on deaf ears, as Achim continued to writhe in terror, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Why waste words on him? Long John, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached and delivered a resounding slap across Achim's face. The moment prior, Achim had been wailing, now rendered speechless and wide-eyed with dread at the sight of the towering figure before him. "Move," Long John bellowed, his fierce gaze penetrating. Achim trembled uncontrollably. At just 19, he had never encountered such a terrifying situation, and he instinctively began to move toward the door. Being one of the few openly gay men from the Middle East, he required a gentler approach. Brock, seizing a moment to jest, firmly grasped the back of Achim's shirt and urged him to quicken his pace toward the exit. The others promptly followed, streaming out as Long John took up the rear. As Sonny passed by Long John, he excitedly remarked, "I admire your method of silencing people. If given the chance, I must try it myself." Long John recognized Sonny as someone with grand intentions, but little courage. Filled with violent thoughts, yet never having acted on them. "I support you," he chuckled. "Come on, let us hurry up." In the perilous situation of being surrounded by armed assailants, Jason was bewildered by Long John and Sonny's casual banter, feeling compelled to shout a reminder to them. They exchanged a knowing smile and quickened their pace. Uncertain if anyone had infiltrated the area, Team B descended the stairs with utmost caution. Trained in military tactics, the hellhounds, capable of sensing human presence, led the way. While the dog's advance posed a risk of being shot by the enemy, their existence served to protect soldiers from harm, rendering the potential loss of a canine more acceptable than that of a human soldier. It is a harsh reality that, even for the most ardent dog lovers, the choice between sacrificing their life for a dog's would lead them to remain silent. This is the essence of humanity and the laws of nature. Fortunately, These armed assailants displayed no tactical acumen, likely mere civilians incited by others, their anger leading them to attack. Although hundreds gathered at the entrance, none ventured up the stairs to cut off Team B's escape route. Ultimately, Team B successfully descended the stairs, returning from the 4th floor to the interior of the iron gate that Long Jean had previously blown open. Chapter 191, a detail-rich retreat process. Beyond this door lies an alley connecting to the street, leading toward the main thoroughfare where the armed assailants had congregated. As they traversed the narrow alley, they turned a corner to arrive at the street directly behind the buildings, where the van used by Team B was stationed for their retreat. Team B's primary objective was to elude the adversaries at the front and proceed to the evacuation point using the vehicle located at the rear of the alley. Shikubi was already positioned at the back, and it was imperative to act swiftly upon their exit. Long, you are responsible for suppressing the enemy. Jason swiftly orchestrated their actions once outside and requested a smoke grenade from Clay. Once Long donned his gas mask, Jason pulled to safety and extended his left hand, hurling the smoke grenade towards the mouth of the alley. After a brief 3-second pause to allow the smoke to billow, Jason and Long exchanged glances. Ready? Yeah. Long nodded. Go. The moment Jason issued the command, Long surged forth like a cheetah. He cleared the doorway to facilitate the exit of others, taking 2 strides to the corner of the opposite wall, positioning himself sideways with his weapon aimed at the alley entrance. Should an enemy emerge from the smoke ahead, Long would deliver a swift and decisive blow. With Long securing the front of the alley for Team B, the others quickly formed a fan-shaped defensive formation, urging Achim to move to the rear. At the rear of the advancing group, Sonny halted after advancing approximately 3 meters, directing his firearm backward while shouting, "Cover the rear." Responding to the command, Long promptly retracted his weapon and moved backward, passing by Sonny without pausing, continuing for another 3 meters before stopping. He chose a protruding corner near a wall to conceal himself, exposing only the muzzle of his gun. He called out, "Cover the rear." Hearing Long's directive, Sonny mirrored his actions, turning to withdraw and taking up a position to cover Long once more. The two coordinated seamlessly, alternating their cover to ensure the safety of their team's rear while simultaneously maintaining proximity to the main force, preventing any disconnection from the unit. The vigilance at the rear of the team was flawless, just as the lead scouts were equally crucial. At the forefront, Brock and Lay served as scouts, remaining alert to any dangers while guiding the team forward, soon locating the vehicles designated for retreat. The van, tucked away between several buildings, provided ample concealment. Rather than boarding immediately, Brock and Lay advanced to the exit point of the vehicle, crossing their gun lines to safeguard their comrades. The principle of first come, first served was strictly forbidden in this context. They ushered individuals to the front vehicle, opening the rear door of the second van. Under Jason's clear command, Achim was ushered into the first vehicle by Clay and Trent, while Jason himself entered the second. As Long and Sonny alternated their emergence from the alley, the previously opened rear door of the van proved to be of great significance. Jason could swiftly identify Long and Sonny as they retreated within the confines of the narrow terrain, allowing for immediate response and direction. Moreover, Long and Sonny no longer had to make a lengthy detour to access the side door of the vehicle. They could directly enter through the rear door. This seemingly minor detail saved at least 5 precious seconds during the retreat. Do not underestimate the significance of a mere 5 seconds in the midst of a vehicular pursuit. Such a brief span can allow one to distance themselves by several dozen meters, evading the range of pursuing adversaries. Taking up the rear, Jason transmitted commands via radio, prompting Ray and Brock, stationed at the front, to promptly stow their firearms and board the leading vehicle. Go, go, go! With all personnel aboard and ready, Jason issued the order for the driver to commence movement. Once the vehicle was in motion, the function of the third rear door became apparent. Long Jean and Sonny turned to sit facing the rear, aligning their weapons toward the back of the convoy, securing themselves with pre-installed straps beside the door. Should adversaries pursue from behind, the two could enact the most effective interception, regardless of the number of pursuers. The stability of the front of the convoy pales in comparison to the rear. Shooting from the front is inherently more unstable, making precise targeting a challenge. The space at the front is limited. Apart from the driver, only one additional person can occupy the seat. However, seated at the rear door, Long Jean and Sonny, though not the most accurate shots in Team B, possess unparalleled stability as machine gunners. With their presence fortifying the rear, Even the most numerous foes would struggle to prevail. As the retreating vehicle advanced, Jason seized the opportunity to contact the command center. Operation Center, B1 is in the process of withdrawing to the landing zone. The response came swiftly, received. The evacuation helicopter has arrived at the landing zone and is ready for takeoff. Good luck. Acknowledged, see you soon. Upon hearing the communication from Diaz, Jason felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The 2-kilometer journey passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout the trip, Team B encountered no further ambushes and arrived smoothly at the landing zone, boarding the helicopter back to the Fendi frontline operations base. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, the team proceeded to offload their equipment. Jason instructed Long John to seek a doctor for a checkup, ensuring that the bullet wound posed no further danger. Sometimes the external injuries from a bullet are not immediately visible, yet one cannot guarantee that no internal harm has occurred. Internal bleeding may be imperceptible at first. Moreover, during combat, the heightened state of excitement causes a significant release of adrenaline, which can greatly enhance one's pain tolerance. Pain perception is crucial for assessing injury. Lacking this sensation can severely impair judgment. Jason entrusted his firearm and tactical backpack to Ray for handling, not even pausing to remove his tactical vest. As he accompanied Achim to the detention center, upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Mandy. "You succeeded, congratulations," she exclaimed, her spirits lifted by the capture of such a pivotal figure. "Let us hope he proves worthy of our risks. We brought him back under gunfire. And Jabril even sustained a shot during the operation, barely making it back with us." The once straightforward mission had nearly faltered, and weariness was etched upon Jason's face. "Talik lured our people into a trap. Achim was the last to speak with him, so capturing him was undoubtedly worthwhile." After expressing her thoughts, Mandy inquired with genuine concern, "How is Jabril's injury? Is it serious? He was robust and strong, as you know, yet after being shot, he emerged unscathed, which I found utterly incredible." "That was splendid." Mandy had initially intended to check on Long John first, but upon hearing that he was perfectly fine, she felt relieved and smiled, saying, "You should return and rest. I'll handle things here." "All right, I await your good news." Interrogation was undoubtedly a forte of the CIA, and Jason trusted Mandy's capabilities, confidently leaving Achim in her capable hands. Chapter 192. A rare scenic view in the military. Long John felt no need to consult a doctor, yet the thought of potential internal injuries lingered. Ultimately, it would be himself who suffered should anything be amiss. Thus, he decided against bravado. After securing his equipment in Team B's armory, he summoned Clay, who had sustained a gash on his thigh during the battle, and together they ventured to the base's hospital for a checkup. Having been at the base for nearly 2 days, this marked their first excursion beyond Team B's quarters. Considering they would be residing here for the next 4 months and that the hospital was located at the far end of the base, they seized the opportunity to explore. With the mission to capture Achim concluded, Team B was afforded at least a day and a half of rest. Long John and Clay ambled leisurely through the base, observing and evaluating various points of interest. Soon, they encountered a striking sight: a group of female soldiers clad solely in athletic shorts and tank tops, exposing their fair, toned thighs. It was not just one, but a whole cluster. European and American women often possess a fuller figure, and the lightweight athletic attire, originally loose, clung tightly to their forms. Naturally, it was also possible that these female soldiers had intentionally donned smaller sizes to accentuate their physiques. Having been running for some time, their clothes, soaked with sweat, clung to their bodies, creating an undeniably alluring visual impact, surpassing that of mere nudity. Thus, around 20 to 30 such eye-catching female soldiers formed a team, sauntering over at a leisurely pace, leaving no man indifferent. As they passed, other male soldiers gawked, and Long John and Clay were no exception. Particularly captivating was the prominent figure in the center, whose ample bosom seemed ready to burst forth from her attire as she ran. Long John couldn't help but commend the quality of the fabric. Had he been a man of lesser restraint, he might have found himself nosebleeding from excitement. Fortunately, both Long John and Clay maintained their composure and, being rather bold, whistled at the female soldiers. The female soldiers, noticing the appealing physiques of Long John and Clay, especially the latter, who stood out remarkably, decided to alter their path slightly, deliberately running past them while cheerfully greeting them. A few bolder soldiers, as they ran by, even dared to reach out and casually touch Long John's chiseled chest. Long John is certainly not the type to suffer losses. When confronted by the fiery female soldiers, he is bound to reclaim his dignity, extending his hand, large as a fan, to deliver a swift series of slaps. The result of his regular training, his firm and pert backside resounds with each impactful strike. Struck, but unperturbed, the female soldier playfully blows him a kiss as she spins and dashes away, igniting a spark of flirtation in the midst of the crowd. The American military base, steeped in masculinity and aggression, has fostered a more liberated spirit among its women. Long John's profound familiarity with this environment allows him to engage with the female soldiers so naturally, igniting an immediate and passionate exchange. The upcoming months promise to be far from lonely. As he watches the female soldiers giggle and retreat, a knowing smile graces his lips. "I am not lonely. I have Anna. Be careful not to get blown to bits," he quips. Since finding a female teacher as his girlfriend at a bachelor party, Clay's heart has grown increasingly disciplined. In the coming months, you might as well cuddle your computer and Anna, Long John retorts, offering Clay a dismissive gesture. He cannot fathom Clay being so tame. Perhaps in their home country it might be plausible, but here in America, particularly within the most open military, a world where casual drinks can lead to shared beds renders notions of purity rather hypocritical. After the captivating parade of female soldiers passes, Long John and Clay encounter numerous private military contractors, a steady stream of them. These contractors roam freely within the base, much like soldiers. Yet their camouflage attire bears no insignia, resembling civilians clad in military garb. Many even opt for plain clothes, strutting about with an air of nonchalance. In other nations outside the U.S. military, private contractors might gain entry into military ranks, yet they would never enjoy such liberties. The distinction within the American military stems from its unique operational management. To curtail military expenditures and personnel numbers while avoiding the hefty retirement benefits owed to veterans and the substantial compensation for fallen soldiers, the U.S. military has outsourced numerous functions and tasks to private contractors, from the maintenance of aircraft and tanks to the installation of utilities at bases. Even the guarding of warehouses and gates falls under their purview. Furthermore, certain operational tasks that are inconvenient for military personnel are entrusted to capable outsiders, whose skills rival those of elite special forces. The U.S. military employs a contractual approach, engaging private military contractors for task execution. This close-knit collaboration between private military contractors and the U.S. Army grants the latter a unique status. They are not formally part of the military structure, yet they effectively function as an integral component of it. Moreover, due to the nature of their contractual agreements, the military bears no responsibility for the deaths or retirements of PMC personnel, while the remuneration for executing missions often surpasses that of regular soldiers. In the course of Long John's 2-year tenure with the Navy SEALs, he gained insight into the earnings associated with private military contractors, PMCs, collaborating with the U.S. military. Without delving into the perilous missions, even the most rudimentary task of guarding a warehouse presents a stark contrast. A typical U.S. soldier guarding a warehouse, after 2 years of service as a private first class, earns a base salary of less than $2,000 per month, with the addition of various allowances for overseas deployments. This figure rises to slightly over $3,000. The advantage lies in the security of retirement benefits after years of service, along with substantial compensation for those who perish in the line of duty. Conversely, a standard PMC tasked with warehouse security can earn between $200 to $300 per day. This exemplifies a high-stakes, lucrative arrangement, yet the price is steep. Should one meet their demise, no one is held accountable, and the deceased is merely wrapped in a body bag with no compensation for their loss. In essence, this scenario mirrors the dichotomy between employees in state-owned enterprises and those in foreign corporations. While the former may offer lower salaries, they provide job security, whereas the latter boasts higher wages but carries the constant risk of termination. It is impossible to evaluate which is superior. It ultimately hinges on individual perspectives. Those who favor stability and eschew excessive risks are likely to opt for the security of a government job, while those with aspirations and a desire for adventure may gravitate towards higher earnings. Accumulating substantial wealth in a short span enables one to invest in their dreams and generate further income. PMCs are essentially a collective of individuals seeking greater financial rewards. Chapter 193. The man who approached uninvited upon returning from the detention center to Team B's living quarters. Jason typically would have removed his gear, tidied up, and prepared to rest. The operational tempo of special forces in Afghanistan resembles that of nocturnal creatures, thriving under the cover of darkness. Since Team B's arrival, they had embarked on 2 high-stakes capture missions in rapid succession, necessitating a period of recuperation. However, Jason felt an overwhelming urgency within. The death of E-Team's leader, Porter, instilled in him a fervent desire to uncover the true culprit behind his friend's demise and seek retribution. Instead of resting, he sought out Ray to obtain E-Team's post-operation report, disregarding Ray's counsel, and returned to the operations center. Jason meticulously reviewed the operational report, and Mandy, having concluded her preliminary interrogation of Achim, arrived at the operations center to brief Jason. She recounted the interrogation findings in detail. Ultimately, Achim was oblivious to the identity of the orchestrator behind the explosion that decimated E-Team. His retreat to a clandestine hideout was merely at the behest of Talik. Upon receiving this seemingly worthless intelligence, Jason's frustration boiled over. He expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "So, we risked our lives to bring him back, only to discover it leads to a dead end? We still do not know the true perpetrator behind the explosion?" The preliminary findings were indeed disappointing. Mandy shrugged in resignation, remarking, "I truly fail to comprehend how a homosexual could possibly be a jihadist. If other jihadists were to learn about his presence among them, would they not cast him from the rooftop?" Observing the manner in which they assaulted that particular dwelling, Jason noted that the others might indeed be aware of their romantic involvement. Given that they are aware of the romantic relationship between the two, yet continue their aggressive assault on the residents, there can only be one possibility. They do not wish for you to capture Achim alive, Mandy speculated. This implies that Achim must possess some crucial information. Whether we can extract that information depends on your capabilities, as the matter currently lacks direction. Jason redirected the conversation. Can your technician now locate the bomb maker, or ascertain the source of the bomb's materials? The remaining tasks are minimal, and they are all working diligently, though it seems they are not exerting their full effort. Hearing that so many days have passed without any leads on the bomb's origin, Jason, filled with unbridled anger, interrupted Mandy. "If they had truly tried their best, we would have known the culprit by now, wouldn't we? This bomb clearly shows the mark of a professional. There are not many who can create such a device. If they genuinely pursued this lead, it would have been easy to uncover the truth. Yet now, after all this time, you tell me they are still investigating?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, culminating in a forceful slap on the table that drew the attention of everyone in the operations center. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Jason, having vented his frustration, felt like a deflated balloon, regaining his composure and returning to rationality. Aware that his outburst towards Mandy was entirely unreasonable, he rubbed his face, took a deep breath, and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry. I trust you can understand my feelings. I know you, like us, are eager to unearth the mastermind behind this. And I was too hasty. I accept your apology." Mandy responded, having worked alongside Jason for many years and fully comprehending his current state of mind. Thus, she remained unperturbed by his outburst. Calmly, she replied, "You are absolutely right. This was indeed a highly professional attack. We will certainly identify the bomb maker and, through them, uncover the true perpetrator behind this entire affair. You should have faith in our capabilities, for this is our duty. Once we have the answers, you will have ample opportunity to vent your frustrations." After hearing Mandy's heartfelt words, Jason regained his composure completely. He returned to the conference table and remarked, "They have placed us in the dormitory once occupied by Team E, allowing us to sleep in their beds, which makes my feelings quite difficult to bear." He sighed heavily, leaving the rest of his thoughts unspoken. "Oh, that is truly unfortunate," Mandy expressed with deep sympathy, understanding the emotional toll it must take. She inquired with concern, "How are your team members faring?" "They are managing better than I am," Jason replied. "I know they are restraining themselves, focusing solely on their work and not dwelling on other matters." While Jason's statement held some truth, it was also somewhat misleading. Individuals like Sunny and Ray were indeed exercising restraint, even if they longed to exact vengeance upon the true mastermind. Yet, they were not faring better than Jason. Had he not been present to maintain order, it is likely that chaos would have ensued. For instance, Sunny nearly held back. Fortunately, Jason, who could manage him, was present and promptly offered a reminder. However, Jason, who constantly cared for his teammates, bore an even greater burden as the captain. Ultimately, he faltered at that moment. Not dwelling on the situation was indeed a commendable approach. Can you maintain your composure at work? Mandy inquired with concern. Jason, with a stoic expression, opted for silence. After a brief pause, he finally uttered, "If you locate the bomb maker, please ensure to notify me immediately." With that, he turned and departed from the operations center. Revenge loomed over Team B like a dark cloud. Until it was dispelled, no one could find solace. Mandy, serving as an external intelligence officer for Team B, held a crucial role. Without her information, nothing could be accomplished. In truth, the pressure weighing on Mandy was no less than that on Jason. Currently, with no leads in the investigation, Mandy felt akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. No matter how capable she was, her talents were rendered futile. In search of new opportunities, Mandy decided to step outside for some relaxation. Just as she exited the command center, a casually dressed white man, visibly not a member of the military and sporting a work badge, approached her. No one appreciated the air of Jalalabad, often shrouded in dust storms. The white man casually initiated a conversation, drawing closer to Mandy, and extended his right hand, introducing himself. "I am Paul Murray." Having spent considerable time with Team B, Mandy had developed a certain indifference towards outsiders. Not only did she refrain from shaking the man's hand, but she also deemed it unnecessary to greet him, casting a cold glance before preparing to leave. Paul, undeterred by the dismissal, followed up with a question. "Are you from the DIA, or perhaps the CIA or NSA? Or another agency? I have a plethora of acronyms." "I'm afraid I don't converse in acronyms with strangers. I would prefer to know what you seek from me," Mandy replied, halting in her tracks, crossing her arms, and fixing her gaze upon Paul. Chapter 194, The Disgusting Cultural Support Team. "I am the deputy commander here." Paul did not directly respond to Mandy's inquiry, but offered a vague, ambiguous answer that could be interpreted in various ways. He could be perceived as a soldier or the leader of a PMC group, perhaps even a covert operative needing to conceal his identity. Alternatively, as indicated by the identification badge hanging around his neck, he could merely be a war correspondent. Paul took delight in his evasive response, skillfully concealing his true intentions and identity while indulging in self-entertainment. Having worked for the CIA for many years, Mandy possessed a formidable wealth of knowledge, an extent unimaginable to the average person. The moment Paul appeared before her, she recognized his identity and background, which is why she bypassed inquiries about his name and status, opting instead to get straight to the point and ask what business he had with her. Tom Johnson. Mandy was uncertain, only able to speculate. The composition of the Finney frontline base was intricate, aside from the commanding officers of the base headquarters with ranks above colonel. Each branch of the military, land, sea, and air had its own major commanders. With so many commanders, the number of deputy commanders was multiplied several times over. The individual whom Paul could elevate to a position of significance would certainly not be a deputy commander from the subordinate units, especially considering that the liaison with the PMC was exclusively managed by the base's command headquarters. Through this line of reasoning, the most suitable candidate was evidently the deputy commander of the base, John Johnson. "Do you work here?" Paul smiled, yet did not respond directly, instead posing another question. Mandy, a senior intelligence officer from the CIA, was well-versed in the art of extracting information through conversation. She recognized the game Paul was playing. Since Paul consistently evaded her inquiries and stubbornly concealed his own identity, Mandy decided to mirror his tactics. This building? Sometimes, who knows? With no notebook, no documents, no name tag, and no identification badge, her attire alone indicated her affiliation with the intelligence agency. Paul, analyzing the situation, aimed to uncover Mandy's identity. Mandy pointed at the identification badge hanging from Paul's neck, implying, "You wear an identification badge, but is the information on it truly accurate?" "Well, I just want to know your identity. Perhaps we could have an opportunity for collaboration," Paul said, spreading his hands in apparent resignation. "You attracted MS-13 using similar tactics last year. Don't you think that S rather outdated now?" Mandy retorted, no longer engaging in riddles since Paul had ceased to answer her questions directly. Instead, she laid bare his background right before him. "You know my identity?" Paul responded, a mix of surprise and embarrassment washing over him. It turned out he had been entertaining himself all along while others had seen through his facade. "You authored a book about murder gangs, yet when the Drug Enforcement Administration requested related information, you refused to comply. Now you seek me out, hoping to turn me into a tool for profit?" Mandy mocked. "I do not work for the DEA. I have the right to withhold my personal collected information." You know who I am, what I write, and how tight-lipped I can be. You need not be so defensive, Paul asserted, a skilled conversationalist who adeptly followed Mandy's lead. He portrayed himself as someone unafraid of the DEA, a person of integrity who would keep any collaboration with Mandy strictly confidential. Well, I trust you are trustworthy. Unfortunately, I am quite busy at the moment and lack the time to engage in conversation with you, Mandy replied, genuinely preoccupied. As the mastermind behind the bombings remained at large, and she had no leisure to indulge Paul's inquiries for material for his book. Perhaps another time. With that, Mandy turned to leave. We will have the chance to meet again. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. I know this place far better than you do, Paul called after Mandy as she departed, skillfully leaving behind a lingering invitation. Those who thrive in war-torn regions are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Paul discerned that Mandy was currently facing a dilemma. By intentionally highlighting his advantages in this situation, he aimed to establish a foundation for collaboration with Mandy. Her interest was piqued by his words, although she did not halt her departure. A thought had begun to take root in her mind. The following day, at 9 a.m., Team B, having finally managed to catch their first proper sleep since being deployed, gathered in the conference room for a meeting. Gentlemen, before Ms. Ellis outlines our objectives for today, let us first meet our cultural support team. Upon hearing Commander Eric's opening remarks, the members of Team B found themselves in a state of exasperation. The cultural support team, as its name suggests, was established to uphold Afghan cultural practices and to prevent conflicts arising from differing customs. For a high-risk operational unit, the cultural support team was even more irksome than the BSOS. The latter at least only conducted post-operation investigations, scrutinizing the actions of those involved without directly impacting the operation. Once the task was completed, they could investigate as they pleased. In contrast, the former was required to accompany the operational team throughout the entire mission. While this might not seem particularly bothersome at first glance, it bore striking similarities to foreign aid, essentially equating to the presence of a non-combatant expert. Although members of the cultural support team were also military personnel, their focus on cultural matters rendered them devoid of combat prowess. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that experts did not interfere with operations. They merely performed their respective duties. However, the cultural support team had the authority to intervene in the mission, possessing the right to halt team members from actions that violated local customs. Special operations are time-sensitive, where even the slightest misstep could lead to the demise of the team, let alone jeopardize the execution of the mission. This was akin to placing a shackle on the team members, hindering their ability to act freely. It was utterly intolerable. Chapter 195. Killing two birds with one stone. Can someone explain to me why frontline combat units cannot be exempt from the involvement of the cultural support team? This situation is exceedingly uncomfortable for me. Sonny was the first to voice his discontent, his expression reflecting outright rejection, having long been weary of such a presence. I wholeheartedly agree. If necessary, my younger brother can join as well. I'll cast 5 votes myself, Long Jean quipped with a mischievous grin. The originally tense atmosphere, tinged with impatience, was significantly eased by Long Jean's absurd humor. If we ascend to a certain altitude, the air becomes increasingly thin, resulting in diminished lift generated by the helicopter, consequently reducing the payload capacity. Carrying an extra firearm is already a challenge, let alone an utterly useless individual. Lay offered a more professional critique, analyzing the implications at hand. For T1, level special forces, even a Navy SEAL would be considered a hindrance, let alone a logistics personnel focused on cultural matters. Clay immediately concurred, stating, I also see no necessity for this. I would not want any of our brothers to be hindered from participating in the mission due to cultural support. The members of Team B were fervently expressing their discontent. Jason, as the captain, could not lead the uproar, yet that did not prevent him from exclaiming in frustration, Holy shit. I understand your sentiments. But this decision comes from the command center, and it is a compromise we made with the local tribal leaders. Faced with the collective outrage, Eric, as the commander, found himself in a difficult position. The political intricacies were beyond the capabilities of a mere captain. He could only attempt to clarify. We must include a female soldier from the cultural support team as per the minimum requirements set by the command. She will be responsible for any Afghan women that may be involved in our operations. You all know that Afghan men are not fond of anyone laying hands on their wives. I have no interest in laying hands on anyone, Sonny interjected, visibly displeased, expressing his disdain towards Afghan women with a dismissive gesture. Mandy, seated across from him, caught his eye and smiled knowingly, as if to say, "Are you really not interested?" Sonny rolled his eyes and shrugged, silently conveying his thoughts. "Afghan women? Are you certain I would be interested in them?" The two engaged in this silent exchange while Long John and the others remained quiet. The unwritten rule of venting for 5 minutes was a part of their culture. It existed solely to allow individuals to express their frustrations. Once the venting was over, they had to accept reality, adapt, and find solutions instead of rebelling against orders or allowing their grievances to impede their actions. After a few minutes of complaints, the dissatisfaction within Team B had mostly dissipated, and the atmosphere in the conference room returned to a semblance of calm. Eric nodded at Diaz, signaling that they could proceed. Diaz opened the door, and a female soldier, a striking mix of black and Caucasian descent with a deep tan, entered with a stoic expression, aware that she was not particularly welcomed. She maintained her pride and did not seek to ingratiate herself. She walked to the end of the conference table and sat down without a smile. "This is Staff Sergeant Vanessa Ryan, and this is Team B," Eric introduced succinctly, avoiding further introductions that might reignite tensions. He directly shifted the focus. "Alice, why don't you tell us who our target is?" Throughout the night, the intelligence personnel at the base had been collaborating diligently, and they had finally completed their analysis of the bomb. The relevant findings had been compiled into a report and delivered to Mandy. Alice, who was indeed Mandy, stood and approached the table, pulling up a photograph to display on the screen. "This man is named Iris Kamal, and he is likely the individual responsible for the bomb that killed Team E." Upon seeing the image of the middle-aged man with a bushy beard, an unmistakable killing intent surged in the eyes of Jason, Sonny, and the others. In that moment, the man in the photograph transformed into a target in their minds. Sensing the palpable animosity in the room, Mandy's demeanor also shifted, becoming serious and resolute. Continuing, the federal investigators confirmed that the explosive compound used in the destruction of Team E was chlorinated phosphorus, essentially a variant of the Armstrong mixture developed by Kamal. From the gathered intelligence, it was evident that Kamal frequently relocated, consistently setting up his workshop within his residence. "We have pinpointed his precise location and have initiated round-the-clock surveillance. Every artisan possesses unique habits, including those of bomb specialists. It is a conventional investigative technique to correlate the ratios and types of materials used by each bomb maker to identify the corresponding expert. Chlorinated phosphorus is a highly effective explosive. It appears this scoundrel was prepared to kill as many individuals as possible before the detonation." Ray was already certain that this was a premeditated murder, his fury intensifying. "Now that you know where he resides and that he is inside, why not simply use a drone to eliminate this scoundrel?" Clay inquired. "We need to converse with this individual. Bomb specialists are merely mercenaries," Eric elucidated. "Indeed." Mandy affirmed Eric's assertion, stating, "If someone is financing Kamal to construct bombs, it implies there is support behind the actions directed at Team E. We must uncover this person. It is not merely a desire, it is imperative to identify them. I do not wish to be on guard during every operation against an individual who may be lurking in the shadows, armed with explosives, ready to obliterate us." Long John was renowned for his valor, opting for forceful solutions rather than engaging in idle chatter. However, beneath his seemingly violent exterior lay a heart that was more cautious and valuing of life than anyone else. His deployment was set for a lengthy 4 months, indicating that Long John was to remain there for that duration, unless he eliminated the vengeful Special Forces operatives who were intent on using bombs against the American military. Long John felt he could not rest easy. Although he was aware of the true villain behind the scenes, the allure of the long-coveted 10 million loomed large. Most critically, Long John lacked a plausible explanation for how he could ascertain the identity of the mastermind even before the CIA. Knowing the truth was one thing, but voicing it was another. He could only prepare in advance, ensuring that he could ultimately eliminate the puppet master while successfully securing the 10 million, thereby navigating through the 4-month deployment unscathed. Chapter 196. When Special Forces resort to underhanded tactics, the existence of an individual intent on utilizing explosives against the American military was a matter of great concern for Long John, as it was for Jason and the other members of Team B. To unveil this clandestine orchestrator, it was essential to first capture Kamal. Only by apprehending the bomb specialist could they ascertain who was financing him to engineer the explosion that led to Team E's demise. With the mission's objective established and the direction clear, It was time to devise a tactical plan for safely bringing this individual back. Given Kamal's expertise in explosives, no one could ascertain the number of bombs concealed within his residence. The operation to apprehend him had become exceedingly perilous. Team B could no longer afford to hastily devise a plan as they did with the capture of Achim. A meticulously detailed combat strategy was imperative. The SEALs operated on a bottom-up mechanism, necessitating discussions among the team members before the final action plan was submitted. This street appeared deceptively easy to secure. The images indicated that the houses on either side were vacant, and the surrounding environment was quite straightforward. Jason scrutinized the aerial view of Kamal's residence displayed on the screen, offering a preliminary analysis. Sonny, known for his impetuous nature within Team B, pointed assertively at the front door of the house, proclaiming, "We can establish our first breach point here. If that scoundrel has rigged the door with explosives, we can detonate a hole in the adjacent wall and drag him out by his hair. The entire process should be completed within 2 minutes. It's a piece of cake. Don't you think?" Sonny's combat plan was characteristically forthright, devoid of any complexities, opting for the most violent and direct resolution. While such an approach might be viable against ordinary armed adversaries, it was ill-suited for their current target, a top-tier bomb expert who had obliterated Team E without detection. Only Sonny would dare contemplate a breach in such a manner. I wager he has fortified his residence to the teeth. If this is merely child's play for you, your appetite is rather large, Jason remarked without reservation. Their home is likely brimming with explosives. Are you certain you wish to blast through their door? Ray echoed a similar sentiment, his expression filled with refusal, implicitly conveying his desire to avoid being blown sky-high due to such a misguided notion. This individual makes a living from explosives. Entering his abode is exceedingly perilous, Clay interjected, frowning. How about luring him out? Trent suggested. I've been pondering that as well. But the execution may not be feasible. If he refuses to emerge, we still need a plan to gain entry, Jason replied. We could toss flashbangs inside to force him out. If he remains inside, we can send in a dog to scout, Ray proposed, glancing at Brock. You acquired advanced new equipment yesterday. I hope it proves useful. We need to ascertain the interior situation before we can proceed. Entering the home of an explosive enthusiast and equipping a camera on a dog to scout ahead would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. All right, let's proceed with that. Ray's plan was nearly comprehensive, prompting Jason to rise and finalize the arrangement. Wait. At that moment, Longjean interrupted Jason, suggesting, using smoke grenades would be far more effective than flashbangs, given our ignorance of the house's layout. If he has prepared a gas mask and remains hidden inside, we could enter proactively under the cover of smoke. As long as we can approach him undetected, we can successfully subdue him. The idea of deploying smoke grenades was indeed a commendable one, although Longjean's plan underwent only slight modifications. The transition from flashbangs to smoke grenades revealed to Jason a plethora of possibilities. However, he simultaneously recognized its inherent drawbacks. The pressing question remained, how do we gain entry? This house had evidently been remodeled. Apart from the front door, there was merely a diminutive window through which a dog could squeeze, but we certainly could not. Jason's concern presented a tangible dilemma. Initially, Sonny had suggested using explosives to blast a hole in the wall, as there were no alternative entrances aside from the front door. Yet, Jason's apprehensions had already been anticipated by Longjean. Leveraging his prior knowledge of the narrative, Longjean was acutely aware that Kamal's wife was not an extremist, but rather an ordinary Afghan woman. While Kamal might resort to extreme measures, including a suicidal detonation, his wife would not. This gave rise to a viable strategy. The proposal to employ smoke grenades to compel not just Kamal, but also his wife and children to act became a potential breakthrough. Longjean posited, we cannot ascertain whether the front door is rigged with explosives from the outside. However, if we were to throw a smoke grenade through the window, Kamal might withstand the smoke, but his family surely would not. If his wife and children were to emerge, it would effectively mitigate the risks at the front door. At that juncture, we could dispatch 1 or 2 individuals equipped with thermal imaging devices to stealthily infiltrate, ensuring to muffle their footsteps to avoid detection by Kamal. I suggest we preemptively set up high-powered speakers outside to broadcast our negotiation efforts, utilizing high-decibel noise as a cover for the infiltrating team. Oh my God, is this even feasible? This was the collective reaction of Team B, including Jason and Eric, after contemplating Longjean's audacious plan. Forcing Kamal's wife to open the door mitigated the risks of Team B's incursion. Then, utilizing a cacophony of disruptive noise to draw Kamal's auditory attention and obscure sounds, combined with the visual obstruction of smoke grenades, would render Kamal both deaf and blind. This was nothing short of ingenious. Chapter 197. The mudslide of Team B. Longzhan's strategy was exceedingly unscrupulous, his methods verging on the despicable. If one were to liken Team B's conventional operational procedures to the disciplined training of a boxer, where each action is governed by the principles of the sport to devise strategies for overcoming adversaries, then Longzhan's approach resembled that of a street brawler, engaging in chaotic and reckless combat, gouging eyes, striking below the belt, and other such tactics. He left no stone unturned. While these underhanded tactics might falter in grander schemes, potentially leading to operational setbacks and unforeseen complications, in certain specific scenarios, they could prove more effective than adhering to conventional methods. Take, for instance, the current target, Kamal, a dangerously skilled bomb expert. Engaging him through traditional means posed significant risk. The methods that an ordinary person might conceive have likely been preemptively countered by Kamal. A careless encounter could result in utter annihilation. In the presence of a bomb, all are equal. It does not discriminate based on one's level of combat proficiency when it comes to the shattering impact it delivers. However, Longzhan has proposed this cunning tactic, one that would scarcely cross the minds of the average individual. This approach could effectively counter Kamal's strategies. Although employing women and children as a means to gain entry may appear morally dubious, and might even draw ire from certain self-righteous individuals, for Longzhan, such concerns are trifling. Survival takes precedence. In the face of potential obliteration by explosives, even the most unscrupulous means must be embraced to ensure longevity. While Jason and his companions may not be as extreme in their views, they too value their lives highly. Thus, consensus was reached. What do you all think of Long's proposal? Jason was already quite pleased with Longzhan's plan, growing increasingly fond of his unconventional methods and innovative thinking. No objections. I fully agree, Ray declared, and Clay added, I often engage in smoke deployment. I can be one of the assailants breaching the room. I can also coordinate the mobile speakers, ensuring that Kamal experiences a truly unique rock concert. Diaz eagerly volunteered for the significant task at hand. Kamal's wife and child are innocent civilians. It is imperative that their safety is guaranteed during the operation. The deployment of smoke grenades carries inherent risks that could lead to suffocation, and I do not recommend pursuing that course of action. Just as everyone else concurred with Longzhan's plan to mitigate risk through unscrupulous means, Vanessa from the cultural support team voiced a contrasting opinion. From her perspective, she was not incorrect. Kamal's family indeed belongs to the category of innocent civilians. However, from the viewpoint of Longzhan and the B team, Kamal's wife and child cannot be considered civilians, even if they are not the direct perpetrators of the bombing. Living alongside an explosive fanatic entails a degree of complicity in the bomb-making process, thus categorizing them as accomplices. Consequently, Vanessa's remarks were met with disregard by the B team, as if her words had gone unheard. Eric, seemingly impatient with further debate, decisively commanded, "The plan is clear. You may proceed with preparations. I will seek approval for the operation, which is anticipated to commence tonight." With Eric's order, the B team surged forth, leaving Vanessa, with a face blackened with soot, to sit alone in the conference room. Upon exiting the meeting room, the B team dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Noticing Mandy alone, Longzhan recalled his small scheme and hurriedly approached her. "Hi, Mandy. I've recently developed a slight interest in intelligence studies, but am unsure where to begin. Could you offer some guidance?" While this inquiry about intelligence was merely a ruse, his true intent was to cultivate a closer relationship with Mandy. The more missions he undertook alongside her, the more he appreciated her capabilities in the realm of intelligence, and the more he felt the need for such a partner. Regardless of whether the endeavor to undermine the wall is ultimately successful, establishing a good rapport with Mandy is undoubtedly a prudent choice. Should there come a day when Mandy decides to leave the CIA, Longzhan believes that having laid a solid foundation with her will ensure that she thinks of him first. "You are truly knowledgeable. I am quite curious how your mind can contain such a wealth of information," Mandy remarked, slowing her pace to walk alongside Longzhan. She had always harbored a favorable impression of the young and vigorous Longzhan. Coupled with his conduct and the operational plans he proposed while in Team B, he appeared to be a refreshing force amidst the mainstream of DG, continuously radiating brilliance that made it difficult for Mandy to overlook him. "My mother once told me that in China, there is an ancient saying, one learns as long as one lives, and I find this sentiment to be entirely accurate. Hence, I have consistently embraced learning as a passion since my youth, dedicating myself to continuous education, Long Zhan shared. He noted that Long Jibu's mother was Chinese, making his reference to Chinese wisdom entirely appropriate. Oh, no wonder you possess such extensive knowledge. Your interests are indeed unique. Since you have such inclinations, I would not mind becoming your mentor, Mandy responded. The tall, handsome, humorous, and erudite Long Zhan, embodying so many admirable qualities, presented Mandy, who remained single at present, with no reason to decline. As lunchtime approached, though perhaps a tad early, Long Zhan suggested, "Shall we head to the dining hall and chat while we eat?" "Okay," Mandy replied, glancing at her watch and nodding in agreement. The dining arrangements at the Fendi Frontline base differed somewhat from those at other bases. Unlike the Bagram base of Operation Red Wing, where each barrack had its own small dining hall, this base provided a centralized dining experience. Everyone congregated in one large dining hall, a vast metal building furnished with numerous long tables and chairs reminiscent of a school setting. The walls and ceiling were insulated, and with central air conditioning, the dining environment was quite pleasant. Long Zhan and Mandy arrived early, just around 11 o'clock, and the dining hall was not crowded, likely due to others needing to eat in advance for their missions. The sparse attendance created a tranquil atmosphere, ideal for Long Zhan to deepen his connection with Mandy. However, just as Long Zhan was engaging in cheerful conversation with Mandy under the guise of learning, an inconsiderate man approached them. Without seeking Long Zhan's permission, he plopped down in the seat beside him, fixating his gaze intently on Mandy. Long Zhan instantly recognized this individual, despite it being their first encounter in reality. Mandy frowned and curtly remarked, "Following someone is not a commendable habit. Do you intend to be an obnoxious person, Mr. Paul Murray?" "Of course not. My upbringing does not permit such behavior," Paul replied with a smile, extending his hand toward Long Zhan in introduction. "Paul Murray, a reporter for the Discovery Channel. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Long," was all Long Zhan managed to utter, his demeanor neither cold nor warm. Journalism is a double-edged sword. At times it bestows unforeseen advantages, while at other moments it can lead to complications. Long Zhan's stance is one of cautious acquaintance, yet he resolutely refrains from forming deep connections. It is a relief that the legislator did not surrender a reckless youth. Mandy's words carried a veiled insinuation, prompting Paul to smirk and respond. "It appears you have conducted a thorough investigation on me. I hope you haven't conflated my identity with that of my father, for I am not a politician. In truth, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to interview your team. Naturally, it would be splendid if I could accompany you on a mission or two." "They are not my team," Long Zhan retorted, as Mandy gestured towards him and added, "The individual you wish to interview stands before you. You may inquire whether he consents to your interview." Upon realizing that Long Zhan was the person he sought, Paul became intrigued and eagerly asked, "Long, would you be interested in collaborating? A brief interview in a suitable location would only take a moment of your time." "I apologize, but I am currently unavailable. You may leave your number, and I will contact you when I find the time," Long Zhan declined without hesitation. Were he to pen an autobiography 30 years hence, perhaps he would consider collaborating with Paul, akin to those notable figures who leave their mark on history, even posthumously. However, at present, Long Zhan was far more inclined towards quietly amassing wealth rather than basking in the spotlight. The reason he left a contact number was primarily for the possibility of discreetly claiming that 10 million. He might require the assistance of this resourceful individual. One should never close all doors. When the time comes, it would be prudent to have options. "May I request to accompany your operation? Rest assured, I have undergone professional training and will not interfere with your tactical maneuvers." Paul altered his approach. "It is prohibited for frontline units to have embedded journalists. Thus, it is utterly impossible." Long Zhan reiterated his refusal. "Very well." Realizing that this avenue was unyielding, Paul resorted to his final bargaining chip. "I am quite familiar with Steve Porter from Team E. We often collaborate on their missions, and I assure you, no information will be disclosed. I understand you and Porter belong to the same ilk. Your arrival suggests you are taking over their assignments. I am merely curious about your perspective on this mission." "No comment." Long Zhan shook his head, jesting, "You are so intrigued by our mission. Are you aspiring to become the second Sebastian Junger?" Sebastian Junger, a documentary filmmaker of the Afghan War and a best-selling author of war literature. "That notion does cross my mind." Paul did not conceal his intentions and reiterated, "I suspect your mission may not be proceeding smoothly. Perhaps a discussion could be mutually beneficial. Thank you. I will reach out should the need arise. Long John wished to end the conversation, having nearly exhausted his dialogue with Mandy. He set down his spoon and rose, saying, I have had my fill, Mandy. Shall we depart? Certainly. Confidentiality is fundamental to an intelligence operative, and Mandy was disinclined to continue conversing with an exposure-seeking journalist. She rose and followed Long John out. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me at any time. Paul astutely chose not to press further, but instead offered his card to Long John. All right, until next time. Long John casually pocketed the business card and waved his hand dismissively as he departed. At 8 p.m., a white bus entered the base, halting at the encampment of Team B. The prepared members of Team B, alongside Vanessa and her entourage of 8 from the cultural support team, boarded the bus equipped and ready for action. They traveled to the 160th Special Aviation Regiment camp, where they transitioned to helicopters for a nighttime mission. Kamal's residence was situated on the outskirts of Kabul, in an area where residential density was sparse. Consequently, the helicopters did not execute a direct landing. Instead, they opted for a more discreet and conservative ORP landing strategy, which translates to observation and preparation point landing. This involved the helicopters descending to a clearing approximately 300 to 400 meters away from Kamal's house, allowing the team members to disembark safely. The operatives then stealthily approached the target location, equipped with night vision gear. In the bustling capital of Kabul, where numerous aircraft routinely traversed the skies, the sound of a helicopter nearby would hardly attract notice. Even if Kamal heard the helicopter, it was unlikely he would immediately flee. Should he decide to escape, it would be inconsequential. Drones hovered above, monitoring every movement around his residence, capable of relaying real-time information to the operational team. This distance of 300 to 400 meters allowed the operatives to reach their objective swiftly. Overall, the advantages of the ORP landing strategy were twofold. It eliminated the need for a rope descent, ensuring a safer landing, and it maintained a low profile, minimizing disturbance to the target. As some members of Long John's team disembarked from the helicopter and stealthily approached Kamal's residence, the drone intelligence analyst reported no anomalies, indicating that Kamal remained inside. The operation could proceed. It was not yet 10 p.m., and the windows and door cracks of Kamal's house emitted light, suggesting that his family had not yet retired for the night. Operational Center, this is B1. Do you have visual on the target residence? Jason radioed. Received, B1. Reconnaissance surveillance equipment is functioning normally, and the target building has been locked in, Diaz replied. What is the wide-angle view? Any movement? Jason inquired again. Currently, thermal imaging indicates no one else. The last phone communication was within the house, so Kamal should still be present, Diaz responded. Chapter 199. A reliable Diaz through communication with the operational center. Jason confirmed all real-time information regarding the target was normal, signaling that the operation could commence. Operational Center. Notify Consort 01 that it can proceed with its performance. Jason relayed the request to command. He then turned to the agile Clay, saying, Kid, it's your turn. Get ready at your position. Received. Clay nodded in acknowledgement, crouching as he swiftly made his way to the window of the target residence. Swiftly, the Black Hawk helicopter dispatched by Long John and his team soared into the air, hovering approximately 10 meters above the target residence. The rotor blades of the helicopter stirred up a cloud of dust that swirled around for dozens of meters. Suspended directly beneath the helicopter were 2 enormous loudspeakers, larger than those used to announce village gatherings, capturing immediate attention. Eris Kamal, you are encircled. We are aware of your presence within. Your actions have been thoroughly investigated, and you must comply with our demands. Exit immediately and surrender. Should you cooperate, we can guarantee your safety. Indeed, Diaz, the logistics expert of Team B, had outdone himself with this impressive loudspeaker. Long John initially anticipated a mere oversized speaker, perhaps slightly better than those used for square dancing. But Diaz had procured an entire airborne sound system. As the loudspeaker blared from the rooftop, its sound would likely resonate for a kilometer radius. Not to mention the house directly below, where the volume was deafening enough to cause a ringing in the ears, coupled with the thunderous roar generated by the helicopter's rapidly spinning rotor blades. Long John was 100% certain that even the slightest movement within the confines of Kamal's abode would go unnoticed. Fortunately, this area was not a stronghold of anti-American sentiment, and the houses were quite sparsely distributed. Otherwise, the combination of helicopter noise and booming loudspeakers would have disturbed the peace of the nearby residents. likely inciting unrest in the middle of the night. The addition of Vanessa, a member of the cultural support team, would undoubtedly complicate matters further. Thankfully, the members of Team B were equipped with noise-canceling headphones. Otherwise, given their proximity outside the house, they would not fare much better than Kamal. After approximately 30 seconds of relentless persuasion through the loudspeakers, the helicopter momentarily ceased its barrage. Jason observed that the door remained shut and the interior was silent, prompting him to radio in, "Operation Center, any updates?" There's no response. Diaz replied. "Then initiate the second round of announcements," Jason commanded. "Understood," relaying to Consort 01 immediately. After concluding the communication, Diaz waited about 5 seconds before the helicopter resumed its high-decibel exhortation. "Kamal, hiding inside will not avail you. You have no escape but to cooperate with us. To demonstrate our goodwill, we permit non-combatants, your wife and children, to exit the premises." As the helicopter continued its calls, Team B commenced their second phase of action. In an effort to create pressure and force Kamal into a state of panic, Jason issued commands to Clay, who had been positioned in advance. Clang, clang. 2 smoke grenades were hurled through a window barely wider than a basin, less than 30 centimeters in width. A dense plume of white smoke quickly billowed forth from the window, with a significant portion of it likely beginning to permeate the other rooms within the house. Under the dual assault of persuasion and smoke, there finally emerged a stir from within the house. The previously shut wooden door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged woman clad in a headscarf, who coughed as she stepped out, only to swiftly close the door behind her. Goodness, how exceedingly cautious this individual is. This unexpected scene surpassed Long Jean's expectations. He had anticipated the woman would emerge on her own, leaving the door ajar. Now, Kamal had ushered his wife out and promptly shut the door again. Long Jean's original plan could not proceed as intended. He first needed to address the issue of the closed door before advancing with subsequent steps. Jason, observing this development, furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament would prove quite challenging. However, before tackling this intricate issue, it was imperative to manage the Afghan woman who had just appeared, ensuring she posed no threat and could be subdued. Although she bore no visible explosives, it was impossible to ascertain if she concealed anything beneath her flowing attire. "Have her stand still," Jason instructed Long Jean. The Afghan woman's garb, a loose-fitting robe, made it nearly impossible to detect any hidden explosives. In an effort to coordinate with Long Jean's call, Jason raised his hand, signaling the helicopter with a tactical gesture, indicating that it should cease its announcements and ascend to a greater altitude to minimize noise on the ground, thereby facilitating communication between Long Jean and the woman. "Stop. Do not move. Do not approach," Long Jean shouted repeatedly in Pashto, yet the woman seemed oblivious, continuing to advance. The entire B team tensed in response. The command center also became aware of the situation. Unable to provide assistance, they could only hold their breath anxiously, awaiting the outcome of B Team's handling of the matter. "Damn it, she must be stopped. If she comes any closer, I will fire," Sonny shouted in agitation. "Wait. Just wait," Jason interjected, heightening the urgency of the atmosphere. If this woman were indeed carrying explosives, allowing her to approach would be exceedingly perilous. B Team could easily become the next E Team. The most prudent course of action would be to shoot her on the spot. Yet, such a decision would severely disrupt their plan. If Kamal's wife were to perish, consumed by rage, no one could predict the madness he might unleash. The team members who had infiltrated under the cover of smoke would find themselves in dire straits. "Let us try speaking in Dari," Jason urged with urgency. "Good." Long Jean instinctively nodded in agreement, preparing to switch to Dari, when suddenly a thought struck him. It occurred to him that this woman might be deaf-mute. In his previous life, Long Jean's memory had not been as sharp as it was now. Years had passed since he had watched that television series. While he retained a general understanding of the plot, many details had faded from memory. Thus, he was uncertain whether this woman was indeed deaf-mute. Nevertheless, given the urgency of the situation, he had to act as if this were the case. She had shown no reaction. It was improbable she had not heard his calls. Could it be that she was deaf-mute? Long Jean could not directly admit his knowledge of such a specific detail regarding the target, as such unanticipated insights could lead to complications if repeated too often. Thus, one could only resort to guesswork. Chapter 200, Bomb Disposal Expert versus Bomb Expert. 2. In Jalalabad, there exists a school for the deaf and mute, which raises the likelihood significantly. Allow me to try. Illuminate the area for me." At that moment, Vanessa stepped forward. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for contemplation regarding the veracity of the situation. Action had to be taken immediately. She swiftly removed her helmet and gloves to prepare. Lay drew a tactical flashlight from his chest pocket, directing its beam onto Vanessa's upper body to provide illumination. Vanessa quickly gestured to the woman, first inquiring whether she was deaf and mute, and received an immediate response from Kamal's wife. Indeed, she was deaf and mute. Vanessa translated the sign language content. Hearing this, the members of Team B finally exhaled in relief, grateful that they had brought someone proficient in sign language, which altered their attitude towards Vanessa somewhat. Continue. Instruct her to remain still and lift her robe so we may see, Jason communicated, beginning the necessary examination of the woman. Sonny wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Isn't it ironic that the wife of a bomb fanatic is deaf and mute? Perhaps only a person like her could endure being near such a dangerous individual," Clay reflected. During this banter from Team B, Vanessa had already confirmed that Kamal's wife bore no explosives and had brought her back for a thorough search. She inquired whether her husband was in the house. Jason sought to ascertain Kamal's presence at home and instructed Vanessa to ask the Afghan woman using sign language. After a brief exchange, Vanessa conveyed, "She says her husband is not home. He left for his brother's house several days ago, leaving her alone." "Is that so?" Jason questioned, though his expression conveyed skepticism. If she were truly alone, how would she know to come out? Just as Lay voiced this, Trent concurred, "Indeed, she is deaf and mute. She cannot hear us calling for her to emerge. I had presumed that bomb experts would possess intelligence. It appears Kamal is merely a dim-witted individual. If he truly wished to avoid being home, the door should not be closed now," Dragon remarked with derision. "I suspect he is hiding beneath a folding bed, sending his wife out to face our firearms. A coward unworthy of the title of man," Sonny scorned. "Since this fellow refuses to show himself, we shall go in and drag him out," Dragon asserted vehemently. "The door is shut. How shall we resolve this?" Jason furrowed his brow. "Leave it to me. It should pose no significant challenge," Dragon confidently volunteered, outlining several requests. "Have the helicopter return to continue making announcements, masking the sound of my door opening. That fellow likely possesses a gas mask, and toss in a couple of smoke grenades." "All right, I will arrange it immediately." Dragon seemed to possess a modicum of knowledge in various fields, a fact that had become an open secret within DG. Given Dragon's confidence in his ability to handle the situation, Jason was willing to grant him the opportunity to demonstrate his skills. Under Jason's strategic coordination, the previously halted helicopter noise resumed its ominous presence over the target residence, while Clay once again hurled 2 smoke grenades into the house. The cumulative smoke produced by the 4 grenades was ample enough to obscure an area exceeding 10 meters, more than sufficient to envelop Kamal's abode. Preparations had been meticulously established. Long John entrusted his MK-48 light machine gun to Sonny, arming himself solely with a dagger and a handgun as he stealthily approached the front door. Long John's confidence in breaching the door stemmed from 2 factors. Firstly, he had a minor specialization in demolitions, making him an adept in explosives, and his skills, though perhaps not surpassing Kamal's, were certainly formidable. He possessed the requisite knowledge and experience to assess and neutralize any potential explosives at the threshold. Secondly, when Kamal's wife had emerged, Long John gleaned crucial information regarding the wooden door structure, revealing it to be a straightforward bolt mechanism rather than a complex anti-theft lock. Its construction bore a striking resemblance to the wooden doors of rural China in the 20th century, a padlock on the outside and a simple bolt on the inside, both of which were rudimentary locking mechanisms. Kamal, being a bomb expert, theoretically should have been financially secure. However, his penchant for crafting explosives at home likely forced him to reside in this impoverished area, akin to a slum, as living in the city might attract the scrutiny of governmental authorities. Long John, having spent years at the societal margins, had learned to navigate such internal locking mechanisms from various unsavory characters. He deftly inserted his dagger into the wide gap of the door, gradually prying it open. Within a minute, he successfully disengaged the bolt. Next, Long John pushed the door ajar and meticulously inspected the surrounding area, discovering a slender connecting wire. With only a single wire and no circuit, it was improbable that it was an electrically triggered bomb. It appeared to be a tripwire mechanism. Drawing upon his experience, he deduced that the bomb would only detonate upon opening the door. Without hesitation, Long John produced a multifunctional military folding knife and decisively severed the wire. He then cautiously pushed the creaking door inward, gradually widening the gap. Once the door was fully opened, he found no additional explosive triggering devices. With a sense of relief, Long John slipped inside, commencing the disassembly of the bomb concealed behind the door, thereby clearing the path for the incoming assault team. The members of Team B, witnessing Long John disappear within, felt a collective apprehension. Meanwhile, at the command center, Diaz, Mandy, and Eric, monitored by the drone's night vision camera, observed Long John enter the house alone. Uncertain of his intentions, they could only hope to avoid a catastrophic explosion. Fortunately, no such incident occurred. After approximately a minute inside, Long John re-emerged at the door, holding a bundle of explosives, signaling to Jason that he had successfully neutralized the threat, allowing the operation to proceed uninterrupted. Chapter 201. The opportunity to embezzle a fortune. The door was deftly opened by Long John, allowing the plan he proposed to unfold. B2, B3, commence action. As Jason's command was issued through the radio, the team members initially designated to breach the premises, Lay and Sunny, began to approach the door. Lay, an exceptional observer and marksman, could swiftly locate Kamal. Sunny, an outstanding explosives expert, had the knowledge to circumvent potential mishaps during the operation. Together, their collaboration was sufficient to accomplish this assault mission. However, danger loomed large. Whether they could capture Kamal and successfully complete the task, or whether Kamal would detect their intrusion and, in a moment of desperation, detonate explosives, resulting in DG losing 2 more key members, hinged partly on their abilities and partly on luck. Good luck to you. As Sunny and Lay passed by, Long John gestured silently, offering his unspoken blessing. The only thing he could do at that moment. Both Sunny and Lay remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Their expressions revealed a heightened state of focus. Leaving no room for distractions, they entered. Inside the operations center, Mandy and the others monitored the scene through drone surveillance, witnessing 2 more individuals stepping into the perilous unknown beyond the door. Just as they had relaxed following Long John's safe exit, anxiety surged once more. To enter the lair of a bomb fanatic was to risk being obliterated at any moment. It was a daunting reality for anyone. Jason, the captain of Team B and a close friend of Sunny and Lay, felt the same tension, yet he could not abort the mission. DG existed precisely for high-risk operations. Every member had to dance with death. As the assault team vanished into the smoke-filled doorway that resembled the entrance to hell, time passed slowly in an agonizing suspense. The cacophony generated by the helicopter made it impossible for those outside to discern what transpired within. Not even the sound of gunfire could penetrate the noise. Almost 3 minutes passed, and just as Jason was about to order Lay and Sunny to retreat and devise an alternative strategy to apprehend Kamal, a vague figure finally emerged from behind the smoky door. Sunny, as robust as a young bull, effortlessly dragged a man with a bushy beard out. Looking rather pleased with himself, Lay followed closely behind, removing his thermal imaging visor as he exited. With a long exhale, Lay finally relaxed, and at that moment, the command center and Team B, anxiously awaiting outside, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Diaz and Mandy celebrated with high fives, exhilarated by the successful completion of their mission. The pressure of infiltrating the home of a bomb fanatic was far greater than facing an army. At least an army could be seen and confronted with strategy. The threat posed by the bomb remains enigmatic, and once triggered, it becomes utterly uncontrollable. Fortunately, Long John's deductions proved accurate. The devious strategies he devised indeed bore fruit, making the apprehension less arduous than anticipated. Lay and Sunny navigated the operation with minimal peril, successfully executing the capture. The pivotal figure, Kamal, was taken alive, and remarkably, no one sustained injuries. Throughout their return flight, the members of Team B were filled with exhilaration, confident that it would not be long before they unraveled the identity of the true mastermind behind the scenes. Mandy, equally eager for answers, wasted no time in organizing a team to commence interrogation as soon as Kamal was brought back to the base, hoping for new developments regarding the E-Team's tragic incident as dawn approached. Jason and the others in Team B shared the belief that upon waking, they would be presented with a flawless interrogation report from Mandy. However, reality proved far less promising than their imaginations had suggested. During the morning assembly on the second day, Mandy presented Kamal's interrogation report, which regrettably contained little of substance. The initial enthusiasm of Jason and the others evaporated upon hearing the lackluster findings. Kamal was not the thoroughly brainwashed individual consumed by extremist ideology. Rather, he was merely an ordinary person skilled in bomb-making. Under the relentless questioning from Mandy, Kamal swiftly divulged all pertinent information. He acknowledged being the bomb's creator, but asserted he was not the architect of the explosion that annihilated the E-team. Kamal was merely a hired hand, tasked with crafting the requested explosives and delivering them to Ballader as instructed by his employer. He had no knowledge of the bomb's intended use and felt no obligation to inquire about the buyer's motives. In fact, he was oblivious to the identity of the individual who commissioned his work. Even the payment for his services was delivered by a young girl. Throughout the entirety of the transaction, Kamal had never laid eyes on his employer and was entirely unaware of their name. The only means of contact was a disposable phone number, with each call from the employer originating from a different number, rendering the lead virtually worthless. What they had hoped would lead them to the orchestrator ultimately resulted in nothing but disappointment, plunging them back into a stalemate. The sole remaining thread to pursue was the young girl responsible for delivering the money, who might have encountered the true mastermind. If they could locate her, perhaps they could still uncover the perpetrator. Given the meticulousness with which the mastermind operated, leaving no trace of their identity, Jason and Mandy held little hope for this lead. They doubted that such a cautious individual would reveal themselves to the girl. This sentiment was echoed by the rest of Team B, including Eric, who also dismissed the lead as insignificant. However, upon hearing about the girl, Long Jean's eyes lit up, though he quickly masked his excitement. While the members of Team B were singularly focused on capturing the culprit and paid little heed to the messenger, Long Jean perceived the situation differently. Through an understanding of the television plot, Long Jean realized that the little girl who was delivering money was indeed the person he sought, for she possessed knowledge of the whereabouts of the hidden 10 million. If Long Jean could locate this girl ahead of time and discreetly maneuver behind the scenes, he would have ample opportunity to transfer that substantial sum before Team B could trace it to the farm. By leveraging the information asymmetries among various factions, he could ensure they would be unable to confront him directly. Long Jean was 90% confident that he could erase all traces of the misappropriated funds from this world. Chapter 202. Caution is the key to longevity. The little girl was not only an indispensable part of Long Jean's plan to amass wealth, but also the key to his escape. During their deployment, soldiers were on a round-the-clock work schedule, prohibited from leaving the base without permission. The same applied to the DG Special Forces. However, to acquire the 10 million for himself, Long Jean needed to evade everyone's gaze, necessitating a clever means to leave the military camp on his own, and in a manner that would not raise suspicions. Given Long Jean's capabilities, sneaking out was entirely feasible, but the time he could spend outside would inevitably be limited, making it impossible for him to manage everything. The 10 million was no trifling sum. It weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. Long Jean was aware of its hiding place, but he had yet to take action due to the lack of a plausible excuse to leave the base. He had been compelled to wait. Now, with the lead on the little girl emerging, even knowing she had not encountered the mastermind, provided Long Jean with the excuse he needed. The excuse was precisely what he desired. Whether he found the girl was secondary. Thus, Long Jean proactively proposed in the meeting that he might be able to locate the little girl. His rationale was that he had a local acquaintance in Hyderabad who worked as an intermediary, facilitating deliveries, and the distance between them was merely over 20 kilometers. His friend might indeed know the little girl's whereabouts. His 7-year military career, including 2 years with the Navy SEALs and 5 with the Marine Corps, had furnished him with the credibility to fabricate such a connection. Furthermore, due to the nature of American privacy laws, even as a soldier, he was under no obligation to divulge information about his friend, leaving others powerless to probe further or store that information. Captain Jason and Commander Eric were unaware of Long Jean's ulterior motives. In their eyes, Long Jean, who had consistently demonstrated exceptional performance in operations, was undoubtedly one of the most loyal soldiers in the United States military. Moreover, the matter of the little girl was not central to their mission, merely an ancillary concern. If Long Jean could indeed find her, it would pave a new path to uncover the true villain and expedite the retribution against Team E. Considering this, Jason readily agreed to let Long Jean pursue the lead. Jason held a significant position within the 1st Action Group, akin to that of a sergeant major, and Eric offered no objections, granting Long Jean a 24-hour leave. In addition, A camouflage vehicle was provided for Long John to facilitate his travels to and from Shua. Mandy expressed interest in accompanying Long John, not out of a desire to supervise, but rather to assist him out of genuine concern. However, Mandy was already tied up with two ongoing investigations, one involving Achim and the other Kamal, both of which required further exploration. Although she was eager to help, her responsibilities prevented her from leaving the base. After the meeting concluded, Mandy took the opportunity to impart her knowledge to Long John. Naturally, Long John was elated by her attentiveness and welcomed her teachings. After absorbing Mandy's insights, Long John changed into a set of Middle Eastern attire that Diaz had prepared for him. He had refrained from shaving for nearly 2 months, trimming his beard into a style befitting the region. Moreover, as a person of mixed heritage, coupled with the effects of sun and training on his skin, his complexion was nearly indistinguishable from that of an Afghan. Standing there, he presented the appearance of a tall Afghan man, making it unlikely for anyone to associate him with the U.S. military. Although Afghanistan is relatively impoverished, the genetic predisposition of Caucasians tends to be tall, and there were plenty of tall individuals in Afghanistan. The only flaw in Long John's disguise was completely obscured by the flowing robe he wore. Be cautious on the road and report any unusual occurrences, Captain Jason advised with concern. With all preparations in place, Long John drove away from the Finney frontline combat base in a used Toyota pickup. Recalling the details from a television drama, he knew that the money was hidden on an abandoned farm located 20 kilometers west of Jalalabad. Hainabad lay to the southwest, approximately 22 kilometers from Jalalabad. While Long John could discern the presence of drones overhead by their sound, he had no means to ascertain whether the vehicle was equipped with GPS tracking. To avoid leaving any traces, he did not head directly to the farm, but instead feigned an investigation, driving to Hainabad. In this small town of only a few thousand residents, he found a guest house where he could stay. Thanks to his proficiency in Afghan languages, he managed to check in without any issues. After parking the vehicle in the designated area, Long John felt assured that even if the car was equipped with GPS tracking, his subsequent actions would remain undetected. With his accommodations sorted, he ventured into the market to purchase several large cloth bags, waterproof tarps, shovels, and Afghan knives among other tools. The Afghan knife would serve as his primary weapon. Its elongated blade, reminiscent of an oversized filleting knife, was far more effective for lethal purposes than the pistol and gobo knife he carried. It was not that the P226 was ineffective or that the specialized gobo knife lacked sharpness, but rather that the use of these weapons would leave a trail easily traceable by the formidable capabilities of U.S. intelligence. There was no doubt about it. Long John understood the prowess of the intelligence community, which is precisely why he chose to procure an Afghan knife. The Afghan knife is ubiquitous on the streets. Long John used this very blade to eliminate a few individuals. Even if the intelligence agency's forensic skills were exceptional, they would be unable to trace the perpetrator's identity. Although Long John had feigned an interest in intelligence studies with Mandy just yesterday, he had already been initiated into this realm long before. His purpose was to practice counter-surveillance and evasion techniques. After placing all his purchased items into a bag, Long John specifically instructed the shopkeeper not to disturb him, citing his exhaustion from travel and his need for rest. Once inside, he locked the door behind him, donned the tools he had acquired, and stealthily exited through the window. Chapter 203. Thunderous methods eliminate future troubles rather than seeking transportation outside. He opted for the most discreet mode of movement, on foot, towards an abandoned farm rumored to conceal a substantial fortune. With a general sense of direction and considering the farm's vast expanse, locating it was not overly challenging. He trekked approximately 3 kilometers to the northwest, where a large area of charred vegetation came into view. Long John recalled the narrative and discerned the origin of this scorched land. It appeared that this had once been a significant opium poppy cultivation site, generating annual revenues exceeding 100 million, which had subsequently been incinerated by the American military in conjunction with the Afghan police forces. The operation had been spearheaded by the now eliminated E-Team. Following the destruction of this poppy field, a substantial sum of cash had been smuggled in and hidden here, with personnel assigned to guard it, leading to a series of consequential events. Concealing the money within a site that had just undergone thorough searches and joint military police operations, the mastermind had ingeniously transformed the most perilous location into the safest sanctuary. One cannot help but admire the meticulousness of the orchestrator's strategy. It would indeed be a pity if such a mind were not engaged in conspiracy. As Long John surveyed the charred cultivation area, his final apprehension dissipated. He unsheathed his Afghan knife and stealthily approached the nearby structure. Recalling that a guard was stationed here, he understood that he must eliminate this individual before proceeding to retrieve the money. However, upon circling the building and entering, he found no one present. As he scanned the expansive, vacant farm, only one location remained: the cahoots. Much of Afghanistan suffers from arid conditions and water scarcity. To ensure adequate irrigation for farms, subterranean water channels known as cahoots have been constructed since ancient times. These cahoots have persisted for millennia, and the continued use of such primitive methods underscores the slow advancement of Afghan agriculture. Long John was unaware of the cahoots' entrance, as the television series had depicted the operation occurring at night, obscuring the details. Fortunately, he remembered that the entrance was concealed beneath a wave-shaped sheet of colored steel, situated in a relatively flat area. Using these two pieces of information as a guide, Long John quickly located the suspected entrance to the cahoot on the left side of the farm. Two sheets of colored steel were secured with wooden slats, laid upon a flat patch of earth, precisely as he recalled. The absence of anyone within the farm building suggested that the guard was most likely hidden within the cahoot. Lifting the colored steel tile produced an excessively loud noise, easily alerting anyone inside. If he were armed, recklessly entering would be perilous. Long John decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Besides a heap of money, there was nothing else within. It was improbable that the man would remain below indefinitely. He returned to the house and concealed himself behind the door, waiting for approximately 10 minutes. At last, he heard the distinct sound of the colored steel tile being dragged. They were coming. Long John's gaze sharpened, and he prepared himself. Footsteps approached, growing closer until the closed wooden door was pushed open from the outside. A young man with long hair, clad in a robe, stepped in. Long John, who had been hiding behind the door, delivered a powerful kick to the young man's back, sending him flying into the room. He swiftly shut the door again and then leisurely walked over. The young man landed hard on his chest, nearly expelling his last breath. Feeling an overwhelming discomfort that almost caused him to faint, Long John strolled to his side, where the young man remained on the ground, groaning in agony. Unhurried, Long John picked up a nearby wooden chair and sat beside him. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor finally alerted the young man, who turned to see a looming shadow beside him. In a fright, he scrambled backward, terrified, until his back hit the wall, leaving him with no escape. Trembling, he stuttered, "Who are you? Why have you invaded my home?" Long John approached with the chair, seating himself a meter away from the young man. He spun the Afghan knife in his hand, speaking coldly from his elevated position. "I will ask the questions, and you shall answer. You have 2 seconds. Exceed the time, and there will be consequences. What is your name?" Perhaps intimidated by Long John's imposing figure, the young man remained momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation, and did not respond. Time elapsed for the first question. As Long John's words fell, a glint flashed through the air. The knife's tip pierced the young man's arm, pinning him to the wall. A sharp cry of agony escaped the young man's lips as the searing pain overwhelmed him. However, before he could utter more, Long John swiftly thrust a wooden stick into his mouth, silencing him. The force was so great that it shattered 2 of his front teeth. Having endured 2 severe blows in a year, the young man finally comprehended that the formidable figure before him was a brutal and merciless man. The second question, "Why are you here?" Long John inquired, pulling the stick from the young man's mouth. Despite the pain, blood spilling from his mouth, and sweat the size of beads forming on his forehead, the young man trembled, too terrified to utter a sound or show any sign of defiance. He quickly replied, "This is not my farm. My cousin looks after it for his master. I rented this piece of land from him." With 2 missing front teeth, his speech was impaired, yet he managed to convey the essence of his words clearly. "Very well. You are obedient. The third question, are there others here besides you?" Long John continued to interrogate. "No, it's just me. My wife has taken the child back home. As long as you do not kill me, no one will know of your presence here." The young man mistakenly presumed that Long John was a terrorist, responding with assurances in a desperate attempt to save his own life. "Just you? That's splendid," Long John replied with a smile. Seeing the demon smile, the young man also forced a smile, his bloodied grin more sorrowful than joyous, foolishly believing that Long John might be swayed to spare him. However, Long John's words pierced through the air. "You may now meet your true master." With that, He withdrew the Afghan knife embedded in the young man's arm and swiftly slashed across his neck, leaving a slender incision. The fine cut quickly transformed into a crimson line, and blood began to spurt forth with a gurgling sound. Long John had already risen to evade the spray of blood, casting not a glance at the convulsing body on the ground, and picked up the large bag resting nearby before departing. He made his way directly to the entrance of the well, lifting the corrugated steel sheet that covered it, revealing a passage before him. At last, it was within reach. Gazing at the wooden ladder leading to the underground channel, he thought of the 10 million he had meticulously prepared for over the years, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 204: The Delight of Carrying Wealth. Although he had extracted information from the long-haired youth through merciless means, Long John was aware that no one else remained. Nevertheless, the visibility within the channel was poor, and danger could still lurk. To ensure he did not stumble into misfortune, he endeavored to suppress the exhilaration bubbling within him. He retrieved a flashlight and carefully descended the stairs, navigating along the channel walls, which had grown smooth over years of use. The internal structure of the channel was not complex, but it was winding and extensive. After approximately 20 seconds of walking and turning a serpentine corner, he arrived at a circular space where a mound of something lay in the center. Directing the flashlight towards it, his eyes widened in astonishment. What does $10 million represent? Mere numbers fail to encapsulate its essence. To put it into perspective, if we consider the global population of over 7 billion, it becomes evident that even a lifetime of toil for each individual would not yield such an amount. This more tangible expression serves to emphasize the enormity of this sum. In his previous life, Long John had merely been a pawn in the mercenary world, though his income surpassed that of a security guard. His extensive travels abroad resulted in equally substantial expenses. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, he had never possessed even $1 million. Before him lay the 10 million, stacked on a wooden boarded floor, each dimension exceeding a meter, exuding the unmistakable scent of ink, money, that wafted through the air, palpable even from 3 to 4 meters away. Long John struggled to maintain his composure, but his trembling body betrayed him, propelling him forward like a bewitched fool, step by step toward the pile of money, until he found himself sprawled across the heap. Embracing a mountain of cash, the sensation was utterly sublime. The future could wait. At this moment, Long John could unequivocally affirm that even if he were to embrace the most beautiful woman in the world, the sensation of holding this substantial sum of money would be far more gratifying. Despite the fact that the money was hard and lacked a tactile quality, the inherent allure and radiance of wealth surpassed that of any earthly beauty. For the first time in his life, Long John was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of possessing such a fortune, taking nearly 5 minutes to compose himself. As the euphoric rush of dopamine subsided, his rational mind regained clarity. Long John began to address the pile of money with his left hand. His first task was to ascertain the currencies involved, facilitating subsequent transactions. After approximately half an hour of examination, he discovered that the money consisted of 3 types: euros, US dollars, and Afghanis. There were 327 bundles of euros, each containing 10,000, and a total of 644 bundles of US dollars, also in tens of thousands. Additionally, there were some loose coins. Combined, the dollars and euros amounted to several 100,000. The Afghanis were a chaotic assortment, with denominations of 50, 100, 500, and 1,000, predominantly comprised of 50s and 100s, while the 500s and 1,000s accounted for less than 10%. The overall quantity was split between bundles and loose change, with the latter constituting more than half. However, since Afghanis held little value, Long John had no desire to take them and did not bother counting their total. The euros, being the most valuable, were a definite must to take, followed by the abundant US dollars. Yet, he resolved not to carry all the dollars away. He would leave behind the loose change and around 100 bundles, along with all the Afghanis. This decision was not due to an inability to carry them. Rather, Long John intended to eradicate any lingering traces and eliminate anyone aware of the precise amount of this money. He planned to leave a portion behind as bait, guiding the B team and intelligence personnel towards those connected to this wealth. Once the B team received authorization for action, Long John could employ various unforeseen tactics to eliminate all related individuals during the impending military operation. After sorting out the money to be retained and that which would be taken, Long John began to fill his bag with cash. The 327 bundles of euros, with denominations ranging from 50 to 500, were impossible to count in the dim light of the well, but he estimated a minimum of 4 million euros. All were stuffed into a large cloth bag he had purchased, forming a hefty load. The bag was larger than the biggest suitcase, and if it were not for the bag's sturdy construction and Long Jean's considerable physique, it would have been quite difficult to manage. He lifted the bag for a brief moment, estimating its weight to be around 40 kilograms. For Long Jean, this weight was relatively manageable, though its bulk presented a challenge. Fortunately, he had devised a strategy for this. As for the remaining US dollars, he chose to take only 500 bundles, leaving behind over 100 bundles. Although parting with more than 1 million left behind was painful, it was essential to draw out those who were aware of the money and the shadowy figures behind it. Long Jean knew that only by eliminating all related parties could he safely assimilate this fortune. Only the dead can keep secrets. The denominations of the US dollar are quite uniform, consisting only of 50 and 100 bills. Long Jean estimated that a bundle of 500 should be around 4 million. The weight of the dollar is comparable to that of the euro, with a bundle of 500 weighing approximately 50 kilograms. The combined weight of the dollars and euros exceeds 90 kilograms, with a total value of around $9 million. All the money that needed to be taken away was packed, and the scene was in disarray, filled with cash. Long Jean spent nearly 10 more minutes tidying up the area. The remaining scattered amounts, over 1 million in dollars and euros, lay piled together with hundreds of bundles of Afghanis. Although the volume had been reduced by half, the overall height had not significantly diminished. After completing the cleanup, Long Jean carried a large bag in each hand, first delivering the money to the well above, then returning to the scene for trace elimination. Throughout the process, Long Jean wore gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints, primarily focusing on erasing his own footprints. With today's advanced investigative technology, Long Jean was determined not to let his footprints at the scene lead to his actions being uncovered. After cleaning up the traces, he returned to the well and covered it again with colored steel tiles. Long Jean went back inside the house to find a sturdy wooden stick, tying it with rope to create a makeshift yoke, commonly used in rural China. He carried 2 large bags of money, hastily leaving the farm under the cover of night. Carrying money is quite different from carrying dung. Long Jean moved with remarkable agility, as he vanished into the night at 7 p.m. This night was destined to be a sleepless one, as Long Jean needed to find a suitable hiding spot. The waterproof cloth and shovel he had deliberately purchased were intended for selecting a discreet and auspicious location to dig a pit for burying the money. Although spending an entire night to hide the money was a mentally and physically taxing endeavor, the prospect of obtaining $9 million, equivalent to nearly 60 million yuan, was an opportunity no one in the world would refuse. Chapter 205. The involvement grows deeper. Long Jean had finally managed the various details and was now searching for a treasure burial site in the wilderness of Afghanistan, carrying a heavy sum of over 90 kilograms. Meanwhile, at the Fendi frontline combat base, there were also promising developments. Moreover, it was a dual blossoming. Firstly, the gay man Achim, after being subjected to various threats and inducements from Mandy, finally revealed new information. Achim mentioned that before the explosion occurred, a man driving a red Mercedes came to the apartment looking for Talik, unexpectedly discovering their relationship. At that time, the man said nothing, and Achim did not pay much attention. However, not long after, the once gentle Talik suddenly became very agitated, appearing burdened with worries every day. Within a few days, he received a frantic phone call from Talik in the dead of night. Talik's last call was urgent and did not elaborate much. He simply instructed Achim to hide in the secret place he had previously mentioned and to take the money he had stored in the house, urging him to find a way to leave Afghanistan. It is imperative to convey to Achim that this place is fraught with peril. Only by departing from Afghanistan can he attain safety, with the option to travel anywhere abroad. The following morning, Achim was struck with terror upon hearing news of a squad of American soldiers who had been killed in an explosion. Frantically attempting to contact Talik proved fruitless, and Achim hesitated at his residence for several days before ultimately escaping to a clandestine hideout. This explains why, upon the arrival of Team B from the homeland, there remained food on the table. Achim had only just departed moments prior. Most individuals, upon hearing Achim's words, might not possess the acuity to discern the secrets concealed within the excess information. However, the interrogation was conducted by Mandy, a highly skilled intelligence officer of exceptional capability. After meticulously piecing together the narrative, Mandy formed a bold hypothesis. Talik was indeed not a terrorist. As a prosperous real estate contractor, his sudden transformation, wherein he became bait to provide false intelligence that led Team E into a bomb-laden trap, could only be attributed to coercion from an external force. It is highly plausible that Talik, deeply in love with Achim, chose to sacrifice himself to protect his beloved from harm under duress. The only individual capable of cornering Talik was the man with the red Mercedes that Achim had mentioned. In a conservative nation like Afghanistan, where the consequences for homosexuality can result in the death penalty, a person who can afford a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million undoubtedly holds a significant status. The revelation of Talik's drastic change in demeanor can be attributed to these two compounding factors. Given that Talik was acting under the influence of the man with the Mercedes, it is likely that this man is the mastermind behind the events. Identifying the owner of the red Mercedes thus became Mandy's new investigative focus. To expedite the process of locating the vehicle's owner, Mandy sought the assistance of a local expert, reaching out for the first time to investigative journalist Paul. She expressed her need for his help and arranged to meet him at the base's bar. Paul had previously touted himself as a well-informed individual in the area, and Mandy was hopeful that if he was not exaggerating, the car's owner would soon be identified. Upon their meeting, Mandy posed her inquiries, and Paul promptly revealed that the owner of the red Mercedes was Salim Hakan. This individual possessed a remarkably significant background, not only serving as the national police chief of Nangarhar province, but also being a potential candidate for high office, with intricate connections to both the American and Afghan governments. In the absence of substantial evidence, Mandy found herself unable to investigate Salim Hakan, let alone secure an operational mandate. She could only implore Paul to leverage his connections to provide her with an opportunity to confront Salim directly. Paul agreed to seek a way to establish contact, though he could not ascertain a specific timeline. Under the leadership of Mandy, the Intelligence Investigation Department obtained new clues through Achim, while Team B also found new directions through photo analysis. After finishing dinner, Brock returned to the dormitory and was reviewing the footage from the post-raid SSE procedure conducted at Kamal's residence. He noticed something amiss in a particular segment of the footage. The hellhound approached a wall but did not proceed further. Instead, it faced forward and sat down. At the time, Brock did not pay much attention, as this was the home of a bomb enthusiast, saturated with the scent of explosives. It seemed normal for the hellhound to sit and alert. However, upon reviewing the footage again, Brock increasingly felt that something was off. Typically, when the hellhound detects explosives, it squats facing the direction of the threat, its gaze locked on the source of danger. Yet in the footage, the hellhound was staring at nothing but a wall. More importantly, the area it was fixated on had a noticeable color difference from the rest of the wall, appearing somewhat damp and not fully dried. Considering these two peculiar points, Brock was nearly certain that something was concealed within that wall. Surprised by this significant development, Brock immediately sought out Jason to share this discovery, watching the footage together. The hellhound was the most exceptional military dog, having never made a mistake throughout its service. Jason's years of combat experience led him to believe that a major secret lay hidden here, prompting him to find Eric, who had just finished showering, to report this latest finding. The news of Team E's annihilation had already stirred considerable public discourse back in the United States. The desire for revenge was not confined to the military. The American populace was equally eager to reclaim their dignity after such humiliation. The government and military were exerting pressure on relevant departments to swiftly bring the culprits to justice in order to quell the rising public outcry. As the substitute teams for the fallen Team E, Teams A and B bore the brunt of this pressure. As the commander, Eric carried all the weight from his superiors. Upon hearing of the significant discovery at Kamal's residence, Eric, already overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, became even more animated than Jason. He immediately communicated with the base command to instruct the night patrol team to return to Kamal's home for a second search of the designated area. The next day, during the routine morning meeting of Team B, the atmosphere was markedly different from the previous day's somber gatherings. Today, it was filled with joy, and smiles adorned every face. Chapter 206, a series of fortunate events before the meeting officially commenced. Eric suggested that they express gratitude towards one of their team members who had brought about this new progress, the hellhound. His opening remarks were unique and instantly elevated the mood in the room. Having spent the previous night in anticipation and with the pile of contraband laid out on the conference table, Team B was well aware of the events that had transpired. "Good job, my friend," Brock exclaimed, affectionately rubbing the hellhound's head, his happiness evident. As the custodian of the hellhounds, Brock felt a profound sense of pride in this moment. It was imperative to reward the canine with a steak. Sonny, seated beside him, also reached out to pet the creature. The others erupted into applause, celebrating the day's hero. Mandy approached the conference table, grasping 2 bundles of bricks, and announced, last night, the night patrol team conducted a thorough search of Kamal's residence, scrutinizing the locations of interest concerning the hellhounds, and discovered these items concealed behind the walls. Wow, Sonny exclaimed, both astonished and curious. What are these worth? Approximately over $10,000, Mandy replied. Is that all? Sonny expressed his disbelief. In this location, that's all they're worth. If transported to the United States, their value would multiply tenfold, reaching 6 or even 7 figures. Time to show off, gentlemen. What are we waiting for? Let us hide them away and enjoy several good years, Sonny chuckled. I pretended not to hear. Eric, the highest-ranking officer present, playfully interjected. 10,000 is a pittance for a drug dealer, yet excessive for an addict. Thus, these items are likely Kamal's commission. He has not been entirely truthful with us, receiving more than mere cash. Jason speculated. So, hiring Kamal to manufacture bombs to eliminate Team E compensated him with these items? Ray turned to Mandy, seeking confirmation. Based on the known evidence, that appears to be the case, Mandy affirmed. Can we trace the source through these items? Jason inquired. We have already located it. These products are relatively crude and easily traceable. Mandy projected the computer information onto the screen, indicating a red-marked area. They originate from a poppy plantation situated 20 kilometers west of Jalalabad. Eric added military insight. Weeks ago, an American task force executed an operation there aimed at dismantling the Taliban's revenue streams, resulting in the incineration of all the fields during the action. Well done. Their source of income has been obliterated. The traffickers must be furious, Clay jested. I have one detail yet to share. Eric's expression shifted to seriousness. The team responsible for the burning was Team E. The atmosphere shifted dramatically upon Eric's revelation. Jason, dawning realization, remarked, Team E led the destruction of that land. Someone must have been enraged, hence the hiring of a bomb expert to craft explosives, subsequently coercing an informant into martyrdom, ultimately eliminating the entire Team E. How can you be so certain? While these items are from the same farm, it could merely be coincidence. Clay expressed skepticism. These items precisely originate from that farm, and Team E coincidentally executed the operation. The evidence is irrefutable. Is that not sufficient? Sonny countered. We all know that Afghan products are rampant. You cannot definitively establish a link solely based on that, as these items could also be his acquisitions intended for resale, Clay acknowledged. Though he fundamentally believed in the retaliation theory, he raised counterarguments as a basis for discussion. Only through the relentless identification of issues and the collective wisdom to resolve them can we restore the ultimate truth. Clay assumes the role of the antagonist. I share similar doubts as the visitors, which prompted me to delve into extensive intelligence, yielding unexpected revelations. Mandy switched the display on the large screen and stated, This is a satellite scan captured 8 days ago, magnified to reveal Kamal's residence. Do you see that truck parked outside? Prior to the incineration operation at the Inzi farm, this vehicle had been stationed there for several months. This truck directly links the bomb maker to the Inzi farm, as well as to Team E. The satellite images presented by Mandy serve as the most compelling evidence, dispelling all of Clay's concerns and conclusively characterizing the incident. It is evident that those associated with the Inzi farm orchestrated this attack. With such potent evidence laid bare, no objections were raised by Team B, Eric decisively announced. We will act tonight, scheduled to depart at 9 p.m. Afterward, Eric turned to Jason, instructing, Jason, please contact Jabril, regardless of his current commitments. Ensure he returns to the base as swiftly as possible to participate in tonight's operation. No problem, I will reach out immediately, Jason replied, promptly retrieving his phone to dial Long Jean's number. As the phone rang, Long Jean, who had been covertly burying money in a meticulously concealed 4-meter-deep hole, was stirred from his exhaustion. With bloodshot eyes, he answered the call, glancing at the caller ID before responding. Boss, what brings you to call me so early? Do you have any news on your end? In response to Jason's probing inquiry, Long Jean delivered his premeditated reply with an appropriately matching tone. I didn't have his contact number, which took some time to locate, but fortunately, I found it. There is indeed a little girl in Jalalabad who runs errands. usually disguised as a boy named Tehran, though I am unaware of her exact residence. While progress was made at the Inzi farm, Longjean also experienced new breakthroughs. Jason, feeling elated, said, "There is a significant operation tonight, and we need your involvement. Can you return to the base before dark? It seems the farm operation is about to commence, perfectly timed." Longjean felt a surge of joy and replied, "I have plans to discuss matters with a friend at noon, but I assure you I will complete my task and return to the base before nightfall." "Okay." Jason decisively ended the call and smiled at the awaiting team, sharing, "Long has made new progress. He has located the little girl mentioned by Kamal. It appears we are not far from uncovering the true mastermind." "That's fantastic." The team members of B felt a wave of optimism. The previous frustrations of encountering obstacles and the stagnation of investigations were finally dissipated in this moment of hope. Chapter 207. Jason's spring has arrived. Typically, expansive farms belong to major drug lords, and both Jason and Mandy are acutely aware that directly raiding these farms will not lead to the capture of the drug kingpins. In fact, even within a radius of 100 or 1,000 kilometers, they remain elusive. However, this is of little consequence. The purpose of Team B's incursion into the farm is solely to gather sufficient intelligence to ascertain the identity of its owner. Once the name of the farm's proprietor is uncovered, the subsequent actions will be straightforward, regardless of how brazen this drug lord may be. As long as he remains on this planet, evading capture by the U.S. military is impossible. As the world's sole superdeveloped nation, it undeniably wields significant authority in this regard. At 5 p.m., Longjean, having slept from the morning until 2 p.m., regained his vigorous state and drove back to the base in a pickup truck. Since Longjean had excavated the treasure cave in the nude, his attire appeared impeccably clean, devoid of any flaws. Upon returning to Team B's camp, he reported to Eric, sharing all gathered intelligence before commencing preparations for the evening operation. Longjean's report was succinct, a conscious choice on his part. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to losses. Providing excessive detailed information could potentially reveal vulnerabilities. Thus, brevity and ambiguity serve as the most effective strategy. Team B consists of seasoned veterans accustomed to the battlefield, so Longjean's solitary venture was hardly remarkable. After dinner, the team returned to the equipment room, preparing their gear while engaging in a myriad of conversations. Soon, it was time to depart. They boarded the same white bus, taking the familiar route to the airport. Unlike previous uneventful journeys, this time, as the bus passed through the gate, a minor collision occurred between an off-road vehicle and a Hummer. A soldier in camouflage emerged to converse with a detained woman. "Should we go take a look?" suggested Lei, seated in the front row on the left. "It seems like just a minor bump. I believe her charm will resolve it swiftly." Jason, sitting at the front on the right, responded verbally to Lei, but his gaze was already fixed through the windshield, captivated by the woman in civilian attire. "Wow, she is quite impressive. Definitely the type I would introduce to my mother," exclaimed Sonny, his loud voice drawing the attention of everyone behind, including Longjean, who turned to look ahead. "Bro, in your dreams, that's where she belongs," Lei retorted mercilessly, inciting a wave of laughter among the others. "Look, she's leaving," Jason remarked, his eyes intently locked on the woman, clearly enchanted by her allure. Indeed, the woman had deftly diffused the minor conflict with her charm, compelling the soldier to relent and return to his vehicle. Simultaneously, the commotion from the bus captured her attention. Raising her head and peering through the window, she noticed Jason sitting in front, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon her, and she smiled while extending a friendly wave. "Wow, my friend, if I am not mistaken. It seems he is casting subtle glances in your direction. Should you not go down and procure his contact information?" Longjean jested. "She is indeed scrutinizing you, my brother. Such a figure, such an aura. It is simply splendid." "Indeed, my friend. What are you waiting for? Make haste." With Longjean's playful remarks, Lei Brock and Sonny joined in the teasing, and even the members of Team A residing behind could not resist chiming in. Jason did not respond to the crowd, nor did he exit the vehicle. However, his eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the woman, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Those who have pursued women understand the significance of such an expression. As Vanessa once told Mandy, all individuals from various units will only take this brief respite. The next moment, their fate is uncertain, and they do not know where they will be dispatched. Rather than perish in some distant place with regrets, I prefer to savor each day. The women at this base are reveling in life, and the men are equally indulging in its pleasures, fulfilling their physiological needs and alleviating the pressures of war. Once each completes their mission and departs from this base, they will part ways as mere strangers, unbothered and commencing anew in their separate lives. This is the essence of life for men and women at a U.S. military base, regardless of marital status. Those who can maintain their integrity are as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. As the casually dressed woman drove away in her SUV, the potential narrative between Jason and her remains to be seen. The group redirected their focus back to the mission. Teams A and B boarded separate Black Hawk helicopters, flying under the cover of night toward the grain farm. The farm, located on the outskirts, stands apart from the urban sprawl, with helicopters arriving and departing daily, necessitating caution to avoid alarming the farmers into fleeing. The helicopter deployed teams A and B 1 kilometer away from the farm, utilizing night vision equipment. Both teams approached stealthily on foot, making their way toward the target. After nearly 20 minutes of careful traversal, teams A and B successfully neared the vicinity of the farm. Observing the farmhouses less than 100 meters away, Jason instructed Team A to circumvent and position themselves on the opposite side to prevent any possible escape from the rear. He, meanwhile, led Team B to continue advancing quietly from the front. Every member of both teams remained on high alert, anxious about the possibility of a significant gathering of Taliban and drug traffickers within the farm, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. Only Long John wore a smile, his body relaxed, seemingly out of sync with the tension around him. Yet, shrouded by the night, no one noticed his incongruity. Their attention fixed on the increasingly proximate farmhouses. Once Team A flanked and prepared their cover, Jason issued the command to proceed. Team B split into two groups, one heading straight for the front door while the other made for the rear, swiftly securing both entrances. 3, 2, 1. At the front door, Jason moved his firearm up and down, each motion marking a countdown. As he reached the final count, bang, Sonny kicked the wooden door open with a forceful blow. Brock, Trent, and Jason entered in rapid succession, coordinating their movements as they stormed into the room. Meanwhile, Ray, Longjean, and Clay executed their own synchronized entry, breaking through the back door with a powerful kick from Longjean. Jason and his companions anticipated encountering adversaries within, mentally preparing for combat. However, upon entering, they were taken aback. Indeed, there was an adult male inside, but he lay lifeless in the corner, already emitting a foul odor of decay. The state of decomposition suggested that he had been dead for at least a day. How could this have happened? Jason removed his night vision goggles and helmet, running his fingers through his hair, filled with frustration and confusion. The house's structure was exceedingly simple, comprising merely 2 rooms. With their simultaneous entry from both the front and back doors, they had effectively cleared all potential hiding spots. This implied that, aside from the corpse, no one else was present in the dwelling. They had hoped this operation would yield 2 live captives, from whom they could extract information about the mastermind behind the farm or other crucial details. Instead, the individual stationed there had already perished, rendering their mission futile. Was it possible that their recent capture of Kamal had alerted the orchestrator of their actions, prompting him to act preemptively to eliminate witnesses? At this juncture, Longjean stepped forward with a serious hypothesis, deliberately stirring the waters further. There is a possibility, Ray, furrowing his brow as he examined the body, remarked. He was killed by a slender, sharp blade, reminiscent of the methods favored by the Taliban and drug traffickers. The throat-cutting technique, especially favored by these 2 groups, is notoriously brutal. In the terrorist attacks encountered by American forces in Afghanistan, the majority of hostages and soldiers killed ultimately succumbed to throat slashing. Damn it. It seems I was a step too slow. Initially skeptical, Jason found himself swayed by Ray's analysis, lending credence to Longjean's conjecture. With no live captives secured, Jason resolved that their efforts should not be in vain. He subsequently issued orders to split Team B for a thorough search, hopeful that the SSE sensitive site exploitation might yield valuable insights. Longjean and Sonny were assigned to scour the periphery of the house for any suspicious clues or information, while Jason led the remaining members of Team B in a meticulous search of every nook and cranny within the dwelling. Sonny, you go ahead and check over there. Longjean, having been there the day before, casually pointed in a seemingly random direction, which fortuitously led to the entrance of a well. Sonny ventured a short distance before spotting the corrugated steel sheets on the ground. Over there, he cautiously approached, lifting a corner to confirm the presence of an entrance beneath, and then signaled to Longjean. Aware that no one was inside, Longjean nonetheless positioned himself to cover the opposite side. With a swift motion, Sunny tore away the steel sheets, revealing the entrance to the well below. Longjean activated the tactical flashlight mounted on his weapon, cautiously illuminating the cavity as he advanced step by step, mindful to avoid exposing himself to potential threats. The performance is nothing short of Oscar-worthy. The tactical maneuvers are executed flawlessly. Below, there appears to be no one. It must be a well, an ancient irrigation system's reservoir. I wonder if anyone is concealed within. After completing the inspection, Longjean remarked, "This marks my 9th deployment to Afghanistan. I believe I am more familiar with this antiquity than you." Sunny, with his characteristic bravado, replied, "Very well, shall you descend? Or shall I?" Longjean shrugged. "You go down, I'll stay up. I cannot possibly drag your hefty frame out of the hole." Sunny jested, implying that should Longjean encounter an attack below, extracting him would be a formidable task given his size. "With your frail frame, I could easily haul you up with one hand," he continued. "Only you would dare to utter such a thing. Had it been anyone else, I would have pressed them into my chest hair to demonstrate true strength." "Enough banter. Let us descend together, allowing me to witness your prowess," Longjean suggested. Engaging in their playful repartee, they made their way down the stairs to the well, following the familiar luminous passageway inside. "Oh my God!" Sunny exclaimed when they reached the end of the tunnel and beheld a mountain of cash, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out of their sockets. Although the money had depreciated, the astonishment Sunny felt at that moment surpassed even Longjean's earlier experience. Such is the allure of wealth. Every day of life, regardless of one's status or identity, the entire world is consumed by the pursuit of it. "Boss, we have made a discovery." Seizing the moment while Sunny was momentarily stunned, Longjean contacted Jason via the walkie-talkie. "What is the situation?" Jason inquired. "You'd best see this for yourself. Such a spectacle is seldom witnessed in a lifetime." Longjean's words sparked Jason's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Where are you located?" "Exit the back door, take a right. And about 10 meters ahead, you will find an open space with the entrance to the well. Descend, and you will find us." "Okay, I'm on my way." Concluding the communication, Jason swiftly followed the indicated route and soon arrived at the well, making his way to the front of the passage. Upon seeing the pile of money, Jason was also taken aback. As if to affirm the reality of what lay before him, he illuminated 2 glow sticks and tossed them into the space. The sight of neatly bundled stacks of U.S. dollars, clearly visible under the glow, evoked an involuntary "holy shit" from Jason, despite his nearly 2 decades of special operations experience. The juxtaposition of such a dilapidated location housing such a vast fortune was indeed breathtaking. With this significant discovery in the well, the other members of Team B quickly gathered, leaving Block outside to stand guard. After a collaborative effort to tally the amounts, the estimated total emerged, approximately 1.6 million U.S. dollars, along with several 100,000 euros in loose change. The sum of Afghanis is quite substantial, totaling over 300 million, which, when converted into U.S. dollars, amounts to approximately 2 million. Ultimately, the conversion ratio sets the total at around $4 million. It appears that the deceased farmer amassed a considerable fortune. I would have to toil for over 30 years without sustenance to match his wealth. Sunny gazed dreamily at the pile of money. To claim he was not moved would be disingenuous, his words laced with a hint of envy. Yet, discipline and law restrained him, compelling him to suppress his inner impulses and regard the wealth before him with a cool demeanor. "I am curious, what purpose could a farmer have for concealing such a vast sum?" Ray, too, felt the allure of the money, but his temperament was steadier, and he managed his desires far better than Sunny, harboring no sinister thoughts. My curiosity piqued. I decided to inquire further. Jason activated the radio to report to the operations center about the events occurring at the farm, seeking any information regarding the money. Eric and Diaz, upon hearing of this discovery, took it very seriously and immediately began searching for relevant data on their computers. As Mandy was not present at the command center at that moment, Diaz needed to personally contact the intelligence department, which would take some time to ascertain whether any pertinent information existed. Team B was required to remain at the farm temporarily, awaiting information about the money and its management. Chapter 209. General Hakan Mandy's absence from the base late at night was a rare occurrence during Team B's operations, due to Paul having arranged a meeting for him. Acting in his capacity as a special envoy from the State Department, he successfully secured an appointment with Salim Hakan. In order to extract information from Salim, Mandy disregarded the late hour and Salim's well-known fondness for beautiful women. Departing the base alone, he arrived at Jalalabad and halted at a secluded alley. Salim's red Mercedes had long been parked in this location. As Mandy exited his vehicle, a bodyguard stationed by the Mercedes approached him. Mandy introduced himself, using a fabricated name for this meeting, Amandabel, as per the appointment. Upon confirming the name, the bodyguard opened the car door, allowing Mandy to enter the rear seat of the luxurious Mercedes. True to its status as a high-end vehicle, even with a burly Afghan man already seated in the back, there remained nearly a meter of space between them. The Afghan man inside was none other than Salim Hakan, the core target of Mandy's investigation. When your embassy arranged this meeting, you should have prepared me for your beauty, Salim remarked, his eyes gleaming upon seeing Mandy. Thank you for the compliment, General Hakan. Mandy replied, undeterred by his flattery. She fully embraced her allure, smiling brightly as she said, I am delighted to have this private conversation with you. Just the two of us. Salim, having navigated the chaos of Afghanistan to attain his current status, possessed undeniable acumen and insight. He understood the implication of Mandy's words and instructed the driver and bodyguard in front of him, leave. The driver, adorned with a thick beard and dressed in a suit, dared not defy even the slightest whim of Salim, promptly opening the door and descending. Salim then remarked, I have always been inclined to assist individuals from the U.S. State Department, yet considering your actions, I find your sincerity lacking. General Hakan, we both understand that I am not under the employ of the State Department. Mandy interjected bluntly. From Salim's choice of a covert location for their meeting, rather than his office, Mandy discerned that he was already aware of her true identity. There was no need to continue this charade. Honesty would be far more effective. Salim, not wishing to prolong the pretense, replied with an air of mastery. I appreciate your candor and am equally willing to assist those from the CIA. I am currently investigating the incident involving our team, who were ensnared and murdered. How unfortunate. Salim feigned sorrow. You must have come with the backup team. Since their arrival, they have undertaken numerous operations, yet regrettably, with minimal success. Mandy could not help but laugh at Salim's hypocrisy. What do you find amusing? Salim inquired, his brow furrowing. I have heard that your informants are quite formidable. That is precisely why I am here today, hoping you might provide me with some intelligence. Mandy suspected Salim to be the true mastermind behind the chaos, feigning ignorance in her request for information. This was the depth of Mandy's cunning. To inquire of a murderer who the true culprit is, the murderer would never willingly confess. Instead, they would seek to conceal their identity, ultimately revealing their guilt. Was it not Talik who brought them in? You might want to start with him, suggested Salim. I've heard you know him well, Mandy baited. We have only crossed paths a few times, although we are among the few affluent individuals in this region. Our social circles differ significantly. Salim adeptly sidestepped her trap, distancing himself from Talik. Does he have a motive to harm American soldiers? Mandy pressed further. That question has troubled me for quite some time. The only lead I have is that he was coerced. Men like him, twisted and enslaved, can easily become targets for extortion. Salim inadvertently stepped onto a minefield, and Mandy seized the opportunity to inquire. Do you know who extorted him? According to the testimony provided by Achim, Salim was indeed the one threatening and extorting Talik. By posing this question in Salim's presence, Mandy could glean substantial information from his facial reactions. Regrettably, as you know, many oppose our liberation uprising. Numerous gangs reside here, unhesitating to eliminate Americans. Salim, a cunning and seasoned individual, responded with a seamless facade, his expressions perfectly calibrated. Even Mandy, the most skilled intelligence expert, could not extract the expected reaction indicative of a guilty party from Salim's demeanor. Thank you for your assistance. Through this brief exchange, Mandy was thoroughly convinced that eliciting information from Salim was futile, and further dialogue would only squander her time. She opened the car door, preparing to depart. The tragedy that befell your squad should never have occurred. I sincerely hope you can identify the culprit and bring them to justice. Listening to Salim's insincere words made Mandy feel nauseated. With a resounding slam, she closed the car door and strode away. Mandy now fully understood that capturing the cunning old fox, Salim, would not be an easy task. She would have to devise alternative strategies. The clue lay at the grain farm. Diaz had failed to uncover any information regarding the money. prompting Jason and the B team to engage in an internal discussion about how to handle it. We could retrieve the money and trace its origin through the serial numbers. Perhaps we might locate its rightful owner, Clay suggested. Child, you are overly naive, Sonny retorted mercilessly. Drug dealers are adept at money laundering. By the time this money arrived here, it would have already passed through countless procedures, leaving no trace. I propose we leave the money here and observe who comes to collect it. Perhaps we can reconnect the severed threads by following the person who retrieves the funds. Longjean proposed. That sounds more plausible. Lei raised an eyebrow in agreement. Chapter 210. I come to inspect just as the B team was deeply engrossed in discussion. Diaz at the operations center detected new developments via drone surveillance on the dirt road leading to the farm. B1, this is the operations center. A vehicle is approaching from the south. Upon hearing Diaz's communication, Jason inquired, what type of vehicle? How far away? It appears to be a motorcycle. Expected to arrive in approximately 3 minutes. The drone's thermal imaging night vision revealed a shape resembling a person and an elongated object moving rapidly forward. Only one. Jason was astonished. Indeed, Diaz confirmed. One vehicle cannot transport all the money. Could it be that this individual is not here to collect the funds? Jason pondered, lowering his head in contemplation. The farmers stationed here must have been killed. Under normal circumstances, they would have taken the money with them. Could it be that the assailants were unaware of the money's presence? Or perhaps they deliberately left it here? Have they already taken some, leaving behind what remains? The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted, and Jason struggled to make sense of it all. All these possibilities are valid. The exact reason may be revealed if we capture the person approaching, Lei stated decisively. It seems we have no choice but to proceed in that manner. Unable to untangle the situation, Jason decided to focus on the task at hand, issuing orders. B2, B4, you go ahead and conceal yourselves nearby to control the area, preventing any escape. The rest of you stay with me. Once he had organized everyone's assignments, Jason reported, Operations Center, this is B1. We have decided to conceal ourselves and apprehend the approaching individual. Permission granted. You have 2 minutes remaining, Eric replied, with the temporary operation approved by command. The B team swiftly split into 2 groups, laying in wait for the fish to swim into their net. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The sound of the motorcycle engine grew louder as it approached, eventually halting beside the well. Lei, stationed above, refrained from taking action. To catch a thief, one must capture the scene. The short-haired, slender boy disembarked from the vehicle and approached the well with remarkable agility, effortlessly lifting the corrugated iron sheet before descending the staircase. Unbeknownst to him, he was being monitored. He traversed the corridor directly to the money laid out before him, just as he grasped a stack of cash. Intending to stow it away in his bag, Longjean, Jason, and others, concealed in an adjacent passage, illuminated their tactical flashlights and surged forth. Instantly engulfed in light and laser dots, the boy was startled, his body trembling in fear. He swiftly raised both hands in surrender, a gesture so practiced it seemed rehearsed. Then, in fluent English, he proclaimed, Don't shoot. I pose no threat to you. My name is Talon, and I am merely a farmer from the vicinity. The name Talon struck a chord with Jason, who turned in astonishment to Longjean. Was this not the name of the little girl who had been delivering money? As discovered by Longjean during his inquiries yesterday, how had it transformed into that of a boy? Could it be a case of shared names? Jason was not the only one bewildered. Sonny and Clay were equally perplexed, uncertain of the unfolding situation. I'll check, Longjean declared, noticing the group's momentary confusion. He briskly approached the boy, seizing him and swiftly engaging in a physical identification. Although still immature, the softness yet firmness of the boy's physique was unmistakable to Longjean. Initially startled but relatively composed, the boy was utterly shaken by Longjean's forceful grip, torn between the urge to scream and the fear that silenced him. His complexion pale as paper. The directness of Longjean's actions left Jason and the others speechless. Fortunately, Vanessa was not present, otherwise, her incessant lecturing would have been a nuisance. Disguised as a boy, this little girl was indeed Talon. Longjean, disinterested in such a frail figure, concluded the identification and promptly retrieved plastic bindings from his waist, securing the girl's hands behind her back. The name matched, the gender confirmed. Jason and the others chuckled, experiencing a delightful surprise akin to finding a long-sought treasure with little effort. The leads previously lost regarding the individuals guarding the farm had unexpectedly connected with the capture of the girl delivering money to Kamal, reinstating the broken trail. In the operations center, Jason reported, "This is B1. We have apprehended the individual. She is Talon, and we require immediate on-site interrogation." With a hint of excitement, he communicated with command. Operations center acknowledges, "You may commence." With Eric's approval, Jason approached the visibly frightened Talon and inquired, "How old are you?" Genuinely alarmed, Talon cast a glance at the towering figure of Long Jean, not daring to conceal anything. He replied candidly, 15. Thus, the boy proved adept at feigning innocence. Long Jean, well acquainted with Talon, recognized that despite her youthful appearance, her mind was astutely meticulous. In the realm of acting, one could certainly deem her a prodigy. Aside from the trepidation induced by the binding of her chest, all other expressions are merely fabricated. It can be asserted that she possesses an innate talent for espionage. Jason, having discerned Turan's true identity, feigned ignorance and continued his inquiry. "Where do you reside?" "Just at the neighboring farm, not far from here," she replied. "Your command of English is quite impressive, and you seem remarkably familiar with our identities. I aspire to transform my family's life. Thus I have diligently watched numerous American dramas, practicing my English through the dialogues on television. As the U.S. military surged into Afghanistan, some Afghans chose to resist, while others opted for resignation. Turan evidently belonged to the latter group. Her pursuit of English, unlike that of many other Afghans, afforded her greater opportunities to work for Americans, thus providing her family with a higher income to improve their circumstances. The rationale she presented was impeccably constructed, replete with logic and coherence, rendering it utterly credible. Chapter 211. A beautiful prodigy, you mentioned working at a nearby farm? Jason inquired. Indeed, sir, my mother, siblings, and I labor at the local farm. As it is necessary for our survival, Turan replied, her emotions stabilizing slightly. Since you work on a farm, you must be quite busy. How do you find the time to watch American dramas and learn English? Jason questioned skeptically. I sleep very little, Turan answered swiftly, almost reflexively. Then how did you come to be here, attempting to take money from that pile? Jason gestured towards the stack of money beside him. I heard rumors about this money in town, and I thought, with so much left unguarded, taking a small amount wouldn't be noticed. At this point, Turan's expression shifted to one of helplessness as she continued in a pitiful tone. Sir, my family is in dire straits. If I could just take a little, it would sustain us for a long time. I truly am not a thief. Her words, delivered with unflinching composure, were convincing enough to almost deceive Jason. Had he not been forewarned by Long Jean's intelligence regarding Turan's connection to the money intended for Kamal, he might have been swayed by her performance. Thus far in their dialogue, Jason, Sonny, and Clay had gleaned a genuine insight. Turan had indeed watched an abundance of American dramas and had evidently exerted considerable effort in her studies, which accounted for her exceptional skill in fabricating tales with such finesse. It is a rare feat for a 15-year-old girl, especially one bound by several burly men, to maintain such composure while lying. It is remarkable if she managed to avoid being paralyzed by fear. To be candid, witnessing this young girl, who had received no formal training, exhibit such a calm demeanor and flawless acting prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. Long Jean had truly recognized her talent and was intrigued by the prospect of nurturing it. A natural actor is a rare gem. Not only is her aptitude for acting exceptional, but it could also yield extraordinary results in intelligence and intermediary roles. Unfortunately, although Long Jean had secured the money, extricating himself from the military would not prove to be an easy endeavor. The U.S. military, having invested heavily in cultivating such talent, would certainly not relinquish it without considerable reluctance. Long Jean must await a suitable opportunity to extricate himself from the clutches of the American military apparatus. Only by achieving the status of a free man can he assemble a team, recruiting prodigies like Turan to become the pillars of the Long family enterprise. Her aspirations seem to lie in the direction of America, and should a chance arise, he is inclined to assist her, extending a personal favor that may yield future benefits. Long Jean is determined not to overlook the youthful genius, and has resolved to observe her ongoing intellectual duel with Jason. This scrutiny has unveiled new insights. Although Turan's physique reflects some nutritional deficiencies and her skin is less than ideal, her features are striking, with large, expressive eyes that embody the essence of a Middle Eastern beauty. With improved living conditions, she could undoubtedly blossom into something extraordinary. As Jason engages in a strategic interplay with the young girl, Long Jean develops an appreciation for her talent. Sunny and Clay, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, approached the corner of the corridor. From the outset, she has been speaking nonsense. Continuing the interrogation seems futile. I propose we install a tracking device on her motorcycle. Let her go, and follow her to apprehend her associates, Clay suggests. This approach indeed holds merit. Casting a wide net may lead to capturing a significant prize. However, Sunny expresses concern, furrowing his brow as he remarks, "You must have noticed that this girl is exceedingly clever, almost inherently cunning. If she manages to elude us and divulges our situation to others, it would surely deter anyone from attempting to access this money again, leaving us trapped in yet another dead end. Indeed, therein lies the risk. Should we take this gamble?" Clay inquires. "I am willing. Let us seek out Jason." Sunny concludes his conversation with Clay and approaches Jason, stating, "Boss, there's no need to persist further. Shall we step outside for a discussion?" "Okay." Jason initially believed the girl to be easily manipulated, but soon realized his miscalculation. She is remarkably astute. "Long, you remain here to keep an eye on her." Jason assigns Long Jean to monitor Tehran while he, along with Clay and Sunny, exits. Tehran, witnessing the abrupt departure of several individuals, is left with only the imposing figure who had previously threatened her. Fear floods her large, watery eyes, prompting her to retreat several steps until she finds herself huddled in the corner. A picture of vulnerability as she fears Long Jean may take advantage of their isolation to commit further transgressions against her, a prospect she feels powerless to resist. "You need not regard me as though I were a demon. In 5 years, I might contemplate how to seduce you, but for now, I have no interest in a mere sprout," Long Jean remarks dismissively, scanning Tehran with an air of disdain. "I can assist you in your desire to reach America, but only if you cooperate and disclose the identity of your employer, instead of persisting in your fabrications." Upon hearing Long Jean's words, Tehran, who was initially merely frightened of potential violation, is now enveloped in disbelief and terror. Her dream of going to America, which she had never vocalized, is inexplicably articulated by Long Jean upon their very first encounter. The peculiar sensation of being seen through is unsettling. It would send shivers down the spine of even the most astute individuals, such as Tehran, whose mental acuity has yet to reach full maturity. Dragon Jean sensed Tehran's trepidation and smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. His objective had been accomplished. He had instilled in Tehran a fearsome impression of omniscience and control, intending to employ subtle tactics once she was brought back to the base. Dragon Jean was confident that even if he could not dominate Tehran, he could leave an indelible mark on her. With this profound impression established, the likelihood of recruiting her as a subordinate would be significantly enhanced after they parted ways with the military. Chapter 212. The final clue. Jason returned to the surface with Clay and Sunny, where Lay and Brock, among others, quickly gathered around. "This child speaks English remarkably well. Achieving such a level through self-study is no small feat, yet I do not trust a word," Jason remarked with a smile. "She indeed possesses a flair for acting, though her attention to detail falters. A person who labors daily on a farm cannot have hands that pristine," Sunny interjected. "So what now?" Trent inquired. "Let us restrain her. Remain here and observe who else may appear," Lay suggested. During Jason's interrogation of Tehran, he kept the squad's radio open, allowing Lay to listen in. His proposal was relatively conservative. "That's a good idea. I concur," Trent nodded in agreement. "What do the rest of you think?" Jason directed his gaze toward the others. "Hey, it's time for you to shine. The son of the great author Spencer." Sunny nudged Clay with his elbow, recycling an old jest. This was not meant as a malicious jab, but rather a light-hearted quip. "My accomplishments surpass those of my father, do they not?" Clay hinted that it was time for Sunny to retire the old joke, before steering the conversation back on track. "Since we are unable to extract any information, taking her back for further questioning would be a waste of time. I propose we implant a tracking device, let her go, and monitor her movements with a drone to see where she goes. I believe this risk is worth taking. I accept the suggestion from Mr. Clay Spencer, a first-level combatant," Sunny added, deliberately embellishing Clay's title to amuse him further. "Remaining here is too passive. Taking the initiative may yield better results." "I support this proposal," Brock also weighed in. "Very well, let us proceed. Clay, you install the tracker on the motorcycle." Jason, who also favored a proactive approach, agreed to the majority's decision. He then called over the radio. "Operations Center, this is B1. Please respond." "Operations Center here. Go ahead," Eric replied swiftly, evidently having been waiting at the radio. The on-site interrogation has concluded without yielding useful intelligence. We have decided to release her, implant a tracker, and follow her to ascertain her destination. We request your authorization. Jason stated. Understood. Road tracking requires a vehicle. Do you have one on your side? Eric inquired. Team B arrived via helicopter, and to pursue Tehran on the ground. They required suitable transportation. They planned to borrow a vehicle, fortuitously finding a truck parked at the farm. During the SSE procedure, Jason had already noticed a pickup truck parked behind the house, which had been tested and found operational. Very well, proceed as you see fit. The control center will provide tracking support. Just as Eric approved the plan, a new red dot appeared on the GPS screen from Diaz's end, indicating that Clay had successfully installed and activated the tracker. Jason received approval from the operations center and returned to the well, where he confronted Tehran, stating, "Your investigation is over. You may leave. You're really not going to imprison me?" Tehran, somewhat taken aback, inquired. "We would never subject a child to such cruelty," Jason replied. "However, remember to forget everything that has transpired here. You have never seen us, understood?" Jason, displaying remarkable acting skills, reassured Tehran in a concerned tone to quell her doubts. "Thank you, sir," Tehran responded. Though she was astute, she ultimately chose to trust Jason, unaware that her release was a ruse. Continuously expressing her gratitude, she retreated, then shifted to a brisk jog. Emerging from the well, she mounted her motorcycle and sped away. The motorcycle was equipped with a tracker, and Team B was not in a rush to pursue. Jason ensured Team A handled the finances before joining Team B in the vehicle to chase after her. Fortunately, it was a pickup truck. Otherwise, the 7 members of Team B would have been quite cramped. She headed east, towards Jalalabad. For 100 meters ahead lay the outer ring road, which they needed to cross to continue inward. All right, she turned right, 100 meters ahead. Diaz relayed from the operations center, utilizing GPS signals and the drone's night vision to provide continuous route updates to Team B. The pickup truck pursued her into the city of Jalalabad, ultimately navigating the winding urban streets. The motorcycle traversed narrow paths, causing the pickup truck to struggle to gain speed, prompting Sunny to comment, "My grandfather's wheelchair moves faster than this." Despite the slow pace, it continued forward, preferable to dead-ending in a cul-de-sac. Jason's words appeared to reference the road ahead, yet they subtly hinted at the current investigative progress. All hope rested upon this young girl. Tehran possessed keen counter-surveillance instincts, weaving through the city streets. Without the drone and GPS tracking, it would have been nearly impossible to follow a motorcycle in the darkness of night. Tehran skillfully evaded her pursuers. After approximately 10 minutes of circling the urban area, Diaz finally relayed the message that their target had concluded her escapade. The target had parked her motorcycle in a narrow alley and entered the building located to the north of the alley. They would need to proceed for another 200 meters and turn right to locate her. The information provided by Diaz was exceedingly clear. The B team's pickup swiftly arrived at the designated location. "Stay vigilant, gentlemen," Jason cautioned as they entered an entirely unfamiliar territory. Even though they had confirmed that Tehran was unarmed, Long Jean and the others did not dare to let their guard down. Upon disembarking, they quickly formed a close-quarters battle formation and proceeded towards the buildings at the northern end of the alley. At this juncture, the clock had already struck past 5 in the morning, and various sounds emanated from within the houses, indicating that the occupants were awake and preparing for their morning prayers. "Let us maintain utmost silence," Jason reiterated as they approached the entrance of the house. He then nodded to Sunny, signaling him to prepare for breaching the door. Perhaps Tehran had not anticipated anyone following her. As the prayer time approached, she would need to venture outside. Sunny examined the door and discovered it was unlocked. Exercising caution, he gently opened it, and Lay rushed inside first. They arrived in the living room, where a boy of no more than 10 sat at a wooden table, seemingly awaiting breakfast. Upon seeing a group of unfamiliar faces invade his home, the boy hastily fled towards a room adorned with a fabric curtain on the right. Just as he reached the threshold, the curtain was drawn aside from within. Chapter 213. The key figure, Tehran, now donned in a gray long dress, her chest noticeably rounded, emerged from behind the curtain, having not yet covered her face with a veil. The boy immediately clung to Tehran's leg, nervously watching the intruding Long Jean and his companions. The local customs dictate that women marry at the age of 16, which seems justified in this context. Tehran, now dressed as a girl, caught Sunny's attention significantly. "Is she the type you wish to take home to meet your mother?" Lay jested, lowering his weapon and retrieving some binding straps, striding purposefully towards the silent Tehran. The B-team had successfully tracked Tehran to her home, and being a clever young girl, she instinctively understood her predicament and made the wisest choice. Resisting or attempting to flee would only exacerbate her situation. She obediently allowed Lei to bind her hands behind her back. The little girl, now clad in feminine attire, possessed an unexpected allure. With proper skincare and makeup, she would surely enhance her appeal. Long Jean discreetly assessed Tehran before turning to search the adjacent room. Clay and the others likewise commenced the SSE procedure without needing Jason's command, diligently searching for any useful intelligence. Over an hour later, the B-team returned to the Fendi frontline operational base with Tehran, her brother, and a wealth of material evidence procured from their home. They handed over the individuals and the evidence to Mandy before dispersing to prepare for showers and rest. Another day of covert operations lay ahead. Long Jean was acutely aware of what was to come. Today, there would be no time for respite, as new mission orders would soon follow. Thus, he chose not to return to the dormitory, but to remain and assist Mandy in interrogating Tehran. As Mandy commenced the interrogation, she presented a pile of documents, unequivocally informing Tehran that her true identity was known and labeling her a suspect in terrorism. First, she aimed to dominate the atmosphere to intimidate Tehran, and then she began to appeal to her emotions. If you were imprisoned as a terrorist, with your only younger brother being so small and utterly incapable of living independently, how would he survive? Tehran's brother was her sole vulnerability, and Mandy's words struck a nerve. Tehran voluntarily revealed that after becoming an orphan 4 years ago, she had no choice but to disguise herself as a man to support herself and her brother, running errands for Assad to deliver money and messages. She admitted to having indeed sent money and letters to Kamal, although she was unaware of the contents of those letters. Furthermore, she acknowledged that the several tens of thousands of dollars in her home were secretly taken during her trips to the well to withdraw money for Assad. When Mandy questioned her about the risks she took, noting that the extra money held little significance for her, Tehran replied, tinged with resignation and sorrow. Women have no room for independent survival in Afghanistan. I must gather enough money to take my brother to America. I can find work that does not involve being a killer, even if it means washing dishes. I will work hard to ensure my brother can study in America. Tehran's sincerity was palpable, and Mandy could discern that she was no longer lying. At the same time, she noticed Tehran's restlessness, as if she were on the verge of expressing something but hesitated. Long Jean also perceived this. To achieve his previously set objective, Long Jean guided the conversation, saying, "You can trust us completely. If you can provide valuable information, we might be able to assist you in realizing your dreams. Can you really send my brother and me to America?" Tehran's eyes, larger than most, sparkled with hope. "Mandy, do you think this is an issue?" Long Jean was aware that he could not fulfill this promise. Yet Mandy, a senior intelligence officer from the CIA, could. He then steered the conversation towards her. "If you contribute sufficiently to the U.S. government, we can indeed help you achieve your aspirations. The CIA has no less than 10 methods to assist someone in reaching America." Upon receiving Mandy's affirmative response, Tehran expressed her profound gratitude with a smile towards Long Jean, and then revealed a significant piece of intelligence. "As per our prior agreement, I am to deliver the money obtained from the well to Assad today and receive new letters from him in return." Upon hearing this, Mandy instantly perked up. Assad was not a mysterious figure. He had been interrogated here 2 or 3 times for leaking information to the Taliban. However, each time, the evidence had been insufficient, and he was ultimately released. Now, if Tehran could cooperate and successfully retrieve the letters from Assad, those letters would serve as irrefutable proof. At that point, Mandy would possess enough evidence to bring Assad back for questioning. Assad was currently the one most likely to know the masterminds behind the recent bombing incident involving Team E. Capturing him would bring them closer to the truth. What time was agreed upon? Mandy eagerly inquired. "The agreement was set for 8 a.m., Tehran replied. Mandy glanced at the time. It was already 6:50, leaving just a little over an hour until the rendezvous. The urgency was palpable. "Tehran, if you could cooperate with our plan and meet with ISAD to extract the intelligence, once the mission is accomplished, you and your brother could go to America. What do you say? Are you interested in collaborating?" Tehran had always dreamed of going to America, not only for her own sake, but also for her brother. Without hesitation, she replied, "Yes, I will find a way to bring back the documents to you. I hope you will fulfill your promise. You can trust me completely." This big fellow beside me is my witness. Mandy playfully nudged Long Jean with her elbow. She rose and approached Tehran, grasping her hand as they made their way toward the door. There is no time to waste. I need to prepare you. Long, please inform Jason that we will meet in the conference room. All right, I'll notify him right away. Long Jean also got up and hurried towards Team B's barracks. Soon, new orders were dispatched. Chapter 214. Major intelligence. The new orders arrived so unexpectedly that Team B and Team A, who had just removed their gear and were about to return to their quarters, found themselves both frustrated and elated as they had to return to the armory to don their equipment once again. The frustration stemmed from the fact that had the orders arrived a few minutes earlier, they could have saved considerable time and enjoyed at least half an hour of rest. After a grueling night of travel spanning 7 or 8 hours, from the farm all the way to the city of Jalalabad, they had then driven back to the base, remaining on high alert and fully focused throughout the journey. It was utterly exhausting. The elation, however, came from the swift progress being made. For those eager to avenge Team E, nothing could be more delightful. The sooner they resolved the situation with Team E, the sooner Team B could look forward to their upcoming deployment. At 7:15, Tehran, now donned in the guise of a young boy and carrying a sum of cash prepared by Mandy, set off with Team B toward the city of Jalalabad. They sped along the cement road, entering the city shortly after 7:30. The vehicle made a brief stop, and the team split into two groups. Tehran proceeded to Isad's residence for the meeting, while Team B, riding in the Scooby-Doo van, parked across the street at the spice market, awaiting her return. As soon as Tehran emerged from Isad's residence, Team B would swiftly escort her back to the base. Eric, Mandy, Diaz, and others coordinated the operation from the command center. At 7:55, Tehran, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, appeared outside the residence. Before entering, she glanced in the direction of Team B, seemingly memorizing the van's location in case of an emergency. As Tehran pushed the door open and stepped inside, the atmosphere grew tense and anxious. Jason was uncertain whether Tehran, with her cunning nature, was genuinely willing to cooperate with the U.S. military, fearing that she might completely lose control once inside. Diaz and Eric at the command center shared similar concerns as Jason. Only Mandy trusted her observations and judgments. Her primary concern was whether Talon could maintain composure after all that had transpired the previous night, successfully completing the entire exchange process as she had done during her previous meeting with Isad. A sudden loss of composure, even a couple of mismatched phrases, could reveal their intentions to Isad, resulting in the complete failure of their plan. Where's your motorcycle? How did you arrive here on foot? Not long after Talon entered the room, a male voice was transmitted from the listening device concealed in her shoe. The personnel at the operations center, along with Team B, suddenly realized there had been oversights in their preparations, and their worries intensified. If Talon could not provide a convincing explanation, Isad would likely become suspicious. This would be quite problematic. Fortunately, Talon was a natural performer. She handled Jason's inquiries with ease and managed to address Isad's suspicions impeccably. Through the intercom, Longjean heard Talon calmly explain that her motorcycle had broken down, which accounted for her arriving on foot. Well done, clever girl. Jason commended Talon's quick thinking. Has there been any change at the farm? I haven't been able to contact Naveed for 2 days. Isad posed another question, his tone laced with irritation and anxiety. Longjean speculated that Naveed was the farm manager he had eliminated, making this inquiry exceedingly delicate, and he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Talon. I don't know. As usual, I haven't entered the house. I heard that Americans are investigating the farm. Perhaps he's frightened and is hiding. Talon responded flawlessly, her words devoid of any inconsistencies. If you lie to me, I will kill you. Longjean heard the man's threats, followed by the sound of a slap and Talon's pained gasp. Although it seemed Talon had been struck, the words transmitted from the listening device relieved Longjean and the others in Team B. Isad's statement indicated that he had begun to trust Talon's account. Just when Mandy and the members of Team B believed Isad would hand over the relevant documents to Talon and allow her to leave his residence, an unexpected development occurred. It's me, brother. You need to come pick up your money immediately, before the Americans find you. Of course, I'll be with you. As we agreed. After you take your share, help me move the rest. All right, it's settled then. We'll meet at the farm. This segment of conversation clearly indicated that Isad was on the phone, arranging a meeting at the farm. Team B, puzzled about the identity of the money's owner, was taken by surprise when Isad's call brought the individual forward. This was a monumental piece of intelligence. After hearing the phone conversation, Jason couldn't suppress his laughter. The surprise was utterly unexpected. He immediately radioed, "Operations Center, this is B1. ISAD has arranged a meeting with someone at the farm. It sounds like the person we are searching for. I request a temporary alteration of the plan. There is no danger in Tehran. Let the members of Team A handle the extraction. I must precede the arrival of ISAD at the farm, accompanied by Team B, to prepare for a comprehensive operation. This is a quintessential unexpected event, occurring amidst the course of our mission. In terms of mission value, the individuals ISAD has summoned far exceed the worth of any correspondence Tehran could provide." After meticulously analyzing the situation, Jason resolutely opted to amend the mission parameters. Though abrupt, his decision was entirely justifiable. "Proceed and authorize the execution of the new task." Eric, equally decisive, approved Jason's proposal. The van, initially stationed at the spice market, no longer awaited Tehran's exit from ISAD's residence. It turned and sped towards the farm, located 20 kilometers away. Following thorough searches by teams A and B, the farm yielded no valuable assets. Not even a body remained. Upon the arrival of the 7 members of Team B at the farm, they displayed no attachment to the house or its surroundings, immediately heading towards the well. 6 disembarked to set up an ambush around the well, while Long Jean was tasked with concealing the vehicle. "Lei, you guard the outside. You two come with me." Jason approached the well, lifting the colored steel sheet, directing Lei to take the 2 individuals inside for cover, while Sunny and Tron accompanied him down. They aimed to execute a coordinated assault on the impending arrivals. The remaining Long Jean assumed a free role, hiding the vehicle in the nearby woods and scouting for a suitable vantage point to establish his weapon. Once combat erupted at the farm, Long Jean would provide long-range fire support and situational awareness. Chapter 215. The Master of Subtle Manipulation. ISAD and his associates were evidently anxious, fearing that the concealed money at the farm might be compromised. Just as Long Jean concealed the van and established a firing line on a small hill 50 meters away, Lei had just completed covering the steel sheet again. A notification emerged from the operations center. "Team B, 2 vehicles are approaching from the south at high speed, less than 2 kilometers away." Upon hearing Diaz's communication, Jason, already situated in the scene, called out, "B6, inform me when the vehicles enter the farm." B6 acknowledged. Long Jean was the only member stationed outside the farm, providing essential oversight for the team. The 2-kilometer distance would require some time to traverse, and Team B was fully positioned, awaiting the enemy's arrival to initiate their operation. In the operations center, Diaz expressed concern. If they stayed outside, it would be much simpler. Let the villains enter the well to retrieve the money, then toss in a few grenades to finish the job. Mandy swiftly elucidated. The owners of that money financed the attacks on Team E. If we eliminate them, no one will disclose the identity of the perpetrator. Diaz, lacking operational expertise, was primarily focused on the safety of the team members rather than the mission's ancillary value. Conversely, Mandy, as a senior intelligence officer, was most concerned with the intrinsic value of the operation itself. It is not a matter of right or wrong, but rather differing perspectives. Inside the operations center, Mandy and Diaz engaged in casual conversation while Assad's convoy sped along the road, swiftly entering Long Jean's line of sight. B1 observed 2 enemy vehicles, a double-cab pickup truck, with 4 individuals seated in the rear of each, estimating around 10 individuals in total, expected to arrive at the farm within 20 seconds. Long Jean meticulously reported his observations to Jason. Upon receiving the information, Jason promptly cautioned, "Gentlemen, remain focused. We need Assad alive. A corpse holds no value for us." Acknowledged. The members of Team B responded via radio. Although Long Jean echoed the acknowledgement, his true intentions lay in stark contrast. He aimed to ensure that Assad and his associates would perish here. Assad and his companions, poised to claim this fortune, certainly knew the precise amount involved. Should Assad and his men be captured alive, the ensuing interrogation would undoubtedly reveal the sum hidden in the well, leading the CIA to discover a significant shortfall. The discrepancy of nearly $10 million would prompt the CIA to launch a dedicated investigation, putting Long Jean at a severe disadvantage. The reason Long Jean did not seize the entirety of the funds, but rather a substantial portion, was to lure Assad, who would come for the money, out from his hiding place. He intended to leverage his position as a team member to eliminate Assad in the process. Once that step was accomplished, He would devise a way to eliminate the mastermind behind it all, the true owner of the money, and everything would fall into place, leaving no trace of the missing funds. Long John's plan was progressing smoothly, aligning perfectly with his expectations. As for Assad and his associates, Long John had no intention of allowing them to leave alive. B1 reported that the enemy had arrived at the farm and parked. He spotted Assad along with 10 armed militants, all wielding dangerous automatic weapons, approaching the entrance of the well. Seizing the opportunity to relay the information, Long John deliberately infused a hint of personal insight into his message. The greater the danger posed by the enemy, the more resolute the team would be when engaging in gunfire. B1 acknowledged. Upon hearing of 10 individuals armed with automatic weapons, Jason's demeanor grew notably more serious, as did those of the other members of Team B, who aimed their weapons squarely at the wooden staircase leading to the well. Soon, the cacophony of Pashto dialogue approached, ultimately halting above the well. The colored steel roofing was cast aside, allowing sunlight to penetrate the dark channel. As armed militants began descending the stairs one by one, concealed within a side channel, Jason, Sonny, and Trent remained motionless, permitting the adversaries to descend. They intended to ambush them once they had entered deeper into the area. Unbeknownst to Assad and his armed associates, an ambush awaited them as they proceeded along the main passage. Upon reaching the location where the money was originally stored, they were met with nothing but desolate wooden planks. The leader of the armed men accompanying Assad erupted in anger, believing Assad had deceived him, and seized his collar, demanding, "Where is the money? Where's my money?" Other armed individuals, clad in large cloth bags, similarly cast their unwavering gazes toward Assad. At that moment, a sudden explosion reverberated, illuminating the dark corridor as bright as day. "Don't move, everyone drop your weapons." Jason and his companions burst forth from the passage, their firearms meticulously aimed at the group before them. The unexpected turn of events left the armed men startled, their minds momentarily blank, rendering them unable to think clearly. All stood tense, weapons raised, uncertain of how to proceed. They could neither see nor dare to fire, fearing they might inadvertently harm their own. The leader of the armed men, sheltered behind his comrades, narrowly avoided the blinding light of the flashbang. As a ruthless character, he would not yield easily, utilizing the cover of his subordinates. He raised his gun and fired toward the source of the intense illumination. The crack of his handgun shattered the tense stalemate. Jason was taken aback by the armed men's audacity. In a bid for self-preservation, he had no choice but to pull the trigger, unleashing a barrage that felled several armed men in close proximity. Those struck by the flashbang were disoriented and, hearing the gunfire, began to fire wildly in panic. The gunfire echoed throughout the well. Outside, Lay, Clay, and Brock, upon hearing the shots, coordinated their actions, eliminating the armed men stationed outside. Within the well, the convoluted passage, coupled with Sonny being struck by a bullet, meant that Jason did not immediately annihilate everyone. Instead, he allowed the armed leader and Assad to flee into a nearby tunnel. He and Trent opted not to pursue, choosing instead to assess Sonny's injuries. Chapter 216. Resolving the initial threat, the armed leader, with Assad in tow, fled in disarray, successfully emerging from the well to the surface. They actually made it out? Long John could hear the gunfire echoing from within the well, believing that all inside would perish. Yet unexpectedly, some had survived. This revelation left Long John somewhat perturbed. Meanwhile, Jason's voice crackled through Long John's earpiece. Sonny has been shot in the shoulder and requires attention. Assad has escaped amidst the chaos. You must ensure he is captured alive. Jason had previously emphasized the necessity of capturing him alive and reiterated this point. Although Assad and the armed leader had managed to escape, they posed no immediate threat to Team B. Opening fire at this juncture would contravene operational protocols. For an exceptional special forces operative like Long John, such a fundamental error would never be made. Committing such a blunder would inevitably signal underlying issues. With the extensive capabilities of American intelligence agencies, any misstep could attract their unwarranted scrutiny, potentially jeopardizing forthcoming plans. However, refraining from shooting and allowing the two to exit might lead Lay and his team to refrain from firing as well. The ultimate resolution could very well involve permitting the armed leader and Assad to depart by vehicle, with the operation center's drones meticulously monitoring their movements. Once they traced the armed leader back to his lair, a midnight raid could be executed. In this manner, the likelihood of capturing them alive would significantly increase. while mitigating the risks associated with a forced apprehension. Conversely, this scenario would prove quite disadvantageous for Long John, as Long John hesitated. Contemplating whether to pull the trigger and risking subsequent interrogation, fortune smiled upon him. The opportunity to strike presented itself unexpectedly. As the armed leader approached the pickup truck, he discovered that his underlings guarding the vehicle had been eliminated, inciting an uncontrollable fury within him. Enraged, he pressed the barrel of his handgun against Isad's forehead, demanding, "Isad, how dare you betray me?" Isad, a crucial figure to preserve, found himself at the mercy of the armed faction. Nearby, Lei, Kai, and Brock felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively aiming their weapons at the armed leader. Long John shared their trepidation, but instead of merely aiming, he sprang into action. With a single shot from the 48 Malawian Quaches, a 7.62mm bullet traversed over 50 meters, striking the armed leader's arm and causing his firearm to clatter to the ground. Isad, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, knew he did not wish to perish in that moment. He understood that the armed leader would indeed pull the trigger, and in a desperate attempt for self-preservation, he crouched down to retrieve the fallen handgun. Unbeknownst to him, the armed leader was equally oblivious to the identity of his assailant. All he understood was that if Isad managed to reclaim the firearm, it would be his life on the line. In a frantic bid to save himself, the armed leader forsook the search for the shooter and lunged for the gun instead. The entire sequence of events, from Long John's gunfire to the struggle for the weapon, transpired in an instant, leaving Lei, Kai, and Brock with no time to react. As they witnessed the two men grappling on the ground, they could only devise a way to intervene. Unfortunately, their efforts came too late. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out, punctuated by the distinct crack of a single shot from an automatic weapon. Isad, merely an intermediary in the information trade, lacked the physical prowess of the armed leader. Even though the leader had been struck in the forearm, Isad stood no chance against him. Ultimately, the armed leader successfully seized the handgun, firing 3 shots into Isad's body. Meanwhile, the leader himself was also hit in the chest, the bullet originating from Long John's position 50 meters away. Both men collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In the ensuing moments, Long John's voice crackled over the radio. "B1, this is B7. The armed leader and Isad have engaged in conflict. I attempted to rescue Isad, but it seems I was a moment too late." Jason, upon hearing Long John's report, furrowed his brow and issued an order. "B2, proceed to check the situation." B2 acknowledged and was already en route. Within 30 seconds, Lei reported back to Jason. "B1, Isad has sustained 3 gunshot wounds. 1 bullet has penetrated his skull. He is beyond saving. The armed leader has also been shot in the chest. It is likely his heart has been shattered." Real-world operations are invariably fraught with unforeseen circumstances, and perfection is an elusive goal. Jason had long since acclimated to such realities and held no blame towards any of his team members. In the operations center, the objective had been fully secured, and preparations for withdrawal began. Upon receiving Jason's report, Mandy promptly inquired, "Have they captured Isad?" Jason replied, "Isad and his accomplices fell into discord, and despite my team's valiant efforts to save him, regrettably, he did not survive. I am truly sorry." Hearing this response, Mandy felt utterly deflated. She set the receiver down and silently made her way towards the door. With Isad's demise, the pursuit of the true mastermind had once again hit a dead end, intensifying the burden on Mandy as the lead investigator. "We will uncover the real culprit. Rest assured," Eric called out to comfort her, before taking the microphone and commanding, "B1, withdraw. The operation has concluded. The aftermath will be handled by the daytime patrol team." B1 acknowledged. Jason relayed the order, subsequently instructing everyone to regroup. 1 minute later, Long John drove back to the farm, while Jason and the others emerged from the well. Jason examined the wound of the armed leader and regretfully remarked to Long John, "Your shot was quite precise. It's just unfortunate it came a moment too late. Had you acted with more decisiveness, perhaps we could have apprehended the big fish by tomorrow." "I wished for that too, but those two tangled over the weapon." Long John shrugged, indicating he had done his utmost. He then approached Sonny, playfully patting his heavy tactical vest and jesting, "Did you actually draw blood? I suggest you don this gear next time, just like me." "Not a chance," Sonny retorted disdainfully. "I can't stand wearing over 40 pounds of gear, resembling a giant Mexican burrito." "I suggest you take a page from Long's book," Lei chimed in, teasingly adding, "Long was shot during the previous operation, yet he barely sustained a scratch. Look at you now, in such a pitiful state. After Lay's comment, he feigned a shake of the head and a sigh, leaving Sunny utterly speechless. The others, witnessing Sunny's crestfallen expression, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, enough bickering. Let us prepare to board the vehicle. Jason called to the group with a weary tone. With this lead severed, it seems we may have to rest for some time before receiving a new assignment. Chapter 217. The elite strategic security company team concluded their mission and returned to base, busily organizing equipment and showering as midday approached. Having last slept approximately 20 hours prior, Lay, Sunny, and the others were beginning to feel the strain. They were too weary to trek all the way to the base cafeteria for lunch. They hastily prepared some instant self-heating military rations, consuming them merely to satiate their hunger before seeking rest. Long Jean, renowned for his enormous appetite, had not had the chance to eat breakfast before setting off, and found the self-heating meals utterly insufficient. He needed to replenish his energy at the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Jason, due to personal preferences, was not particularly fond of the taste of self-heating food. Coupled with the disappointment of 2 consecutive real-world operations that yielded unsatisfactory results, his mood was rather sour. At that moment, he felt restless, unable to find solace even while lying in bed. Deciding to accompany Long Jean to the base cafeteria, I hoped to find a moment of respite amidst the bustling environment, indulging in a hearty meal that would ensure a restful sleep afterwards. Upon arrival at the grand dining hall, we found it teeming with patrons, at least 100 already seated and enjoying their meals. The clattering of cutlery and the hum of lively conversations mingled with the delectable aromas wafting through the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In the midst of the chef's astonished gaze, Long Jean ordered an impressive array of dishes, filling 2 large plates, and he chose a corner table for us to settle down. As Long Jean immersed himself in his feast, I observed him with a mix of amusement and intrigue. When a striking blonde woman, dressed in a denim skirt and short shirt, approached our table with a plate in hand. "Hi, may I sit here?" she asked. Upon hearing her voice, Long Jean looked up and recognized her as the woman involved in a minor incident between a SUV and a military vehicle while we were en route to the airport the previous night. Ah, is this the allure of middle-aged men? Noticing her gaze lingering on Jason, Long Jean realized she sought to sit beside him, not for his sake, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he replied, "Feel free." "Thank you very much," she said gracefully, taking a seat and placing her plate down. She then extended her hand towards Jason, introducing herself. "I'm Amy, we met last night." "Jason, a pleasure to meet you," he responded, his mood visibly brightening at the prospect of a beautiful woman initiating conversation. He smiled and shook her hand, joking, "So aside from playing a traffic cop here, how do you earn a living?" "I save the world from villains. I truly enjoy this line of work." "What about you?" she replied, seemingly teasing, with a deliberately vague answer. "Primarily, I work in horticulture," Jason countered, engaging in playful banter. "Horticulture, really?" Long Jean couldn't help but scoff inwardly at Jason's whimsical comparison of combating armed adversaries to pruning branches. "Horticulture? I've heard the base is planning to establish a vegetable garden. Is that why they invited you to plant tomatoes?" Amy inquired, seamlessly continuing the conversation. "Yes, tomatoes. Interested in giving it a try?" Jason replied, to which she teased, "If I say I don't like tomatoes, would that upset you? You haven't even tasted my tomatoes. How could you possibly know?" Jason retorted, his years of military experience evident in his playful tone, accompanied by a flick of his tongue, hinting at double entendre. "If the opportunity arises, perhaps I might consider it," Amy said, playfully licking a piece of bacon from her plate before deftly rolling it into her mouth. Goodness, that tongue. I couldn't help but envision Jason overwhelmed by her allure. Chuckling at the thought, mistaking my laughter for attraction, Amy turned towards me, extending her hand. "I'm Amy. Are you and Jason going to plant tomatoes together?" Ahem. Long Jean was left speechless and, grasping Amy's hand, said, "I am Long, and Jason is my superior. If you must say so, then indeed I cultivate tomatoes, and mine are larger and longer than those of our boss." Since this woman was so unabashed, Long Jean did not mind engaging in a flirtatious banter. "Jason, is that true?" Amy asked with a charming smile directed at Jason, her words laden with implications. "What do you think?" Jason cleverly redirected the conversation, leaning forward with his hands resting on the table as he added, "I suspect you are not from the military." "Of course, I am not a gardener," Amy retorted, subtly mocking Jason as she took a sip of her coffee. "I used to work in the narcotics bureau, and now I am contracted to do some work with the military. There are many PMCs at this base, and I know some capable individuals. Who do you work with? Belid or Rex? The private armed groups, known as PMCs, had become an indispensable part of the U.S. military. Jason had spent nearly 2 decades in the army and inevitably interacted with PMCs. Neither. Amy shook her head and smiled. I prefer to collaborate with charismatic men. They are not up to par. I am with the Stronghold Strategic Security Company. Wow, that sounds impressive. Jason straightened up, his curiosity piqued. You seem familiar with me, but if I recall correctly, we have not met. Steve Porter. Amy mentioned a familiar name. Explaining, he told me about you and mentioned that upon completing his deployment, you would take over his position. You know Steve? Jason inquired, astonished. I know all the members of Team E. There are rumors that you encountered the bastards who set traps and killed them this morning. Is that true? Amy asked. I am not authorized to discuss that matter. I trust you can understand. Jason adhered to his confidentiality agreement. It seems to be true. Amy's smile faded, and she said somberly. Team E became a target because they burned that piece of land. Once again, I am not at liberty to discuss this. Jason interrupted Amy. I merely wish to express that I am friends with Team E, and I hope someone pays for this. Moreover, narcotics enforcement is my team's primary responsibility, and I do not want my members to face retaliation for burning a piece of land. Amy's words seemed sincere, prompting Jason to imply, there will not be a next time, I assure you. Boss, I'm done eating. You two carry on. Long John felt like an unwelcome presence and, in order to not disrupt Jason's romantic endeavor, decided to leave them to their world. Mandy should have some results by now. You should head over there. I will join you shortly. Jason did not urge Long John to stay, but assigned him a task. Chapter 218. The final clue after leaving the restaurant. Long John felt rejuvenated and swiftly made his way to the detention center. Upon entering, he encountered Mandy, her face beaming with excitement as she rushed out. Long, I heard you and Jason went to the restaurant. I was just about to find you. Did Jason not come? There are some matters that require the attention of the chief, so I have come ahead to seek you out. Your demeanor seems rather pleasant. Has there been any new development in the investigation? Long John inquired. Follow me. Mandy beckoned to Long John, continuing as they walked. I have cross-verified the photographs of the armed individuals who were killed this morning and confirmed the identities of 7 of them. All are affiliated with Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda? That seems implausible, Long John replied, recalling that it was the Taliban, and with a hint of confusion, he asked, the post-war report made no mention of Al-Qaeda, and Team E has not received any assignments related to them. There appears to be no connection whatsoever. Perhaps those individuals from Al-Qaeda were merely after money, voluntarily becoming mercenaries to kill Americans for profit, Mandy speculated. So, are they just minor players? We are back to the age-old question of who is truly pulling the strings. Long John queried. Indeed, Mandy nodded, saying, the ownership of that land is questionable. Why would he place millions in cash there? Why entrust it to Assad? How can he ensure that the money remains secure from theft? What audacity drives him to employ a group of reckless fanatics to execute his orders? What is his mysterious background? All these inquiries revolve around a singular core. Who is he? As the investigation deepens, the identity of the mastermind becomes increasingly enigmatic, and the power he wields appears ever more astonishing. So, is there a new direction for the investigation? Where shall we begin? Long John asked. With Assad's demise, Achim and Kamal have lost their value. We are left with only 2 leads to pursue, Mandy replied, pushing open a door and entering a room. Retrieving a document from the table to hand it to Long John. This is the interrogation record of Assam. He mentioned a red Mercedes, owned by Salim Hakan, the local chief of police in this area. Without direct evidence, we cannot act against him, so this lead cannot be pursued further for now. The only remaining option is Tehran. She is the sole individual who had close contact with Assad during her time running errands for him. She must have delivered messages to many people. Perhaps one of them is the person we seek. I have dispatched someone to bring her here. Whether we can find a new direction for the investigation depends on how well we can engage with her. Oh, by the way, Mandy paused, her brow furrowing in concern. Regarding the matter of assisting Tehran in going to America, I have reported it to the Bureau, but it was denied. The Bureau stated that the number of soldiers lost in Afghanistan is too great, and many civilians in the Middle East have suffered from kidnappings by terrorists. The public sentiment towards Afghans is rife with prejudice. Bringing them to America might not be prudent. Therefore, they suggest we resolve this with money. allowing us to allocate several thousand from the cash seized from the well as a reward for Turan's assistance. I initially thought this would be straightforward, but political factors thwarted us. Providing 2 Afghans with green cards is indeed a trivial matter for the CIA, but it ultimately hinges on their willingness to proceed. The leadership of the Central Intelligence Agency denied approval, leaving Mandy utterly helpless. Cursing would not necessarily be a prudent course of action. It seemed to me that the executives at the CIA were merely a group of idle individuals, disinclined to exert effort, preferring to throw money at problems and walk away with a mere clap of their hands. In the presence of Mandy, Long John unreservedly unleashed scathing sarcasm directed at the CIA. Mandy was acutely aware of the absurdities of her superiors and the multitude of grievances they had incited. Thus, she could only respond to Long John with a resigned smile. Approximately 3 minutes elapsed when Jason, seemingly synchronizing his arrival, appeared just as the CIA's intelligence personnel escorted Turan to the interrogation room. After a brief understanding of the situation, they promptly commenced the interrogation process. Mandy, serving as the lead interrogator, sat at the center, with Long John and Jason flanking her on either side, while Turan faced them across the interrogation table. "How are they treating you here? Are you managing well in terms of food and accommodation?" Long John inquired. Jason, surprised by Long John's unexpected concern for Turan, turned to him with a quizzical glance. Long John, maintaining his composure, smiled and fabricated a light-hearted response. "I have always wished for a sister, but my parents never granted that wish. You need not explain yourself to me. I merely find it surprising as it deviates from your usual demeanor," Jason suggested, subtly hinting that Long John was renowned for his violent tendencies, and his sudden concern for a young girl could easily lead to misinterpretations. "Boss, I am not like you. Already at an age where I could be her father. In reality, I am not much older than she is," Long John grinned. Although Turan was an astute child, she had not yet been tainted by the harsh realities of society and thus could not comprehend the implications behind Jason and Long John's conversation. She stared blankly at them, feeling as if she were the subject of their discourse. Mandy, already well-versed in the subtleties of their banter, understood their exchange perfectly but found herself powerless against the 2 men. Jason, unable to outmatch Long John in repartee, redirected his focus to Turan. "What you did for us this morning was incredibly brave. Unfortunately, with Isad dead, there is little more you can assist us with." Upon hearing this, Turan panicked and immediately asked, "So what now? Are you going to send me to prison?" "No, that will not happen. The intelligence you provided us is immensely valuable. It will help our friends seek justice, and we are very grateful to you," Mandy replied, producing a bulging envelope from the center of the table and sliding it towards Turan. "Take this. It is what you deserve, and it should help you and your brother get by for a while." Turan hesitated as she touched the envelope, her face reflecting increasing distress. As a girl solely responsible for her brother's welfare, her prematurely mature perspective made her acutely aware of the implications of Mandy's gesture. She understood that accepting the money would irrevocably forfeit her chance of reaching America. She was not willing to give up so easily. She yearned to secure a better life and future for herself and her brother. Turan chose not to pick up the money. Instead, he mustered his courage and addressed Mandy and Long John. "I can continue to assist you, and I know others, many others. I can reveal everything. I have but one modest request. Once the matter is accomplished, please help my brother and me to reach America." Long John and Mandy exchanged glances, their lips involuntarily curving into smiles. They had previously discussed this point, and Turan had become the last remaining lead. They had awaited this moment when Turan would voluntarily express such intentions during the interrogation. The only dilemma for them lay in Turan's unwavering desire to go to America, which left Mandy and Long John, who were aware that the CIA's higher-ups had already denied the application, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 219. The Fury Mode engaged Long John and Mandy found themselves unable to fulfill Turan's request, leaving them uncertain about how to proceed. It was then that Jason spoke up first. "Are you certain? Do you understand the dangers you would face if they capture you?" Jason hesitated, as Turan was of a similar age to his daughter, and he found it troubling to involve a young girl in such matters. Yet he recognized that further investigation into the true culprit necessitated Turan's assistance. With conflicting emotions swirling within him, Jason chose to make the girl aware of the stakes involved before she made her decision. "I know everything. I can deceive them." "I have already deceived you," Turan asserted, her eyes brimming with determination and confidence. She believed she could alter the futures of herself and her brother through her own efforts. Faith is humanity's most potent weapon. And in that moment, Tehran epitomized this truth beautifully. Jason was moved by Tehran's resolve and said, "I believe he can stay at the base, living like a young lady and working like a young man. As for your wish to go to America, it indeed poses a challenge for us. But should you prove capable, I will find a way to assist you." This was a transaction, a matter of trust. Upon receiving Jason's affirmative response, Tehran finally smiled and sincerely expressed, "Thank you very much. I will not let you down." Jason's unwavering commitment surprised both Long John and Mandy, prompting Mandy to interrupt the interrogation and request, "Can you step outside with me? Let us go." Jason immediately rose and walked out. Long John, curious about how Jason intended to facilitate the journey of an Afghan woman to America without the approval of superiors, followed him outside. As soon as Jason stepped out, Mandy closed the door and spoke gravely. "Jason, I have done my utmost, but the higher-ups have not approved. You cannot promise her passage to America. Are you really willing to deceive a child?" "I am not deceiving her. I speak truthfully. If she can reveal the mastermind behind the attack on Team E, I will honor any of her requests," Jason replied with resolute determination, his eyes filled with hatred for the true culprit. The fury in his gaze even unsettled Mandy. A moment of vengeance for Team E was never far from Jason's mind, having worked alongside him for many years. Mandy understood the meaning behind that look and recognized the futility of further persuasion. She chose to cease her attempts. Long John could sense Jason's murderous intent and fury. He also realized that Jason was not merely boasting. He seemingly possessed a genuine means to fulfill his promises. DevGru was merely a special operations unit and had no jurisdiction over immigration matters. Did Jason perhaps have personal connections within the immigration office? Or could it be that Long John was silently speculating on how Jason intended to bring Toulon and his brother back to the United States, granting them American citizenship in the process? Suddenly, a memory from the original series surfaced. While sorting through the belongings of his deceased friend Nate, stored in a cage at the DG facility, Jason had discovered an additional personal phone. He dared not take it home, opting instead to leave it at the base. Any discerning eye would recognize that something was amiss. Jason suspected that his friend was involved in an extramarital affair, and to uncover the truth, he spent considerable time investigating during his off hours. Ultimately, through various technical analyses and validations of the phone's numerous contacts, Jason finally unearthed the truth. Nate had indeed been unfaithful, and the woman involved was not an American, but rather an Iraqi woman he had met during his deployment in Iraq or Afghanistan. The exact country eludes Long John's memory. In any case, Nate was completely smitten by this woman, in his desire to provide her with a better living environment and to keep her close. He had somehow managed to bring the Iraqi woman to the United States, purchasing her a house and securing her passport, mastering the art of clandestine romance. Judging by the narrative's trajectory, Jason must have thoroughly investigated the entire affair and spoken with the woman Nate had cheated with. Long John speculated that during their conversation, she likely revealed the method Nate employed to smuggle her into the United States undetected. If a mere team member like Nate could successfully navigate such treacherous waters to bring an adult woman into the country, then it stood to reason that Jason, as a senior team leader at DG, would be even more adept at accomplishing the same feat once he learned of Nate's method. Perhaps it was this confidence that allowed Jason to respond so assuredly to Mandy's skepticism, asserting that he was not deceiving anyone. Engaging in illegal smuggling operations hinted at a deeper bond between Jason and Steve, further attesting to his character as a true brother. Long John, having deciphered Jason's intentions, felt an increasing respect for him. A man willing to break the law for the sake of avenging a brother was, at the very least, someone worth befriending. Jason acquiesced to Talon's request, and Talon, along with his brother, settled at the Fenda base, beginning to collaborate with Team B to capture any potentially valuable targets. Thus, in the following week, the first action group entered a state of frenzy. They executed operations without regard for day or night, launching a total of 12 assaults over the span of 7 days, with a maximum of 4 raids occurring in a single day. Their bodies, forged through intense training, sustained the first action group's relentless pace. The B team experienced immense pressure throughout this endeavor, not only physically but also mentally, having eliminated over 50 adversaries. Fortunately, the rewards for their efforts were substantial. The intelligence extracted from the captured suspect led to the revelation of a pivotal figure, the drug manufacturer, Pachir. As the exclusive producer of narcotics for the grain farm, and the creator of the illicit substances hidden within the Camel family home, he is highly likely to be the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, the drug manufacturer's role directly influences the quality of the product. A proprietor would certainly wish to personally select their associates. Chapter 219. A remarkable destiny armed with precise names and specific locations. The first action team successfully apprehended Pachir during an operation that commenced at midnight on the 8th day. Capturing a drug manufacturer hiding in his home proved far less challenging than apprehending armed militants. Longjean didn't even have the opportunity to fire a shot. Shortly after 1 in the morning, the first action team returned to base, handing Pachir over to the military police for confinement. At long last, Longjean and his fellow B team members could finally rest. Awakening naturally at 7 in the morning, Longjean felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The exhaustion accumulated from 7 days of relentless intensity dissipated, allowing him the energy to contemplate other matters, such as reaching out to the charming lass in America. Clay, Sonny, Trent, Brock, and Longjean shared a long, narrow barack, yet the recovery abilities of the four were far inferior to Longjean's, as they remained soundly asleep. Over 5 hours of sleep was hardly sufficient to alleviate the fatigue wrought by their high-stakes labor. To avoid disturbing their slumber, Longjean took the military-issued laptop to a small tent in the living area. After brewing a cup of hot coffee, he initiated a video call with Stella. Afghanistan is 9.5 hours ahead of America. While it was 7 in the morning for Longjean, it was still 9:30 in the evening in the States. "Good morning, big guy," greeted Stella, appearing on screen just as it was the perfect time for her to wash up and prepare for bed, clad in a silk camisole. Her hair still damp at the ends. How utterly alluring. "Wow, are you trying to tempt me?" Longjean had been separated from Stella for nearly a month, and at their impassioned age of 20-something, the sight was enough to ignite a fire within him. To quell the rising heat, he sipped several mouthfuls of coffee. The scalding beverage provided a modicum of relief. Through the computer screen, Stella could sense Longjean's hungry gaze, and rather than extinguishing the flames, she teasingly remarked, "Do you want to know what I'm wearing underneath?" "Unfortunately, you can't see, haha." To enhance the allure of her words, Stella deliberately slipped one shoulder strap down. The tantalizing spectacle, precarious yet concealed, was utterly maddening. "I concede. I beseech you, spare me, you little temptress." Longjean was well aware that he could not simply fly back to America to rip Stella's clothing away and discover what lay beneath. The separation by the screen only intensified his longing. In a moment of resignation, I opted to surrender and swiftly change the subject, saying, "There is a vacancy at Good Morning Afghanistan. If you are interested, you might consider applying. I am certainly not cut out to be a journalist. I would much prefer to hear about your adventurous tales in Afghanistan. Perhaps through your stories, I could aspire to become a great writer. Greetings to the future literary luminary. I would be delighted to serve as your repository of inspiration." With a serious demeanor, Longjean responded in his trademark absurd humor, which elicited peals of laughter from Stella. The atmosphere of the conversation lightened, and the topics flowed freely. They shared everything from their lives apart to the myriad of amusing anecdotes from their daily routines. This is the essence of interaction between men and women. Stella excitedly recounted how the song Destined Pair, a gift from Longjean, had unexpectedly garnered immense popularity online. Various music platforms had contacted her for authorization to feature the song. Longjean was taken aback and promptly inquired about the details, only to realize that the song had skyrocketed to fame in America within a mere 3 weeks and was even being sung around the globe. The rapid dissemination of information in the age of short videos played a significant role, but the primary reason was the exceptional talent of the performer, Mari Elias, who had delivered a breathtaking rendition of the song. When Longjean requested Stella to play the track, he recognized the unique quality of Mari Elias's voice, which perfectly complemented the song. It was the convergence of favorable circumstances that propelled Destined Pair to unprecedented heights. As he listened, Longjean found Mari Elias's voice strangely familiar, prompting him to ask Stella for a photograph of her. Upon seeing the image, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he was certain he was not mistaken. The performer Mari Elias bore an uncanny resemblance to a younger Taylor Swift, the very artist whose song Destined Pair he had once appropriated in a past life. Was this mere coincidence, or was it fate? Longjean found himself amused and decided to embrace this serendipity. Although he was uncertain whether Mari Elias possessed the musical prowess of Taylor Swift from a previous existence or if she could ascend to the ranks of the world's most celebrated female singers. The encounter felt like destiny. Writing songs was merely a passion, a means to supplement Stella's life rather than a path he wished to pursue fervently. Thus, without hesitation, Long John resolved to grant Stella the rights to the remaining songs he had previously penned. Stella was instructed to reach out to Mari Elias regarding the copyright of these songs and to collaborate with her to promote the remaining tracks. As for the issues of authorization and profit distribution, Long John entrusted Stella to make her own decisions. Overwhelmed with gratitude and joy at such trust, Stella felt a surge of affection welling up within her. Just as their hearts were entwined in this tender moment, Jason entered the room. "Long, come out with me. I want you to meet a friend," Jason said, only to notice Long John engaged in a video call. He smirked and added, "It seems you are quite busy. Do you have time to spare?" "Of course." Long John, having nearly concluded his conversation with Stella, responded without hesitation. He turned to the screen and said, "Darling, I must step out to handle some matters with the boss. We shall continue our conversation later. Do remember to think of me." He blew her a kiss. "I think of you every day. Please take care of yourself," Stella replied, returning the gesture before ending their video chat. "That girl is stunning and alluring," Jason remarked with a knowing smile. "Indeed, I cannot be easily impressed by ordinary women," Long John replied, basking in his own confidence. As he gathered his laptop to leave, he mischievously asked, "By the way, what about that woman named Amy? She is quite captivating. Are you planning to pursue her?" Typically unfazed, Jason appeared slightly flustered by Long John's inquiry. He quickly urged, "Stop joking around. Hurry and put the laptop away. We need to leave. Please refrain from such comments during our meeting." Long John placed the laptop back on the bed and, as he stepped out and closed the door, teased, "So, we are off to meet Amy? It seems your relationship is progressing rapidly, haha." Chapter 221. An invitation from the CEO of PMC. Long John and Jason exchanged playful banter as they made their way to the parking lot of the airport warehouse area. After waiting for approximately 3 minutes, Amy, whom they had met previously, approached briskly alongside a man who stood about 1.8 meters tall and appeared to be around 40 years old. It seemed he had taken a break from his routine to join her for a morning jog. "Hey, working hard this early?" Jason greeted Amy. "My boss wants to stay fit, and I must accompany him, or he might dock my pay." Amy joked as she pointed to the man beside her, saying, "This is my boss, Alan Carter, the founder of the Stronghold Strategic Security Company. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you." Alan Carter extended his hand, adding, "I assure you, I am not that harsh. I prefer rewarding my employees with bonuses." Jason Hayes. "A pleasure to meet you," Jason replied, shaking Carter's hand. He then introduced Long John, stating, "This is my teammate, Long Gibelin, a remarkably clever and robust young man. Ooh, indeed very strong, like a Siberian brown bear, someone I cannot provoke. Haha," Carter remarked, appearing to have a cheerful disposition as he shared a light-hearted joke with Long John. He extended his hand and continued, "If you ever consider retiring, I would welcome you to join my company. I can assure you a contract that will satisfy you." Long John had always intended to pursue a PMC path, and encountering the founder of a PMC company was indeed a fortunate opportunity for him. He was quite intrigued by the prospect of acquiring knowledge about the operations of a PMC. Thus, in response to Carter's jesting invitation, Long John decided to plant a seed of intrigue. With a playful tone, he remarked, "You better be prepared, for my asking price will be quite steep. I doubt the average individual could afford it. Don't be startled when the time comes. Those truly capable will find any price justifiable, while the inept are not worth even a token gift." Carter, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "I can sense a tiger-like strength emanating from you. You are precisely the person I seek. My earlier words were no jest. Should you contemplate this path after your service, I invite you to reach out." Jason, feigning a stern expression, interjected, "Is it appropriate to poach talent right in front of me?" Carter, aware of Jason's playful banter, pressed further, "We served concurrently in Baghdad, which has forged a sense of camaraderie. If you were to join my company, I could secure you a fitting position, one at the leadership level." It was evident that as the founder of a PMC, Carter was adept at recruiting talent wherever he went, a fact that Long John silently admired. "Let us discuss this upon my retirement, though it may not be long now," he mused. Jason neither accepted nor declined, leaving himself some leeway as he reminisced, in Baghdad. My only contemporaries were the British 22nd Special Air Service. Are you affiliated with the SAS? He continued. I served in Team A during what felt like a squandered youth, departing from the military once I returned home. Carter, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, such royal private contractors are a rarity. Had I known, I would have donned formal attire. Jason teased Carter before inquiring, are you back on the battlefield now? The SAS holds a distinguished position globally in many aspects of U.S. Special Forces are inspired by the SAS. The term royal was meant to be humorous, yet it also served as a unique acknowledgement of the SAS soldiers' prestige. Carter clarified, oh no, I mostly remain off the field, delegating tasks to my team. This allows for certain tax benefits. Just as he finished explaining, Amy chimed in. My boss aspires to be both a capitalist and serve his country, hence his transition to a private contractor. Carter, clearly pleased with his decision, extended another olive branch. We perform the same work, but with the potential for greater income. You both could embark on this path as well. The sooner you join, the sooner you can earn more. Time is money. Give yourself a chance. With that, Carter felt he had made his point and produced 2 business cards, handing them to Long John and Jason. This is my personal card, which includes my phone number. You are welcome to call me anytime. I have some personal matters to attend to, so please take your time. With that, Carter jogged away, leaving the 2 to converse. The orchestrator who connected Amy to Jason was Carter, whose intent was to establish a link with Jason to explore the possibility of recruiting some DG veterans as team members. Now that Carter has achieved his objective, it is naturally time for him to depart. My boss is a commendable individual, and I am quite eager to collaborate with you all. Amy, having supported her boss, gazed at Jason with a hint of flirtation in her eyes and inquired, the weather is lovely today. Would you care to join me for a run? Is there a reward for winning? Jason chuckled. What kind of reward would you desire? Amy whispered coyly into Jason's ear. I can offer you anything. It all depends on your courage. Goodness, this woman is quite audacious. Perhaps I should refrain from being a third wheel. The 2 were flirting openly, leaving Long John, who had been suppressing his feelings for nearly a month, utterly speechless. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to make a hasty exit. Boss, I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves, he announced, and without awaiting a response, swiftly departed. Your tall teammate is rather amusing, Amy remarked, watching Long John leave, a knowing smile flickering in her eyes. At 1:30 p.m., after a morning of relentless interrogation, Mandy finally acquired pivotal intelligence. She promptly informed the members of Team B, who had just awakened and were casually chatting over coffee, to gather at the operations center for a meeting. Upon hearing that they had finally uncovered the identity of the farm's owner, the team was invigorated, reflecting on how the week's arduous efforts had not been in vain. Without a moment's hesitation, they all grabbed their coffees and hurried into the conference room. After such an extended period of effort, having faced numerous setbacks and twists in the investigation, they now finally had answers. Mandy, brimming with excitement, was eager to share the interrogation findings with the team as soon as they arrived. Through the CIA intelligence group's extensive technical methods, they had successfully interrogated the drug manufacturer, Pachir, who ultimately confessed. The elusive owner of the funds hidden on the farm and Pachir's boss, the world's largest drug trafficker, was none other than Musa Ghani, a notorious drug lord from Nangarhar province. Chapter 222, The True Culprit Found. The information provided by Pachir had been corroborated, and it was highly probable that Musa Ghani was the mastermind behind the murder of Team E. After detailing the entire situation, Mandy pointed to a photograph on the tactical board. The individual in the photo was Musa Ghani. So, Ghani decided to eliminate them all because Team E burned one of his farms? Jason said incredulously. In Afghanistan, those with wealth and status are well aware of how formidable the U.S. military can be. It seems exceedingly strange that Ghani would resort to such foolishness. Why not? Mandy countered. Wiping them out would be a clean and decisive move. His methods are sufficiently discreet. If we hadn't put in such significant effort, it would have been nearly impossible to identify him as the perpetrator, Lay added. Ghani possesses hundreds of farms scattered across the nation. Would he truly escalate matters over the destruction of a single farm? Jason remained suspicious of the situation. I surmise that the newly implemented anti-drug decree has significantly impacted Ghani, perhaps prompting him to retaliate in order to alter the current circumstances, Eric speculated. The anti-drug initiative is primarily managed by contractors, with the military merely playing a supplementary role. Why then does he specifically target Team E? Clay found this perplexing. Perhaps Team E is simply unfortunate, inadvertently caught in the crossfire, Longjean lamented. It is conceivable that he believes eliminating 6 elite operatives would serve as an intimidating deterrent, discouraging other contractors from taking further action, Diaz hypothesized. Recognizing the potential validity of this theory, contractors are predominantly former military personnel, well aware of the caliber of elite operatives and the challenges involved in eliminating them. Targeting the strongest special forces would indeed instill the greatest fear among the contractors, since contractors are the primary enforcers of the anti-drug decree. Instilling fear in them would render the decree ineffective. What of Pachir? Do you trust him? Can you ascertain that Ghani is indeed the perpetrator he claims? Jason posed an alternative inquiry. I believe he is genuinely fearful of certain matters, such as the potential massacre of his wife and children, Mandy remarked, her implication clear. Pachir's family has already been secured by us. No matter how audacious he may be, he would not risk the lives of his loved ones to deceive the CIA. Did Pachir offer any additional information beyond his name? Longjean inquired. Is that not sufficient? Mandy retorted. I find it hard to believe that a CIA senior intelligence officer as exceptional and beautiful as you would summon us all in haste merely for a name. Longjean's subtly flattering words resonated with Mandy. It seems your studies in intelligence have been fruitful of late. A radiant smile graced Mandy's lips as she gestured toward a series of numbers on the panel. This is a phone number Pachir provided, claiming it to be a means to communicate with Ghani. If we can verify that this number indeed connects us to Ghani, it would substantiate Pachir's claims that Ghani is the mastermind behind it all. Consequently, you could use this as grounds to request operational authorization from the command center for his apprehension. Is this phone number capable of contacting Ghani directly? Jason inquired. Pachir stated that Ghani is exceedingly cautious. No one can communicate with him directly. All messages are relayed through the security chief, Bashir, Mandy responded. Diaz, have you attempted to reach this number? Commander Eric asked. Not yet, Diaz replied, lifting his gaze from the computer screen. It's possible that Bashir may have removed the battery from his phone, so we need to ascertain that this is indeed Ghani's mobile number. What if that scoundrel's phone remains turned off? How then can we confirm? Sonny expressed his frustration. Our intelligence indicates that Bashir's mistress resides in an apartment above the spice market in Buharilin, which presents a potential opportunity, Mandy remarked. We could deploy a drone to monitor when he contacts Ghani, Trent suggested. A drone has already been dispatched, but Diaz shook his head, stating, Bashir is exceedingly cautious and never exposes himself. The drone cannot surveil the interior of the residence. Then we should send a surveillance team to infiltrate the market for close monitoring, Jason proposed. I inquired, but the command center reported that resources are currently stretched thin, and there are no operatives available for deployment. This route is temporarily unfeasible. As the commander of Team 1, Eric's capabilities are beyond question. He had already considered Jason's suggestion. Unfortunately, the Feni base is burdened with numerous responsibilities, particularly surveillance and monitoring tasks, which are in high demand. Frustrated that others could not assist, Jason remarked, Very well. If that is the case, we shall take action ourselves. I volunteer. Sonny was the first to raise his hand. I shall join as well. Longjean chimed in. This is not permissible, Eric interjected, smiling as he held his coffee cup. You are ill-suited for this. If you conduct close reconnaissance in Buharilin during the day, it would be akin to poking a hornet's nest. Bashir is highly alert, and you are all robust individuals, even if 2 of you speak Pashto. Your proximity could easily arouse his suspicion. Diaz provided a rational analysis. It's not the fear of the many that troubles me, but the fear of the one. Bashir, being the head of security, would undoubtedly possess a keener discernment towards soldiers, and Team B's members are far too imposing compared to the locals. Should they approach the spice market, it is highly likely to raise Bashir's alertness. Bashir is the sole lead in verifying the authenticity of Bashir's intelligence. Therefore, it is imperative that he remains undisturbed. Very well, then, we shall send our little orphan Annie, Jason declared, employing his last gambit. You want to send her on? Mandy exclaimed. She was once a messenger for the Taliban and is surely accustomed to traversing perilous territories. Moreover, we have no other alternatives, do we? Jason countered. That may be so, but she was previously a courier for ISAD, who had dealings with Ghani. As Bashir's head of security, he is likely to recognize her. While Mandy acknowledged the low probability of this possibility, she could not deny its existence. The only opportunity lies in the gamble. Should we take the risk? All were hesitant, and a profound silence enveloped the meeting room. We have no better options, do we? Eric, as the highest commander present, then stepped forward and decisively stated, "Let us proceed as Jason suggests. Prepare to move out." Chapter 2:23. Infiltrating Behareland, the close surveillance adopted Jason's suggestion, and the action plan was likewise led by him. Upon returning from the operations center to Team B's meeting room, a brief discussion led by Jason quickly solidified the action strategy. Team B would operate in two separate contingents. Long John and Clay both speak Pashto, tasked with driving Tehran to the spice market in the neighborhood of Bokhara while ensuring her protection within their line of sight. Should Tehran be recognized or find herself in peril, they are prepared to intervene without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jason and others formed the emergency response unit, fully armed and ready to depart from the helicopter, loitering nearby Bokhara for any urgent situation. In the event of an unexpected skirmish on Long John's end, they will provide swift assistance. With the operational plan established, they split into two teams. Jason leads the emergency response group to the armory, gearing up for potential direct confrontation. Long John and Clay accompany Diaz to locate Tehran, briefing her on their objectives and the necessary disguises to ensure their entry into the town remains inconspicuous. As Tehran changes into male attire, Clay and Long John don traditional Afghan garments, and the trio departs the base in a vehicle affectionately dubbed Scooby by Jason, a common sight in the Middle East. The distance from the Feni base to the Bokhara neighborhood is not great. After over an hour of travel, Scooby arrives at the spice market. Stopping the vehicle 20 meters from Bashir's mistress's apartment, Clay parks at the roadside. The spice market is bustling with a diverse crowd of vendors and shoppers, rendering a chipped Ben virtually unnoticed. Remember the person in this photograph. He bears a scar over his left eye. Once you identify him, you need not engage. Simply adjust the strap of your satchel, which conceals a hidden camera, keeping it aimed in his direction. Do you understand? Long John reiterated to Tehran, holding up Bashir's photograph before they exited the vehicle. "Yes, I understand." Tehran replied earnestly with a nod. "All right, we will observe you from here. Should any danger arise, we will be on hand to protect you. So remain calm and perform your role naturally. Go on now." Long John gently squeezed Tehran's shoulder, conveying the strength of her guardians. "Thank you, I can do this," Tehran said, feeling reassured by Long John's imposing presence. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, allowing her remaining tension to dissipate. After opening the car door, she strode towards the direction of the apartment. Long John's gaze tracked Tehran through the car window as she steadily approached the entrance of the apartment. Clay took aim with his 416 Hong Kong dollars, using the holographic sight to monitor Tehran, constantly locking onto any suspicious figures nearby. Should anyone attempt to harm Tehran, they would be neutralized instantly. With Long John and Clay's protective team in place, closely monitoring Tehran, the faint buzzing of a drone could be heard overhead. All preliminary surveillance efforts had culminated in this moment. Eric communicated via radio, "Attention, rapid response team. The watch unit is in position. The informant has entered the scene. You may proceed." "Copy that. We've arrived at the airport," Jason responded. "In the event of an unforeseen incident, you are not to hesitate for a moment. Enter immediately to conduct the rescue. Understood?" Eric instructed. "Acknowledged. The emergency response team is on standby at all times," Jason replied. Within the spice market, Tehran's acting was indeed commendable, especially for a mere 15-year-old. Undertaking such a crucial task, she displayed neither trepidation nor disarray. She moved leisurely along the roadside stalls, appearing as though she were merely a customer perusing her options. Her gaze occasionally darted towards the entrance of the apartment, concealed within a van. Longjean and Clay were closely monitoring everything outside the apartment, identifying potential threats ahead of time. Two adult men stationed at the entrance continuously scrutinized every passerby with suspicious behavior, likely associates of Bashir. Clay chewed gum, his holographic crosshair fixed on one of the men's faces. "If either of them is Bashir's man, we could avoid unnecessary complications and wrap up early to return home for a rest," he chuckled. "Unfortunately, that is not the case," Clay remarked with a pout. "We must place our trust in our young warrior. Keep a close watch," Longjean instructed Clay. He pressed the radio and said, "Command Center, this is B6. We have spotted two adult men at the entrance, exhibiting behavior suggestive of guard duty." "Acknowledged, B6. Have you identified any high-value targets?" Eric inquired. "Not yet, but if they are indeed Bashir's men, the high-value target must be inside, and we can await his arrival here," Longjean responded. "Understood. Keep me updated," Eric replied. During the communication between Longzhan and the base, Tehran had already approached the apartment's entrance, preparing to observe within through the door. Coincidentally, a small truck selling pomegranates was parked less than 5 meters to the right outside the door. Tehran feigned interest in purchasing pomegranates, selecting them carefully while her gaze continuously shifted to the right, searching for a man with a scar on his left eye. Despite her cautious movements, she inadvertently attracted the attention of one man at the entrance. That fellow's gaze was quite unsettling, Clay noted through the scope. Clearly perceiving the lewd intent in the man's eyes directed at Tehran, a mere child, any reasonable individual would find such thoughts repugnant. It appeared he had not discerned her true identity. Hopefully, he would not let his base instincts lead him to act inappropriately, jeopardizing our plan. Longzhan also noticed this development, his instincts proving remarkably acute. No sooner had he spoken than the man in the black scarf, along with a nearby, overweight individual, exchanged words and began to approach Tehran. Damn, this guy is making a move. Clay tightened his grip on the weapon. Regardless of whether the man in the black scarf realized Tehran was sent to observe them, his intentions would directly impact their operation. Longzhan also tensed, promptly reporting, B6 to command center, we have new developments. One of the men is advancing towards our informant. The operations center has received the information. The rapid response team is en route, and updates on intelligence must be maintained at all times. Upon hearing this news, Eric felt a sense of foreboding, as it not only pertained to the safety of the informant Tehran, but also had a direct bearing on the mission to apprehend Ghani. Chapter 224, Do you want to get hit? Under the watchful gaze of Clay and Longzhan, a man clad in a black scarf approached Tehran from behind, lewdly attempting to grope her. His behavior resembled that of a street thug, harassing a beautiful woman in public. Fortunately, Tehran had sensed the man's approach and deftly stepped aside, evading his unwelcome advances. Has this compromised our position? Should I eliminate him? Clay's voice was cold. Longzhan, possessing a higher rank and designation than Clay, was the leader of this protective detail, and Clay was required to heed his commands. Not yet. We must continue to observe. Longzhan, though he harbored a strong desire to eliminate the man, understood the necessity of maintaining composure to ensure the capture of the elusive mastermind Ghani. As they watched the black-scarfed man persistently harass Tehran, Clay expressed his confusion. Am I overthinking this? Or is that scoundrel genuinely attempting to flirt with the informant? No, you are not mistaken. Tehran has not been compromised, yet she has caught the attention of a lecher, which may not be entirely unfortunate. Longzhan found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Are you suggesting that the scoundrel has realized she is a woman? Clay inquired. It's hard to say. In a society where women are only found among relatives, one might think that merely appearing feminine suffices. Moreover, Longzhan added with a hint of resignation, Tehran, despite being a natural actress, possesses the flaw of striking beauty that cannot be concealed even in male attire. You make a valid point, but allowing that scoundrel to continue his harassment could lead to dire consequences. Clay expressed his concern. At that moment, the situation had indeed worsened, as another man had joined the fray. The two men flanked Tehran, their hands roaming indiscriminately while they engaged in lewd banter, even resorting to forceful tugging. In the operations center, Diaz and Eric observed the men's actions through the surveillance cameras. Mandy recognized that if this continued, whether Tehran was forcibly dragged into an apartment or if they discovered the cameras during their scuffle, the situation could escalate into the worst possible outcome. Bashir was no ordinary armed thug. He was a professionally trained security chief. If he sensed something amiss, he could alert Ghani to find a place to hide. That would spell trouble. The U.S. military had expended years and over $100 billion in their initial pursuit of the elusive figure, bin Laden. Mandy did not have years to track Ghani down, so she immediately urged Eric. We must find a way to intervene. Tehran's identity must not be compromised. This is the operations center. Can you devise a solution? Eric promptly contacted Longzhan. Seeing the situation deteriorate further, Longzhan prepared to request action from the operations center. Upon hearing Eric's call, he promptly responded, I have a solution, though I cannot guarantee its success. Furthermore, once accomplished, the surveillance operation must be terminated. We cannot allow Bashir to know that we have been monitoring him. As long as we ensure discretion, we must act swiftly. B6 acknowledged the message. Having received Arik's permission for action, Longzhan placed the radio into the vehicle and donned the prepared cap, masquerading as a devotee as he opened the car door. You take the driver's seat and be ready to drive at any moment. Long Jean instructed Clay, then alighted from the vehicle, striding directly towards Turan, positioned 20 meters away. He advanced like a humanoid tank, forcefully clearing a path through the throngs of merchants and shoppers, arriving at the apartment entrance in less than 10 seconds. Get lost. Long Jean pulled the two men harassing Turan aside with ease, positioning himself in front of her, threateningly declaring, "She is mine. Do you wish to be hurt?" This maneuver was deliberately restrained, as he sought to suppress the violent impulses within him, wishing to avoid escalating the conflict into a physical confrontation. Otherwise, true to his nature, Long Jean would have already subdued these two ruffians, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Turan, pale with fear, observed Long Jean's formidable presence, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, and instinctively sought refuge behind his broad, reassuring back. The two men who had been pulled aside turned around, and upon seeing the imposing figure before them, instinctively took a step back in fright. However, they quickly regained their composure, realizing they were on familiar turf and had no reason to fear this hulking figure. Yet, due to Long Jean's mixed heritage and appearance that closely resembled that of the local Afghan populace, coupled with the cap he wore, they were unable to discern his true identity. Consequently, despite their anger, they restrained their emotions. Even as both men reached for their waists, advancing menacingly, they refrained from drawing their firearms, avoiding an escalation of the situation. Meanwhile, Clay had taken his place in the driver's seat of the van. Observing the men's instinctive motions to draw their weapons, he recognized that these gatekeepers were not ordinary individuals. Typical terrorists would draw their guns immediately. Only those with professional security training would exhibit such instinctual, specialized movements. To ensure Long Jean's safety, Clay aimed his sights at the forehead of the man in the black turban. Tension hung palpably in the air, with Long Jean and Clay standing ready, while Eric, Mandy, and others in the command center were equally on edge. The two Afghan men, equally tense, were reluctant to lose face, yet dared not confront him directly. With Long Jean's towering stature, if he were indeed affiliated with a local tribal leader, they, as armed drug traffickers, would find themselves in grave danger. As the atmosphere reached a boiling point, with more onlookers gathering and the situation threatening to spiral out of control, a robust man, towering over 185 meters with a broad frame and a notable scar running down his left eye, emerged from the entrance. Chapter 225, The Daunting Security Captain, Bashar Khan. Upon seeing this formidable figure, Long Jean narrowed his eyes, concealing the murderous intent within. He recognized this individual, as did the occupant of the vehicle, who had already aimed their weapon at the man's heart, poised to pull the trigger at any moment. However, he refrained from acting, for Bashar was not their ultimate target. Do not block the entrance, clear the way. We have business to attend to. Remember, if you intend to strike, do not hesitate. If you lack the resolve, depart early, Bashar sternly reprimanded, his voice low yet causing the two guards to tremble. Regardless of their intentions, they obediently retreated. To avoid any prolonged complications, Long Jean decided against lingering and resolved to leave immediately. To dispel the wariness in Bashar's gaze, an idea struck Long Jean. He swiftly embraced Turan, striding confidently toward the van. Though Turan blushed from the sudden embrace, she made no effort to resist, instead wrapping her arms around Long Jean's neck in a show of cooperation. Witnessing the unexpected intimacy between them, Bashar's remaining vigilance began to wane. Americans typically refrained from engaging in inappropriate conduct with adolescent Afghan girls, especially not in public displays of affection. Only local tribal leaders would take young brides of 15 or 16. To prevent his subordinates from provoking the wrong individual, Bashar wisely cautioned them. That giant is no ordinary man. Had you engaged him just now, you would already be lifeless. We are in a unique period. The boss must not encounter any unforeseen incidents. If you do not wish to be fed to wild wolves, keep your distance. Perhaps due to Long Jean's clever ruse, his impeccable performance alleviated all of Bashar's suspicions. After warning his subordinates, Bashar unreservedly retrieved his powered-off mobile phone from his pocket, preparing to insert the battery and make a call. Operation Center, this is B6. Target Bashar Khan has been identified. Mission accomplished, requesting extraction. Long Jean reported into the radio as he returned to the vehicle with Turan. Operation Center received. Excellent work, B6. You may return, replied Eric in high spirits, promptly granting Long Jean's request. The primary objectives of this operation were twofold. Firstly, to verify the accuracy of the phone number. thereby validating the authenticity of the intelligence provided by Pachir, which would facilitate the request for final operational approval from higher authorities. In the face of a drug lord with global influence, both the Joint Operations Command and the CIA were cautious and not to be trifled with. Direct evidence was imperative. Secondly, to ascertain the precise location of Bashar, enabling continuous 24-hour surveillance via drone to track down Ghani, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Although Longjean's methods were somewhat unconventional, they effectively achieved both objectives with remarkable success. As Clay drove back to the base with Longjean and Talon, Mandy had made significant progress through the intelligence gathered by her operatives. Firstly, not long after Longjean and his team departed, Diaz received a mobile signal, confirming the accuracy of Pachel's intel. Furthermore, shortly after Bashir made a phone call, he drove away from the spice market in Bokhara, heading northeast toward Kunar Road. According to the intelligence crafted by Mandy, Ghani trusted only Bashir. Whenever there was a need to move between safe houses or venture out, Bashir had to be personally present to oversee security. The sudden departure of Bashir from his mistress's residence likely indicated he was specifically seeking Ghani. With this information, the drones could continue to track Bashir's convoy to ascertain Ghani's hiding place, ensuring they could launch a final revenge operation once permission was obtained. However, there were both positive and negative aspects to consider. According to the intelligence Diaz had received from the military, Bashir was an exceptionally formidable security expert, highly proficient in personal protection. The safe houses he designed were equipped to the teeth, featuring a Western-style layered security system and fortified combat zones surrounding each safe house, resembling a fortress that protected the central structure. Capturing Ghani would necessitate breaching Bashir's defenses, which was no simple task without the mobilization of troops. Thus, the success of Team B's mission remained uncertain. Eric was in the process of applying for operational clearance while Mandy and Diaz tracked Ghani's hideouts. The members of Team B, having just returned from a successful mission, found no respite. Aside from Jason and Sonny, who were preparing supplies in the armory, the others were already anticipating the challenges ahead. Even without an action briefing, Longjean and the others could surmise that capturing Ghani would be a formidable battle. To emerge victorious without being sent home draped in a national flag, each member had to prepare as thoroughly as possible. If the bodyguards can lead us to Ghani, are we launching an assault tonight? Clay inquired casually while maintaining his short-barreled 416 Hong Kong dollars, ensuring that no mechanical failures would occur in the upcoming operation. Indeed, the brave have no rest, Trent shouted, rummaging through his specialized gear bag for useful equipment. The thought of avenging Team E was exhilarating. Clay appeared eager, seemingly intent on proving himself through this confrontation. I faced Bashir today, and I can sense this man is extraordinary. He may prove to be more troublesome than any adversary we've encountered before. You'd best be cautious. I have no desire to return home alongside your ashes. Longjean quipped, though the latter part of his statement was laced with jest, the former reflecting an undeniable truth. I'm not that incompetent, Clay replied confidently. Confidence is a virtue, yet excessive confidence can lead to peril. Sonny held a roll of plastic explosives, placing it beside Clay across the table. The place we are heading to is perilous. Although you're not a demolitions expert, I advise you to carry some extra explosives. I have always been this confident. Clay replied with a nonchalant smile, yet he set his gun aside and began to open his backpack, preparing to stuff the roll of explosives inside. I recommend you place them in your thigh pouch. This operation is swift and brutal, and you may not have the luxury of time to reach into your backpack for the explosives, Sonny remarked, his brow furrowed. No need, Clay retorted emphatically, smirking. I prefer to keep the explosives separated by a ballistic plate. Chapter 226. The war between the newcomer and the veteran. Put them in your thigh pouch. Sonny's voice rose an octave, his expression darkening. Clay, I've been doing this for several years. I assure you there will be no issues. Clay chuckled confidently. Sonny felt he was imparting wisdom, while Clay dismissed his words as inconsequential, repeatedly disregarding his advice. Sonny was genuinely becoming irritated. His expression hardened, hands on his hips as he coldly stated, "This time, you will heed my words, rookie." Clay did not back down, leaning against the table, locking eyes with Sonny as he countered, "After basic underwater demolition training, I may still be a rookie. Perhaps even after graduating from the Green Team. I remain a newcomer in Team B. But now, I am no longer a novice. I know how to survive on the battlefield. So do not treat me as a rookie, okay?" Clay's sharp rebuttal infused the armory with palpable tension. Trent and Brock exchanged glances, chuckling as they continued to tend to their equipment, seemingly uninterested in intervening in the conflict between the two. As members of B4 and B5, they were well accustomed to the skirmishes between newcomers and veterans, except for a few rare exceptions, such as Long John, whose prowess compelled respect from the veterans. Every newcomer experienced this phase upon joining the team. Long John remained silent, as both Sonny and Clay were his good friends. The friction between the two, ostensibly over a roll of explosives, was in truth a struggle for dominance. Sonny sought to assert his status as the foremost under the vice captain of B3, demanding the respect he felt he deserved. Conversely, Clay, a fiercely competitive individual, found himself still regarded as a rookie despite having integrated with Long John and the veteran members of Team B. He had grown weary of the constant admonitions about how to conduct himself during missions. The clash with Sonny was not born of animosity. Rather, it was simply a culmination of Clay's frustrations, with Sonny inadvertently triggering his outburst. Clay aimed to confront Sonny head-on to attain a status within the team akin to that of Long John, to be regarded as an equal veteran rather than a mere newcomer. Although Sonny's personality leans towards the whimsical, often conjuring up peculiar antics that elicit laughter from everyone around him, beneath this jovial facade lies a notorious temper, making him the proverbial powder keg of Team B. His ire is formidable, with only Jason able to keep him in check. In front of a gathering crowd, Clay's blatant disregard for Sonny's pride ignites a profound fury within him. Wow, look at that, one might remark. The millennials seem to know everything, exuding a confidence that borders on arrogance. As Sonny spoke, he circled the table, storming towards Clay in a fit of rage. If I were a veteran, I certainly wouldn't misuse my experience to belittle newcomers. Clay, unwavering, stood his ground against Sonny. The two resembled two enraged bulls, glaring fiercely at one another, their noses nearly a mere 10 centimeters apart. Had they not been elite operatives, trained to maintain greater restraint than the average person, they might have already come to blows. At that moment, Ray entered the room and quickly perceived the brewing conflict between Clay and Sonny. As the vice captain and second-in-command of Team B, he could not afford to adopt the same obliviousness as Dragon and Trent. Clearing his throat twice to capture their attention, Ray called out, "Do you two have a problem?" "No, we're fine, Master Sergeant," Sonny replied, his gaze still firmly fixed on Clay, as if shifting his eyes would signify defeat in this contest of wills. The absurdity of their confrontation was evident, as these two had no genuine animosity toward one another. Dragon chuckled silently, shaking his head, content to watch the vice captain resolve the antics of these two raucous individuals. Ray, noticing their obstinacy, felt his temper flare. Raising his voice, he declared, "We are on the brink of taking down the assailants who attacked our brothers, yet you choose this moment to squabble over territory? I advise you both to set aside your disputes. Once we capture Ganem and secure him, if you still wish to settle your differences, you can do so in the ring like men." "I'm game," the challenger retorted. "I'm ready anytime." Sonny shot back at Clay, casting a fierce glare before conceding to Ray's authority and stepping back. While Team B faced minor internal discord, with Clay and Sonny nearly clashing, the operations center received promising news. Bashar's convoy had finally come to a halt, not far from the Pakistani border. Utilizing drone surveillance, Diaz conducted facial recognition on a group of Afghan individuals emerging from a building, identifying the high-value target, Musa Ganem. Mandy promptly contacted the higher-ups and secured permission to proceed. Subsequently, all members of Teams A and B received summons for an urgent meeting, converging at the command center in record time. The operational briefing was set to commence. In recent weeks, we have been diligently pursuing the mastermind behind the attack on Team E. I am pleased to announce that we have identified him. His name is Musagani, one of Afghanistan's notorious drug lords. After Eric concluded the opening remarks of the meeting, he gestured for Mandy to proceed with the operational briefing. As you are all aware, Team B has successfully located Ghani's head of security, Bashir Khan, whose movements were tracked by reconnaissance surveillance equipment to a safe house nestled in the hills of the Hindu Kush. Just moments ago, we confirmed Ghani's presence at that location. Mandy displayed a distant photograph revealing an isolated flat-roof structure at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by a barren perimeter wall, with several trucks and pickups parked nearby. Gentlemen, this is undoubtedly a significant target, rarely seen in the wild. How do we plan to apprehend him? Eric inquired. Listen to me, Jason, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, interjected. If Ghani is indeed there, he won't linger for long. We must act swiftly to capture him before he has a chance to escape. I propose that teams A and B deploy together, utilizing helicopters to swiftly approach the target and execute a direct assault. Sounds like Sunny's favorite plan, Ray chuckled. In and out, swift and brutal, I like it. Sunny beamed with satisfaction, the earlier tension from the armory dissipating. The terrain surrounding the target is quite open. If we approach by helicopter, they will hear us from a distance, affording them ample time to evacuate, Clay remarked. That's easily remedied, Long John said, rising from his seat at the conference table. He traced a circle around the house in the photograph with his finger. We can employ a strategy that combines deception with direct engagement. We will dispatch numerous helicopters from all directions to create an illusion that Ghani is surrounded, while he remains unaware of his escape routes. Teams A and B will enter via their helicopters, taking advantage of the cover provided by the surrounding aircraft, and advance directly to the core. Y landing strategy will deploy in a fan formation, encircling the front and back of the house to apprehend him in one fell swoop. Chapter 227. Brotherhood. That is indeed a sound plan. The base is lacking in many resources, but not helicopters. I can procure 46 for your cover. Eric expressed his satisfaction with Long John's proposal. It is time for that shifty-eyed Ghani to learn that one must eventually pay for their misdeeds, Sunny said, clenching his fists with determination. All right, everyone listen up. Jason stepped forward, addressing the group. I understand the significance of this mission for us, but remember, do not allow hatred to cloud our judgment, all right? I will strive to remain clear-headed. Wishing you all a successful hunt, gentlemen. With the operational plan effectively outlined, Eric led a round of applause to motivate the team. The members joined in, their spirits high, brimming with confidence and resolve to secure victory. Just as everyone prepared to leave and make the necessary arrangements, Eric called out to Jason. What is it? Jason paused and turned to face Eric. As Long John and Sunny prepared to depart from Team B, the others paused to hear what the commander had to say, despite the address not being directed at them. You performed admirably last week, yet the intensity of the mission was exceedingly high, and I sense you are not in optimal condition. Upon hearing Eric's remarks, Jason immediately bristled, retorting, Are you joking with me? I speak with sincerity, Jason. You and your team are overly emotional, which hampers your ability to make sound decisions and think clearly. Mistakes are likely to occur during operations. Listen, Eric emphasized, if any of your team exhibit abnormal behavior, it would be prudent to withdraw them from this mission. Upon hearing this, Lay shifted his gaze toward Clay and Sunny, who had nearly clashed moments ago. Both Clay and Sunny felt a surge of anxiety, casting furtive looks at Jason, silently praying their names would not be mentioned. After laboring tirelessly for most of the past half-month, they were now at the critical juncture of reaping the rewards of their efforts. To be excluded from participation would be unbearable, even though Eric's words had jolted them into realizing their mindset was indeed flawed. The tranquility and composure they once possessed had dissipated. Thank you for your advice, but I believe my team and I are just fine. Upon hearing Jason's initial words, Clay and Sunny exhaled in relief, realizing that Lay had not disclosed the circumstances to Jason. Otherwise, given Jason's stern demeanor, they would have had to bid farewell to the mission that very night. Thus, they both glanced at Lay and nodded in gratitude. Lay smiled but said nothing. Jason's assurance in the first part of his statement was followed by fervent words that ignited passion. Opportunities for revenge do not present themselves every day. We must seize this moment. Regardless of whether we are from Team A, Team B, Team E, or any other squad, we are brothers. And we must avenge our grievances together. Jason's heartfelt declaration resonated with Team B, warming their spirits and embodying the essence of camaraderie. Eric, too, felt the impact and ceased to question Team B's condition. From his jacket pocket, he retrieved a badge and handed it to Jason, stating, This is Steve Porter's insignia. We must capture that scoundrel, for the sake of our brotherhood. Upon seeing the bloodied badge, Jason's outstretched hand trembled involuntarily, overwhelmed by a surge of emotion. I will not let them down. Those who have wronged us will not see the night through. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jason accepted the badge, turning to face Long John and the others, raising the badge high above his head as he proclaimed, Brotherhood. Long John and the members of Team B, with solemn expressions, clenched their fists and raised their hands in unison, shouting, Brotherhood. As the evening sun cast its golden glow, the scene at the Finney Base's helicopter pad was one of anticipation. The formation of Black Hawk and Apache helicopters had all ignited their engines, ready for departure. It's time to go, comrades. Sunny, Have you thought about what frightens you? His companion asked. It's time to catch them. The two teams, A and B, disembarked from the minibus, each individual appearing robust and poised, akin to a bowstring drawn taut in anticipation. Upon reaching the operational zone, they were prepared to unleash a ferocious assault upon the enemy. However, as Team A and Team B approached the helipad, ready to board two Black Hawk helicopters, which had been stripped of their seats to maximize passenger space, the previously whirling rotor blades began to decelerate with an ominous hum. It was not just one helicopter, but all of them. The seasoned members of Teams A and B immediately recognized that the helicopters had powered down, ceasing their pre-flight warm-up. What is happening? Confusion enveloped everyone, as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. At that moment, a military Hummer sped onto the scene, halting abruptly behind Team B. Eric, who should have been at the command center orchestrating this ultimate confrontation, emerged from the vehicle, startling the members of Team B. What is going on? Jason approached, his expression one of incredulity. What is the meaning of this? Apologies, gentlemen, but the mission has been canceled. Eric's disheartening words immediately ignited Jason's fury. Why is the mission canceled? This is a rare opportunity. The CIA has terminated the operation, so you will not be going anywhere tonight. Eric explained with a tone of resignation. What is the reason? What justification? Jason's anger escalated, his voice rising. Calm down, buddy. Get your team in the vehicle. We will return to base, and you can address your concerns with the CIA, Eric replied, turning to re-enter the vehicle. Eric could sense Jason's explosive rage, akin to a lit powder keg, and was keen to avoid becoming the target of it. Since the CIA had called off the mission, the responsibility lay squarely upon their shoulders. Damn it, Jason, usually composed and rarely resorting to profanity, could no longer contain his frustration. You all get in the vehicle. He left those words for the rest of Team B, then quickly dashed into Eric's car, exclaiming, Take me to Laken. Chapter 228. The elite informant. This was bound to escalate. Long John witnessed Jason's unprecedented outburst, which even startled Commander Eric into deflecting blame, prompting admiration for the exceptional first sergeant. Jason was indeed formidable. He didn't even bother to remove his gear as he stormed into the CIA's headquarters in Laken, Afghanistan. An operation led by a battalion-sized task force had compelled him to alter his course of action and confront the CIA's highest authority in Afghanistan, Balding. At that moment, Balding was savoring a beer, basking in the glory of his decision to halt the operation, while conversing with his deputy when suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. Jason, clad in a heavy combat vest, stormed in with an imposing presence, pointing an accusatory finger at Balding. Why did you cancel my operation? What? I don't understand what you mean. Balding feigned ignorance. Jason, unfazed by Balding's pretense, marched over and slammed his hand onto the desk, causing pens and folders to leap into the air. He shouted, I brought 20 men onto the helicopter. The high-value target has been locked in. Why did you unilaterally cancel the operation? Gentlemen, this is Chief Master Sergeant Jason Hayes, an exceptional operator, demonstrating a powerful and ferocious breach, albeit regrettably. The damages to property will be deducted from your salaries. Balding remained unfazed by Jason's fury, casually engaging in idle chatter. The two deputies in the office, however, were intimidated by Jason's formidable presence, standing nervously and cautiously retreating to the side, fearing he might transform into a raging beast and administer a thorough beating. Jason leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Balding, and spoke in a low, menacing tone. Do not address me in such a manner. You are unworthy. Calm down, Sergeant Major. Balding, sensing Jason's ire, maintained a facade of composure, though the smile had vanished from his face. You want me to calm down? Jason swept his hand across the desk, sending documents and a laptop crashing to the floor like refuse. The clattering echoed throughout the room. Gentlemen, please step outside and remember to close the door. Balding recognized the gravity of the situation and instructed his two aides to exit, placing the beer bottle he had been holding down. With an impassive expression, he declared, The order to cancel the operation was issued by me, but the decision ultimately came from the Joint Special Operations Command. I can also clearly inform you of the reason. The high-value target you sought to apprehend is a protected senior informant. The Joint Operations Command lacked direct evidence to support the operation, thus it was temporarily canceled. You mean the CIA is protecting Ghani? Jason felt as though he were hearing a fantastical tale. Not us, Balding replied. Then who? Jason pressed. The DEA, came the response. The DEA? Jason laughed, a derisive sound. The Drug Enforcement Administration has made an informant out of one of the most brutal killers in eastern Afghanistan, one of the world's largest drug traffickers? Are they insane? Or is the world mad? Ghani proved himself valuable, which is why he became an informant, Belding explained. Valuable? Jason was rendered speechless, his sarcasm palpable. Is it by using us to eliminate your adversaries? Or is the sacrifice of Team E part of your plan as well? You should understand that you have no right to know these things, Belding retorted, using confidentiality as an excuse. With a violent kick, Jason struck the desk, nearly toppling the solid wooden structure. Musa Ghani killed 6 Tier 1 operators, my 6 brothers, and you tell me I cannot apprehend him because he is a DEA informant. Do you find that reasonable? Every cell in Jason's body radiated fury, utterly baffled by the minds of those seated in the office, who daily dictated the course of action. Did the lives of Tier 1 operators hold so little value in their eyes? I comprehend the seriousness of this matter. Their sacrifice is an irreparable loss, not only to you, but to the entire theater of operations. Yet someone must protect Ghani, and I am powerless to intervene. Belding spoke the truth this time. Unlike before when he merely evaded the issue. Even as the highest authority in Afghanistan, he remains simply an operative within the CIA, with no control over political matters. To the political elite above, he and Jason are merely pawns in the grand scheme. Jason recognized the depth of the situation. Attacking Belding would yield no fruit. And he struggled to temper his fury, stating, "No, you can take action, such as approving my operational plan. I cannot support you based on mere conjecture." "This is not conjecture, I know." They interrupted each other in a heated exchange, and Belding replied earnestly, "I am aware that the opium farm burned by Team E belongs to Ghani, and the funds hidden there are intended for hiring a hit squad. But is that enough? It is insufficient for apprehending the highest level informants of the Narcotics Bureau in this country. I tell you, Jason, I require more direct and compelling evidence to assist you in persuading the Bureau to withdraw its protection from Ghani." Belding had laid bare all his cards, making it clear that this was the only course of action. On one side stood the formidable and powerful U.S. Narcotics Bureau, and on the other, the DevGru, one of only 2 entities in the U.S. with operational privileges. As a high-ranking CIA official, Belding found himself unable to offend either side, nor could he assist them both. Jason understood the nature of the Narcotics Bureau and recognized that the true culprit behind the cancellation of the mission was not the CIA, but rather the Bureau itself. Realizing that further discussion would be futile, knowing the CIA would never antagonize the Bureau to aid him, he remarked sarcastically, "Your adherence to principles is truly admirable, you coward," before slamming the door behind him. Chapter 229. A turn of fate. Upon returning to Team B's camp from lodging, Jason's expression was as dark as thunder, as if he were about to devour someone whole. The members of Team B, including Long Jean and Lei, needed no inquiry. They understood that the long-prepared ultimate operation had now met its demise. Even as an E9 level Master Sergeant, Jason could not alter the final outcome. The lower-ranking non-commissioned officers, like Lei and Sonny, felt even more powerless in this matter. Despite their deep desire to avenge the fallen members of Team E, they could only suppress their emotions and await the unfolding of events. Long Jean, though unfamiliar with the members of Team E and lacking any personal emotional outrage over their deaths, felt a sense of indignation at the dishonor brought upon their esteemed unit. The DG, nevertheless, he was more eager than anyone to eliminate Ghani. For only with Ghani's demise could the precise amount of money hidden in the well of the opium farm descend into oblivion alongside him. As for any records or ledgers documenting this money, Long Jean had little faith in their existence. Such funds, intended for contract killings, would only be kept in meticulous records by those lacking common sense. Any rational person would refrain from leaving evidence of their crimes. Ghani has managed to ascend to the ranks of the world's most notorious drug lords, and in a remarkable display of audacity, he even collaborates with the Narcotics Bureau while traversing a tightrope. His intelligence is undoubtedly impressive, marking him as an astute individual. Would such a clever and formidable drug kingpin leave behind a ledger that could ultimately lead to his demise? Certainly not. Hence, Long Jean's unwavering conviction rests on the notion that, during the operation to apprehend Ghani, a slight maneuver could result in this individual being eliminated on the spot. With the demise of the last person privy to the amount, it would signify that the substantial sum he extracted from the well has vanished from existence. Only he would remain aware of the money's existence, having concealed it from the world. To To prevent unnecessary complications, Long John must devise a strategy to eliminate Ghani swiftly. He cannot afford to remain passive after the operation's cancellation. After nearly an hour of intense contemplation, Long John finally conceived a solution. Disregarding the late hour, he ventured alone to Mandy's dormitory. Upon answering the door, Mandy was taken aback to find Long John, but her fondness for him prompted her to invite him in despite the hour. "I apologize for today," she expressed, though not directly responsible for the operation's cancellation. As a member of the CIA, she felt compelled to convey her regret upon seeing him. "You need not apologize. I understand that you, too, wished for a different outcome. Your efforts over the past month have been commendable," Long John replied, recognizing her disappointment regarding the operation's withdrawal. His late-night visit was not intended for reproach. Rather, he had devised a groundbreaking plan that necessitated Mandy's participation. "Thank you for your understanding." Long John's words warmed Mandy's heart, alleviating her distress considerably. "Would you care to join me for a drink at the bar?" he invited. "Absolutely." Mandy, eager for a respite, accepted his invitation. The two quickly arrived at the base's bar, ordered their drinks, and engaged in light conversation. Eventually, Long John decided to broach the subject at hand. "Have you devised a solution regarding the cancellation of the operation to capture Ghani? The Narcotics Bureau is exceedingly obstinate. Without direct evidence linking Ghani to the demise of Team E, we cannot secure permission for the operation. However, without apprehending Ghani for interrogation, we cannot obtain such evidence, resulting in a deadlock," Mandy lamented, furrowing her brow and taking a substantial sip from her drink to soothe her unease. Long John could discern that Mandy was genuinely invested in capturing Ghani and was equally at a loss for a solution, her urgency surpassing even that of Jason. Since Mandy was truly committed to the task, the path ahead appeared more promising. Although the situation had deteriorated, it had not reached a point of no return. If they could find someone to assist them, there remained a chance for a reversal, with a high likelihood of success. "Really?" Long John's words ignited excitement in Mandy, who eagerly inquired, "What is the plan? Just tell me, and I will do everything in my power to make it happen." "The solution is quite straightforward. It involves utilizing the Drug Enforcement Agency to annul our operational methods, thereby enabling the continuation of our actions." Long John, with an air of intrigue, took a leisurely sip of his drink before articulating, "If my memory serves me correctly, you once mentioned that the investigative journalist Paul is the son of a congressman. His intent in approaching you is to secure an interview with a Tier 1 operator. If you could broker a deal with him, should he manage to make a call to his father and apply some political pressure on the DEA, it would undoubtedly render the agency incapable of interfering with our operations. In exchange for his assistance, we could offer him the opportunity to conduct a private interview with a Tier 1 operator, specifically a squad leader. A journalist of his caliber would find such an irresistible temptation hard to decline. It is noteworthy that active Tier 1 operators seldom grant interviews to outsiders. Such an opportunity is rare and, if missed, could be lost for a lifetime. Mandy was not one to easily concede defeat, nor did she wish for the fruits of her labor over the past month to go to waste. Upon hearing Long John's audacious proposal, her eyes brightened with optimism. She recognized the viability of his suggestion and could not help but admire his ingenuity. She also understood why this plan necessitated her involvement, given Paul's interest in her. This connection could render the male perspective less rational, thus increasing the likelihood of reaching a mutually beneficial agreement. Moreover, due to confidentiality agreements, Tier 1 operators are prohibited from accepting any interviews. Thus, a private interview with Paul could only be conducted clandestinely. Convincing Jason to agree to a secret interview would be impossible without the right rapport, which only Mandy, as a longtime friend, could facilitate. This was our singular opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, we must endeavor to pursue it. Mandy was thoroughly captivated by Long John's plan, reigniting the passion for her work that had dimmed. Setting down her glass, she exclaimed eagerly, "Let us seek out Jason. He is the linchpin of this transaction. No one desires to eliminate Ghani more than he does, and I believe he will not refuse." Long John, brimming with confidence, rose to follow her. "Let us hope so." Mandy beamed with a long-lost smile. Chapter 230. The best candidate for Captain Long John and Mandy had initially surmised that Jason would be in his dormitory. Yet they encountered considerable difficulty locating him at the shooting range. Instead of resting in his dormitory or indulging in the nightlife, Jason was relentlessly firing rounds, betraying the turmoil within him. "Hey, Chief, if you're practicing your shooting, I can join you." Doesn't it feel dull to be alone? Long John greeted as he entered. Hi. Jason turned briefly, nodding, before returning his focus to the target, unloading an entire magazine before ceasing fire. Is there any meaning in what you're doing? Mandy genuinely cared for Jason. Witnessing his self-destructive behavior filled her with both concern and frustration. This was no longer the brave, composed, and humorous first sergeant she had once known in battle. What do you expect me to do? Hide away and play dead? Is it really come to this? Jason shouted impatiently, still loading a fresh magazine. Does your self-destructive attitude serve any purpose? Will storming in and overturning Belding's desk resolve our issues? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to persuade Belding not to file a formal complaint against General Shinka? Mandy's tone rose as she recounted the times she had to clean up Jason's mess. We've come this far. I don't want to give up, but what can we do? Can you solve the problem? Jason yelled in frustration. I cannot do it alone, but we can. Mandy replied without hesitation. Can we really? Jason was momentarily taken aback by her response, genuinely caught off guard. Yes, we can. We still have a chance to keep the operation going, but it requires your assistance. It all depends on your willingness. Mandy gestured towards Long John, saying, your team members are not hiding here like you. They are actively seeking me to discuss strategies. As the captain, can't you be a bit braver? Jason glanced at Long John, but there was no surprise in his expression. He seemed accustomed to Long John stepping up to save the day when it truly mattered. Instead, he approached Mandy and said earnestly, I have always stated that as long as we can apprehend the true culprit, I am willing to do anything. Indeed, Jason had made such a promise when he agreed to send Tehran to the United States. Excellent. This is the Jason I know, Mandy finally smiled, playfully patting Jason's chest like an old friend. She then recounted the plan she had discussed with Long John. Absolutely, I can agree to that. Jason replied without a hint of hesitation, his gaze unwavering and resolute. To him, agreeing to a private interview with a reporter in exchange for capturing the true culprit and avenging his team was a most advantageous deal. Compared to the political higher-ups who would shield a drug dealer and murderer for their own interests, Jason felt that breaching the minor regulation against private interviews as a first-level operative was a trivial matter. All right, await my good news, Mandy said, leaving the shooting range with newfound confidence after receiving Jason's affirmative response. Boss, it seems things are falling into place. How about a shooting contest? I haven't practiced in a while, and it would be a good opportunity to hone my skills, Long John remarked. His spirits lifted as he chose to bond with Jason instead of following Mandy. You always manage to surprise people. If you can maintain this momentum, you would be the best candidate for captain, Jason said, picking up a P226 from the table and placing it on the shooting prep table in front of Long John. This gesture mirrored the act of a captain passing the baton. I don't wish to be captain. It's much more comfortable being a team member under your leadership. With your current state, you could easily go on for another 10 years, haha. Long John's words carried a double meaning, mixed with his genuine thoughts. He deftly loaded the weapon and aimed at the target ahead, declaring, 10 shots for accuracy. I'll go first. The sound of gunfire echoed. As Long John and Jason compared their marksmanship, the sharp crack of 9mm bullets striking metal resembled a prelude to a successful endeavor. Meanwhile, Mandy departed from the shooting range and soon located investigative journalist Paul. Do you ever take a break? Or is it that while others toil, you rest? And when we pause, you commence your work? Mandy inquired, her late-night visit eliciting no displeasure from Paul, who emerged in his pajamas, engaging in wordplay at midnight. How refined of you, Mandy teased, her smile playful. That's precisely why I command a handsome salary, Paul retorted, subtly implying that such verbal dexterity was his forte. I presumed your lucrative position was due to your access to elite circles, Mandy responded, her words layered with implication, hinting at the advantages afforded by his father's connections. Indeed, that is part of it, yet opportunities of that nature have dwindled. You see, the rapidly advancing internet has obliterated distance and secrecy. Paul candidly acknowledged his status as a beneficiary of privilege, while subtly indicating that such connections were becoming less effective in securing exclusive resources. Oh, how unfortunate, Mandy remarked, pursing her lips, tantalizingly suggesting, I have an opportunity to connect with influential individuals. I wonder if you might be interested. How influential? Paul's curiosity piqued, though his demeanor remained composed. Imagine spending an hour in a private setting with the chief sergeant major of an elite combat team, posing any questions you desire. What do you think? Mandy proposed. Paul burst into laughter, shaking his head. Impossible. Elite operatives never converse with journalists. especially not a commanding officer. Nothing is impossible. You know who I have good relations with, Mandy countered. Jason Hayes? Suddenly, Paul grasped the gravity of her words, realizing she was not jesting. His incredulous smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. This opportunity was indeed rare, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If he could unearth secrets from Jason, he could craft sensational stories, perhaps even pen a best-selling book. In this world, some pursue wealth, while others live their lives in search of fame. Paul, hailing from a well-off family, lacked for nothing financially. His sole desire was to elevate his own notoriety, and here lay a golden opportunity. I have secured an interview with Jason. What about you? Or to phrase it differently, what must I provide? As an experienced journalist, Paul understood that fortune does not simply fall from the sky, prompting him to inquire directly. You are likely aware of the situation with Ghani. We hope to proceed with our plans. Perhaps you could discuss it with your father, Mandy implied, her meaning clear despite her indirect approach. Paul is an astute journalist, or one might say, a journalist with a mercantile disposition, who has engaged in numerous transactions facilitated by his father. Upon hearing Mandy's words, he immediately comprehended their implication, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The following day, during the morning assembly, all members of Team A and Team B convened in the conference room, their faces marred by clouds of discontent, utterly devoid of any semblance of good cheer. In stark contrast, Eric and Mandy radiated joy, promptly announcing an exhilarating piece of news to everyone. With great delight, they proclaimed, "We can resume our pursuit of Musagani." The revelation was so electrifying that it caused the coffee cup in Ray's hand to clatter to the floor. Wow, this is utterly fantastic. Who managed to persuade Belding? I must extend my utmost gratitude to him. Ray exclaimed, "This is, without a doubt, the most splendid morning meeting I have experienced in years." The others erupted into incredulous cheers, akin to spectators witnessing a last-second championship victory on the playing field. Even Jason and Longjean, the architects of this operation, were swept up in the exhilaration upon hearing the news. It signified the success of their plan. Mandy, witnessing the revitalized spirits of teams A and B, felt an overwhelming sense of elation and stepped forward to say, thanks to several superior officials, we can continue our pursuit of Ghani. The good news is that drone surveillance indicates Ghani remains in his original safe house, accompanied by 5 adversaries, including Bashir and his bodyguards. The bad news is that daylight has arrived, compelling us to strategize an offensive in broad daylight. Mandy refrained from disclosing the clandestine arrangement made with Paul to the assembled individuals, instead opting for a vague excuse to deflect any inquiries. After all, this transaction was shrouded in ambiguity, rendering it unsuitable for public revelation. Must we forfeit the element of surprise and the advantages of our technology and equipment? Ray inquired. We possess night vision goggles. Why not wait until nightfall? Clay questioned, to which Sonny retorted mockingly. Look at the rookie, contemplating asymmetric warfare. Does he fear we might not think of it ourselves? Sonny, it is indeed a feat for you to articulate such a complex term, Clay shot back, deriding Sonny as a mere brute. As the two engaged in their playful banter amid the buoyant atmosphere of potential combat, some laughed while others watched with amusement, treating the exchange lightly. We do not wish to take the risk of waiting until nightfall, as Ghani frequently relocates to evade capture, Mandy clarified in response to Clay's perplexity. Contemplating the possibility that his meticulously crafted plan might be thwarted by changing circumstances, Longjean expressed his disappointment, unable to restrain himself from asking, so, does that mean our previously devised operational plan is now rendered obsolete? Indeed, Eric affirmed with a nod. In daylight operations, your only option is to infiltrate from the periphery. The helicopter can drop you off 2 kilometers from here. He gestured towards the screen, indicating a point marked by a green circle. All right, let us proceed with this plan swiftly. The time is still early, and they may yet be asleep. Let us apprehend them all. During the day, engaged in combat outdoors, the dual debuffs of the environment had rendered the situation utterly dire, yet Jason was already brimming with impatience. As he spoke, he rose and prepared to step outside. Longjean and the other team members responded promptly, all standing up to gather their equipment and set off. Hey, one more thing, Eric called out to the departing group, solemnly advising, if Ghani manages to escape, no one is permitted to pursue him. The proximity to the Pakistan border poses significant risks for us. I refuse to lose any of my brothers because of him, Jason resolutely declared, his eyes gleaming with fierce intent, leaving an unspoken implication that should Ghani attempt to flee, he would be rendered lifeless. Even though this was a high-value target mission, the primary objective remained the capture of the target alive. Without waiting for Eric to utter further words, he strode out without a backward glance. The other members of Team AB shared an unwavering confidence, allowing Ghani to escape, especially when only 4 individuals were tasked with guarding him, would be nothing short of a disgrace. At 9:10 a.m., Team AB boarded a Black Hawk helicopter and arrived at a drop zone 2 kilometers away, advancing toward the target location in a staggered formation. "Boss, being exposed in broad daylight feels quite uncomfortable," Sonny grumbled, chewing on a piece of grass he had plucked from the roadside. Surveying the sparse trees and the lack of underbrush in the desolate terrain, Jason did not respond to Sonny's complaints. Instead, he pressed the PPT and called out, "Operations Center. This is B1. We have arrived at the drop zone." "Copy that, B1. Wishing you a pleasant trek," Eric replied. "Go. Jason waved his hand, issuing the command to proceed. Team B formed a line and began to advance at a brisk pace, with Brock and his military dog, Hellfire, leading the way, while Long John remained at the rear, armed with a machine gun. After more than 10 minutes of rapid movement, Team B reached a point approximately 100 meters from the target building. Fully equipped and burdened with over 50 pounds, they sprinted forward under the scorching sun, their clothes drenched with sweat. Ignoring the fatigue from the short-distance sprint, Team B quickly organized an observation at a suitable dip in the terrain for concealment. Long John and Sonny were responsible for the rear view, while Clay and Trent covered the flanks. Lay, Brock, and Jason positioned themselves at the front, preparing to observe the target building prior to the operation. After several minutes of scrutiny through a high-powered telescope, Lay reported back to Jason, "There's no one visible outside, and the target house appears to be quiet. Perhaps Ghani rose later than usual." Brock jested, "Maybe he truly embodies the bohemian spirit, embracing a life of laziness and freedom, only getting up at noon." Sonny concurred. "Enough chatter. If we can't see anyone, let us move in and commence the operation," Jason insisted, eager to capture Ghani, rising from his cover to issue the command. Team B excels in both indoor and maritime combat. However, they exhibit relative weakness in expansive, straightforward engagements. In the vast, flat desert terrain, particularly during daylight operations, there are no suitable strategies available, compelling them to cautiously advance towards their objective. Consequently, Team B adopts no specialized formation, instead opting for the most secure method of progression. Sniper Lay selects a vantage point to establish an observation and sniping position, providing the team with visual coverage and long-range suppression. Machine Gunner Longjean teams up with Lay, forming a duo capable of mutual support and protection. Longjean's exceptional machine gun control technique enables him to deliver continuous fire support to the assaulting personnel from approximately 100 meters away. The remaining members arrange themselves in AV formation, akin to a flock of geese in flight. In the center stands Brock, accompanied by a dog, utilizing Hellfire's sensitivity to explosives to detect potential landmines or IEDs along their route. Flanking him are Jason, Clay, Sonny, and Trent, positioned slightly behind on either side, maintaining a distance of 225 meters between them. This spacing effectively mitigates the risk of multiple personnel being struck simultaneously in the event of an enemy's automatic fire, allowing nearby team members to swiftly evacuate any injured personnel to a relatively safe location. As Team B initiates their operation, Team A, tasked with providing cover and support, takes position diagonally behind a building, also establishing a gun line 100 meters away to block the sole road, preventing Ghani from making a retreat. The theoretical synergy between Team A's defensive posture and Team B's offensive maneuver aims to trap Ghani with no escape. Maintaining their formation, Team B cautiously approaches the building, observing no anomalies or targets within the initial 50 meters. However, as they crest a small ditch, closing to within 40 meters of the target structure, both teams enter direct line of sight. Suddenly, the rapid fire of machine gun bullets erupts, kicking up dust from the ground. A bullet narrowly misses Clay's face. Its passage felt through the rush of air, prompting him to drop to the ground and shout that there are enemies ahead. Jason and the others had already taken cover, hastily seeking low-lying terrain for protection. From the summit of a small hill, Longjean quickly identifies the source of the gunfire. A combatant is concealed on the rooftop, draped in a gray blanket. The continuous fire from the machine gun nest, accompanied by smoke and flames, reveals the assailant's position, which was otherwise difficult to discern. As the rooftop gunner opens fire, Lei, who previously observed no targets, suddenly spots several weapons emerging from the building. One gun is hidden behind a wall, firing through a basketball-sized hole, effectively combining offense and defense. Two additional guns are positioned symmetrically in rooms flanking the main entrance. Only half of the window was ajar, with a figure standing well back from the sill, reminiscent of Long John's technique during the capture of Achim, when he had fired from atop a desk in the middle of the room. Despite Long John's elevated position, he could not discern the forms of the two assailants, only glimpsing a segment of the gun barrel and the flames emanating from it. The four gunmen occupied positions that were exceptionally cunning. Although Jason and his team, tasked with the assault, retaliated with gunfire, their efforts proved futile. The proximity of both sides, coupled with the advantage of the machine gun on the roof, rendered Jason's men pinned behind cover, unable to execute effective and precise strikes. From this brief exchange of fire, it was evident that these individuals, serving as Ghane's personal bodyguards, possessed a level of military acumen that set them apart from ordinary armed militants and terrorists. They had undoubtedly undergone systematic security training. While their combat capabilities might lag behind those of American Special Forces, they were by no means inferior to the regular infantry of the U.S. military. In light of the impasse faced by the assault team, Long John and Lei, as the fire support unit, commenced their operations. The rhythmic staccato of Long John's light machine gun unleashed a barrage of rapid-fire rounds directed towards the target structure. Even if the bullets did not reach the individuals behind the two windows and wall, Long John's firepower relentlessly poured into those three positions, disregarding the adversaries on the roof. This may have appeared to be a futile endeavor, yet it was imbued with deeper strategy. The role of fire support extends far beyond its literal interpretation. It is not simply about indiscriminately spraying bullets. It encompasses tactics of assault, suppression, and protection, requiring a deft transition between various strategies at the appropriate moments, far more intricate than mere assault. In summary, the operation can be delineated into two fundamental aspects: attack and defense. Long John's current actions were defensive in nature, akin to providing protection through aggressive fire to shield comrades ensnared in enemy fire. Hitting the enemy would be ideal. But if that proved impossible, he aimed to strike the periphery. The objective was to create a cloud of debris and dust from the surroundings of those three locations, thereby disrupting Ghane's bodyguards' focus on their shooting. In the case of earthen structures, or walls, the resulting dust could obscure the enemy's line of sight. This strategy aimed to minimize the likelihood of Jason and his team being hit by enemy bullets. Meanwhile, less than 5 meters from Long John, Lei, armed with a sniper rifle, had a mission that contrasted sharply with Long John's, serving as the offensive component of fire support. The sniper rifle could not provide area suppression but offered precision fire to cover the advancing team. The advantage lay in its pinpoint accuracy. Within the target building that Team B was assaulting, the most significant threat to Jason and his team resided well within the sniper's line of sight. With a soft report, the Mk-11 Navy version sniper rifle discharged, the bullet piercing through the suppressor with a swift whistle. The distance of 100 meters is as effortless for the first-class combatant Lei as swatting a fly for an ordinary person. The bullet strikes its target with unerring precision. The head of the bodyguard, entrenched behind a steady machine gun, was nearly severed in half, with the enemy's high-point machine gun rendered silent. The pressure on Jason and his comrades was significantly alleviated. They could finally commence small-scale maneuvers, retreating from the oppressive terrain and seeking advantageous positions for a counteroffensive, thus enabling further advancement. According to the intelligence discussed in the operational meeting, the target building housed only 5 individuals, including Danny, which meant there were merely 4 bodyguards. Now, 4 of them had emerged to open fire, and with the inclusion of the drug lord Danny, all targets had been revealed. As the assault team of Jason and his 4 companions engaged, Long John and Lei, providing cover from the high ground, began their offensive against the remaining 3 firing points. The remaining Team A, positioned behind the house, was tasked with securing the escape routes and did not participate in direct combat. However, just as the attention of both teams A and B was solely focused on the target building, an unforeseen incident transpired. Suddenly, Lei, who had completed his assault task, teamed up with Long John, and together they suppressed the 3 firing points of the target house thoroughly. The adversaries were left with no choice but to cower behind walls or the house, unable to emerge and obstruct Jason and his team's movements. Out of nowhere, a mortar shell arched dramatically from a nearby ditch, several dozen meters from the left side of the house, hurtling directly towards the position of Long John and Lei. Chapter 233. The most powerful B6 boom. The earth trembled beneath the explosion, shrouded in smoke and dust. Damn it! As the smoke from the explosion completely enveloped the position of Long John and Lei, Jason's heart seized painfully, nearly stopping. Clay and Sonny, along with the others, also turned pale, an ominous shadow descending upon them. Call B2, B6, respond if you hear me. At that moment, Jason was too preoccupied to ponder why the intelligence had only mentioned 5 individuals when there were still other enemies firing. He simply wanted to ascertain the safety of his comrades. After 5 or 6 seconds of silence, there was no response. Jason's complexion drained of color. The 2 individuals most cherished and dependable, if they had perished in that explosion, he would be at a loss for words. Sonny and the others were equally thrown into disarray, abandoning their assault on the target building. All ceased fire, seeking refuge behind cover, silently praying that no harm had befallen their comrades, awaiting a response from Long John and Lei. Call B2, B6, are you all right? Jason repeated his call, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the smoke rising into the sky, his eyes beginning to redden. Anger, anxiety, unease, anticipation, and prayer, all emotions converged into a singular tumult. Tick-tock, time passed once more, second by second. The entirety of Team B, even Team A, was engulfed in an unprecedented silence, unable to accept the loss of their 2 comrades. Just as Jason felt he could no longer endure, on the verge of collapse. Cursed be the circumstances. I narrowly escaped death. Fortune, it seems, favors me. I am B6, and while I am otherwise well, a persistent ringing now fills my ears, rendering me deaf to all sound. B2 is in a worse state, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon examination, there were no visible injuries, likely due to the shock of the blast. I am aware of the source of the artillery fire, and I am resolved to confront them. Wish me luck. Dragon's thoughts seem to remain relatively lucid, though the explosion appears to have unhinged him, igniting a furious desire for vengeance within. Upon hearing Dragon declare that neither he nor Lei had perished in the blast, Jason and the rest of B-Team breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Jason's anxiety returned upon hearing the subsequent statement. B6, remain where you are. I will send assistance, Jason called out. Having just been struck by a bomb, Dragon, unaware of his own condition, plunged recklessly into enemy territory, an undoubtedly perilous endeavor. Regrettably, Jason's call went unanswered, and he refrained from repeating it, as the reason was all too clear. At that moment, Dragon was in a daze from the explosion, consumed by an overwhelming urge for retribution against those who had attacked him. The deafening impact of the blast rendered him unable to hear the radio communication. Cover B6. All units focus on providing support for B6. He must be out of his mind, Jason urgently commanded. With no way to halt Dragon's reckless advance, Jason could only implore others to assist him in any capacity possible. Suddenly, another shell soared through the air as Jason finished his command. Take cover, he shouted, dropping to the ground. The blast erupted less than 10 meters away, sending a powerful shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. The strength of such an explosion suggested at least a .60 caliber round. Fortunately, Jason's team had taken refuge in a trench. While the dust from the explosion left them in disarray, they emerged unscathed. The enemy, now supported by mortar fire, eliminated the high ground positions held by Dragon and Lei's forces. The bodyguards within the target building no longer posed a threat, and the intensity of the fire resumed. Bullets whizzing perilously close overhead. Having just endured a mortar strike, Jason's team found it increasingly difficult to protect Dragon, let alone themselves. Engaging in open-field combat presents its own challenges. Regardless of individual prowess, all are rendered equal in the face of overwhelming firepower. Furthermore, Ghani's bodyguards are no ordinary foes. Their tactics and coordination are exceedingly professional. They had concealed a mortar and its crew in a hidden corner, specifically to target distant fire positions, swiftly eliminating 90 of the armed combatants. It was this intelligence failure that nearly cost Dragon and Lei their lives. This is B1. We require support at the front. You must initiate an assault from the rear to divert enemy fire and create an opportunity for us to advance. Jason could not ascertain the situation on Dragon's front and was forced to adjust his battle strategy on the fly. The Full Metal team was acutely aware that this battle was far from straightforward. Upon witnessing the obliteration of Team B's observation point, they promptly responded. A1 acknowledges. I will dispatch a 4-man assault team to initiate an attack from the 2 o'clock position. Following the acknowledgement from Team A, Jason turned his attention to the command center. Reporting, Operations Center, this is B1. The intelligence regarding enemy personnel is erroneous. The target consists of more than 5 individuals, and the exact number remains unclear. They are equipped with an artillery bombardment unit. The command center replied, B1, proceed with caution. Eric's tone mirrored the gravity of the situation. He had witnessed the recent explosion and, along with Mandy and others, found their focus entirely captivated by the drone footage. Under the drone's surveillance, they could distinctly observe Long John, armed with a light machine gun, swiftly approaching the bombardment site along a dirt trench. The drone's camera swiftly transitioned, revealing 2 gunners stationed beside a mortar, methodically loading shells. Flanking the gunners was an armed militant wielding an AK-74 for protection. Under normal circumstances, Eric, Mandy, and the others would have no doubt that Long John could effortlessly eliminate these 3 adversaries. However, the predicament was that they had just witnessed Long John endure an artillery blast. Although they could not fathom why he had survived unscathed, they were certain he must have sustained some injuries. Now faced with the daunting task of confronting an enemy artillery position, particularly one guarded by an armed assailant, the prospect of Long John single-handedly challenging 3 opponents transformed what was once a foregone conclusion into a harrowing concern. Compounding their distress was the realization that, despite the inherent danger, Eric and Mandy were unable to provide any assistance, as Long John had suffered a blast-induced ringing in his ears, rendering him incapable of receiving any transmitted messages. Everything now rested solely on Long John's shoulders. In the absence of any means to offer support, the only recourse for the operations center was to monitor Long John's actions, hoping that he would once again deliver a flawless performance. As he had on so many occasions before, he was, after all, the legendary B6, capable of conjuring extraordinary feats. Chapter 234, 1 Artillery Round. 2 corpses desecrated under the collective gaze of the command center. Long John swiftly approached the mortar's location above the trench. The 3 armed personnel operating the mortar likely underestimated the precision of the first artillery shell, which failed to eliminate both individuals at the fire point, leaving them inadequately vigilant. Their attention was primarily directed forward and backward, wary of an assault from teams A and B. Long John crouched atop the trench for a brief moment of observation before producing 2 stun grenades, accurately gauging the distance to the mortar's position. With a decisive throw, he launched the grenades. Boom, boom. The explosions occurred within a second of each other, their sound more deafening than that of high-explosive grenades. The 3 armed militants were caught completely off guard. Even if the stun grenades were less effective indoors, rendering them not entirely incapacitated, they were still left momentarily disoriented. At that instant, Long John rose, brandishing his light machine gun, and unleashed a torrent of fire. As 3 armed assailants remained disoriented, they were swiftly felled by gunfire from a mere 10 meters away. It was only then that the personnel at the operations center noticed the numerous dark stains on Long John's clothing, particularly on his left forearm. Diaz, Eric, and Mandy, seasoned veterans, immediately recognized that these stains were the result of blood seeping through his attire, indicating he had sustained injuries. It became clear why Long John had opted not to shoot the 3 men directly at such close range, instead employing 2 stun grenades first. The stability required to operate a light machine gun with one hand would diminish, posing a significant risk in executing a swift kill. By using stun grenades to incapacitate the enemy, he ensured that they would be unable to retaliate immediately upon witnessing their first comrade fall, thus safeguarding his own absolute security. Observing Long John's unwavering ferocity tempered with composure, Eric and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as Eric prepared to inform Jason and the rest that the enemy's stronghold had been neutralized, allowing for an assault on the target building to capture Ghani alive, Long John descended the earth embankment and executed a follow-up shot on the 3 armed men. He then seized a mortar and adjusted its barrel. At this sudden action, Eric's apprehension grew. Mandy and Diaz also discerned what Long John was about to do, their eyes widening in disbelief. B6, this is the operations center. Please cease your actions immediately and prioritize the capture of the high-value target alive. Eric grasped the radio to call out to Long John, but then recalled that Long John had been temporarily deafened by the blast and could not hear his plea. Damn it. Eric expressed his frustration and helplessness, fixating intently on the screen, muttering, "No, no, no," though it proved futile. The personnel in the command center could only watch as Long John calibrated the mortar's firing parameters and loaded a shell into the breech. With a resounding thud, the mortar erupted from its barrel, soaring skyward in an arc before striking the target building with pinpoint accuracy. A thunderous boom reverberated as flames and smoke erupted, obliterating half of the structure. What? What is happening? Did they misfire? The members of Team B, contemplating their assault, were taken aback as the target building was demolished, the barrage that had been aimed at them suddenly ceasing, leaving them bewildered. The quick-witted Clay conjectured, could it have been B6? It seemed the only plausible explanation. Jason, recalling Long John's enigmatic nature and his earlier cries for vengeance, came to a near certainty regarding the situation. B6, splendid work. Sonny praised Long John over the radio upon learning of his involvement, though he received no response. The others, too, felt elated, not attributing blame to Long John for failing to capture Ghani alive, but rather reveling in the satisfaction of revenge, including Jason himself. The target building has now been reduced to ruins, and the bodyguards within have ceased their fire. It is safe to assume that, even if they have not perished, they are severely incapacitated. At this moment, the battle has only just begun, skipping over the intermediate chaos directly to its conclusion. B4, please assess the situation with Lay. Jason instructed, dispatching the medic Trent to attend to Lay, and then commanded the others, follow me. We must ascertain whether Ghani still lives. Move out. Just then, another explosion erupted. The already devastated building had now been entirely reduced to rubble, with only a precarious wall on the left still standing. Well, confirmation is no longer necessary. We can proceed directly with the SSE protocol. Climbing out of the trench, Jason wore an expression of resignation, to avoid being mistakenly targeted by Long John. He picked up the radio and said, calling B6, do you read me? B6 acknowledges, came Long John's swift reply, prompting Jason to suspect that Long John had feigned deafness earlier. Yet, lacking evidence, and given the perfect outcome, Jason buried this suspicion deep within. He then commanded, prepare to approach the site. You may set down your heavy weaponry. B6 acknowledges. Fire has ceased. All right, B6, you may come and assemble. Jason finally exhaled in relief, leading Sonny and the others swiftly towards the building. The target structure, where Ghani was located, was modest in size, comprising only 2 or 3 rooms, and had been flattened by 2 rounds of 60mm mortars. Upon arriving at the scene with Team B, Jason took a few shots at the perimeter targets and surveyed the devastation with a look of helplessness. He had no choice but to summon Team A as well. A dozen first-rate Special Forces soldiers had now transformed into engineers, beginning to excavate the site and gather intelligence. 20 minutes later, Mandy arrived at the scene aboard a helicopter, accompanied by a group of intelligence personnel. The scale of the excavation had expanded once more. The culprits behind the transformation of the Special Forces into laborers were aboard the helicopter with Lay, being urgently transported to the base as casualties. Chapter 235, to Team E. To Brotherhood. Long John and Lay were brought to the field hospital, stripped down to their undergarments, surrounded by medics who meticulously examined them. The final assessment was relatively fortunate. A combination of skill and luck. The shell's impact point had been slightly off, and Long John's quick reflexes allowed him to leap forward, grabbing Lay and rolling him aside just in time to avoid the deadly blast zone. Most of the shockwave and debris from the explosion were absorbed by Long John. Lay sustained merely 2 stones embedded in his thigh and forearm, along with several minor abrasions. Long John, however, had suffered considerably more. Upon arrival at the hospital, he had 2 pieces of shrapnel lodged in his back, 3 stones the size of a thumb, 5 granules of explosive debris, and various other hard fragments. The examining physician looked at Long John's back and then glanced at his coat, riddled with numerous holes, left at a loss for words. One can only marvel at Long John's bulletproof vest. Had it been even slightly inferior, had his physical condition been just a tad weaker, or had he been positioned a fraction closer to the epicenter of the explosion. The small stones and shrapnel that penetrated his heavy-duty vest and became embedded in his back muscles would surely have shattered his internal organs. Instead of being as lively as he is now, he would likely have bled out profusely on the spot. Not even divine intervention could have salvaged him. In addition to the primary impact zone on his back, Long John also bore scratches on both legs and a piece of stone lodged in his left upper arm. Despite his grotesque state after the explosion, he suffered no fatal injuries. This served as a revelation for the medics, allowing them to witness the existence of a man who could endure such a blast and still remain remarkably vigorous. Lei was acutely aware that Long Zhan had saved him once again, marking his second chance at life. Although Lei uttered no words, the way he looked at Long Zhan had transformed completely, akin to how he regarded Jason. They had truly become brothers in life and death. After more than 3 weeks of relentless combat, the culprit had finally been vanquished, and teams A and B held a celebratory gathering, relieved and elated. The military celebration was far less extravagant than those held outside, focusing instead on simplicity and atmosphere. A bonfire was lit in the center, background music played, and beer flowed abundantly, all set for the occasion. "Hey, everyone, quiet down." Jason, the most senior non-commissioned officer present, stood among the crowd with a beer in hand to kick off the celebration. "I'm not skilled at speeches, truly not. However, losing a brother is profoundly sorrowful, yet discovering the one responsible for our brother's demise brings me immense joy." With that, Jason raised his beer high, prompting everyone, including the injured Long Zhan, to lift their bottles in solidarity. All smiles faded as a solemn atmosphere enveloped the gathering. "Let us toast to Robert Johnson, Richard Williams, Chris Hall, Raymond Castle, Mijai Miller, and Steve Porter. Let us honor our fallen brothers from Team E." As Jason recited each name, the glasses clinked together in a poignant moment of remembrance. "I have one more thing to say," Eric remarked gravely. "Our best brothers can finally rest in peace. Let us toast to Team E. To Team E. To Team E." Everyone raised their glasses, tilting their heads back to drink deeply. In that instant, all hatred dissipated, and the burdens weighing them down were lifted. From this day forth, they could revel in their upcoming assignments. Steve Porter once remarked that when the bonfire is ignited, so too should your passion be ignited. Let us celebrate. Jason raised both hands, energizing the crowd. Woohoo! They cheered in unison, the background music resuming to usher in a night of revelry. As the crowd began to gather in their own joyous clusters, Eric pulled Jason aside and said, "Do you remember the question I posed to you earlier? About your squad's emotional turmoil hindering their decision-making? What do you mean by that? Do you believe there is an issue with Long eliminating Gani?" Jason's smile faded. "I think he has become even more reckless than before." Although Eric's words were vague, they concealed his thoughts. Gani was no ordinary target, and you are aware of the situation at the time. If a shell had struck, I doubt either of us could have performed better than he did. Jason staunchly defended Long Zhan. "Therefore, this is a separate matter. Let us restore normalcy going forward. Shall we?" Eric's meaning was clear. This time, no one would be held accountable, but such an incident must not recur. "Certainly." Jason chuckled, clinking bottles with Eric. "This shall be the last time. Come, we have accomplished a significant feat today, and it merits a celebratory drink." With that, Jason led Eric to indulge in libations, while Long Zhan, seated outside, noticed Mandy standing forlornly at the edge of the gathering. With his left hand bandaged and cumbersome, he approached her with 2 bottles of beer in his right. He handed her a bottle and said, "Your significant contribution was vital to the success of this operation. In this moment of joy, I believe you should partake in the celebration." "Thank you." Mandy accepted the beer and took a sip, yet her expression remained devoid of joy. "You seem somewhat discontent. Is there an issue?" Long Zhan inquired. "We have examined the evidence collected today and discovered a farm transfer contract related to the farm that Team E burned down. The transaction occurred 8 weeks ago, while the destruction of the farm took place 5 weeks prior," Mandy stated solemnly. 8 weeks ago? Long Zhan's memory, long buried within the recesses of his mind, was stirred by Mandy's words, causing his smile to vanish. It seemed the true culprit was not Gani after all. Time had elapsed too long. The combined events spanned over a decade, and Long Zhan genuinely struggled to recall the intricate details of the first season of the Navy SEALs. Chapter 236, Mandy's Night. Now, spurred by Mandy's reminder, Long Zhan had a fleeting recollection. However, he still could not ascertain the identity of the true mastermind, prompting him to cautiously ask Mandy, "Are you suggesting that Gani is not the true culprit? Hey, why are you two hiding in this corner instead of celebrating?" Jason suddenly approached. "Mandy just informed me of new evidence suggesting that Gani may not be the true perpetrator behind the annihilation of Team E," Long Zhan explained. "Are you jesting?" Jason responded in astonishment. "I have no time for jesting." Mandy took a deep breath and stated earnestly, "According to the information revealed in the land transfer contract, Ghani sold the farm to a shell company prior to the incident, and the sale price was exceedingly low. While our investigation continues, one thing can be established with relative certainty. The funds kept at the Eenzi farm, intended for hiring a hitman to eliminate Team E, likely do not belong to the Ghani you eliminated today. Could it be Salim Hakan? Long John recalled that name. Currently, there exists no direct evidence implicating him. However, that shell company undoubtedly has ties to Salim, rendering him highly suspicious. The information presented by Mandy has surpassed mere conjecture and has essentially reached the threshold for formal investigation. Let us refrain from disclosing this to others for now, shall we? I wish to preserve their enthusiasm for the evening. Regardless of Jason's reluctance to accept, he must come to terms with this new reality. Indeed, we all deserve a restful night, and we shall address the remaining matters tomorrow. A significant battle lies ahead, and Mandy resolved to relax thoroughly before proceeding, taking a sip of her drink as she made her way toward the gathering by the bonfire. Seeing Jason standing still, Long John inquired, "Aren't you joining us?" "I suddenly lack the spirit." "You all go ahead. I assure you, I will be fine. Do not concern yourselves with me." Jason declined and turned to leave. Mandy watched him depart in silence after taking another sip of her drink. Alas, what a futile endeavor this has been. It truly is aggravating. With a resigned sigh, Long John returned to the crowd alongside Mandy. The following morning, Long John emerged from Mandy's quarters, unnoticed by anyone. Mandy too did not follow to say anything. In American society, it is quite common for such interactions to occur between a man and a woman after a night of drinking, especially under the pressures of military life. Both Long John and Mandy are no longer naive, fully aware of how to navigate such an overnight encounter. It is simply understood that when dawn breaks, nothing has transpired. Matters of the heart need not be broached. Rather, it was merely two individuals seeking companionship under the influence of alcohol, akin to fulfilling a biological need. Whether future encounters may continue to satisfy such needs will depend on their mutual interest and mood at that time. This stands in stark contrast to the formal commitment of a romantic relationship, wherein fulfilling each other's needs constitutes an obligation. Having returned to his dorm to retrieve his clothing, Long John prepared to take a refreshing shower. After all, working through the night while injured is far more physically taxing than usual, leading to an abundance of sweat, which resulted in an unexpected encounter with Clay. "Hey, Long, you didn't return last night. I recall you left with Mandy. What gives?" Clay teased with a mischievous grin. In response to Clay's insinuation, Long John deftly replied, "Do you remember that female soldier we encountered previously? I've managed to win over one of them, and I intend to capture the rest during our upcoming deployment. I thought you might have something going on with Mandy, but it seems I was mistaken. Nevertheless, those female soldiers are indeed quite captivating," Clay remarked with a chuckle. "Care to join me? I'll arrange something for tonight. I guarantee it will be an exhilarating experience." Long John tempted. "No thanks, I'll pass. You enjoy yourself," Clay declined, then whispered conspiratorially, "It seems our superior didn't return last night either. Perhaps he's involved with that female contractor." "Huh. My good friend, when did you become so gossipy? Are you planning to become a tabloid journalist after your service?" Long John jested. "That's not a bad idea," Clay mused, stroking his chin, evidently intrigued. "I shall not linger in playful banter with you any longer. I must attend to my bath. Allow me to divulge a piece of information in advance. The matters concerning Team E are far from concluded, and you must brace yourself for what lies ahead." With an air of mystery, Long John left behind a tantalizing enigma, and before the bewildered Clay could respond, he strode purposefully toward the bathroom. Mandy, having enjoyed ample rejuvenation the previous night, appeared notably revitalized, her complexion flushed and her spirit considerably brighter than before. As Long John departed, she too made her exit. The vehicle traversed the distance to the CIA's headquarters in Afghanistan, where Belding, upon receiving Mandy's report, scowled and retorted, "Are you jesting with me?" "This is no jest," Mandy replied earnestly. "You have just eliminated the highest informant of the Drug Enforcement Administration throughout Afghanistan. And now you come to tell me that he is not the individual we seek?" Belding bellowed in anger. "The man we dispatched was an international drug trafficker. To be fair, we have committed no wrongdoing," Mandy defended. "You urged me to authorize the capture of Salim Hakan. Do you not realize that this Afghan sheriff is the very face of our operations here?" Belding inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "I understand that Salim is our new front man, yet you must also confront the fact that he is linked to the ambush and murder of 6 American servicemen. You said the same about Ghani, do you not recall?" Belding interrupted Mandy. The farm indeed belongs to him, at least until the new evidence emerged. All signs pointed to Ghani. Now that we have fresh leads, are you suggesting I halt our pursuit and allow a terrorist to roam free? Mandy articulated with remarkable poise, emphasizing that the fight against terrorism is a fundamental principle for the U.S. military, a fact Belding could not disregard. Very well, Belding acquiesced, unwilling to bear the burden of shielding a terrorist while also placing his trust in Mandy. With resignation, he inquired, have we determined to whom he sold the farm? It is undoubtedly connected to Sanam, but as for the actual management of the holding company, we are still investigating. The documentation in this country is deplorably inadequate, Mandy responded. Listen, if you wish to pursue Salim Hakan, there must be no errors. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to leave this country safely. That old man will bury you alive, she warned, eliciting a smile from Mandy. She recognized that Belding had consented to her mission and confidently stated, you may choose to trust me, and I shall provide you with satisfactory answers. Chapter 237. The extraordinary legalities of marriage having secured Belding's authorization. Mandy returned to the forward operating base of Team B and promptly contacted Eric to convene a meeting. Danny had already been eliminated by Long John, and Salim would likely commence the erasure of evidence. Time was of the essence. The members of Team B, aside from Jason and Long John, presumed they were to embark on a new operational task. However, upon hearing Mandy present the relevant evidence, they were nearly taken aback. Just the night before, they had celebrated the conclusion of their mission, only to be informed today that the operation was far from over. The stark contrast was indeed quite disconcerting. If Ghani had sold the English barley farm 8 weeks prior, does that imply that the cash we discovered there last week was not his? Is that the implication? After expressing his disbelief, Lei Gang was met with a quip from Clay. If the cash does not belong to Ghani, and Ghani is not the mastermind behind the assault on Team E, then the true perpetrator at large must be quite pleased. Wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Eric, carrying a cup of coffee, interjected, Ghani is certainly not a good person. He may not be the one who killed our comrade. However, by eliminating him, you have saved countless lives ravaged by drugs, which is indeed a commendable honor. So, are you implying that last night's celebration was premature? Sonny appeared bewildered. Celebration is warranted. Sonny, once we apprehend the true culprit, you can view it as an early festivity. There is absolutely no issue with that, Long John chuckled. My curiosity is piqued regarding whom Ghani sold the farm to, Trent inquired. KSR Holdings. Mandy replied. They have a holding company here in Afghanistan? Sonny expressed his surprise. Indeed. But there is no online indexing database. Fortunately, I found some useful information in the records hall in Jalalabad, revealing that KSR Holdings has been established here for 20 years. Mandy pressed a button on the remote, projecting some data onto the large screen. This is the land distribution map purchased by KSR. Due to the destruction of the farm, KSR seized the opportunity and now owns hundreds of hectares. On the screen, a satellite image displayed over half of the area marked with green boxes. All of this belongs to KSR. Are they planning to engage in real estate development here? Constructing desert view villas to sell to impoverished Afghans? Sonny quipped unexpectedly, eliciting laughter from the group. Desert view villas indeed. Long John was both amused and impressed by Sonny's peculiar thought process. I suspect that acquiring such vast tracts of land is more likely for the cultivation of poppies, aiming to establish dominance in this region, Lei Gang posited. Jason nodded in agreement. That sounds plausible. Is there any direct evidence proving who is manipulating KSR Holdings from behind the scenes? We have unearthed that information. Mandy switched the images displayed on the screen, stating, the owner of KSR Holdings is Parmiz Hakan, the first wife of Salim Hakan. Wait a moment. Lei appeared flustered, needing a moment to process. He approached Mandy and asked, you previously indicated that Salim Hakan was merely a corrupt police officer accepting bribes from the mastermind. Now he has transformed into the orchestrator of the entire affair? I would like to think so, but without evidence, that assertion cannot stand. We need to find proof. And conversing with his wife might be a prudent course of action, Mandy remarked, introducing a new topic. Long John, intrigued, commented, Salim is likely concerned that the public will scrutinize a police officer purchasing vast amounts of land, thus utilizing his wife as a shield. Does he not fear that, with her wealth and influence, she may establish her own independence and leave him? In this chaotic nation, forming a militia for self-protection is not a daunting task. Such occurrences have become increasingly frequent in countries like China and the United States. In Afghanistan, the rule of law is of little concern. Vanessa, A member of the cultural support team, well-versed in Afghan customs and laws, elucidated. In this nation, all property of a wife automatically belongs to her husband, requiring no formalities whatsoever. How astonishing is that? Feminism would surely be infuriated here. Long John could hardly believe it. The farm owned by Salim's wife implies that Salim is indeed the true proprietor, suggesting he orchestrated the assault on Team E, speculated Brock. Given that it is known Salim is manipulating the attack on Team E from behind the scenes, why not act directly and apprehend Salim in real time? Inquired Clay. It is still insufficient, Mandy replied, shaking her head. Insufficient for whom? Clay chuckled. The Department of Defense. Eric responded. To initiate action against Salim, we require more substantial evidence. Otherwise, the Department of Defense will not grant approval. This is absurd. We, the grunts, fly worldwide daily, constantly discussing counterterrorism, only to find that drug traffickers and terrorists are all intertwined with various branches of the U.S. government, either as informants or figureheads. What on earth are we doing? Long John ruminated, further intensifying his desire to leave the military and operate independently. The higher-ups have invested significantly in Salim. They cannot simply disregard him due to his wife's name appearing on a farm transaction document. We need to extract more evidence from his wife, but unfortunately, she has been missing for quite some time. Mandy emphasized. Thus, our primary task now is to locate Parmas Hakan. Salim will undoubtedly prevent us from finding her, and we must act before he does. Finding a woman in a country where she must cover her face is quite amusing, Sonny jested. It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Long John quipped. Just as everyone felt utterly helpless, Vanessa suddenly inquired, is her father still alive? To my knowledge, her father is gravely ill and unlikely to be of assistance, replied Mandy. Diaz chimed in. A father who marries his daughter off to the madman Salim. I doubt they still have any contact. No, it is not as you presume. Vanessa countered Mandy and Diaz, explaining to the group. In this country's cultural tradition, regardless of the circumstances, a father always oversees his daughter. If anyone knows her whereabouts, it would be her father. The assembly, aware of Vanessa's background, felt a flicker of hope upon hearing her explanation. If what Vanessa asserted is indeed true, then this path is indeed feasible. Chapter 238. The strategy of concealed intentions. Vanessa provided a viable approach, and Mandy swiftly located the address of Parmas's father. Capturing an elderly man over 60, living alone, necessitates no elaborate operational plan and minimal preparation of equipment. We can simply don standard combat gear and reach the destination by helicopter for a direct descent. As Parmas's father, facing the end of his days, beheld the arrival of Team B, he chose not to flee, instead sitting calmly at the doorstep, observing without so much as a flinch. The other members of Team B stood guard around him, while Long John approached alongside Jason to initiate a dialogue. Driven by an instinctual aversion to American soldiers, Parmas's father remained silent, responding to every inquiry with the phrase God bless, embodying an attitude of indifference, as if to say he feared nothing in his impending demise. It was only when Jason revealed that Salim was in pursuit of his daughter and that Team B had come to ensure her safety that the father's resolve began to waver. Jason vowed, if you tell me where your daughter is, I pledge to safeguard her life and to reunite you both. This sentiment echoed the age-old adage, the heart of every parent is filled with compassion. Finally, Parmas's father conceded, confirming Jason's assurance of his daughter's safety, leading to the revelation of Parmas's whereabouts. Upon returning to base, the team convened once more. They had now entered a race against time with Salim, with both the action and intelligence units working tirelessly, devoid of any leisure. Mandy, leading the meeting, stated, Jamal Mazari is a human trafficker, notorious for abducting young girls and women, selling them to the worst of humanity. Alternatively, he transports them overseas in bulk, as part of a reward and punishment mechanism for the mercenaries on battlefields around the globe. The status of women in Afghanistan is already precarious. Compounded by the chaos of war and the ineffective rule of law, their lives are scarcely distinguishable from those of livestock. To be born in such a nation is indeed a form of punishment. It is utterly inconceivable for a woman in flight to seek refuge with a trafficker. Does she not fear being sold herself? It is akin to a hen seeking protection from a weasel, Ray remarked, expressing his bewilderment. I too find it astonishing. Yet that is precisely what her father conveyed, Jason interjected, crossing his legs. To act on whim is sheer recklessness, Sonny jested. This notion of recklessness is overly simplistic. I find this woman rather astute. Long John offered a different perspective, elucidating. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. This is a strategy of survival in the face of danger. Parma's sudden disappearance surely correlated with Salim's actions. We could not have anticipated her hiding in such a location, one that Salim would likely never suspect, thus enabling her continued survival. Long John's explanation resonated, sparking a realization among the gathered individuals. I concur with your reasoning, yet there are additional factors at play, Mandy stated, illuminating the screen with a laser pointer. Parma sought out Mazari primarily because he is a Tajik warlord, controlling much of the Panjshir province, and is in direct opposition to Salim. There exists a profound conflict of interest between the two. They could never align on the same side, and Salim's minions cannot extend their reach into Mazari's territory. A brilliant strategy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This woman is indeed remarkable, Long John praised. Since all signs point to Mazari, what are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly and bring that woman back, Sunny urged impatiently. Mazari is a Tajik warlord, and entering his stronghold in search of Parmas presents certain complications. Mandy furrowed his brow and spoke with evident concern. We require authorization to apprehend Parmas. Salim is likely to become aware of our pursuit, and he will undoubtedly devise a means to thwart us. If we merely delay our actions for a day or two, Salim could potentially extract Parmas from Mazari before we even have a chance. Mandy's apprehensions were not unfounded. The necessity for secrecy becomes more stringent at lower levels, but is often disregarded at the higher echelons. Moreover, the operation to capture Parmas, due to her relatively unremarkable identity, inherently lacks a high level of confidentiality. Once the action request reaches the Ministry of Defense, there is no guarantee that some individual, having received favors from Salim, will not disclose this information to him. Salim, aware that someone is targeting him, is not the type to remain passive. The American government has invested considerable effort into cultivating Sunny as a significant figure in Nangarhar province, which inevitably grants Salim some leeway. Thanks to his connection with the United States government, Salim has substantial maneuvering room. Even if he cannot prevent Team B's action, he can easily delay its approval under the pretext of seeking his wife. Thus, the pressing question now becomes, how can we infiltrate Mazari's camp to locate Parmas without Salim's knowledge? It is absurd that, while all actions are in service to America, we must remain wary of our own. Jason found this utterly ridiculous. Concealing our intentions from Salim proves difficult. Any interprovincial operation necessitates notifying the Afghan government. As soon as we submit the action request, Salim will swiftly become aware, affording him ample time to act before us. Eric refrained from airing the Ministry of Defense's shortcomings, opting instead for an analysis from the Afghan government's perspective. The dual oversight of both the ministry and the Afghan government renders confidentiality nearly impossible without an approved action request. We cannot proceed. This predicament left everyone in the room furrowing their brows, at a loss for how to proceed. What if we are not actually seeking Parmas? At that moment, Long John interjected. What do you mean? Jason asked, still processing. Long John elaborated. Mazari is a human trafficker and has connections with insurgents. And combating terrorism is our duty. We possess ample justification to request his arrest. Neither the Ministry of Defense nor the Afghan government would pose any objection. Ultimately, during the operation, if we happen to rescue a woman who is indeed Parmas, we could assert that she has suffered psychological trauma and, in the spirit of international humanitarian aid, we simply brought her back to the base. This would be entirely reasonable, would it not? Once Long John articulated his thoughts, clarity washed over the assembly. Jason immediately turned to Eric and asked, do you believe that capturing such a significant target as Mazari would be sufficient to secure approval for our operation? Combating terrorism is our solemn duty. Eric recounted a passage from Long John's words, chuckling as he picked up the phone resting on the table. Chapter 239, The Valinda Effect. Team B, the elite special forces unit from DG, sought approval to apprehend a human trafficker involved in the abduction of women, with ties to remaining terrorist factions. The operation was sanctioned, as Long John had anticipated, without any hindrances. Eric submitted the operational request to the DG Command Center, which was then escalated to a higher authority, swiftly receiving the operational clearance from the Joint Operations Command. The entire process was remarkably seamless. The logistics personnel at the Fendi base were exceptionally efficient, crafting a scale model of Mazari's stronghold in under half an hour. Teams A and B gathered before the model, commencing their tactical simulations for the assault. Mazari's stronghold lay nestled between two mountains, devoid of vegetation at the barren foothills, featuring rudimentary structures made of earth and stone. 7 single-story buildings of varying sizes were haphazardly arranged in a disorderly fashion. Launching an assault on such a dispersed collection of independent structures presented a significantly greater challenge than urban indoor combat, shrouded in uncertainty. As troops maneuvered between the buildings, the risk of encountering an unseen adversary lurking in the shadows, ready to unleash a sudden attack, loomed large. Despite the presence of drone thermal imaging surveillance, the likelihood of enemies hiding outdoors was minimal. However, nothing is absolute. Thermal imaging is not without its limitations, and there are numerous methods to evade detection. For instance, readily available materials can be utilized to prepare a covering that obscures one's body from thermal scans. Without a meticulously crafted operational plan, casualties could easily ensue. For a special operations counter-terrorism unit of DG's caliber, ensuring no fatalities in each operation is the bare minimum. Any loss of life signifies a failure. Even if the target is ultimately captured, the mission would still be deemed a failure. It is often said that pilots are worth their weight in gold, and the cost of training a pilot is equivalent to their body weight in gold. Similarly, the expense involved in training a first-tier combat special forces soldier is not negligible. Thus, formulating an appropriate operational strategy becomes paramount. First, I must relay some unfortunate news. Mandy approached the model, opening with, "Mazari's base is heavily fortified." As he has been preparing for an attack over the years, the layout of this model should make this evident. According to our intelligence, the 3 buildings at the front of the base are male barracks, where Mazari and his soldiers reside. The 3 structures at the back constitute the female quarters, where we believe the women will be kept before being sold by the traffickers. We remain unaware of Palmas's exact location, however, based on local customs. Although Palmas is not a trafficker, she could not possibly reside among men and is likely housed in one of the female barracks. Mandy's intelligence is exceedingly detailed, providing a foundational assurance for the success of the operation. So what is the good news? Is it because this place is barren, devoid of any pesky insects that might cause discomfort? Whenever the atmosphere turns serious, Sonny never fails to astonish with his outrageous remarks, fully showcasing his comedic persona. Your attempt at humor falls flat, Mandy bluntly retorts to Sonny, inquiring if anyone can guess the answer. I presume the good news you speak of is. Long John winked at Mandy, stating, "Precisely because we have spent years preparing for an attack that has yet to occur, human vigilance tends to diminish over time. Consequently, Mazari's subordinates have likely grown exceedingly complacent. This phenomenon, known in psychology as the Valenti effect, suggests that an overemphasis on a particular issue may lead to its eventual failure. Am I correct, Mandy, the esteemed intelligence officer?" In response to Long John's sly insinuation, Mandy coolly remarked, "As the most knowledgeable person in B-Team's repair division, it is truly a pity that you do not pursue academia. If I were to sit at a desk conducting research daily, I would rather meet my demise sooner than endure that torment." Long John grimaced in disdain. Jason, an old hand with a sharp eye, discerned the underlying tension between Long John and Mandy merely through their glances, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as he had sought solace with Amy the previous night to alleviate his own restlessness, nearly succumbing under the strain of his 40-something years. Everyone was relieving their own stress, and no one was in a position to judge another. Long John's mention of good news sparked a flurry of ideas among the group. While Mazari's base was tightly secured, it was not without vulnerabilities. With the right strategy, a breakthrough was feasible. In no time, everyone present expressed their opinions, ultimately coalescing into a concrete plan. They would adopt a silent infiltration approach, landing via helicopter 3 kilometers away, then proceeding on foot to reach Mazari's camp. Upon arrival, they would conduct reconnaissance to identify all sentinels surrounding the perimeter. Once the soldiers within Mazari's base fell into slumber at midnight, they would systematically eliminate the outer sentinels and initiate an assault. Team A would be stationed outside to provide cover, neutralizing any armed personnel attempting to escape. Meanwhile, Team B would enter the base and commence their search, starting with the room where hostages were held, leaving Mazari and his subordinates for last. The primary objective was to locate Palmas as swiftly as possible, with the apprehension of Mazari being secondary. In the event that Mazari and his men attempted to retaliate during the search for Palmas, Team A would intervene from outside. The buildings within the base were separated, with Mazzari and his men residing in a different structure from the one housing the traffickers, employing a front and back separation model. As they moved from one building to another, ample space would be available for Team A to obstruct their path. Should Mazzari attempt to flee with his men, Team A would not pursue, but rather prioritize the protection of Team B in their quest to locate Palmas. After all, capturing Mazzari was merely a facade. Whether they succeeded in detaining him was of little consequence. Chapter 240. The Conspiracy of Salim. A detailed action plan has been formulated, and the next step involves confirming the final objective. Diaz projected a photograph onto the large screen, addressing the assembly. This is an image of Palmas Hakan, likely captured around 15 years ago. The adjacent photograph has been digitally processed to reflect her appearance after aging 15 years. It may represent her current visage. Members of Team A and Team B gazed intently at the images, committing them to memory, as the ability to forcibly memorize is an essential skill for special forces. While in pursuit of Palmas, I believe it is equally imperative that we apprehend Mazzari, whose actions are even more heinous than those of drug traffickers. Ray, visibly repulsed by human traffickers, made sure to voice his disdain before the meeting concluded. The task is daunting. We must act swiftly to locate Palmas in the shortest time possible, thereby allowing us sufficient opportunity to capture Mazzari, Eric remarked with a furrowed brow. We have always acted with alacrity, Jason retorted, turning to leave the conference room, dismissing the matter with a flourish. The others dispersed accordingly. It was just past noon. Leaving ample time before the midnight operation, the team members could afford a brief respite. Coincidentally, it was lunchtime, and Long Jean seized the moment to invite Mandy to dine together. Although both had refrained from discussing the events of the previous night since parting in the morning, the newfound dynamic of their relationship as casual acquaintances had undeniably altered their sentiments toward one another. Long Jean deemed it necessary to establish some form of communication. After all, their next opportunity to unwind together could yield greater enjoyment if they maintained a connection. Mandy did not decline Long Jean's invitation, and they proceeded to the dining hall, engaging in casual conversation as colleagues. Just as their dialogue reached a lively crescendo, Paul approached them. Upon seeing him, both Long Jean and Mandy instantly understood his purpose for coming over. It was merely to follow up on their prior arrangement regarding the transaction. He had leveraged his father's connections as a congressman to ensure that the operation to capture Ghani could proceed. However, more than a day had elapsed since their agreement for Jason to converse privately with a first sergeant for an hour, and due to ongoing matters concerning Team E, Jason had been unable to fulfill his commitment. It was hardly surprising that Paul was feeling a bit anxious after waiting a full day without any response from the operational personnel. Their ensuing dialogue confirmed Long Jean and Mandy's suspicions. Although Paul did not explicitly state when Jason would be available for the interview, his words hinted at it several times. He also inquired of Mandy whether the situation with Team E had concluded. The fact that Ghani was not the true mastermind behind the recent events remained confidential, yet Paul, the journalist, was already privy to this information. Long Jean and Mandy were taken aback and pressed Paul for the source of his knowledge. Paul explained that he had learned of Mandy's investigation into the Afghan records haul from a corporal of the Marine Corps named Jinduoe. Through his instinct as a journalist, he surmised that this matter was connected to Team E. He smugly added that a Navy private earns merely over $450 a week, making it impossible for him to refuse the price I offered. What a testament to the adage that money can move mountains. Long Jean and Mandy were well aware that the name Jinduoe was undoubtedly a fabrication by Paul, though Paul, akin to a pesky shadow, could be rather bothersome. He was undeniably trustworthy. If a mere journalist had caught wind of the fact that Team B was still investigating Team E, it was not beyond reason that Salim, a man of considerable cunning, could outsmart them. He adeptly navigated both the American and Afghan governments while secretly aspiring to become a major drug lord. A person juggling such complex allegiances must possess remarkable intellect. If Paul could ascertain that Mandy had scrutinized the records haul, it stood to reason that Salim could also acquire this information and delve even deeper into the implications. It was not inconceivable for him to speculate that someone was searching for his wife and subsequently redirect the threat towards himself. Fortunately, the operational request had been approved, and even if Salim intended to play tricks, he could not delay Team B's timeline. Thus, while Long Jean and Mandy felt a sense of unease, they did not let it overwhelm them. However, they ultimately underestimated Salim's intelligence. Not long after lunch, perhaps within 2 hours, around 3 in the afternoon, the operations center received new orders. The Afghan government had decided to intervene, dispatching a task force to collaborate with DG's first operations team to apprehend individuals in Mazar. This was a significant escalation. Given the capabilities of the Afghan government's armed forces, even if the operation involved their elite, their combat proficiency remained exceedingly limited. In such a scenario, the likelihood of hindrance far exceeded that of assistance. It was akin to an Olympic men's doubles match where one participant is a top-ranked national player, and his partner is merely an elderly man picked off the street. Such a pairing would be nothing short of torture for the skilled player. Moreover, this operation was particularly delicate, fundamentally a ruse that could expose them to unwanted complications. The primary concern was the inclusion of a group of utterly unfamiliar Afghan individuals, introducing numerous unpredictable variables. Should any of Salim's operatives infiltrate the ranks, they could sabotage the mission by whisking away Palmas or even eliminating him on the spot. Such an outcome would render the operation futile and jeopardize any chance of bringing Salim Haqqan to justice. Collaborating with the Afghan task force would not only fail to benefit the team, but would also introduce a plethora of complications and dangers. No one would relish such a predicament. All members of Team A, Team B, and the intelligence unit convened at the operations center, expressing their profound dissatisfaction with the higher-ups' decision. Each voiced their opinions, seeking ways to overturn the command's directive. Long Jean and Mandy speculated, having conversed with Paul, that the sudden involvement of the Afghan military was likely orchestrated by Salim, in the absence of Bamboo Team B's action. Arranging for individuals to accompany this team and subsequently create disturbances became, without a doubt, the optimal solution for Salim. Aware of the underlying intricacies and the potential adverse effects this operation could engender, Long Jean conveyed his deductions to Jason and others. Upon learning that there might be individuals associated with Salim within the opposing team, the members of Team B grew increasingly discontent, urging Commander Eric to communicate with the headquarters and seek a change in directives. Chapter 241. The Special Forces of Team A. Listen, everyone, quiet down and let me speak. The operations center resembled a chaotic marketplace, and Eric recognized that this disorder could not persist. He halted the commotion, stating, "Endless bickering will not resolve our issues. Your suggestions are simply unfeasible. The Ministry of Defense is resolute. If we are to apprehend the human trafficker leader, Kazari, we must collaborate with local allies." Eric decisively curtailed further suggestions. Jason remained dissatisfied, irate as he remarked, "This is clearly Salim's scheme. He has likely anticipated our intentions, prompting this charade." However, Eric's rebuttal struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Jason speechless. According to the principle of innocent until proven guilty, a lack of evidence implied no conspiracy. No matter how accurate one's suspicions might be, the Ministry of Defense would not heed mere conjecture. Recognizing the immutability of the situation, Jason resigned himself to acceptance and inquired, "Are we collaborating with the police or the Afghan military?" "Afghan Special Forces," replied Eric. "In my experience, Special Forces undergo rigorous vetting. Most are loyal and reliable, provided they have not been infiltrated by the enemy. While the occurrence of corrupt Special Forces is rare, it is not unheard of. Such corruption can prove fatal. Once their personnel arrive, we will endeavor to scrutinize them, investigating their backgrounds and recent activities as thoroughly as possible." Mandy expressed a degree of resignation, acknowledging that this was the extent of what could be done. "Will there be personnel from our side as well?" Diaz queried regarding the operations center, concerned about the potential arrival of Afghan commanders who might interfere during the operation. "One commander and several deputies. We will maintain overall command," Eric assured. Hearing that Eric would retain command eased Diaz's apprehension. As long as authority remained intact, the situation was not as dire. Rescuing Salim's wife discreetly had now become somewhat complicated. Sonny furrowed his brow and remarked, "This aspect need not concern you." Eric smiled, stating, "I have already suggested to General Sullivan that the Afghan warriors should take pride in this operation, personally dealing with the egregiously wicked Mazari. We will support the courageous Afghan fighters in accomplishing this mission. Therefore, we are solely responsible for capturing secondary targets, while the valiant Afghan warriors assault Mazar-i-Sharif. It is our duty to rescue the women and children trapped therein. The members of DG are exceptionally skilled, and as their commander, I must not fall short either. This endeavor is indeed executed with finesse, with one honor for eliminating a villain and another for the courageous Afghan soldier. These two remarkable strategies would surely bewilder any uninformed observer. The Afghan Special Forces could never fathom that they were being betrayed while helping to count the spoils. This is indeed a clever scheme. However, those appointed by Salim may not adhere to the plan, and he could potentially locate Palmas before we do, necessitating our vigilance during the operation, Jason cautioned. If Salim's men were to eliminate Palmas, our mission would be utterly compromised, hence we must ensure Palmas's safety, Lay solemnly stated. Will Salim's men target us? That is my greatest concern. Sonny, who previously fretted over various uncertainties and became the subject of jesting by Team B, now finds himself apprehensive of a fear that resonates with everyone. Trusting one's back to a teammate is a fundamental principle of special operations. However, with Salim's interference and Sonny's reminder, the entire Team B felt an unsettling chill. Fortunately, Eric proved resourceful enough to separate the operational tasks of Team B from those of the Afghan Special Forces. Most of the time, Team B could work together, only occasionally collaborating with the Afghan unit, providing some solace. At 9 p.m., Teams A and B convened beside the minibus at the assembly point, awaiting their Afghan allies for this mission. Funded by the U.S. government and trained by Rangers, these Afghan commandos were well equipped. Tactical helmets, body armor, night vision goggles, every essential piece of gear for nocturnal operations was donned. Judging by their demeanor and morale, they surpassed ordinary Afghan soldiers, qualifying as competent warriors. As for their prowess as special forces in Afghanistan, they were undeniably the elite, for no one was stronger than they. Leading the group was a bearded man towering over 1.9 meters, significantly taller than Jason, albeit somewhat slender, in comparison to Long Jean, who also exceeded 1.9 meters. The disparity was stark, akin to the juxtaposition of a ballpoint pen and its refill. Major Abunabai, from the Afghan National Army Special Forces, pleased to meet you. Chief Master Sergeant Jason Hayes, the bearded man introduced himself as he entered. Based solely on this humble demeanor, Major Abunabai made a commendable impression, granting Jason ample respect. Seeing that the Afghan commander seemed reliable, Jason felt a slight alleviation of his earlier anxiety and glanced at the other Afghan special forces behind him, inquiring, "Are you ready?" "We are prepared," though Major Abunabai seems hesitant, came the reply. "What is it?" Jason asked, frowning. "One of my subordinates has taken leave due to a family emergency, and that individual has been replaced." Major Nabi pointed to a soldier by the door. "Is he one of your men?" Jason inquired. Major Nabi, being straightforward, replied, "I have never seen him before." Noticing Jason's unease, Lay approached and asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" "There's a newcomer, a temporary replacement," Jason responded. The notion of a replacement unsettled Lay, who suggested to Jason, "I believe it is necessary to summon him for a thorough discussion." "Bring him in," Jason instructed Major Nabi, then gestured for Long Jean to come forward. Long Jean jogged a few steps ahead, just as the replacement from the Afghan Special Forces approached, introducing himself in Pashto. Understanding the reason for Jason's summons, Long Jean translated. He says he is merely an assault soldier, not a Special Forces operative, stationed in Kabul and has served for a year. Just a year? A rookie? Jason turned to Major Nabi, astonished. "Is this the best replacement you could find?" Chapter 242. I'll handle it. The sudden introduction of a new recruit raised suspicions for Jason and Lay, who had every reason to suspect this individual was sent by Salim. Even after questioning and receiving the explanation that the new soldier had returned to Jalalabad for family leave, and that Special Forces personnel had been temporarily reassigned, doubts lingered. "Wait here." Jason ordered Major Nabi to stay put while he stepped back with Lay and Long Jean to discuss. "What are your thoughts on this replacement? Collaborating with such a unit has already been dismal, and now there's a newcomer." Lay's expression conveyed his discontent. "He gives me a terrible feeling. I would wager my left testicle that he is one of Salim's men." Sang and I, who had been listening intently, now appeared quite displeased. Someone as astute as Salim wouldn't make it so obvious if he were to plan a mole. "I believe there may be another player involved." Long Jean offered a divergent perspective, boldly speculating, "Of course, it's also possible that the new recruit is a smokescreen orchestrated by Salim. Perhaps he was deliberately placed here, oblivious, to lead us to believe he is the traitor, thereby diverting our attention. While we remain wary of this newcomer, the true mole could operate with impunity." Long Jean's conjectures stemmed from the mention of the Afghan recruit, which stirred fragmented memories within him. In the narrative, this new soldier was indeed innocent, ultimately falling victim to the real traitor, who was deeply concealed and held a significant position within the Afghan Special Forces, vaguely remembered as the captain and deputy commander. The structure of the Afghan special forces resembles that of China's elite units, differing from the American model, wherein officers outnumber non-commissioned officers. Using a rookie to distract from the true traitor's machinations is a clever scheme. If true, it would spell trouble. Within this intricate stratagem lies another. And one must ponder, is Salim truly as astute as he appears? Sonny seems rather perplexed. Nonetheless, let us clarify one matter. Do we truly require his assistance? Jason finds himself unable to make a judgment at this juncture, opting for the most straightforward approach. We can manage without him. His absence poses no issue, Rake asserted decisively. We do not need all of them to accomplish the mission, especially not a rookie, Sonny concurred in rejection. While we are indeed capable of fulfilling the task independently, the pressing concern is that Dragon turned his gaze toward the Afghan special forces, gesturing with his chin. If we are to proceed with this mission, we must involve them, including that novice, irrespective of any underlying schemes. Having a traitor among our ranks, coupled with an inexperienced member, is undeniably perilous. Perhaps we should abandon the mission altogether, Sonny suggested impatiently. Abandoning the task would undoubtedly be the safest route, yet it would also mean forfeiting our best opportunity to apprehend Salim and avenge Team 003Dragon. Aware of the true traitor's identity, possessed absolute confidence in monitoring him during the operation, and thus had no intention of retreating. We could reschedule for another day, perhaps tomorrow. Sonny was genuinely reluctant to take this risk, still holding onto a sliver of hope. Are you certain that Parmas will still be around tomorrow? Dragon chuckled and replied. If I were Salim, I would spare no expense to secure Parmas's return. A single day is ample time to orchestrate such a plan. And for a trafficker, money can easily resolve matters. The nature of one's affiliations becomes secondary. At that moment, Major Nabi approached, interrupting the discussion with a cough. Once he had captured everyone's attention, he spoke. May I share a few words? Jason remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. To be candid, I am aware of your distrust towards me, and I do not harbor much trust for you either. I trust no one, not even the military. For the Taliban lurks everywhere. Indeed, you are correct in that regard. Nabi spoke earnestly, and Jason acknowledged his words. Nabi continued, if circumstances allowed, I would never involve someone unfamiliar to me. However, liberating these women from Jamila, Missouri has been my aspiration for many years. The government will not intervene, and we lack the capability to act alone. Yet seizing him now presents a golden opportunity for both of us. Therefore, I shall delegate my most trusted individual to oversee the operation personally. You may place your trust in me. You want me to trust you? Jason fixed his gaze on Major Nabi. Yes. Nabi nodded with unwavering certainty. Jason did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked past Nabi towards the rookie standing 7 or 8 meters away, deliberating on the course of action. Boss, Dragon stepped before Jason. Addressing him in front of Major Nabi, I propose a condition, for the sake of safety between our parties. Allow me to accompany his associates to keep an eye on that individual. You are aware of my capabilities, trust me. I can handle any trouble that may arise without issue. Jason fixed his gaze on Long Jean for 3 seconds, ultimately patting Long Jean's shoulder, choosing to place his faith in him, believing in his ample strength. He then turned to Major Nabi and inquired, You must have heard the suggestions from my team. What are your thoughts? No problem. It seems reasonable for each of us to keep an eye on the newcomers, Major Nabi replied without hesitation. Excellent. Let us get on board. Jason beckoned to Major Nabi and turned toward the minibus. Hey, Nabi, right? Sonny called out, halting the smiling Major Nabi, who was about to lead the team. With a playful threat on his face, he remarked, Listen, I certainly don't want to be blown to bits by this Mr. Dogbone with a bomb. If anything goes awry, rest assured I will come looking for you. Without waiting for a response, Sonny turned and playfully thumped Long Jean on the chest. Everything was said without words. Chapter 243. The Major General at 2 o'clock in the morning, the DG Operations Center was ablaze with light and bustling more than ever. In addition to Eric, Diaz, Mandy, the intelligence team, command group, logistics team, and other DG personnel, there were 2 new groups present. A middle-aged woman seated at the conference table exuded an undeniable aura of authority. It was not her intimidating looks or striking beauty that commanded attention, but rather her high military rank, with 2 shiny stars of a major general adorning her epaulette. She towered over Eric, who held only a lieutenant's rank, surpassing him by an entire level plus an additional star. Her presence as the commanding officer of the Finda Frontline Combat Base, General Sullivan, was unmistakable. Accompanying her were a group of men, all sporting traditional Afghan-style bushy beards. Among them was one officer, his beard extending over 10 centimeters, stationed before the drone surveillance screen, with the rank insignia of a colonel. His name was Rasul, the commander of the Afghan Special Forces. With the Fendi Base's commanding officer stationed at the operations center and the highest commander of the Afghan Special Forces present, it underscored the significance of this mission. Teams A and B were 2 minutes away from their destination and were fully prepared. Through the drone's surveillance footage, Eric observed that the action team was nearing the target and sounded the horn for tonight's operation. I need to confirm beforehand that you can ensure the safety of those persecuted by Mazari during the operation. Rasul, the commander of the Afghan Special Forces, prioritized the welfare of the hostages, a rare display of integrity among Afghan commanders. You can rest assured, Colonel. Mandy approached the sand table, pointing to the designated female barracks at the rear and stated, "We have already confirmed that Mazari has placed his captives in those 3 buildings at the back, which are guarded by a few sentries. Once your team secures the male living area, our team will ensure the safety of the living quarters and then rescue the imprisoned hostages." Thank you. Colonel Rasul expressed his satisfaction with this arrangement and returned to the large screen. This drone provides real-time aerial surveillance, allowing a comprehensive view of both the operatives and their destination, a technology that Colonel Rasul encounters for the first time. Although he maintains a facade of calm, he is inwardly captivated. Since his arrival at the operations center, his gaze has been fixated on the drone's monitor. "If you're ready, commence," General Sullivan commanded. "Understood, General." Eric responded promptly, seizing the microphone to call out, "B1, this is the operations center. What is your status?" "We have arrived at Matlock." Upon receiving Jason's radio reply, Eric approached the whiteboard, densely inscribed with various code names, and marked ins next to Matlock. "What do Maclot, Mannix, and Rockford signify?" Colonel Rasul inquired with curiosity. Both Mandy and Eric were taken aback. These were fundamental elements of special operations, and it was astonishing that Rasul, as the highest commander of the Afghan Special Forces, was unfamiliar with such basic knowledge. Had they not heard it with their own ears, they would scarcely believe this individual was the head of the Special Forces. Although Diaz was equally surprised, she quickly masked her astonishment, smiling as she explained, "Sir, they are code names, mission procedure codes. Each code represents a distinct phase of the operation." "I understand what a procedure code is. I am asking what these names mean," Rasul replied, furrowing his brow. Realizing her misstep, Diaz paused awkwardly before clarifying, "Well, they are detectives from a famous television series." Eric and Mandy chuckled and shook their heads, recognizing that they had underestimated the Afghan Special Forces. They were not lacking to such a degree. Rasul's English was not proficient enough for him to grasp the nuances, and, feeling hesitant to inquire further, he turned to his aide. The aide promptly understood and translated Diaz's words. After hearing the explanation, Rasul finally grasped it and chuckled, saying, "I know that one. I have seen a television series made by you Americans, Columbo." "Yes, the great detective Columbo." Diaz, eager to support him, smiled and deftly alleviated the earlier awkwardness. Overall, the interaction within the operations center between the American and Afghan command has been relatively amicable, devoid of any significant conflict or discord. However, as the team neared their destination, the atmosphere within the action team grew considerably less harmonious, rife with underlying tensions. The Maserati base occupies a vast expanse, necessitating the joint operation team to disperse in order to reach their respective positions. Maclot serves as the final waypoint. Beyond this point, the joint operation team will begin to separate. Team A will scout the periphery for suitable cover. Team B must circumvent the rear of the Mazar-i-Sharif base, while the Afghan Special Forces will advance towards the front of the base. The distances between them exceed 50 meters, necessitating an early dispersal for ease of infiltration. Jason concluded his report on the operation codenamed Matlock, and, just before the 3 teams were about to disperse, called Dragon Battle to his side. "You will accompany the Afghan Special Forces, tasked with monitoring Asadi closely. Should you observe any anomalies or suspicious activities, notify us immediately, understood?" Jason advised with genuine concern. "Understood. Given their capabilities, they pose little threat to me," Dragon Battle replied confidently. "Very well, proceed." Jason patted Dragon Battle on the shoulder, urging him to join the Afghan Special Forces. He pressed the radio button, reporting, "Operation Center, this is B1. We are prepared to commence action. B6 is with our allies." Operation Center acknowledges, "B1. You may begin," Eric responded. The base in Mazar-i-Sharif lay nestled between two mountains, and the joint task force approached it cautiously. Dragon Battle followed the Afghan special team, arriving at the front of the base. The overall layout of the base resembled its model, constructed on a flat expanse of land. By now, it was past 2 in the morning, and the entire base was enveloped in an eerie silence. From Dragon Battle's vantage point, no personnel were discernible, and the lights in the rooms had been extinguished. However, the base was not entirely shrouded in darkness. A light hung from the large tree in the center, illuminating the pathway between the male and female barracks, and there appeared to be flickering flames in the distance. Under the glow of these two sources, the base exuded a semblance of brightness. Chapter 244, The Double-Edged Sword of the Demolition Stick. As Dragon Battle surveyed the front half of the base, he reported to his team, B1, this is B6. I am in position with the Afghan squad. B1, Team A snipers are in position and have observed 3 armed personnel by the fire in the northeast corner, came the report from the all-metal unit. Received. The situation is under control. Commence action. Jason instructed Team A and the Afghan squad, initiating the countdown. 3, 2, 1, with a sharp crack. The 3 snipers from Team A executed synchronized shots, their bullets striking true. Go, go, go! The perimeter's armed adversaries were swiftly neutralized, and Jason led Team B directly toward the female barracks. Advance! Advance! Dragon Battle relayed the orders to Major Nabi. Under Major Nabi's leadership, the Afghan Special Forces charged towards the largest building in the southern living area. During their headlong rush, one Afghan Special Forces soldier produced a collapsible support stick, extending it into a long demolition rod approximately 1.8 meters in length as they ran. Upon reaching the entrance of the largest building, the soldier had fully deployed the stick and peeled off the adhesive backing from the demolition charge, pressing it firmly against the door. While the demolition stick was less portable compared to the smaller, more compact demolition patches that could be rolled up to the size of a palm, it had its advantages. Firstly, it was more cost-effective, and secondly, it allowed for quicker deployment upon arrival. With the charge affixed to the door, the soldier opened a small box in the middle of the rod, retrieving a detonator with 3 to 4 meters of fuse wire before stepping aside to initiate the operation. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Boom. The wooden door was obliterated. The members of the Afghan Special Operations Team displayed a notable lack of cohesion compared to Team B, all rushing heedlessly into the building. Long John, accustomed to trailing at the rear, harbored a mistrust of the Afghan commandos and was reluctant to expose his back to them. Thus, he refrained from joining the charge. Fortunately, the operation unfolded under the cover of night, and the armed militants inside were fast asleep, unarmed. Had it been otherwise, the reckless approach of the Afghan soldiers, disregarding close-quarters battle formations and pressing forward with no regard for safety, could have resulted in catastrophic consequences. If any resistance had arisen, and the lead soldiers were struck, those behind them would struggle to raise their weapons, leading to unnecessary tragedy, potentially resulting in fatalities. The optimal strategy would have involved alternating entries, allowing soldiers to file in one after the other. Maintaining an appropriate distance between the front and rear operatives would ensure swift entry into the room without losing coordination, while also providing sufficient space to assess and respond to any unexpected developments, whether to eliminate threats within or to retreat and evade fire. Get down, get down. Everyone, stay still. Keep your hands up, quickly. By the time Long John stepped into the room, it had transformed into a cacophony of chaos, with the Afghan commandos frantically conducting a sweep. The interior was structured as a large dormitory, with rows of Mazari's subordinates sleeping on either side. A rough count indicated that there were at least 20 of Mazari's men in the house, and given the Afghan commandos' inexperience, controlling all armed personnel within would be an impossible task in just 3 to 5 minutes. Go guard the entrance, I'll handle things in here. Long John needed to keep a close watch on the deputy commander to prevent any potential mischief, so he called over an Afghan commando to take position outside. The Afghan Special Forces, trained by the U.S. military, were inherently subdued by the presence of American soldiers. Obediently, the commando set aside the individual he was restraining and moved to guard the entrance. Meanwhile, the Afghan Special Forces team successfully infiltrated the male dormitory, capturing the majority of Mazari's sleeping forces and commencing their securing and binding operations. On the other side, Jason led Team B into the first room of the female quarters. Upon inspection, they discovered it to be the maids' quarters, where the women responsible for cooking and cleaning for the base resided. After checking each woman with flashlights, they found no sign of their target, Palmas. Clay has made a discovery, Jason reported. There are 12 beds here, yet only 11 women. Palmas must have left, possibly heading to the prisoners' quarters. B7, you are tasked with protecting Vanessa and keeping an eye on these maids. The rest of you, follow me. Jason assigned Clay to protect Vanessa, while he and the others moved outward to report. Command Center, this is B1. We are advancing towards the prisoner camp. Reporting to the command center, Jason and Lay arrived at the door, calling out as they approached the camp. Calling B6, this is B1. Is everything normal on your end? Jason remained uneasy, knowing that Salim's spy was among the Afghan special forces. B6 responded, the male dormitory is still being handled. The area clearance will take a few more minutes. The target is currently unremarkable. Everything is under control. The target referred to by Longjean was the Afghan deputy commander, whom Jason recognized as the new recruit, Asadi. Despite the differences in perception, their objectives aligned. Learning that Salim's men had yet to act, Jason quickened his pace, eager to locate Palamas and avert any unforeseen circumstances. There were no guards at the entrance of the prisoner camp. The door was locked from the outside. Sonny used a breaching shotgun to shatter the lock, and Team B streamed into the camp, stunned by the scene before them. In a space of less than 80 square meters, over 40 bunk beds were crammed in. Each bed was less than 50 centimeters wide, with less than 30 centimeters between them. Most of the upper and lower bunks were occupied by women or young girls. Each individual was clad in filthy attire, and the room reeked of a nauseating stench. This environment was utterly inhumane. Sonny could hardly believe his eyes at such an outrageous sight. In this 21st century, it was astonishing that such conditions, reminiscent of feudal slavery, still existed, treating individuals as mere commodities. Lay, Trent, and Brock's faces reflected deep concern for the plight of these women and children, feeling anger towards the scum that was Mazzari. Jason, neglecting to seek out Palamas, immediately reported via radio. Command Center, this is B1. We have discovered over 30 women and girls in extremely dire conditions. Chapter 245. The most diligent Special Forces people were imprisoned and sold like cattle, a fact known to all yet ignored for years. In any nation with a semblance of legal order, no matter how impoverished, such atrocities would be unimaginable. This was the tragedy of war inflicted upon ordinary lives, a darkness inherited from the era of Saddam. Jason and his comrades were merely soldiers. Having rescued these persecuted individuals, their capacity to effect change ended there. After relaying the situation to the command center, Jason began conducting individual assessments. Having surveyed around 10 individuals, Jason received a call over the radio from Longjean. B1. This is B6. We have secured the first building without finding Mazzari and are moving on to clear the second one. B1 acknowledged. I'm having a more complicated situation here. Keep a close watch on the target. Jason urged Longjean to accelerate the search process. As the area of operation for the Afghan Special Forces expanded, the number of issues to address would gradually increase, significantly enhancing the chances of Salim's men taking action. This signifies that the longer the delay, the more perilous the situation becomes for Parmas. Acknowledged. The Afghan Special Forces have arrived outside the second building, and Longjean has concluded the radio communication. The team members gathered on either side of the door, and Major Nabi pressed the barrel of his weapon against it, causing the door to swing open without resistance. Unlike before, realizing that someone inside had already unlocked the door, Major Nabi promptly tossed in a flashbang. Bang! The flashbang detonated within the room. As the brilliant light faded, a barrage of gunfire erupted from within. It was evident that individuals had already taken cover inside and were prepared for combat, momentarily blinded by the flashbang. They panicked and began firing wildly. Although the Afghan Special Forces displayed somewhat inferior qualities, one could not help but commend the audacity of Longjean. The gunfire within continued unabated, and no one could discern the direction of the bullets. Yet, the Afghan Special Forces charged in regardless. Upon entering, they encountered an armed insurgent whose AK rifle was still belching flames. Fortunately, due to the disorientation caused by the flashbang, the insurgent's aim had deviated approximately 20 degrees from the entrance, allowing the Afghan Special Forces to evade being riddled with bullets. Such reckless bravado, devoid of caution, would even earn the respect of the seasoned Longjean. In truth, given the current state of confusion exhibited by the insurgent, who was firing indiscriminately, A mere wait of 2 or 3 seconds outside would have sufficed, as the magazine would soon be emptied. Once the magazine was exhausted, rushing in would have entirely mitigated the risk. Any nation possessing mature combat experience would be aware of such nuances and would take measures to prevent the loss of personnel. Regrettably, the Afghan Special Forces in this instance fell short, lacking even the proficiency of the Marine Corps, with numerous critical details overlooked. Long John could assert with certainty that the mortality rate of this Afghan Special Forces unit was undoubtedly far higher than that of a conventional Special Forces unit. Losing 1 or 2 soldiers in each operation was considered commonplace. However, in the current chaotic landscape of Afghanistan, if the Special Forces did not adopt a more aggressive approach, they would lose all semblance of survival. This reckless pursuit of speed, seemingly at any cost, might well be a compromise forced by the circumstances. The death of 2 Special Forces operatives during a mission would likely not be deemed significant. What mattered was whether the task was executed with finesse, a priority for the Afghan government. To appease the government, the Special Forces were compelled to acquiesce. Otherwise, they risked the tragic withdrawal of military funding. With the insurgent at the entrance having his aim disrupted, the incoming Afghan Special Forces were unharmed and successfully neutralized him. Following this, they advanced deeper into the building, employing the same tactics throughout. For every room, they would first toss in a flashbang, then regardless of the situation inside, rush in with weapons drawn. Even actions such as reloading required Long John, who lagged behind, to execute. The entire combat tempo of the Afghan Special Forces could be succinctly characterized as frantic, excessively fixated on speed. From beginning to end, they rushed headlong into the depths, heedless of their own safety. Perhaps it was sheer fortune that favored the Afghan Special Forces tonight, or perhaps their night combat gear and flashbangs provided them with a significant advantage in this unequal confrontation. The team advanced through 3 rooms, eliminating 4 armed assailants without sustaining a single injury. This building may very well have been the residence of Mazari. Although modest in size from the outside, it revealed a labyrinthine interior. At the end of the 3 rooms lay a corridor leading down into a basement. The Afghan Special Forces, undeterred, plunged into the passageway, continuing their pursuit of the fleeing militants, employing their tried-and-true tactics of storming in. Regardless of whether they encountered corners or subterranean chambers, they unleashed flashbangs and charged ahead. This aggressive approach, although fraught with risks, yielded the advantage of overwhelming their adversaries, who were caught off guard. The relentless pursuit left the militants with no opportunity to establish a defense, swiftly driving them into a corner. With a resounding bang, another flashbang detonated. Major Nabi and a frontline soldier surged forward, entering the corner just as the flashbang exploded, only to discover they had reached a dead end. A man clad in a white lab coat, attempting to evade the blinding light, was facing away from them. "Raise your hands and turn around, quickly," Major Nabi barked, keeping his weapon trained on the man, demonstrating commendable professionalism. However, the man in the lab coat was not about to surrender easily. He abruptly turned, ready to fire. Gunfire erupted as Major Nabi and the frontline soldiers simultaneously discharged their weapons, striking the man in the white coat, who collapsed to the ground. Approaching the fallen figure, Major Nabi discarded the pistol and grasped the man's hair, lifting his face from the floor. Upon recognizing him, he exclaimed joyfully, "It's Mazari. We've taken him down." Hearing that Mazari had been neutralized, Long John quickly made his way from the rear of the team to the front. Long John, accompanying the Afghan Special Forces, had a covert objective of monitoring suspicious individuals, while overtly tasked with confirming Mazari's identity. With Mazari now eliminated, it was time for Long John to fulfill his role. He illuminated Mazari's face with a powerful flashlight in his left hand while capturing the scene with a camera in his right, photographing the deceased Mazari's visage. This was a crucial aspect of the SSE procedure, as the subsequent photographs would be used for comparison and verification. After confirming the identity of the deceased as Mazari, Long John promptly reported, "Operation Center, this is B6. We have successfully completed the Haji phase." Operation Center acknowledges, "Well done, B6, responded the command center. Eric, upon receiving Long John's report, marked another tally on the whiteboard, his excitement evident as he addressed the team. "We've dealt with Mazari, that vile trafficker. Congratulations." Colonel Rasul, however, remained impassive, displaying no joy over Mazari's demise. "Congratulations to you, Commander Rasul," General Sullivan said as he approached Colonel Rasul, shaking his hand in celebration. The operation went exceedingly well. I am delighted to have collaborated with you. Likewise, Colonel Rasul nodded and pointed to the operations code on the whiteboard, inquiring. Mazari has been eliminated. Why is Rockford still not crossed off? Diaz and Mandy exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them, leaving the question unanswered. Eric remained silent as well, instead approaching the radio to call out, B1, this is the operations center. How goes the situation with Rockford? Not well. We are still searching. Jason replied, his mood deteriorating, impatience creeping into his voice. Is there a problem? Colonel Rasul asked. No, sir, just need a bit more time, came Eric's vague response, clearly indicating his unwillingness to elaborate. Colonel Rasul chose not to press further but remained in the operations center, awaiting the conclusion of the Rockford situation. Meanwhile, Jason had yet to locate Palmas, and complications arose on Long Jean's side as well. During the SSE procedure, both the substitute recruit Asadi and the deputy commander assigned by Major Nabi had vanished from the ranks. Everyone had been focused on Mazari. No one noticed their departure. Long Jean sensed an ominous turn of events and immediately radioed Jason to report the disappearance of recruit Asadi and deputy commander Bari, while also inquiring about Palmas' status. Upon learning that Team B had searched 2 buildings without finding Palmas, Long Jean instructed Jason to head straight to the female dormitory, the last unsearched location, the second prisoner camp. With only 3 buildings in the female dormitory and the first 2 yielding no results, it was certain that Salim's people would head to the final one. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jason prioritized the search over the remaining individuals in the first prisoner camp. Vanessa, I need your assistance in Cell 1. Jason radioed for the cultural support team, assigning Brock to oversee the area while he and the remaining personnel rushed to the second prisoner camp. Team B began to assemble and set off, with Long Jean and Major Nabi also hurrying to the second camp. They burst from the basement, dashing through the upper building and out the door, only to stumble upon a lifeless body, a young recruit, Adissa, whose throat had been slashed. Was the traitor Bari? Major Nabi gasped in shock, staring at the body of Asadi, unable to fathom that his trusted aide had been corrupted. B1, this is B6, Asadi has been killed. And the traitor appears to be Bari, Long Jean reported, noting that Adissa's body was still twitching, indicating that Bari had not been gone long, certainly within the last minute. In a bid to regain control of the spiraling situation, he succinctly briefed Jason and made haste towards the second prisoner camp. Major Nabi, shaken from his shock, was consumed by a surge of wrath. Traitors were the most detestable of all. With Bari clearing the path ahead, Long Jean felt no need for caution and sprinted forward with abandon. As Dragon Jean approached the entrance of Cell Block 2, a mere 4 or 5 meters away, he was immediately engulfed by a cacophony of terrified voices emanating from within. The assailant had arrived. A surge of anxiety gripped Dragon Jean's heart as he hastened through the doorway. Upon entering, he beheld women and young girls in a state of panic, desperately attempting to flee towards the exit. However, the narrow passageway was so congested that it rendered their escape futile. The room was a scene of utter chaos, with the central corridor completely obstructed. Utilizing his height to his advantage, Dragon Jean peered over the heads of the throng and glimpsed the beam of a flashlight in the center. In this den of human traffickers, the captives could scarcely possess tactical flashlights. The identity of the individual was all too apparent. Dozens of women and children were clamoring to escape, yet the confined space made it exceedingly difficult to push through. If time lingered too long, all hope would be lost. Without hesitation, Dragon Jean made a decisive call, once again leveraging his towering stature to activate the mounted IR laser pointer. The laser beam, aided by his elevation, traversed the heads of all the women and children, illuminating the figure of Bari. At that moment, Bari's movements were erratic and clad in body armor. A single shot to the torso would not guarantee an immediate kill. Aiming for the head was imperative, yet the head itself was a diminutive target, compounded by its continuous motion and at a distance of approximately 10 meters. Hitting it would necessitate trajectory prediction. Should he miss and strike a hostage instead, in the presence of Afghan military oversight, Dragon Jean would face severe repercussions, potentially even a court-martial. However, in the interest of securing Palmas and eliminating the lurking threat of Salim, Dragon Jean found himself compelled to take the gamble. Bang! The gunfire erupted. The women and children within the room were paralyzed with fear, no longer able to flee as they had moments earlier, now crouching on the ground, immobilized by terror. Jason and his companions, having just reached the threshold, felt their hearts race at the sound of gunfire, fervently praying that Palmas had not fallen victim. They rushed into the room, colliding with Dragon John, who stood in the corridor, weapon drawn. "Are you all right?" Jason inquired, uncertain of who had been hit, as he stepped closer to Dragon John with concern. "I'm fine," Dragon John replied tersely, the urgency of the situation compelling him to press forward. Following Dragon John's line of sight, Jason and the others noticed a figure sprawled between two beds about 10 meters away, seemingly clad in camouflage. Realizing that a firefight might be underway between Dragon John and Bari, they swiftly followed his lead. As Dragon John approached, his weapon trained on Bari, who lay on the ground. It was unclear whether he was alive or dead. To ensure that this individual would not feign death and ambush him upon inspection, Dragon John fired 2 shots at the area of Bari's heart. Only then did he grasp the straps of Bahari's tactical vest and flip him over. Lifting the night vision goggles from his helmet, he activated the tactical flashlight affixed to the side of his helmet, directing the beam onto Bari's face to confirm his identity. Chapter 247. A brand new mission. The confirmation of the deceased being Deputy Commander Bari caused Long John's tense heart to finally relax. Lei and Jason, upon seeing the dagger in Bahari's hand and the terrified woman cowering at the head of the bed, silently expressed their relief that Long John had acted swiftly. Had he been just a few seconds slower, their mission would have been rendered futile. Palmas Haken? Although Long John recognized that the woman before him was indeed their target, he still needed to adhere to protocol and inquired in Pashto. The woman at the bed remained silent, yet her expression spoke volumes. Identity confirmed, there was no doubt. Long John turned to Jason, who immediately reported via radio. "Operation Center, this is B1. We have located Rockford. Mission accomplished. Preparing to return." Upon hearing this good news from Jason, Diaz and Mandy celebrated with clenched fists, their taut nerves finally easing. In the prisoner camp, Major Nabi approached Bahari's lifeless body. His emotions a tumultuous blend of anger and trepidation. The presence of such an easily corruptible individual in their midst was akin to a ticking time bomb. Fortunately, only a rookie had been lost. "How do you plan to report this?" Jason inquired of Major Nabi. The emergence of a traitor within the joint operation, ultimately dispatched by Long John from Team B, would complicate matters if handled through standard procedures, given the international implications involved. The Mazari thugs killed him, along with Asadi. Both perished heroically, martyrs for Afghanistan, Major Nabi reluctantly stated, spitting on Bahari's corpse. "This is the best way to handle it." "Sounds good. What do you all think?" Jason asked the members of Team B who had gathered around. "Sounds fair. Let us proceed this way." Sonny, Trent, and Lei expressed their agreement, settling on this course of action to avoid subsequent diplomatic entanglements for Team B. Half an hour later, a longbow Apache accompanied by 2 Black Hawks formed a helicopter squadron, landing in the open area outside the base. Teams A and B departed with Palmas aboard. The Afghan Special Forces remained at the base to coordinate with the follow-up teams. The helicopter squadron returned to the Finney frontline base, where the military police escorted Palmas to the detention center to assist intelligence personnel with the interrogation. After a long night, Long John and the others could finally shed their gear and rest. Mandy had been working tirelessly at the operations center, managing to catch less than 2 hours of sleep before commencing the interrogation of Palmas. Initially, Palmas was uncooperative due to her fear of Salim. However, Mandy assured her that should they secure incriminating evidence, Salim would remain in an American prison until his dying day. She also mentioned Palmas' father, informing her that he was waiting for their family to reunite. Having shed her fear of Salim and her yearning for family, Palmas relinquished all reservations and divulged numerous insider details about Salim. Having been apart from Salim for many years, Palmas was unaware of his dealings with Team E. However, she disclosed Salim's deep-seated animosity towards Americans, which he concealed beneath a facade, making the possibility of him orchestrating an ambush against Team E quite plausible. She also identified the lands purchased by KSR Holdings, revealing that Salim was the actual owner. This effectively linked Salim to the arson of the farms associated with Team E, thereby positioning him as the prime suspect in the team's demise. Additionally, she provided a list of over a dozen names, all connected to Salim, which could corroborate his ambition to become Afghanistan's foremost drug lord rather than a commendable national sheriff. Palmas's testimony was substantial enough to establish Salim's motive for the murder of Team E, marking a significant advancement in the case. According to the American judicial system, Establishing a criminal's motive is pivotal for prosecuting the case. With Salim's motive identified and the farms serving as circumstantial evidence, Mandy needed only to devise a method to procure tangible evidence from Salim, thus preventing the Department of Defense from shielding him. Once the operation authorization was secured, Salim's days of freedom would be numbered. However, Salim was exceedingly cautious and clever, making it challenging to extract direct evidence from him, especially without prior approval to search his residence. Ultimately, Mandy devised a brilliant scheme to invite Salim for a private conversation. By this time, Salim was already aware that Team B was investigating him, with Mandy posing the greatest threat, leading him to contemplate eliminating her. Thus, he accepted Mandy's invitation, arriving at the designated tea house with 3 bodyguards. During their conversation, Mandy deliberately provoked Salim, recording his furious threats that he would ensure she would not leave the tea house. As Salim's bodyguards prepared to abduct Mandy and dispose of her, 7 burly men from Team B, who had been hiding in the tea house, emerged with smiles. Faced with the unexpected appearance of these formidable figures, particularly the towering Long John, Salim's bodyguards hesitated to act. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Salim's face flushed with rage, his breathing heavy and labored. Ultimately, he could do nothing but watch as Mandy, triumphantly flaunting the recording device before him, elegantly departed under the protection of the imposing men. Having secured the recording of Salim's threats, Mandy then sought out baiting and lodging. After a spirited debate, bolstered by the recording, Palmas's testimony, and other pertinent evidence, Beiding was ultimately persuaded. He agreed to submit the gathered evidence to the Department of Defense to request authorization for Salim's arrest. At the same time, Mandy was advised that although the evidence she had gathered was substantial, Salim had cultivated numerous high-ranking officials in the United States over the years. The approval for action permits was far from straightforward and could take a considerable amount of time, often exceeding a month, with 2 or even 3 months being quite normal. The operation to capture bin Laden had awaited approval for over 200 days, and Mandy had grown accustomed to this procrastination inherent in American politics. Once the arrest operation entered the waiting phase, apprehending Salim was merely a matter of time. Thus, upon returning to the base, Mandy immediately convened all members of the First Action Group and joyfully announced this promising news. The members of Team B could not help but indulge in some banter. Yet they were relatively satisfied with the outcome. Their efforts over the past days had not been in vain, just as Team B believed they could enjoy a well-deserved respite during the waiting period. Eric entered the room and publicly announced a new order he had just received from the command center, unrelated to Salim, marking the first entirely new mission during Team B's deployment. This task would finally allow Long John to apply the skills he had diligently learned during the Green Team selection training phase. He expressed great anticipation for the valuable experience he hoped to gain through this new assignment. Chapter 248, VIP Security. Gentlemen, we have a new assignment. A delegation composed of officials from the Department of Defense and members of Congress will arrive in Jalalabad tonight for a public visit aimed at improving infrastructure and regional stability, and we are responsible for their security. As Eric spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room became lively. Okay, I'm excited. But please don't tell me I didn't hear that, Sonny said, comically covering his ears as if to block out the news. Someone douse me with cold water, Trent exclaimed, feigning confusion as he held his forehead. His words implied that he believed he was dreaming and wished to be roused from this nightmare. Oh, come on, guys. This area is incredibly safe. As long as we ensure they don't get blown to bits, this job is a walk in the park, Jason remarked, known for his sardonic humor. The remaining members, Ray and Block, also expressed their grievances about the assignment, instinctively resistant, while only Long John and Clay remained eager. Indulging in banter was a tradition among the Navy SEALs, but once the teasing subsided, business continued. Diaz took over the task details, stating, "The first location the delegation will visit is the Fog Treatment Hospital, located in the heart of Jalalabad." "What time do they land?" Jason inquired. "They're expected to arrive around 8 p.m. tonight. I will pick them up at the airport, bring them here to meet you, and then take them to their accommodations," Diaz replied. "Will this group be easier to manage than the previous one?" Sonny referred to their last VIP security task. "You don't really think public figures succeed solely by listening to the voice of the people, do you?" Jason continued his sardonic commentary. "No, of course not." Sonny grimaced and shook his head, as did Lay and the others. It was evident that the group had reached a consensus regarding the unsavory nature of politicians and the nauseating habits they often exhibit. As the clock approached 8:30 p.m., a convoy consisting of 3 imposing Hummer military vehicles gradually entered the camp where the 1st Action Group was stationed, ultimately coming to a halt beside the playground. Team A, led by Eric, along with Team B and a dozen others, awaited their arrival. Not this guy again. Sonny frowned upon seeing a middle-aged man in a suit disembark from the vehicle. Do you know him? Longjean inquired. I had the unfortunate opportunity to encounter this capricious old fellow before. Sonny scratched his head. Meanwhile, Diaz, who had gone to pick up the guests, stepped out of the vehicle and stood beside Jason, utterly speechless. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "Thank goodness I didn't bring my gun. This group of politicians has thoroughly disgusted me. Is it really that severe?" Jason chuckled in disbelief. As the first middle-aged man in a suit exited the car, several representatives followed suit, including an elderly man clad in camouflage, General Cook. Upon seeing the elder alight from the vehicle, Eric promptly approached to greet him. As the commander of the Joint Special Operations Command and the superior of the Navy Special Development Operations Team, Eric knew the importance of showing adequate respect. Lieutenant Eric. General Cook, recognizing Eric, stepped forward to shake his hand. Following this, he proceeded down the line to greet Mandy, eventually arriving at Jason. "You look familiar," General Cook remarked, his memory faltering due to age, struggling to recall Jason's name. "Master Chief Jason Hayes, sir," Jason offered a timely reminder. "I was just thinking about that stubborn fellow who nearly trapped himself in that house in Yemen." General Cook gestured to mask his forgetfulness. "Indeed, that was quite the ordeal. But fortunately, I survived, sir," Jason replied with a smile. "That operation was quite challenging. You all did remarkably well. I am pleased to have capable individuals like you overseeing this mission's protection," General Cook said, smiling as he shook Jason's hand before calling over the bureaucrats to introduce the parties involved. Congressman David Alber, Minister Benjamin Reed, Master Chief Jason Hayes. David Alber, a middle-aged African-American man in his 40s, revealed his congressional affiliation through his title. Minister Benjamin Reed, likely in his 60s, held the title of Secretary, indicating his role as the Secretary of Defense, given the nature of this protective detail involving representatives from the Department of Defense in Congress. For Longjean, it was indeed his first time protecting such a high-ranking official, and he felt a surge of excitement. This was a significant resume highlight. In this era, one's work history was paramount. The more impressive the experience, the better one fared in life. With the advantage of this work experience, Longjean can confidently assert that he has provided protection for the United States Secretary of Defense, placing him significantly ahead of his peers in securing VIP security contracts, consequently allowing his commission to rise substantially. Such a role, which can embellish one's reputation, is undeniably exhilarating. Protecting a few of the prominent figures within the U.S. government is a rare opportunity for Jason, who has served in the military for over a decade. Despite his previous complaints, he holds this responsibility in high regard. After shaking hands with the Secretary of Defense, Jason introduced the members of Team B and Team A, explaining that they would be jointly responsible for the security arrangements. One can only hope that the task proves to be less arduous than it sounds. Minister Benjamin, arms crossed, scrutinized the members of Teams A and B, seemingly underestimating the potential dangers of the mission. Advancing in an armored convoy through Jalalabad is akin to donning the metropolitan uniforms and entering the Philadelphia arena. It is bound to attract attention. Ray's remarks served as a rebuttal to the Secretary of Defense, emphasizing that this mission was unlikely to be straightforward. "I once donned a Harvard red jersey to Yale Stadium," quipped Congressman David, whose demeanor was notably more approachable than that of Benjamin. "Indeed, that is the sentiment," Jason acknowledged with a nod before succinctly stating, "From the moment you disembark the aircraft, you will be distanced from Washington, D.C. This is still an unstable combat zone, with unpredictable factors lurking in every corner. You must heed our instructions, or you may find yourselves in peril. Of course, it is our duty to provide protection," Minister Benjamin quickly replied, though his response lacked genuine consideration, offering no assurance of how well he would heed their advice when the time came. Chapter 249. Attack on the congressional delegation. Jason was aware that Minister Benjamin was being dismissive, but he could only exert himself to a certain extent. After all, the Secretary of Defense is akin to the supreme authority over the military, even commanding the respect of General Cook, the highest-ranking officer in JSOC. What influence could a mere Chief Master Sergeant wield? Having conveyed most of what needed to be said, Eric beckoned to the delegation, saying, "Gentlemen, please follow me." I will escort you to your accommodations. As the delegation followed Eric, Jason inquired of Diaz, "What time do we depart tomorrow?" "We need to arrive at the hospital by 9 o'clock, so we should leave around 7:30, which means we must gather by 7 o'clock, prepared with all our equipment, weapons, and vehicles," Diaz replied. Having not had to devise an operational plan for nearly 2 years was a nostalgic relief for Mandy, who resonated with Diaz's sentiment and playfully patted Jason's arm, saying, "We must make the most of this rare, restful night. I can procure some drinks. Or do you all prefer to be good little boys and retire early for tomorrow's operation?" Sonny laughed heartily, declaring, "Not I. I desire joy." The others echoed his enthusiasm, expressing a desire to revel. DG always operates under the veil of night, with precious little free time to spare. The nights devoid of operational plans are exceedingly rare, and when the opportunity to relax presents itself, everyone is eager to seize it. In more stable nations, preemptive security preparations are indeed essential, often necessitating coordination with local law enforcement. Typically, the night before departure is the most taxing period for security arrangements. Unfortunately, this is the chaotic war zone of Afghanistan, where Jalalabad harbors numerous anti-American neighborhoods, making advanced deployment of security measures utterly impractical. Enlisting the aid of local police is an even more daunting task, given that the head of the provincial police is none other than Salim, the prime suspect in the murder of Team E. Seeking his assistance would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. Of course, the B team is free from such burdens, while the supporting A team must attend to various chores and cannot partake in leisure. Their responsibilities include preparing vehicles for the next day's journey and meticulously planning the convoy's route, tasks that the A team must complete in advance. The night before a B team operation is devoid of obligations, allowing them to fully relax and enjoy a night of camaraderie, their spirits higher than ever. Some fetch drinks. Others kindle a fire, and others still arrange tables and chairs, each performing their role with precision. In less than 10 minutes, the B team gathers around a bonfire, launching into a small celebration filled with games and merriment. However, this fleeting joy is abruptly interrupted. "Gentlemen, I regret to inform you that the leisure period has concluded. All personnel are to report to the operations center immediately for an urgent matter," announced Eric, dampening the spirits of the B team. Let me take a wild guess. Given the propensity of the Defense Department's bureaucrats, Salim's operational proposal could not have been approved so swiftly. Indeed, unless Mandy has conjured some magic. Could it be that the delegation's residence is infested with rodents, requiring our assistance in pest control? Amidst the B team's various speculations and complaints, they abandon their makeshift celebration and return to the operations center. Mandy is already stationed there, and upon their arrival, she provides a concise briefing. Her intelligence team is tasked with intercepting communications, and after the arrival of the American delegation in Afghanistan, there has been a significant spike in the correspondence of monitored subjects. This phenomenon is decidedly abnormal, prompting Mandy to treat it with the utmost seriousness. The implication is that those under surveillance have begun to communicate more frequently than before via texts, chats, and emails. This concern has necessitated the interruption of our respite. Ray feels Mandy is overreacting. Mandy clarifies, what's alarming is not the mere fact that they are communicating, but rather the content of their discussions. Our informants have caught wind of rumors indicating that there are plans afoot to attack the American delegation, and the likelihood is alarmingly high. This is deeply troubling. The individuals capable of serving as CIA informants are certainly not the average passerby. This suggests that the emergence of such news implies there may indeed be orchestrators behind the scenes, significantly elevating the probability of an assault on the American delegation. Team B is tasked with the security of the delegation, and there could be no worse news, regardless of the veracity of the information. From Captain Jason down to the last member, Clay, the initial nonchalance has been replaced by a palpable seriousness. The pressing concern now is whether those in authority would consider canceling this grand political spectacle in light of a premeditated attack on the congressional delegation. Although Long John yearns to fulfill this security mission and embellish his life resume with a golden accolade, he would prefer to opt for the lesser evil of not failing the task. Crafting a flawless life plan has been a continuous aspiration for Long John. Though it is no easy feat, Mandy shook her head and remarked that the purpose of this journey is to showcase the progress made in the Jalalabad region, which has become sufficiently secure due to the collaboration between the United States and Afghanistan. Canceling the visit at the last minute due to rumored threats is not the message the command center wishes to convey. We must project an image of peace and stability to the world, right? Kinyong interjected with a tone of sarcasm. Mandy raised an eyebrow but refrained from contradiction, implying agreement. If safety were the primary concern, they might as well take photographs at the base. However, the essence of this endeavor is political theater, and they require substantial exposure, which complicates matters, Clay lamented. Mandy, could you elaborate on the situations we need to prepare for? Jason inquired, frowning. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle. Since it is impossible to cancel the current political spectacle, Team B's best course of action is to gather as much information as possible and make targeted security deployments. Knowing there is a threat of an attack, they must take every precaution to prevent it from occurring. End of chapter 250. The resilient MRAP mine-resistant ambush protected vehicle my team is still investigating. We need a bit more time. Please wait here, Mandy stated, unable to provide Jason with further information. To acquire more intelligence swiftly, she chose to leave and personally gather the necessary materials. Meanwhile, the members of Team B and Team A remained behind, engaging in discussions regarding security details. We cannot rely on the local police for assistance, nor can we preemptively close roads to ensure safety. The convoy is particularly vulnerable to rocket-propelled grenade attacks, which is a significant concern, Lay remarked. Indeed. And there are also the threats of suicide car bombs, Clay added. This complicates matters, Jason said, his hands clasped under his chin, his voice grave. The majority of roads in this country are in disrepair and cannot accommodate strategic speeds. We must move as quickly as the roads allow, which gives car bombs or rockets ample opportunity to strike. The challenges extend beyond transportation. Disembarking poses its own set of dangers. Diaz unfolded a paper satellite map and laid it on the table, stating, the hospital is located in the heart of the city, interconnected by multiple streets. We simply do not have enough personnel to control all areas. The abundance of streets indicates a high foot traffic volume. If someone were to don a suicide vest and blend into the crowd, Clay's sentence trailed off. Everyone understood the implication of Clay's words, and Longjean added, we all know that the individuals we are tasked with protecting are here merely for the spectacle, in a bid to capture moments of camaraderie with the populace. The journalists may, against our counsel, plunge into the crowd, thereby granting terrorists an opportunity to strike. Indeed, Lay concurred with Longjean's perspective, remarking that politicians would not forego the chance to be seen demonstrating compassion, particularly in photographs with Afghan children. This is undeniably a significant issue. Eric furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. Can we not make preparations at the venue beforehand, to mitigate potential dangers and familiarize ourselves with the hospital environment? Jason inquired. That would require prior approval. I am striving to coordinate with the operations commander, Eric replied. Are you suggesting that we cannot prepare on-site in advance? Lay asked incredulously. The operations commander is an Army colonel, while I am merely a Navy lieutenant. Do you think he would heed my orders? Eric replied with a wry smile. Very well. Lay sighed, utterly speechless. Clearly, with Team B's operational capabilities, they could accomplish this security task with relative ease. Yet, due to numerous obstacles, their hands and feet were tied, elevating the difficulty from ordinary to nightmarish. Such frustration, potent yet impotent, could easily provoke an outburst from someone with a less resilient mindset. Fortunately, the elite operators of DG have endured various psychological trials, far surpassing the average individual's capacity for endurance. Although the constraints of this mission were daunting, they were insufficient to defeat Team B. So, are we left with the task of isolating the crowd and preventing anyone from approaching the delegation? Lay responded, somewhat dumbfounded. It appears so, Eric affirmed, draining his coffee and setting the cup down. He clapped his hands and declared, all right, that will be all for tonight. Everyone, return and rest. We shall convene punctually tomorrow morning. With limited actionable intelligence and numerous restrictions in place, including the inability to conduct a reconnaissance of the site beforehand, further discussion seemed futile. The first operational team then disbanded, each member returning to their respective quarters. As for the previously planned party, after being disrupted by the unforeseen circumstances for an hour or two, the enthusiasm had dissipated. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, 2 armed HMMWVs and a JRRV were stationed on the parade ground of the camp. The MRAP, or Mine-Resistant Ambush Protected Vehicle, is specifically designed to counter anti-tank mines and IEDs, featuring high levels of armor protection, depending on the number of personnel it accommodates and its primary functions. It is categorized into Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3. The JRRV used by Team B, officially known as the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Rapid Response Vehicle, stands over 3 meters tall and exceeds 6 meters in length, boasting a V-shaped blast-resistant armor beneath, with every inch of its exterior fortified against bullets. Although it is classified as a Type 2 MRAP, its armor is slightly inferior to the Type 3, which is specifically designed to detonate mines. Nonetheless, it truly qualifies as a formidable tortoise shell. The JRRV is typically employed for troop transport, medical evacuation, and bomb disposal leadership tasks. With a rated capacity of approximately 10 personnel, making it suitable for traffic routes with constrained terrains. In the war-torn landscapes of Afghanistan and Iraq, the United States military has adeptly utilized the MRAP, mine-resistant ambush-protected, vehicles. The JRRV, renowned for its formidable anti-mine and anti-explosion capabilities, is frequently employed as a specialized armored ambulance, assisting medical rescue teams in executing ground medical evacuations and transport tasks. Consequently, it has emerged as the optimal means of transportation for congressional delegations. This was also a focal point of discussion last night at the Operations Center, concerning countermeasures against the limitations imposed by restricted road conditions and the threats posed by rockets and car bombs. By securing the delegation within this vehicle, it essentially envelopes them in a protective shell, coupled with 2 Humvees equipped with M2 machine guns, positioned at the front and rear to ensure a clear passage. The security assurance is elevated to its utmost level. Unless confronted by an entire Taliban unit, the delegation is virtually safe from ambush on the road. Once all members of Teams A and B gathered, Diaz allocated specific roles based on each member's individual skills and expertise. Jason, as the squad leader, was tasked with maintaining close proximity to the protected figures. Hence, he was responsible for accompanying the delegation and General Cook inside the JRRV, ensuring personal protection and command. The leading Humvee was designated to navigate and clear paths in case of unusual circumstances. The ability to operate this vehicle proficiently was paramount. To guarantee that the lead Humvee encountered no mishaps, Diaz appointed Team A leader, Full Metal, as the driver, and Team B's deputy leader, Ray, as the observer. Both were top-tier experts in this domain, rendering the first action group irreplaceable. Block, Dog, Sonny, and another member from Team A were assigned to the lead Humvee. Should they encounter a need for combat en route, these 3 would engage with the enemy through firing ports. Sonny, as the designated machine gunner, was responsible for operating the M2 machine gun mounted on the Humvee. While the rear-armed Humvee may not hold the same pivotal role as the lead, it remains an essential component of the defense. In the event of an enemy assault, the convoy must swiftly retreat to establish a safe passage, where the trailing vehicle will play a crucial role. Additionally, during normal travel, it also prevents adversaries from following closely and targeting the VIP vehicle. Long John, Clay Trent, Team A's deputy leader Franklin, and another Team A member were assigned to the rear-armed Humvee. Franklin took on the role of driver, while Trent served as the observer in the passenger seat. Long John was responsible for operating the M2 machine gun mounted in the turret. The final 2 members of Team A were positioned in the VIP's JRRV, tasked with driving and observing the vehicle, following Diaz's meticulous division of responsibilities. All 13 members of Teams A and B were assigned distinct duties. Prior to the arrival of the Secretary of Defense and the congressional delegates, the members of Teams A and B boarded their respective vehicles, inspecting them and arranging the necessary equipment. Long John and Sonny, as the primary points of firepower, meticulously examined the mounted M2 machine guns. Chapter 251, the new member of the delegation that frayed everyone's nerves. 7:30 a.m. All preparatory work before departure was completed, and Team B and Team A convened to exchange operational information before dispersing to their respective vehicles. The officials of the delegation, clad in bulletproof vests, approached under the accompaniment of General Cook and Eric. However, when Jason reiterated the perilous nature of the journey, urging the delegation to heed his commands and avoid wandering indiscriminately, Eric also implored cooperation from the delegation before instructing them to board the vehicles in preparation for departure. Yet, Minister of Defense Benjamin interjected, stating that they would depart promptly, but they must wait a moment for one more member of their party to arrive. Upon hearing this unexpected news, the smiles faded from Jason and Mandy's faces. Eric bluntly remarked that they had not received any notification regarding an additional member, emphasizing that their mission was solely to protect the three of them. The newcomer had been added at the last minute. Just as Benjamin was speaking, he suddenly halted, noticing a vehicle parked at the edge of the playground. With excitement, he pointed and declared, "He has arrived." Jason and the others turned to see an Afghan armed pickup police vehicle. A sense of unease began to envelop them. When the door opened and the occupant stepped out, Eric, Mandy, and Jason were taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief. General Salim Hakan, the National Police Chief of Nangarhar Province, our new member of the delegation. I assume you are already acquainted with him, Minister Benjamin introduced with a smile. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, the expressions on Jason and the others' faces darkened considerably. Salim had been classified as a high-risk individual, and intelligence had indicated potential threats to this operation. Including him in the delegation's hospital visit was akin to adding fuel to the fire. If anyone intended to attack the delegation, Salim could seize the opportunity to instigate chaos, placing the delegation in grave danger. Jason could not possibly agree to bring Salim along, nor would Eric be inclined to do so. However, given their ranks and positions, they were powerless to rescind the decision made by a Minister of Defense. The disparity in authority was too great. Eric could only temporarily halt their departure and immediately contact his superiors via satellite phone, hoping that Captain Blake of the Red Team could reach the commander of the DG to facilitate coordination with the highest-ranking officer of DG. Unfortunately, the outcome of the call was far from favorable. The DG headquarters expressed their inability to assist, leaving them to find a solution on their own. In fact, the decision made by the Minister of Defense was supported by General Cook, the commander of the Joint Special Operations Command, who was also present, each one of them a formidable authority. Furthermore, since the DG was subordinate to them, the captain could only suggest a course of action in a conciliatory tone. The prospect of altering the decision was exceedingly slim. Adding to Jason's fury was Congressman David Albert, who exacerbated the situation by insisting that Salim accompany them in the mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle, permitting Salim's armed pickup to follow in the convoy. Inviting a wolf into their midst was one thing. Embracing it was another. Jason was nearly driven to the brink of explosion in his outrage. Diaz and Mandy could no longer remain idle. Long Jean and the other members, upon witnessing Salim's appearance, hurried over to urge Eric to find a solution. Enough of the futile discussions. The command center has unequivocally stated that the personnel of the delegation cannot be altered. Eric, equally vexed, recognized this as a directive from superiors, accompanied by an ultimatum, and as a soldier, he could only comply with the orders. Rather than continuing this cycle of complaints and quarrels, I suggest you swiftly devise a means to resolve the issue. After advising Jason, Eric turned to Diaz and inquired, "How long until my equipment is ready?" 2 minutes. Diaz replied, "Are you truly going with us? Is it to suppress my anger?" Jason questioned, surprised by Eric's decision, as commanders typically do not partake in operations personally. "You are only half correct. I also need to temper Sonny's temper. If he can't contain himself and strikes Salim, it will lead to considerable trouble." Eric responded before turning and heading toward the position of General Cook. Although Eric was attempting to comfort Jason, he was internally discontent, hoping to engage in a direct discussion with the chief of the command center to address the critical issue concerning the fate of the delegation. Aware that the situation was irreversible, Mandy could only console Jason, stating, "The good news is, as far as I know, Salim is not a power-hungry fanatic. He is unlikely to destroy the vehicle he is traveling in, which implies that the delegation should at least be safe on the road. The bad news is, I might not be able to restrain myself from shooting that loathsome face of Salim." Jason interrupted Mandy angrily. Diaz quickly retrieved a set of equipment, and Eric returned to don his gear. Silence prevailed. The delegation yielded no results. Clad in a ballistic tactical vest, Eric chose not to carry an assault rifle, opting instead for a sidearm, and called out to everyone, "It's time to board, prepare to depart." Jason cast a final cold glance at the smugly approaching Salim before turning toward the armored vehicle in the center. The members of the delegation, who were more adept at verbal sparring than physical prowess, struggled to ascend the rear door of the vehicle, which was nearly 15 meters off the ground. Salim did not rush to join the queue. Instead, he approached his adversary, Mandy. "Do you know that 14 women in this army have been overpowered by the men they serve with? It takes real courage to remain here in this base," Salim remarked, seemingly complimenting her, but laden with an undercurrent of animosity toward American values. His audacity in expressing such sentiments openly suggested that Salim was likely aware of Mandy's request to the Department of Defense for his apprehension. This further confirmed Salim's audacious demeanor, as he showed no fear of potential approval for an operation against him. Mandy's expression soured as she coldly replied, "What do you want? To continue your schemes? I assure you, you will not be able to replicate the conspiracy of Team E. Hey, our esteemed National Police Chief, what are you still doing here?" "It's your turn to board," Long John interjected as he approached. "We are all products of our environment. You and I each have our own paths to pursue." Salim was well aware that Long John was mocking him, yet he remained completely unfazed. With a demeanor as calm as an ordinary person, he said, "I wish you a pleasant day, Ms. Ellis. And may you return safely today, Sergeant Long Gibelin of the Navy SEALs." After speaking, Salim smiled and turned to leave. This scoundrel, Mandy, witnessing Salim's smug demeanor, could not help but curse his retreating figure. Long John also furrowed his brow, although Salim was unaware of his true affiliations. The fact that he could uncover Long John's name within the Navy SEALs was enough to indicate that this individual had established connections within the United States government. Delving deeply into the realm of classified information. Chapter 252, Seeking the Spotlight? Not today. The brevity of Salim's remarks to Long John belied the wealth of information they conveyed. While he did not disclose Long John's actual affiliations, the ability to accurately identify him as a former Navy SEAL was telling. This alone suggested that Salim's connections within the U.S. government might be even more entrenched than they had anticipated, reaching a level where he could access confidential information. Faced with such a cunning adversary, Long John felt a twinge of caution and knew he must tread carefully. At 7:45 a.m., the arrival of the unexpected guest, Salim, caused a 15-minute delay for the congressional delegation's convoy, which then proceeded to form its designated formation. As they passed through the gates of the base, they headed directly toward Jalalabad. The presence of Salim, an unpredictable variable, cast a heavy atmosphere over the entire convoy. Every member of the AB teams was intensely focused, unwilling to allow even the slightest lapse in vigilance. Long John and Sonny, responsible for operating the heavy machine gun mounted on the Humvee, continuously adjusted the gun's aim and remained vigilant to their surroundings, ready to launch a decisive strike at the first sign of danger. The atmosphere in the operations center was equally tense. Intelligence analysts were monitoring the ISR reconnaissance system, employing drones to survey the area within a 50-meter radius of the convoy from above. Mandy and Diaz kept a close watch on the monitoring screens, scanning for any anomalies near the convoy. The route from Fini Base to Jalalabad was relatively open, devoid of trees or vegetation, and posed no immediate danger. However, as the convoy confidently entered the city, the most perilous moment approached. Driving within the city was fraught with danger, as an RPG could suddenly be fired from a window or a suicide truck could emerge from an alley at any moment. The situation grew even more precarious upon arriving at the hospital, where the process of entering became hazardous. Without the protection of the JRRV armored vehicles, the delegation would be entirely exposed to the public, rendering them vulnerable to a stray bullet that could prove fatal. Everyone should be aware of the protocol. Upon disembarking, maintain formation. We will advance swiftly upon my command. Only once we are inside the hospital can we mitigate the threat posed by distant gunmen. As the convoy drew closer to the hospital, Jason reiterated his warnings to the members of the delegation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the secretary of the congressman remarked that the congressman hoped to have the opportunity for positive interaction with the locals upon disembarking. The locals were also seeking an opportunity for interaction, though not of the agreeable kind, Jason retorted coldly. The purpose of our visit is to showcase the amicable cooperation between our government and our Afghan partners, Minister Benjamin declared. Immediately, Salim enthusiastically agreed, stating it also provided us Afghans an opportunity to express our gratitude. Our sole mission is to ensure the safety and lives of the delegation, not to serve as your personal bodyguards or to partake in your charades. Jason fixed a sharp gaze on Salim, laced with a hint of warning. Sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat tense, African-American Congressman David smiled and said, "I trust you will find a solution, won't you?" Jason remained expressionless and silent. Eric interjected with a smile, "Yes, we will find a resolution and will endeavor to assist you in your work." This brief exchange highlighted the distinction between officers and non-commissioned officers. The latter were more concerned with the completion of their tasks, less preoccupied with the identities of those they protected, whereas the officers served as a buffer, Jason was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with these posturing politicians. Having anticipated such circumstances and made the necessary preparations, he radioed, "Operations Center, this is B1, are we close? The convoy will reach the hospital in 8 more blocks. Estimated arrival in 2 minutes, Diaz responded. Received. Concluding communications with the Operations Center, Jason switched to the squad channel and called, B2, report. All is normal, B1, Ray replied. B4 report. Trent, receiving the command, responded, B4 received. All is normal. If we could shake off the tailing nuisance, it would certainly enhance our safety. Salim's armed pickup truck, uncertain in its allegiance, was indeed a source of discomfort, causing Dragon, who was manning the vehicle's heavy machine gun, to expend considerable effort monitoring it. He had to remain vigilant against the possibility of the machine gun on that pickup suddenly turning its fire on them. Though the turret of the armored Hummer had bulletproof plating, it only protected the front. Bullets from behind could prove fatal. I find my situation much more comfortable than yours. Shall we switch places on our return? Jason's sarcasm was biting, prompting Trent to reply hastily. I've suddenly realized I quite like it here. I wish you much joy in that mine-resistant, ambush-protected vehicle. After exchanging a bit of banter with Trent, Jason's mood lifted slightly. He reminded the entire team. Davis said we should arrive in about 2 minutes. Once we do, I hope everyone can stick closely together and not falter. Of course. Absolutely. Received. The members of both teams responded in unison. 2 minutes swiftly passed, and the convoy bypassed the crowded main entrance of the hospital, instead arriving at the south entrance designated for emergency access. The entrance is a passage reserved for the privileged, famously known as the VIP corridor. Due to the fact that ordinary citizens are completely barred from entry, the entire southern entrance is remarkably serene, with hardly a soul in sight. Only a few doctors clad in white coats and several journalists await at the door. This arrangement was meticulously orchestrated by Team B following urgent discussions the previous night, aiming to prevent the delegation from indulging in mere theatrics while disregarding the measures devised by Team B. The unfortunate incident of someone perishing at the hospital's entrance during disembarkation was a direct consequence of their negligence. Thankfully, this precaution was established. Otherwise, the atmosphere of discussion within the vehicle, with members of Parliament and the Minister of Defense, would have inevitably led to a display of performance. Now, they simply bypassed the main entrance, denying any opportunity for theatrics. The convoy gradually came to a halt at the entrance, and Long Jean and his team promptly began their orderly procedures. Inside the lead vehicle, Lei and Quan Jean exited to oversee all precautionary measures ahead of the convoy, while Sonny and Brock, accompanied by their canine companion, took the initiative to scout the hospital, with the bomb detection dog, Hellfire, on duty. Any potential explosive threats along the hospital corridor traversed by the delegation were effectively neutralized. Meanwhile, Trent and Long Jean, seated in the tail vehicle, were tasked with safeguarding the rear and the outer periphery of the convoy. Chapter 253. Unscathed, the personnel in both the lead and tail vehicles executed their vigilance tasks with agility, reporting back to Jason one by one. The entrance to the hospital corridor is secure. The rear point is secure. The front point is secure. Upon receiving these reports, Jason confirmed that there were no anomalies surrounding the convoy and that a comprehensive 360-degree surveillance had been conducted. Only then did he descend from the passenger seat, maneuvering around to the rear of the vehicle. This was yet another detail. Jason, already seated inside the vehicle, could have easily exited through the rear compartment door without having to navigate through the driver's area. However, his intent was twofold: to reaffirm that the surroundings were devoid of any irregularities and to avoid overshadowing the occasion, regardless of the nature of the visit. Once the convoy arrived on site, the journalist cameras would invariably be trained on the main vehicle door. The primary door of the sedan is adjacent to the rear passenger door, facilitating a swift entrance into the venue. The main door of the JRRV anti-tank ambush vehicle, however, opens from the back, and the journalist's lenses were directed towards this angle. If the door were to open and capture a soldier in uniform, it would not suffice to feature the true protagonists of the visit. Thus, Jason meticulously circled around, unlocked the car door from within, and then proceeded to exit through the passenger side to survey the perimeter before finally reaching the rear door. At last, amidst the journalist's poised actions, he opened the rear door to release the delegation. Click, click, click. Minister Benjamin was the first to disembark, immediately besieged by a flurry of camera flashes. Initially, He had anticipated a crowd of onlookers upon his exit, perhaps cradling a child or engaging with a patient for a moment of display, only to find that no citizens were present. A furrow formed on his brow. However, faced with the multitude of journalists present, he could only silently endure his plight, forcing a smile as he waved and proceeded towards the entrance to greet the hospital leaders clad in white coats. Following him, the other members of the delegation, along with General Cook, disembarked from their vehicles in succession, heading towards the hospital entrance. The security arrangements had shifted from outdoor to indoor vigilance. 3 members of Team A remained in the vehicles, tasked with guarding the 3 cars to prevent any tampering and to ensure a swift exit in case of an emergency. The remaining team members rapidly converged from the periphery, forming a protective formation around the delegation in a 360-degree shield. A total of 10 members from Teams A and B were strategically positioned within a 12-meter radius around the delegation, 2 at the front and 3 on each side, ensuring comprehensive coverage. As the delegation approached the hospital's interior, Long John and his team would preemptively block doorways, securing all lines of sight before allowing the delegation to pass through. Under such impenetrable security, even the most formidable assassins in the world would find no opportunity to strike. However, just as the delegation and the hospital director walked amicably forward under the watchful eyes of the press, a man suddenly appeared, sprinting towards them from the south entrance where the delegation had just entered. The hellhounds erupted into frenzied barking. In this heightened state of alert, the unexpected sight of an individual charging towards the delegation sent the atmosphere into a tense frenzy. Long John, responsible for the rear, immediately sensed the anomaly and raised his weapon, preparing to fire. Upon realizing the man bore no weapon, and to avoid unnecessary chaos, especially with the journalists eager for a story, Long John abandoned the thought of shooting and stepped forward, delivering a swift blow with the butt of his gun. The impact resounded as it struck the man's face, sending 2 teeth flying amidst a spray of blood. The assailant, caught off guard, fell to the ground almost instantly, only to be further subdued by Long John's knee pressing him down. Uncertain if the man was carrying explosives, Long John restrained him while Jason activated his radio, commanding, "Attention all units, this is B1. The visit is cancelled, evacuate immediately. Go, go, go." With Jason's order, the atmosphere escalated into a tension-filled climax. The frontline members did not halt but adhered to VIP security protocols, prioritizing the safe transport of those they were protecting. The parliamentarians and ministers, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, were forcibly ushered forward by Jason and his team, ultimately entering an empty room for safety. Sonny and Clay stood guard at the entrance while Jason escorted the delegation into the room to take refuge. Outside, Long John kept the unknown man pinned to the ground as Lay and other team members rushed over to assist, quickly securing the assailant with his hands bound behind his back. Following a swift search, they confirmed that the stranger carried neither weapons nor explosives. In a hurried exchange, Long John, employing both Pashto and Dari, urgently inquired of the unfamiliar man about his presence and intentions. The members of Team A and Team B were visibly alarmed, while the stranger's complexion turned ashen under the intimidating presence of Long John and his formidable companions. The man explained in a quivering voice that he had learned of his wife's unfortunate accident involving a bus, which had necessitated her urgent hospitalization. Thus, he had rushed over to see her. He entered through the southern door merely because it was the path he had taken. Long John discerned that the man was not lying, as he bore no weapons or explosives, rendering him incapable of an assault. With a sigh of relief, he promptly called over the radio, calling B1, "This is B6. Meanwhile, Jason was anxiously awaiting updates. Upon hearing the call, he quickly responded, "B1 received. Go ahead. What is the situation?" "This individual is merely an ordinary man, unarmed, and he claims his wife is injured, which prompted his urgent entrance," Long John reported. He instructed that the man be handed over to the local police while the others maintained vigilance on the first and second floors. After issuing a series of commands, Jason felt the tension within him release, yet a tinge of discomfort creased his features. He understood that if this had indeed been an assault, their reaction would be justifiable. However, having misjudged the situation could lead to complications. In fact, Jason's foreboding was accurate. Trouble was soon to follow. Having missed the opportunity to enter through the main entrance, Minister Benjamin, already displeased, seized the moment to express his strong dissatisfaction to Eric. Unable to afford any offense towards him, Eric, unlike Jason and his team, could only offer a conciliatory smile and an apology. A minor disruption at the hospital visit site had resulted in a lack of harmony between the delegation and the two teams, leading the operations center to receive new adverse intelligence. Chapter 254. The arrival of the elite assassin, the Herat field office, while eavesdropping on the satellite phone of an Iranian Revolutionary Guard commander, inadvertently obtained peculiar intelligence. This information was corroborated by personnel monitoring cross-border escape routes. A retired sniper named Abu Ali had suddenly crossed from Taliban into Afghanistan, and the Herat field office suspected he was headed for Jalalabad, the location of the delegation. Just a day after hearing of a potential attack on the delegation, a professional sniper, recently retired from the military, had emerged. Was this mere coincidence? Clearly not. Mandy, through an urgent compilation of intelligence, gathered extensive information regarding this sniper, revealing even more startling details. The marksman had formerly served as a sniper for the Syrian army and had become a favored figure among remaining combat organizations post-retirement, earning the moniker Brother of Death. This title was not self-bestowed. It was earned through over 200 confirmed kills in various conflicts across the Middle East. During the Battle of Mosul, he had transformed Iraq into a veritable hell on earth. Moreover, his operational range was extensive, transcending the confines of the Middle East. Last year, he infiltrated Nigeria alone, assassinating individuals in the northeastern region, and nonchalantly evaded capture despite facing thousands of armed police. Approximately 6 weeks ago, a journalist from Azerbaijan, held under house arrest, was shot through the window of his bedroom. This was his latest masterpiece. Such a master of long-range assassination. A top-tier killer who frequently claims lives across the globe suddenly appeared in the delegation's location in Jalalabad. Anyone who thinks he is merely a tourist must be quite deluded. This individual, ruthlessly traversing the world to kill, is utterly merciless. Upon reviewing Abu Ali's dossier, Diaz, despite being a logistics officer for the DG and regularly interacting with one of the world's most formidable groups, was still profoundly astonished. He is, without a doubt, a cold-blooded assassin, and if not properly managed, the situation could become dire. Mandy recognized the gravity of the matter and promptly relayed the intelligence to Team B. Jason, Eric, Ray, and the other leaders and commanders of the First Action Group examined the information Mandy provided, their expressions more somber than ever. It was evident he intended to target the delegation. I believe it is imperative to cancel this trip. Absolutely. Ray's suggestion received Jason's endorsement. It was not that the two feared the assassin, but rather that they understood the potential repercussions. Should the Secretary of Defense perish here, it would lead to considerable turmoil. Everyone present knew that no one would escape accountability afterward. Rather than risk their futures by continuing to protect the delegation during the planned visit, the best course of action would be to halt the journey. As long as the delegation remained secure at the base, everyone could remain safe. However, Albert and Benjamin would not agree. Eric also hoped for the cancellation of the trip, yet he was acutely aware of the stubbornness of those within the delegation, making the situation exceedingly difficult. If any member of the delegation held a lower rank, the matter would be much simpler. Unfortunately, they were dealing with Congress and the Department of Defense, both formidable entities that DG could not afford to challenge. I do not care about Albert or Benjamin. Their opinions are irrelevant. In the current circumstances, we cannot ensure their absolute safety. If they wish to continue sipping coffee in their offices, then I must halt this wretched trip. In the face of Jason's furious outburst, Eric, despite being an officer, felt powerless. I can only say that after what just transpired, it will be challenging to regain their trust in the validity of our intelligence. Speaking about it will yield no results, Eric lamented. Fine. If you believe it is futile for you to go, then I shall speak with him personally, Jason replied somewhat defiantly. Count me in. To hell with it. We shall go together. Full Metal and Ray supported Jason, expressing their willingness to accompany him. This matter is not simply about numbers. I am not saying I will not speak with them. That is my duty. I am merely stating that this will not be easily accomplished. You all stay here. Jason and I will go and discuss this with them. Eric reassured the assembled crowd before leaving the room to head to the delegation's lounge. After explaining his reasons for coming and expressing his desire to cancel the trip, the delegation's reaction was precisely as Eric had anticipated. Minister Benjamin and Congressman David vehemently refused to relinquish this opportunity for grandstanding. They ostentatiously proclaimed that they had traveled over 12,000 kilometers to assist the struggling Afghan people in nation-building and to promote the amicable cooperation between the United States and Afghanistan. Asserting that their efforts would not be in vain, they raised doubts regarding the authenticity of the assassination attempt, questioning the recent events. Eric, resolute in his determination, disregarded the words of the minister and the congressman, asserting his responsibility for the delegation's safety and his duty to mitigate risks, announcing the cancellation of the trip. Jason stood by Eric's side, affirming his intent to utilize the security team's authority to forcibly terminate the remaining itinerary. The Secretary of Defense, incensed, countered that should Eric insist on halting the journey, he would, by virtue of his position, rescind all of Eric's duties and powers. This implied that the operational team would lose its authority, reducing them to mere bodyguards without a voice. In a final display of authority, the Secretary summoned General Cook, who had remained silent, instructing him to issue commands. The Secretary could not unilaterally direct the DG. Every order required the approval of the military committee. Although Minister Benjamin could indeed revoke the security team's authority due to his status, it necessitated a meeting and a voting process, which, regardless of urgency, would take at least 1 or 2 hours to resolve. However, General Cook, as the commander of the Joint Operations Command and the superior of SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force, had the power to directly command Eric and his team. Cook's superior was Benjamin, and he could not defy Benjamin's orders. Ultimately, despite his reluctance and concern over potential unforeseen events, General Cook had no choice but to comply with Minister Benjamin's wishes and issue the orders. It appeared that the trip must continue. Lieutenant Eric, your duty, along with your team, is to protect us. When faced with difficulties, you should find ways to resolve them, rather than resorting to the most foolish of actions by halting this visit. With such authoritative words from the highest ranks, Eric, a mere lieutenant, could do little but respond helplessly, "Yes, sir." Jason, equally furious and visibly pale, realized that as soldiers, they must obey orders, no matter how unwilling they were. As General Cook had articulated, since a problem had arisen, they must find a way to address it. Chapter 255, The Hypocrisy of American Politicians. American politicians, who finance wars that devastate countless lives, now come to hospitals to fund the treatment of the wounded, even posing for cheerful photographs with them. Jason and his colleagues found this to be a facade, while Long John was utterly revolted. With the intelligence of an assassin already in play, it was appalling that they would misuse their authority to force the continuation of the visit, truly an affront to decency. Had it not been for the military uniform draped across his shoulders, Long John would undoubtedly have delivered a couple of punches. Jason and his companions would have likewise abandoned their duties. Alas, their current identities as soldiers, among the finest operatives in the United States and indeed the world, demand obedience as their foremost obligation. Moreover, being in receipt of government funds necessitates performing tasks for others. Thus, despite their profound reluctance and aversion, Jason and Long John, along with their peers, were compelled to ensure the safety of Benjamin during his insistence on continuing the visit. As the delegation was pursued by a throng of reporters, they engaged in the solemn task of visiting injured personnel within the hospital. Teams A and B collaborated meticulously on security arrangements. It was presumed that after showcasing the wounded, the day's proceedings would conclude. However, when the scheduled visiting time elapsed, and Jason sought to escort the delegation from the hospital, Benjamin and Senator David concocted a new scheme. The senator believed that delivering a speech here would garner much appreciation from Washington. As soon as the senator's aide made this suggestion, Minister Benjamin enthusiastically concurred, proclaiming, "Splendid. I have already conferred with the hospital administrator, and the courtyard behind will be an excellent venue for a brief address." "This is a terrible idea." Jason promptly rejected the notion. "Indeed, I concur. This is exceedingly perilous," Eric added, expressing his disapproval. Given the knowledge of elite snipers lurking in the shadows, appearing outdoors, particularly in an open space, would be tantamount to walking into the line of fire. To knowingly approach a threat when one is aware of the intent to kill sounds remarkably foolish. However, differing statuses and perspectives lead to disparate modes of thinking. From the vantage point of Minister Benjamin and Senator David, their visit was merely a performance to enhance their own reputations, facilitating future advancement. Engaging in a display of valor in a war-torn region would undoubtedly earn them greater public admiration. This was an exceptional opportunity, in light of the immense benefits at stake. The unseen threat of snipers paled in comparison, rendering it insignificant in their eyes. It is akin to those who, despite knowing that wasps can sting. Still risk it all for the allure of sweet honey. Everyone is aware that touching a hot surface could lead to harm, yet many still choose to disregard the warning. Such is the nature of human greed. When the heart is consumed by avarice, reason is cast aside. Moreover, although the minister and senator refrained from vocalizing their thoughts, they were acutely aware of the caliber of operatives in teams A and B, fully cognizant of their formidable prowess. To them, the presence of a mere assassin seemed trivial when protected by a cadre of elite special forces. They perceived no potential for peril, viewing Jason and his team as overly cautious. It was this confluence of self-interest and inflated confidence that led to the folly of Minister Benjamin and Senator David. Under the dual influences of overconfidence and greed, even when Jason and Eric issued simultaneous warnings, Benjamin remained unfazed. He confidently remarked, "While I agree, my greatest desire is not to engage in grandiloquent discourse. In fact, I would much prefer to spend the afternoon with these delightful individuals. However, I am burdened with a task of great significance, one that requires me to ensure Washington's satisfaction during my visit." Minister Benjamin spread his hands and tilted his head, his unspoken words conveying a clear message. The speech must proceed. Jason recognized the futility of reasoning with this group of politicians and, weary of their endless chatter, turned to Admiral Cook, standing nearby. "Sir, may I have a moment of your time?" he inquired. "What seems to be the issue?" Admiral Cook followed Jason to a more secluded spot. "Your colleagues wish to alter the tactical plan. It is a demand from Washington." Jason had scarcely finished when he was interrupted by a shout from the aide of a congressman. "Shut your mouth." Jason barked in anger, causing the aide to obediently fall silent. "We possess clear intelligence indicating a threat to the delegation, and the current circumstances are already precarious. To expose ourselves to the public for a speech would be tantamount to self-destruction." Upon hearing Jason's words, Admiral Cook grasped the gravity of the situation. "I will speak with them," he replied solemnly before entering to negotiate with the delegation. Salim, flanked by 2 police officers, approached Jason leisurely and remarked mockingly, "It seems you are in a bit of trouble." "There is nothing we cannot resolve," Jason retorted, refusing to even glance at Salim, his focus on the discussions taking place inside. "I am aware of your proficiency in protection, but I do not believe it is sufficient. If you require assistance, my police force is more than willing to help." Salim feigned a sincere demeanor. "If you could just disappear from my sight, that would be the greatest assistance you could provide," Jason shot back, casting a cold glare at Salim, uninterested in further banter with this annoying fly. And he proceeded towards Admiral Cook to observe. As the saying goes, power emerges from the barrel of a gun, yet today was evidently not one of those days. With Jason's departure, Salim turned his attention to Ray, mocking him about the futility of their firearms, as they were still being targeted by assassins. "Your triumph will be short-lived. We will soon come looking for you. I hope you can maintain this composure and not cower beneath your bed in fear." Ray's words were even more direct, emanating an aura of hostility. Salim appeared to have achieved his objective, or perhaps he simply wished to leave this tedious situation behind. As he chuckled and chose to remain silent, Admiral Cook negotiated for a few minutes, but the outcome remained painfully clear. Stubborn Benjamin and David, resolutely focused on garnering political advantage from this visit, were impervious to any counsel. Ultimately, the brief speech proceeded as planned, situated in the courtyard behind the hospital. There was no alternative. The security plan had to be modified on the fly. "Ray, you will take position on the roof, overseeing the southern sector, understood?" Jason instructed. "Leave it to me. You can rest assured," Ray responded before departing to establish a vantage point. Jason then used his radio to call out, "B6. Come over here for close protection. Ensure the safety of the podium." "B6 received. I am on my way," Longjean replied. Jason specifically summoned Longjean instead of personally providing close protection, not out of fear for his own life, but for 3 primary reasons. Firstly, as the captain, Jason needed to maintain command, which hindered his ability to focus entirely on close protection. The essence of effective personal safeguarding lies in undivided attention, enabling immediate response to unforeseen circumstances. Secondly, Longjean, with his towering and robust physique, stood like a formidable guardian. His mere presence exuded an innate aura of intimidation, effectively deterring potential assailants from taking action. This is precisely why many individuals prefer to hire bodyguards who are physically imposing. Thirdly, Longjean's height conferred a distinct advantage in observational capability. Standing alongside the protected individual, he possessed a superior vantage point, allowing him to monitor the surroundings with greater efficacy. Those of shorter stature would find their line of sight obstructed, rendering them incapable of detecting threats lurking beyond the crowd. Furthermore, Long John's considerable bulk made him more suitable than anyone from Team A or Team B. A larger physique equates to a greater surface area for absorbing potential bullets, thereby enhancing protective efficacy during a firearms assault. While this may sound rather grim, it remains the fundamental duty of a bodyguard to shield against gunfire and knives. Clad in a heavy-duty tactical vest, Long John's defensive capabilities were maximized. Even a direct hit from a sniper rifle would not be fatal, provided it did not strike his head. In contrast, the individual he was protecting donned only a level 2 or 3 soft body armor, sufficient merely to withstand handgun rounds, leaving them with a significantly higher probability of fatality if struck. In juxtaposition, a heavily armed bodyguard like Long John could absorb incoming fire on behalf of the protected individual, substantially reducing the extent of harm. Jason's confidence in Long John's abilities stemmed from previous encounters where he had witnessed Long John's ingenuity and quick reflexes, as well as his first-hand experience of the overwhelming destruction caused by explosives. Such remarkable attributes, coupled with his imposing stature, rendered Long John the quintessential choice for close protection, an unparalleled template for bodyguards. Jason's seemingly straightforward command encompassed a multitude of nuanced considerations, reflecting his adeptness as a seasoned captain. He swiftly identified the most suitable member for the task and assigned them the most appropriate role, epitomizing the ideal qualities of an exceptional leader. In stark contrast, the foolish captain's approach was to assign the shortest and slimmest team member, Lei, to provide close protection, while relegating the largest, Long John, to a rooftop observation post. After establishing the crucial positions of lookout and close protection, Jason ensured that these essential roles were effectively filled. He then commanded everyone, "Attention! The delegation is about to move out, proceeding through the western corridor to the final destination, the courtyard on the west side." Jason merely indicated the delegation's destination without assigning further tasks to individuals, as it was unnecessary. Members of Team A and Team B, including Quan Jean, Sonny, and Trent, were all seasoned operatives of the highest caliber, fully aware of their responsibilities. There was no need for Jason to provide additional instructions. Each individual would fulfill their designated roles. Brock, accompanied by his dog and Trent, commenced a preliminary sweep from the western corridor to the courtyard, searching for explosives and suspicious individuals. Meanwhile, others began to tighten their perimeter, gathering near the entrance where the delegation awaited, ready to form a 360-degree defensive formation to escort them safely through the western corridor to the courtyard. Calling B1, this is the operations center. What is your status? As teams A and B began to shift into position, Jason received a communication from Diaz. B1 here, it's not looking too good. Jason's expression turned serious as he inquired. The delegation is about to address the outdoor courtyard. Do you have any updated intel on the Syrian sniper? None. The information only indicates he entered Afghanistan 24 hours ago. And then there has been no further intelligence, Diaz replied. This complicates matters. I hope your drones can provide as much assistance as possible, Jason remarked. Noticing the delegation starting to move, he ended the conversation with Diaz and hurried to escort them, keeping Longjean stationed closely on the left, with him on the right. The rest formed a protective perimeter around them. Thanks to Brock, Trent, and Hellhound's prior reconnaissance, the delegation proceeded along the western corridor to the courtyard without incident. After several minutes of preparation, the speech commenced smoothly. Benjamin stood on stage delivering his grandiloquent remarks, while Longjean stood 2 meters away, arms crossed and eyes sharp. A throng of journalists and hospital executives listened intently, capturing the event with photographs and recordings. In the corners of the courtyard, members of Team 1, fully armed, stood vigilant against threats from any direction. To the south, north, and east, the hospital buildings loomed, while the western side was sealed off by a wall. On the rooftops of the hospital buildings in those 3 directions, Jason had stationed armed personnel to ensure that in the event of an emergency, they could neutralize any threat. With this triad of protection, ground, aerial, and close proximity, any would-be assassin would find it nearly impossible to breach this defensive perimeter. The only possible threat, which could not be entirely mitigated, was a long-range sniper attack. Typically, sentinels would be assigned to high vantage points in surrounding buildings to ensure no one could enter and set up a weapon to threaten the speech event. However, the U.S. military faced significant obstacles in Afghanistan, even being denied permission for prior reconnaissance of the hospital. To seek to block all towering structures in the vicinity is nothing short of a pipe dream. Jason understood the futility of such an endeavor, hence, he strategically deployed the elite sniper, Ray, on the southern flank to monitor suspicious firing points emanating from the west. He also arranged for Long John to provide close protection, ensuring that he could shield Jason from gunfire if necessary. Concurrently, as the delegation proceeded to the western courtyard, he had Diaz inform the intelligence analyst to provide high-altitude drone surveillance as much as possible. Although this method was rather passive and merely a stopgap solution, it represented the best course of action available. As the delegation's speech continued, the number of attendees gradually swelled, and the atmosphere in the venue became increasingly charged. Chapter 257. A kick sending the minister flying B2. Is there a situation? Jason inquired, standing in the lower left corner of the venue, his back against the wall, his gaze scanning the crowd. No anomalies detected for now. My position offers a clear view. Should he blend into the throng, I will notice him immediately, Ray reported optimistically. Perhaps this time, nothing will occur. Just relax, brother. It is too early for such conclusions. Continue observing, Jason instructed, concluding the communication with Ray before reaching out to the Operations Center. Operations Center, this is B1. Is there any situation? Operations Center acknowledges. We have initiated the drone surveillance perimeter and activated multi-target dynamic tracking. Within 180 meters of the hospital's perimeter, there are no vehicles or personnel in transit. Notify me immediately if anything arises. Understood. Diaz's response was also routine. Jason proceeded to communicate individually with the other team members, finding no irregularities. Just as he began to feel a sense of relief, Ray suddenly spotted a suspicious Afghan man. He promptly reported, calling B1. A man in brownish-red clothing is behaving suspiciously as he approaches the central venue. The man's demeanor was indeed peculiar. He glanced around furtively as he walked, raising instant suspicion. I see him, Jason confirmed, pinpointing the man through Ray's information. He commanded, B3, he is approaching from your direction. Do you see him? Upon hearing the exchange over the radio, Long John unconsciously stepped slightly to the left, positioning himself closer to Benjamin, the speaker, should any untoward incident necessitate immediate protection. I see him, Sonny replied, focusing intently on the man. As the Afghan man neared the rear of the audience, he suddenly thrust his hand into his pocket. This action was fraught with danger, and the nerves of Team B tensed as their weapons trained on his head. Don't do this, brother, Sonny murmured, his finger hovering over the trigger. Had it not been for a previous misjudgment upon entering the hospital, he might have rushed forward to apprehend the individual. Thankfully, his calmness proved prudent, as the man merely retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket and began taking photographs of the front of the venue. Clearly, this is a relative of a patient in the hospital, who, having heard that a notable figure is giving a speech here, stealthily approached to capture some photos for the sake of appearances. Upon seeing the man in brownish-red clothing pull out a mobile phone, both Sonny and Lay breathed a sigh of relief. Lay immediately reported, the man in the brownish-red attire is safe. He is merely taking photographs. Repeat, the man in the brownish-red clothing is safe. With Lay's reassuring announcement, the others finally relaxed. What a farce. Long John inwardly scoffed, retreating to his previous position. Yet, as he stepped back and glanced up, he noticed a flicker of light on the rooftop of a 5-story building approximately 200 meters away. Although modern sniper scopes are generally equipped with sun shields and light filters, it is conceivable that during the assembly of the sniper rifle, a fleeting reflection might have occurred when the scope's dust cover was removed and the sunshade attached. Alternatively, it could have been sunlight reflecting off a mirrored object. Under normal circumstances, such a brief glimmer lasting mere fractions of a second would go unnoticed. However, given the exceptional situation Long John was facing, with the knowledge of a sniper's presence, he had to prioritize the possibility that it was a reflection from a sniper's scope. Since the installation of the scope had commenced, an attack was imminent. Additionally, due to Long John's vantage point, facing southwest, only he had caught sight of the fleeting glimmer. To mitigate any potential danger, Long John resolved to investigate further, promptly reporting, B2, can you check the rooftop of the building opposite my location, specifically the hollow wall? I sense something amiss. Lay, confident in Long John's abilities, swiftly adjusted his aim towards his own backside. peering through the high-powered scope of his sniper rifle at the direction Long John indicated. He was met with a chilling revelation. From a gap in the hollow concrete wall, he discerned a protruding gun barrel, aimed directly at the courtyard where the speech was taking place. Sniper at 2 o'clock. Bang, bang, bang. As Lay's warning barely escaped his lips, the assassin on the rooftop commenced firing. Within less than a second, 3 shots rang out, echoing through the courtyard, which had gathered over 100 individuals, instantly plunging it into chaos. No one understood what was happening. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled for cover, frantically shouting and fleeing for their lives. The once orderly courtyard transformed into a complete maelstrom. Amid this turmoil, the quickest to react was none other than Long John, tasked with close protection. In the mere 5 seconds it took for the gun to reveal itself, he instinctively reacted. Stepping left with his left foot, he delivered a powerful kick with his right foot. Minister Benjamin, standing atop the platform, was sent sprawling by Long John's strike. Though Long John could have opted for a more secure and professional maneuver to subdue Minister Benjamin and shield him with his own body, he chose not to. He sought to seize this opportunity to unleash his pent-up frustrations. Regardless of one's position as the United States Secretary of Defense, the relentless criticism since morning has prompted a desire for retribution in light of such a fortuitous opportunity. To subdue him to the ground can indeed be construed as a form of protection, just as delivering a kick to propel him away serves the same purpose. In the aftermath, there would be no grounds for complaint. However, Secretary Benjamin, having been startled by the firearm, found himself disoriented, propelled nearly 3 meters by Long John's kick, lying on the ground in a state of bewilderment. At his age, exceeding 60, he would scarcely recall that Long John had delivered a blow. Once Long John vented his frustrations, he resumed his duties, understanding that should any of these individuals meet their demise, his own reputation would suffer. Thus, before Benjamin could regain his senses, Long John hurried over, grasped him by the belt, and effortlessly hoisted him, charging into the building. Jason, witnessing the scene of Long John's forceful action, felt a surge of satisfaction amidst his tension. He had long desired to confront the elderly man, but had found no opportunity until now. As Long John acted openly, directly touching Jason's nerve, Long John carried Benjamin towards the hospital's interior, prompting Jason to coordinate with Sonny and others to secure the remaining members of the delegation, including Congressman David and General Cook, instructing the aides and other representatives to follow in their wake as they retreated towards Long John's direction. In the event of an unexpected attack, the primary objective is to evacuate those needing protection from the scene before pursuing the assailant. This is a fundamental principle of security operations. Successfully ushering the delegation into the hospital, Jason had completed the first step of their mission. The next task was to apprehend the assailant, and he promptly began issuing commands. Sonny, Clay, and Team A were assigned to escort the delegation into the anti-mine ambush vehicle, utilizing its heavy firepower for protection. He then called upon Long John and Trent to accompany him towards the building located at 2 o'clock. The sniper had emerged from behind the barricade and was swiftly on the move. Ray, stationed on the rooftop to monitor the marksman, provided Jason with timely updates. Keep a close watch and follow him. Do not let him escape. As Jason finished speaking, he dashed out of the hospital's entrance. Go, go, go. Capture this scoundrel. I will provide aerial surveillance. Eric, wielding the drone terminal display, offered substantial support to Jason and Ray. He then connected with the base to coordinate the drone operator, compressing the camera's field of view to maintain continuous tracking of the shooter. Emerging from the hospital and sprinting over 100 meters took less than 30 seconds. Jason, Long John, and Trent entered the building where the shooter was located, ascending the stairs towards the rooftop with the intent to corner him. Meanwhile, Sonny, Clay, and the others successfully guided the delegation into the anti-mine ambush vehicle and conducted a physical examination of the Secretary of Defense and the congressman. It was discovered that Congressman David bore blood, yet neither of the two showed any signs of bleeding injuries. Only Minister Benjamin was kicked away by Long John, landing on the ground with some scrapes, his clothes soiled and looking rather disheveled. At this moment, Minister Benjamin was still in shock. No longer the obstinate figure he had been before, he had transformed into a compliant and obedient individual. Now, a question arises. Where did this blood originate? The scene had been chaotic, with everyone fleeing for their lives. Teams A and B were preoccupied with rescuing the Minister of Defense and the members of Congress, paying little attention to others. It was entirely understandable that Sonny, Jason and the others were unaware of the source of the blood. In contrast, Mandy and Diaz, who remained at the base, were the first to discern its origin. The speech was being broadcast live by an Afghan television station, and the entire shooting scene was also being aired, with daring journalists still present and conducting live reports. Journalists can indeed be exceedingly brave, risking their lives for first-hand news. Through the televised footage, Mandy and Diaz saw that the journalist's camera captured the fallen figure on the ground, Salim, who had been shot twice. Given the locations of Salim's wounds, it was evident he was beyond saving. Initially, they had assumed the shooter was connected to Salim, believing that the assailant would at least spare him. However, now it appeared that the other members of the delegation were unharmed, and it was Salim, the instigator, who lay dead. Mandy was utterly perplexed, while Diaz was completely bewildered. Even if it were a momentary misfire, as a top-tier sniper, it should not have been such a gross error. The shooting scene had turned into a bewildering spectacle. Meanwhile, Jason, Lei, Long John, and Trent had rushed from the lower floors to the rooftop. They had hoped to trap the shooter on the roof. But the situation was rather peculiar. To the left of the building, a row of adjacent structures matched the height of the building the shooter occupied, and the partition in between could be easily traversed. The shooter, right before Long John and the others' eyes, leaped onto the neighboring building. Naturally, they could not allow him to escape. If the shooter intended to engage in rooftop parkour, they would transform into rooftop parkour experts themselves. However, the similarly elevated rooftops were not infinite, and after nearly 2 minutes of pursuit, the shooter found himself in a dead end. There were no more buildings of equal height to run to, forcing him to abandon parkour and descend through the stairwell. Upon reaching the stairwell entrance, he discovered that the door to the rooftop stairwell was locked. With Long John and the others fast approaching, the shooter had no time to break the lock and could only seek nearby cover. This decision was indeed astute. The rooftop was cluttered with ventilation ducts, solar panels, air conditioning units, and various other installations that could serve as concealment. If he found a corner to hide in, with his impeccable sniper precision, it would prove quite challenging for Long John and the others to locate him. He only needed to eliminate 1 or 2 of the 4 individuals, including Dragon Battle, compelling the others to intervene, thus creating an opportunity for an escape amidst the chaos. Alas, the pursuit led by Dragon Battle and his companions, coupled with the gunman, resulted in an uneven confrontation dominated by superior equipment. The gunman believed he was well concealed. However, under the vertical perspective provided by the drone, no concealment existed. B1. This is 01. I have located the sniper beneath the southwest wall of the rooftop. Eric relayed the precise location via the drone, prompting Jason and Dragon Battle to stealthily approach the indicated area. They soon found themselves at the periphery of the sniper's hiding spot. After surveying the surrounding terrain, Jason and his team found themselves in a quandary. The sniper was ensconced atop the opposite rooftop, armed with a sniper rifle, and to apprehend him, Jason and Dragon Battle would need to traverse the gap between 2 buildings. The leap was fraught with peril. Should the gunman fire, it would render them sitting ducks. However, without leaping to the opposing rooftop, capturing the sniper would prove impossible, and remaining stagnant was not a viable option. B1, I will force him out with a grenade, alright? Dragon Battle suggested over the radio. Agreed, let us proceed as you propose. Jason, unwilling to gamble with his teammates' lives, acquiesced to Dragon Battle's plan. Understood. Dragon Battle retrieved a high-explosive grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it toward the wall. The distance was under 20 meters, and the grenade was thrown with a precise arcing trajectory into the confines beyond the wall. Since Dragon Battle aimed solely to flush the sniper out, he did not delay the grenade's deployment. Thud, 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 the grenade landed and rolled along the cement rooftop. The gunman, startled by the grenade's arrival, had no choice but to abandon his cover and rushed out from behind the wall. Observing the sniper armed and attempting to flee to a new cover, Jason decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Jason unleashed a rapid succession of 8 rounds. The sniper, emerging from his cover, was struck by multiple bullets, collapsing to the ground, his weapon slipping from his grasp and skidding several meters away. Chapter 259, The Nested Dolls. Who is the true culprit with the sniper neutralized? The SSE operation was complete, and the delegation was escorted back to the safest base, Fendi. Benjamin and David had finally become compliant, no longer opposing the mission with their incessant cries for empathy towards public sentiment. Even the subsequent press conference was timidly confined to the base. Their evident psychological trauma suggested they would not step outside the base for the foreseeable future. The VIP security assignment had effectively concluded. No longer burdened by the need to protect those repugnant politicians, the morale of both Team A and Team B blossomed as they witnessed the distasteful antics of their charges. Jason and Dragon Battle learned from Mandy that Salim, whom they sought to apprehend, had perished during the recent assault. Jason was taken aback yet elated. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding Salim's demise, his death was a form of retribution, allowing the comrades of Team E he had wronged to finally find peace. At last, a life of ease seemed within reach. In stark contrast, Mandy, who was particularly attuned to the nuances of information, exhibited no trace of joy on her face. Her professional instincts warned her that something was amiss. However, devoid of any leads, she could only immerse herself in her despondency. That evening, the First Action Team held a celebratory gathering in honor of Salim's demise. Mandy, lacking the spirit to partake, remained alone in her office, staring blankly at her computer, desperately attempting to uncover any threads of evidence related to the situation. Ding! The computer in front of her chimed. Mandy opened her private email to discover an encrypted message from the CIA's 134C intelligence station, specifically from Balding in Larkin. Upon entering the password to view the attachment, she was startled to find the message stating that the operation plan concerning Salim Hakan had been approved. The proposal, which should have taken at least a month to be sanctioned, had inexplicably received approval on the very night of Salim's death. This appeared utterly absurd. The notification was futile now that the man was gone. Yet, upon further reflection, a chilling realization set in. Why was the notification arriving at this particular moment? Why had the proposal been expedited? A moment's contemplation revealed the unsettling nature of the situation. Mandy sensed the presence of a hidden agenda, yet she struggled to find a breakthrough. Just then, the phone of the assassin Abu Ali rang. This phone had been procured by Mandy from the evidence room after Long Zhan completed the SSE procedure as part of her quest to uncover the truth. Unfortunately, her daytime investigation yielded little, as it was a new phone devoid of any information. With a mixture of skepticism and excitement, Mandy flipped open the phone to find a text message, and upon reading its contents, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. The elusive clue had revealed itself unexpectedly. With renewed vigor, Mandy rushed back to the operations center to find Eric and then convened a meeting with everyone at the party. All members of Team A were present, except for their captain, Jason, who was conspicuously absent. Eric could only inform him via text. Meanwhile, Jason was in the garage, seated atop a freezer with the blonde bombshell Amy, engaged in playful antics, oblivious to the impending meeting. Just then, his phone rang, and Jason instinctively retrieved it. Realizing it was a summons back to the operations center, he was compelled to suppress the surging hormones that threatened to overwhelm him. "Apologies, I must leave," he said, straightening his clothes and bidding a hasty farewell to Amy before dashing back to the operations center. He was the last to arrive, a faint trace of lipstick still visible on his neck, prompting knowing laughter from those present. Most of Team A and B found amusement in the situation, as Jason's escapades were hardly surprising. Once everyone had gathered, Mandy got straight to the point. She connected Abu Ali's phone to the computer and projected the text message onto the screen. "Your remaining payment will be prepared within 48 hours. Although the content of the text message is exceedingly simple, the assembled individuals discerned additional information concealed within it. Firstly, it is certain that the mastermind behind the hiring of Abu Ali to commit murder was unaware of his demise. Secondly, Abu Ali did not kill the wrong person. Salim was not a victim of collateral damage, but rather the precise target from the outset. Abu Ali's objective was consistently Salim, and not any member of the congressional delegation. Otherwise, the mastermind would not have proceeded to pay the remaining fee, as there would be no compensation for a botched assassination. At this juncture, Clay raised a pertinent question. Given Abu Ali's sharpshooting skills, he had more efficient and safer means to eliminate Salim. Why then did he choose to act under the protection we provided? Clay's inquiry represents the sole inconsistency in the entire affair. Mandy's response was straightforward. While eliminating Salim was indeed simple, disguising the act as an accident proved far more complex. If the situation were not thoroughly executed, an investigation into the cause of Salim's death would inevitably ensue, potentially revealing the truth. Conversely, masquerading the act as a misfire during an attack on the congressional delegation would obscure the reality entirely. A misfire would not invite further inquiry. allowing the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes to evade detection. In truth, had this text message not surfaced, the reality of the situation would have remained buried, and the annihilation of Team E would have concluded without further examination. Now that it is clear that it was not an accidental killing, 3 new questions arise. Who hired the assassin to kill Salim? What was their motive? Are they connected to the eradication of Team E? Possibly fearing that Salim might expose them as the Department of Defense sought to apprehend him? With the multitude of uncertainties surrounding Salim's death, it is evident that the investigation cannot simply be closed. Chapter 260. The entire team becomes masters of disguise, uncovering the mastermind behind the assassination of Salim and fully understanding the events leading to the downfall of Team E has become the new objective for Team B. Abu Ali's phone represents the only lead, the sole pathway to the truth. Should this lead be severed, pursuing further inquiries would be nearly impossible. To ensure the continuity of this line of investigation, Jason, Longjean, and the rest of Team B engaged in extensive discussions, ultimately devising a general action plan. The initial step involves stabilizing the situation concerning the employer who sent the text. Although Abu Ali's body has been transported back to base under stringent confidentiality measures, the sheer number of personnel at the base makes it inevitable that some information may leak. The employer, by sending the message, is likely testing whether Abu Ali is alive. Only with confirmation of Abu Ali's survival will the employer proceed with the remaining payment, allowing Team B to track them down. To create this facade, both Team A and Team B have transformed into Oscar-worthy actors. The 2 teams embarked on separate missions, creating an imposing spectacle, tirelessly working through the night to launch surprise raids on 8 residences within the city of Jalalabad. Unlike their previous swift operations, they deliberately altered their approach by vocally inquiring among the locals about the whereabouts of Abu Ali. They even heeded Longjean's brilliant suggestion to issue a bounty, announcing that anyone who could provide precise information regarding Abu Ali's location would be rewarded with $10,000. Furthermore, should they successfully capture Abu Ali and deliver him to the American military base outside the city, the reward would escalate to a staggering $100,000. As the dawn broke and illuminated the earth, the news of Abu Ali's continued existence had already spread like wildfire throughout the city, thanks to the overnight performances of the DG actors. Exhausted from their overnight endeavors, Teams A and B returned to their base, their faces lighting up with smiles upon hearing the news. While everyone understood that their charade could not be concealed for long, there was no need for prolonged deception. The objective was simply to muddle the waters, rendering the behind-the-scenes employer incapable of discerning truth from falsehood, thus sowing seeds of doubt regarding the rumors. Consequently, the employer would be compelled to find a way to pay the top-tier assassin Abu Ali within the stipulated 48 hours. It is well known that elite assassins possess their own temperaments. Failing to compensate them for their services can lead to dire consequences, including the potential for the employer's demise. As long as the employer dared not gamble on Abu Ali's death, the plan would progress smoothly to its second phase. Awaiting further communication from the employer, they would impersonate Abu Ali to engage in negotiations, aiming to lure him out for a cash transaction. By then, they would be poised at the transaction site, ready to apprehend him and uncover the truth. Discussions ensued between Team B and Mandy regarding how to draw out the target, whether there were any secret signals between the parties, the tone to adopt in messages, and how to avoid raising the employer's suspicions. To further solidify the employer's confidence, Mandy sought out investigative journalist Paul under the pretext of expressing gratitude for his prior assistance in apprehending Ghani. She casually disclosed insider information about the recent attack on the delegation that had yet to be made public. Did I not hear from an unnamed soldier that the assailant had already been neutralized? Why would one go to such lengths for a deceased individual? Paul, clearly someone with connections, promptly voiced his skepticism. Mandy gauged Paul's expression, realizing he was not entirely convinced, merely speculating. Seizing the opportunity, she divulged additional details to reinforce the notion that Abu Ali was still alive, such as his background as a Syrian veteran who had previously served the Kidney War Organization, and that his name was indeed Abu Ali. This wealth of insider information about the assailant, which had yet to be disclosed, presented an irresistible temptation for the journalist. The more Paul listened, the brighter his eyes became, brimming with excitement as he hurried back to his desk. Mandy was confident that once Paul penned his article and published it through his channels, the ambiguity surrounding Abu Ali's fate would deepen even further. Hiring the mastermind behind Abu Ali is undoubtedly a matter of believing in its possibility rather than dismissing it as improbable. After a flurry of activity by Team B and Mandy, all necessary preparations have been meticulously completed, leaving only the final piece of the puzzle to fall into place. The 48-hour window for the scheduled payment quickly elapsed, and the moment for the anticipated transaction arrived. At this critical juncture, all members of Teams A and B gathered at the operations center, awaiting news from the shadowy employer. However, as the payment time surpassed an hour, Abu Ali's phone remained eerily silent. Could it be that the employer had been deceived? The mere thought of this possibility cast a tense atmosphere over the operations center. Mandy, restless and anxious, paced in circles, unable to find solace in sitting still, while the others mirrored her unease. Should we reach out ourselves? Longjean suggested. It appeared there was no other option. This was our last resort. Mandy hurriedly approached Longjean, her expression grave, and said, "Could you please recite the message we previously discussed?" The first message was of utmost importance, and Mandy knew she had to approach it with caution. Longjean, being the only bilingual individual in Afghanistan, accessed the computer linked to his phone and retrieved the pre-written draft from the inbox. The message read, "Where's my money? This is unacceptable." The content was straightforward. And after confirming that the tone and attitude of the message were appropriate, Mandy took a deep breath and said, "Send it." "All right, done." Longjean quickly typed and dispatched the message. "Our dead sniper has been revived. What do we do now?" Sonny inquired, idly toying with a metal flask filled with vodka that he had procured from an unknown source. "What else can we do but wait?" Longjean replied, crossing his arms behind his head and reclining in his chair, propping his feet up on the table. "For how long?" Sonny took another sip of his drink. "We can only wait, and for however long it takes, we shall endure." Meanwhile, Jason, who had been pacing near the table, slammed his dagger into the surface with a resounding thud, expressing his inner anxiety and urgency. "Fine," Sonny scoffed, continuing to sip his vodka. "It's here, we have a message." Ray, who had been intently staring at the screen, was the first to notice the incoming message and quickly leaned forward, exclaiming, "That person has replied. What does it mean?" The message indicated that the money should have been deposited. After translating, Longjean raised an eyebrow and asked, "How should we respond?" "Tell him you've checked, and the funds haven't arrived. Moreover, the media is already aware of your identity, and you need cash for your escape," Mandy suggested, rubbing her hands together as her anxiety mounted. Jason ceased his wandering and, like Ray, gathered at the computer. "Understood." Longjean gestured an okay, composed the message in the first person as Mandy instructed, and after confirming its accuracy, sent it off. Perhaps the request for cash was beyond expectations, as the shadowy employer remained unresponsive for an extended period. In order to avoid arousing suspicion from their mysterious employer, Jason, Mandy, and their associates found themselves unable to urge for progress, their anxious hearts compelled to endure a lengthy wait. This anticipation stretched on for over an hour. At last, the elusive employer sent a response, acquiescing to the request for cash payment and providing the details of the meeting place and time through a text message. They were to convene at the Azahalen Spice Market at precisely 4 p.m. The members of Team B surmised that their employer would likely not appear in person to deliver the funds. It was probable that an underling would be dispatched instead. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their resolve, as long as they could apprehend the subordinate and hand him over to Mandy for interrogation. Her extensive experience would surely yield ways to extract information about the higher-ups. With the specific location and time of the transaction established, the team proceeded to discuss the most suitable tactical plan for the geographical setting of the market. The spice market was bustling, particularly during the peak trading hour of 4 p.m. If they failed to subdue the individual immediately, he could easily vanish into the throng of people, disappearing without a trace. Losing the lead would sever their connection, making it as challenging to reconnect as finding a needle in a haystack. To prevent collateral damage to innocent bystanders and to avoid alarming the money bearer, which would jeopardize their chances of a swift capture, Team B ultimately decided on a strategy of ambush combined with a lightning-fast strike. They hoped that the employer behind Salim's demise was indeed the true villain behind the attack on Team E. With Jason's thirst for vengeance unquenchable, he rallied the team to commence the capture operation without delay. After eliminating 3 murderers, they had discovered that none were the true perpetrators, leading to a cyclical investigation that left Team B weary. In their fervent desire to conclude this marathon, Jason, Mandy, and Longjean, among others, were resolutely focused on their mission, hoping to achieve a decisive resolution. As the clock approached 3:50 p.m., Team B, adhering to their plan, arrived stealthily at the Azahalen Spice Market in 2 Scooby vans, positioning themselves a mere 20 meters from the transaction site. Following the strategy devised at their base, the team split into 2 groups. Long John and Sunny, appearing more Middle Eastern, donned civilian attire to blend into the lively crowd, lingering within a 10-meter radius of the transaction site, vigilantly watching for the arrival of the money bearer. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Team B remained inside their van. Jason, Clay, and Trent's van was designated for the primary capture task, ready to accelerate towards the transaction site upon receiving the signal. The van with Trent and Sunny served as backup and support for Long John and Lay. With roles assigned and cooperation established, the drone overhead was already in position, locking onto the transaction site from hundreds of meters above. As the clock struck 4 p.m., a 2-wheeled motorcycle appeared at the transaction site, circling the area 2 or 3 times before stopping and discarding a white bag onto the ground. In an effort to prevent his money from being snatched by onlookers, the motorcyclist dismounted, seeking to create a semblance of concealment. The target had emerged. It was time to act. Long John, discerning the shape of a bag on the ground, surmised it contained cash and promptly reported to Jason, who lay in wait nearby. "Drive," Jason commanded, and the van roared to life. The modified vehicle erupted with a thunderous growl akin to that of a V8 engine, its tires screeching against the pavement as they spun wildly. With the brakes released, the van launched forward towards the rendezvous point. Pedestrians, witnessing the van barreling down the street like a mad beast, scrambled to escape, hurling curses in its wake. The man who had dismounted from the motorcycle caught wind of the van's ferocious engine and sensed impending doom. He attempted to flee, but as he swung a leg over his bike, the van was already upon him. With a screech and a bang, the van's doors flung open. Jason and Clay leaped from the vehicle, each seizing an arm of the bewildered man, forcibly dragging him into the van. The doors slammed shut, and the engine roared once more. Before the surrounding crowd could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the van, now harboring their quarry, vanished into the market's depths. The operation, executed with seamless precision, could only be described as a true lightning strike. Regrettably, despite the smooth execution, the spoils were far below initial expectations. The man captured in the van, bewildered and panicked, fervently explained his presence there, with Clay translating his words from Afghan. It turned out he was merely a courier, hired for 10,000 Afghanis to deliver goods. He had no knowledge of his employer's appearance, as the latter had concealed his face with a scarf. After exerting considerable effort to apprehend an individual, only to discover his lack of value, the entire B team was left feeling both frustrated and anxious. The employer behind the scenes had already been alerted, and this lead was likely to dissipate. Fortunately, Diaz, with his extensive experience, recalled that many criminals tend to return to the scene after committing a crime to observe police investigations. He speculated that the mastermind behind hiring this courier might still be nearby. Thus, he promptly accessed the drone surveillance footage, rewinding it several minutes to scrutinize the vicinity of the transaction point. This careful examination bore fruit. Approximately 10 meters to the left of the transaction site, on the second floor of a 3-story mixed-use building, a group of individuals was observed intently watching the exchange. Diaz surmised that their purpose was to monitor Abu Ali's arrival to collect the money. To ascertain the identities of these individuals, Diaz swiftly employed technological means to extract facial information from those on the balcony, producing relatively clear photographs. Oh my God, could it be him? Upon recognizing the remarkably familiar face in the photograph, the first suspect that B team had initially investigated, Mandy's eyes widened in astonished disbelief. Chapter 262. The Ultimate Boss Emerges. Hamid Gulberator? Diaz recognized the identity of this individual, his astonishment exceeding that of Mandy. The annihilation of Team E was precipitated by their reckless incursion into a building, their intent being to apprehend Berater, the very person depicted in the photograph before them. The investigation had persisted for over a month, encompassing more than 20 operations. Yet they found themselves back at square one. The supposedly obliterated Berater had resurfaced alive. It was no wonder that even the seasoned Mandy was momentarily at a loss for composure. Eric, drawn by Diaz's exclamation, approached and was equally taken aback upon seeing the photograph, incredulously muttering, "This scoundrel is truly alive?" Following the incident, Both the Joint Task Force and the CIA dispatched personnel to cleanse the explosion site from the dismembered remains amidst the rubble. The DNA of all 6 members of Team E was definitively identified, alongside that of 2 Afghan males. The forensic team consequently reached a conclusion. Barater, adorned with a bomb belt, and his bodyguard clad in a bomb vest, had perished alongside Team E. Thus, even when Jason, Long John, and Mandy visited the warlord Zardan, they gleaned from his ambiguous responses that Barater might still be alive, rendering the investigation into Barater seemingly moot. With the presumed dead, the inquiry lacked significance. Yet, they remained convinced that Barater was the second in command of the entire Harani network. The revelation of his survival, coupled with his alleged hiring of an assassin to eliminate Salim, astonished Diaz. "No, it is not Barater," Mandy interjected, shaking her head. "Within the Harani network, Barater has always been merely an executor of orders." "You mean," Diaz speculated, wide-eyed, "Nuri Harani desires Salim's demise?" Harani, the most influential armed terrorist leader throughout Afghanistan, had long been the primary target of U.S. military efforts. Unfortunately, investigations into Harani had spanned years, yielding no trace of his whereabouts. Indeed, if it is confirmed that Barater employed Abu Ali to assassinate Salim, it must be by Harani's directive, Mandy asserted. Thus, Eric realized with sudden clarity, his excitement palpable, the mastermind behind the trap that ensnared Team E is likely Nuri Harani. This elusive big fish we have pursued for years is finally surfacing, a piece of splendid news. The persistent thorn in the side of the U.S. military had emerged, and the layers of the conspiracy surrounding the downfall of Team E, shrouded in obscurity, were finally poised to be unveiled. Should they capture Harani, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. All participants in the operation would be rewarded handsomely, both in wealth and honor, and Eric's promotion to major would face no further impediments. With such a tantalizing incentive before him, it was hardly surprising that Eric was brimming with joy. When was the last time we caught sight of Barater? Diaz had long aspired to transition from non-commissioned officer to officer, having secretly embarked on self-study of relevant courses a year ago. She, too, required significant accomplishments to bolster her ambitions and was now eager to demonstrate her readiness. Many years prior, Mandy chuckled. "Commander, this is a rare opportunity. I believe it is imperative that we apprehend him before he retreats to his tribe." Diaz's words struck a chord with Eric, who promptly seized the radio and commanded, "B1, this is the operations center. I need you to return immediately. We have a new target." Meanwhile, Jason was seething with frustration over having captured a useless errand runner. Upon hearing that circumstances had taken a turn, he swiftly reversed direction and returned to the rendezvous point, disembarking to form an assault team to breach the residence of Barater. Despite the swift response from the operations center and Team B, Barater's caution was insurmountable. When Team B arrived at the designated location indicated by Eric, Barater and his subordinates had vanished without a trace from their perch on the balcony. With no one apprehended, Team B could only return empty-handed, despondently reconvening in the command center for a meeting. The failure to capture their target and the subsequent alerting of the enemy signified a complete collapse of their plan. If they could still engage in lighthearted banter, that would indeed be troubling. Mandy sensed the dwindling morale among the team and understood that she had to relay the intelligence at hand while seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. Hamid Gul Barater, a friend and protector of the Harlani network, was a harbinger of death to others. Mandy removed Barater's photograph from the bottom of the task board and affixed it to the top, representing the core investigative target. She addressed the group, stating, "He has orchestrated numerous terrorist attacks without targeting any specific demographic. Journalists, Afghan officials, coalition forces, and we ourselves are all within his sights." Nuri Harlani, the leader of Barater, was a figure of immense influence, a notorious terrorist chieftain and a descendant of a long-standing warlord lineage in Afghanistan. For centuries, his family had wielded control over vast regions of the Nangarhar, Paktia, and Khas provinces. Ironically, Mandy chuckled bitterly, pausing to gather her thoughts before continuing. Harlani's father was once a significant ally of the U.S. government, only to be murdered by the Soviets in 1986, after which Harlani seized power, and everything began to shift. Under Harlani's leadership, a vast network emerged, engaging in various criminal enterprises. They systematically executed civilians who refused to cooperate, illicitly acquired substantial arms to form private militias, assassinated journalists and officials who exposed their actions, and extorted exorbitant protection fees from all businesses within their controlled areas. Such acts of violence and terror could only be described as utterly heinous. We have long sought to dismantle the Harlani network, but Harlani never ventures beyond his tribal domain, rendering our efforts futile. An old warlord now engaged in terrorism, who once enjoyed robust support from the U.S. government, had now transformed into the foremost adversary of American efforts to maintain control over Afghanistan and ensure regional stability. The plot of such a film, daringly audacious, can be succinctly encapsulated in 4 words: utterly astonishing. I recall that the leader of the Harani tribe is his brother. Does his sibling never take charge? Jason inquired with surprise. Abad Harani grew up in the shadow of his brother Nuri, resulting in his indecisiveness, alcoholism, and indulgence in carnal pleasures, rendering him incapable of controlling the tribe. It is Nuri who is the true authority of the Harani family. Just as Mandy finished her explanation, Sunny quipped, "He ought to be sent to Las Vegas, where Moglen can impart some lessons." Moglen? Jason responded, perplexed. "Boss, haven't you seen The Godfather? Fredo Corleone. The one Mike sent to run the casino. He has a penchant for cocktail waitresses, often indulging in 2 at a time." Sunny's recounting of the latter instance was infused with envy and a touch of dramatic flair. The fantasy of gambling extravagantly in Las Vegas by day and courting the most beautiful women by night had always been Sunny's dream, which he deemed the epitome of a man's pleasures. Unfortunately, for now, Sunny's aspirations could only linger in the realm of dreams, reduced to wistful indulgence in cinematic fantasies, as the realization of such a life remained utterly unattainable. The crux of the matter lay in finances, with his annual income barely amounting to tens of thousands of dollars. After accounting for rent, basic needs, alcohol, maintaining his heavy motorcycle, and savoring his beloved spicy chicken, the remnants of his earnings would scarcely suffice for a mere entry ticket to Las Vegas. The notion of effortlessly navigating the gambling city was akin to dreaming while reclining in bed. "Buddy, there's no need for envy. I've recently penned a few songs that are rumored to be quite lucrative. Should I strike it rich, I shall treat you to a delightful time. And since you fancy cocktail waitresses, I'll arrange for 3 at once, haha." Long John clapped Sunny on the shoulder, painting a grand vision for him. Long John genuinely appreciated Sunny's boisterous spirit and hoped to partner with him in PMC ventures in the future. This conversation also served as an early recruitment effort, while simultaneously laying the groundwork for laundering his illicit gains. A special forces operative suddenly splurging extravagantly would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. However, if he could mask it with income from song sales, everything would fall into place seamlessly. Long John's initial choice to write songs had a secondary motive rooted in passion, but the primary aim was to facilitate money laundering. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, Long John was acutely aware that the entertainment industry, notorious for its murky depths, was among the most convenient arenas for such activities. Once he could solidify his identity as a renowned composer through the agent Stella, the nearly $10 million he procured from the farm, along with the treasure map awaiting his discovery, would soon be accounted for in a legitimate manner. "You can write songs? An artist? Impressive, my good brother," Sunny exclaimed, his spirits lifted by Long John's words, cheekily grinning as he added, "I desire a bunny girl who can perform a striptease, the most exhilarating kind, haha." "Ah, I share your taste. Preferably one with a wagging tail," Long John replied. And Sunny instantly grasped the implication, exchanging knowing smiles with him. The animated tail is neither chained to the trousers nor firmly tied around the waist, but rather features an insertable fixation structure, exceedingly stimulating. Mandy, not a naive young girl, found it unbearable to witness Long John and Sunny discussing such lewd matters in the formal setting of a war council. With a resigned glance, she interrupted their inappropriate exchange. Continuing the discussion, she stated, "If the Holony family is a criminal syndicate, then Bereder serves as their strategist. Capturing this strategist will yield sufficient evidence to indict Holony." Strategic advisor? A warlord family? No wonder Nuri instructed Bereder to orchestrate an assault on Salim. Before Clay could finish his thought, Jason interjected, adding, "Not just Salim. There's also Teamy." The situation appeared to clarify, with the truth now within reach. Clay gestured in agreement. The Holony family had motives to eliminate Salim. However, this did not necessarily implicate Team E, at least not without concrete evidence at this stage. Mandy, offering a refreshing perspective, interjected, "No, no, no. I believe Halani killed Salim because they were aware that we intended to capture him regarding the Team E incident, thereby obstructing our pursuit." Jason maintained his stance. "I, too, believe they conspired to attack Team E." Ray concurred with Jason's assessment. "You all present valid points, yet none of you possess evidence to uncover the hidden truth. There is but one path forward," Longjean began, but Mandy interjected, "We must capture Bereder alive to extract the whole truth from him. If he dies, without direct evidence, even if the true culprit is indeed Nuri Halani, there's nothing we can do. The higher-ups will never authorize an operation." The notion of capturing him alive, while easy to propose, posed substantial challenges. Eric turned his gaze toward Diaz. "Davis, please share your insights with the team." Years of cooperation allowed Diaz to understand immediately. He promptly projected an old photograph of Bereder, emphasizing his notably protruding abdomen. "This is a suicide belt. It is said that Bereder never removes it. If he finds himself in peril, he will detonate it. Thus, this individual would rather be blown to smithereens than allow anyone to capture him alive." In response to Sonny's inquiry, Longjean speculated, "Perhaps it is not voluntary. Were I Nuri Halani, I would not permit a subordinate privy to so many secrets to be captured." "Are you suggesting coercion?" Clay asked, astonished. "It is possible, though the likelihood is low. I lean towards the idea that he has been brainwashed. We all know that as soon as they invoke Allah," Longjean pointed to his head, jesting, "their minds vanish." The practice of extensive brainwashing among subordinates aligns perfectly with their modus operandi. Mandy concurred with Longjean's assertion, her expression betraying her concern. However, attempting to capture a target equipped with a bomb belt entails significant risks and a low probability of success. Chapter 264. The Deception of Longjean. In order to capture Bereder alive, there exists but one feasible approach: to restrain his hands before he detonates his belt. Jason's method is indeed the only viable solution. If we secure his hands, he will be unable to trigger the explosives. This necessitates getting exceedingly close to Bereder and subduing him before he can reach the detonator, a task fraught with difficulty. Eric, looking troubled, spoke up. "Everyone, this is not our most pressing concern. The gravest issue is that Bereder has vanished. How shall we locate him again?" Mandy's words caused a momentary stillness among the assembly. "Indeed, how do we lure Bereder out now? Having witnessed Team B apprehending individuals at the exchange point, Bereder is undoubtedly aware that something has gone awry and must be exceedingly cautious. Well, we still possess his phone. We could send Bereder a message and arrange a meeting," Jason suggested. "That will not be easy. After the trap we set for him last time, if he possesses any semblance of reason, he will not show himself so readily again." Diaz's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the spirits of those present. Silence reigned for several seconds, until Longjean's mind sparked with an idea. "What if we propose an alternative scenario? Suppose Bereder believes that Abu Ali has laid a trap for him. Why not turn the tables and play the role of the accuser? Accuse him first? Are you suggesting we assume Abu Ali's identity and claim that Bereder accepted a bounty, intending not only to withhold his payment, but also to set a trap for the American forces?" Mandy, ever the astute intelligence officer, quickly grasped the implications of Longjean's proposal. "Precisely." Longjean nodded, continuing, "Bereder has only seen American soldiers apprehending the contact. He has not encountered Abu Ali himself, creating a significant information gap. If we initiate our accusation first, Bereder will undoubtedly be misled. As long as we maintain our grip on this narrative, leveraging Abu Ali's reputation as a formidable assassin within the Death's Brothers organization, Bereder will be compelled to respond. Whether he seeks clarity on the matter or desires to eliminate Abu Ali to prevent future complications, he may very well agree to a cash transaction once more. Of course, given Bereder's modus operandi, the likelihood of him attempting to eliminate Abu Ali upon meeting is considerably higher. Longjean's stratagem was undeniably cunning, effectively exploiting Abu Ali's esteemed status as a premier assassin and Bereder's inclination to dissolve any troublesome situations. Upon hearing this, Jason, Lay, and Eric found the plan exceedingly plausible. "Let it be so, Kybran. The specifics of execution are in your capable hands. Commence at once. Every minute delayed increases the risk of failure," Eric decisively commanded. Longjean rose and approached the computer connected to the phone, sending a message to initiate the accusation. "Have you set a trap to have the Americans capture me?" Sending a text message was far more cumbersome than making a phone call. Once dispatched, One could not predict when a response would arrive. Minutes passed. Ballader remained unresponsive, and the continued wait seemed increasingly futile. The members of Team B, who had been awake for an extended period, were visibly fatigued, aside from Jason, who had moved a chair to sit beside them. The others succumbed to yawns and retreated for brief rest. Given the likelihood of further action that night, it was imperative to replenish their energy, for they could potentially face 48 hours of relentless endeavor. In such a perilous operation, fatigue could prove to be a dangerous liability. Half an hour later, the remaining personnel in the operations center began to depart, leaving only Long John, Mandy, and Jason. While their focus had been sustained through ongoing discussions and plans, the current state of idleness began to weigh heavily upon them, lulling them into drowsiness. Long John, though he possessed an extraordinary endurance, soon found Jason and Mandy yawning in unison. To stave off sleep and endure until Ballader's response arrived, both made their way to prepare strong coffee, forcing themselves to remain alert with the bitter brew. An hour passed, and then it came. Long John's eyes lit up as a message appeared on the screen, prompting him to excitedly alert Mandy and Jason, who shook off their lethargy. I have not set a trap. The trio examined Ballader's text, leading them to craft a new message. Its essence conveyed, "You must prove that you have not betrayed me. Unless you bring the money in person, my trust in you will wane." Ballader quickly replied, questioning the necessity of his personal attendance. Long John cleverly responded, "If you come in person, you cannot summon the Americans, as they would arrest you alongside any potential traps you might set." Ballader shot back, "How do you know the Americans would arrest me? You don't even know who I am." Long John confidently replied, "I certainly know who you are. Do not forget for whom I once worked. I am well acquainted with you, Hamid Gul Ballader." With that message dispatched, it was a decisive blow. Ballader, realizing his identity had been unveiled, could no longer maintain his composure and promptly provided a new meeting location. The swift reply indicated that Ballader's intentions had turned lethal. He likely sought to eliminate Abu Ali to prevent future complications. Jason concurred with Long John's assessment. The reason Ballader had not returned to the tribal stronghold after eliminating Salim was undoubtedly to await the opportunity to eliminate Abu Ali. It was this murderous intent that reignited hope for Team B. If Ballader could be captured alive, they could leverage him as a means to unveil the true mastermind behind the chaos. The agreed-upon meeting time was set for 8 p.m. at a tea house beside Highway 40. Team B had ample preparation time. With renewed hope, Long John, Jason, and Mandy managed to steal a few hours of sleep before rallying the team for a meeting at 5 p.m. This operation was of paramount importance. They had but one chance to succeed, with failure not an option. Both Team A and Team B placed great importance on the matter at hand, eagerly engaging in discussions. Through a collaborative effort and nearly an hour of detailed analysis, they ultimately devised a plan to capture Ballader alive. The operation was broadly divided into two phases: identification and swift apprehension. Initially, Ray, whose physique closely resembled that of Abu Ali, would disguise himself as Abu Ali and, after a transformation, venture into the tea house to lure Ballader out. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Team B would lie in ambush around the tea house, while Team A ensured that all escape routes were completely sealed off. Once Ray confirmed Ballader's presence and managed to approach him, the outside team, led by Long John and others, would swiftly storm the tea house. Ray would simultaneously move to control Ballader, endeavoring to delay him until the external team could join. Ultimately, through this coordinated effort, they aimed to subdue Ballader. The crux of the entire plan hinged on the ability to approach Ballader without detection. Only by getting sufficiently close could they effectively secure Ballader, preventing him from reaching for the detonator, while awaiting the arrival of the main force to subdue him. As for the success of capturing him alive, that would depend solely on fortune. Chapter 265, Adaptive Self-Preservation Techniques, at 7:50 p.m. The first action team gathered at the tea house on Highway 40. Team A continued its perimeter defense, while Team B concealed themselves nearby in a van. Ray, disguised as the assassin Abu Ali, entered the tea house 10 minutes early. Sipping tea, he observed the surroundings. The operations center, including Mandy and Eric, monitored the situation inside the tea house through a pinhole camera hidden in Ray's scarf. Ballader was not present, suggesting he had yet to arrive. However, the 7 patrons inside exhibited unusual behavior, their gazes towards Ray filled with menace. This indicated that they were Ballader's subordinates, and the tea house had been completely secured by him. Anyone entering would be regarded with suspicion, perceived as the target for tonight's assassination of Abu Ali. The reason for the absence of gunfire was the wait for final confirmation. Neither Team B nor Beredar's men wished to alert the other. Both sought to outmaneuver the opposing side. As the clock approached the appointed hour of 8 p.m., Beredar had still not appeared, and the atmosphere within the tea house had grown tense, as if an imminent storm of bullets was about to erupt. In the confined space of less than 15 square meters, Ray found himself in a perilous situation, closely monitored by 7 adversaries. The urgency among the operations center personnel heightened, mirrored by the anxiousness of those concealed outside, including Jason. Fearing for Ray's safety, Jason even proposed a direct lightning assault to storm the tea house and capture Beredar. However, Eric rejected this notion. The likelihood of capturing a target strapped with a bomb belt alive was nearly zero, incompatible with the mission's objectives. Jason understood this, and despite his concerns for Ray, he had no choice but to bide his time in anticipation. Just as the tension reached a near breaking point, Beredar pushed open the side door of the tea house, finally appearing directly in front of Lay, captured by the camera and displayed on the screens in the operations center. Beredar's arrival signaled readiness for immediate action. Eric promptly notified Jason. Received. Jason acknowledged the command to mobilize, subsequently informing Long John and the rest of the team. The members of Team B swiftly began loading their firearms, activating their helmet-mounted night vision devices, preparing to storm the building and apprehend the target. Inside, Beredar approached Lay directly, leaning his hands on the table opposite him, his gaze menacing as he inquired, "Abu Ali?" Lay anticipated Beredar would take a seat and engage him in a discussion about financial matters, allowing him the opportunity to draw closer and grapple with Beredar to seize control of his hands. He believed that once they were entangled in a struggle, Beredar's subordinates would hesitate to fire, fearing harm to their leader, thus buying him precious time. Consequently, he merely nodded, refraining from any further actions. Unexpectedly, Beredar wasted no time. Confirming Lay's identity as Abu Ali, then turned in feigned contemplation as he stepped back. Suddenly, he surged forward, dashing through the side door he had just passed. At that very moment, Beredar's operatives hidden within the tea house began to spring into action, all reaching for their firearms. Concealed beneath tables, within their robes, and beneath cushions were their weapons. As they wielded long guns, their maneuverability was somewhat hindered, preventing them from immediately targeting Lay. Lay maintained a composed demeanor, sipping tea with his left hand while his right hand rested beneath the table. Concealed within his pocket was a P226 handgun, safety disengaged for discreet carry, devoid of a suppressor. Moreover, as a trained Special Forces operative, Lay's reflexes were markedly swifter than the average person's. Upon witnessing Beredar's sudden retreat, although he could not shoot Beredar dead in that instant, he was sufficiently positioned to eliminate Beredar's subordinates. Drawing his handgun, he overturned the table, using its surface as a makeshift shield. The 2-centimeter-thick wooden tabletop could absorb the initial kinetic energy of bullets, diminishing their penetrating power and disrupting the stability and accuracy of their spiraling trajectory. Even strikes against his level 3 soft body armor would likely fail to inflict fatal injuries. To ensure his disguise was convincing, Lay wore only level 3 soft body armor without ballistic plates, rendering him relatively vulnerable. Thus, when confronted with peril, he endeavored to utilize every available object around him as a means of protection. This meant that regardless of whether nearby items could effectively stop bullets, as long as they could offer some degree of resistance, he would find ways to employ them for his defense. A seemingly useless piece of wood, a fragile glass fish tank, or commonplace tables and chairs could very well redirect a bullet that was destined for his heart, ultimately halting it outside his chest. Against his ribs, what should have resulted in death, instead, culminated in his fortunate survival. This method of self-preservation falls under the realm of indoor combat techniques, representing an essential skill for adapting to the exigencies of close-quarter battle. A series of rapid, precise shots rang out, 4 in succession. The 4 subordinates of Beredar, caught off guard, fell to the ground, unable to react in time. The remaining trio, witnessing Lay's remarkable marksmanship, abandoned their intent to fire and hastened in the direction Beredar had fled. Only one subordinate, demonstrating a semblance of loyalty, aimed his AK-47 at Lay and unleashed a barrage of bullets. The rapid fire left a chaotic array of bullet holes on the tabletop shielding Lay. Renowned for its substantial recoil, the AK-47 caused the loyal subordinate to miss his initial shot at Lay's head, with subsequent rounds veering wildly. In response, Lei quickly discharged 5 accurate shots, sending the assailant dancing to the ground. Having eliminated the last adversary in the room, it was only then that Lei became acutely aware of the searing pain emanating from the area beneath his left ribcage. He realized he had been struck. Yet, amid the perilous environment, he knew he could not afford to be distracted by his injury. Thus, he maintained his position behind the table, vigilant and ready to counter any returning threats. It was not until Jason and Long John stormed in that Lei holstered his weapon and slipped his hand beneath his clothing to assess the damage. The area was indeed painful, but he found no sticky, moist sensation, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The bullet may have caused significant bruising or even a minor fracture of the rib, but fortunately, it had not penetrated his body. Under normal circumstances, a level 3 soft ballistic vest would not withstand the impact of rifle rounds fired at close range. Yet, Lei's initial instinctive reaction and his adept use of adaptive self-defense techniques had spared him, as the tabletop absorbed some of the AK's firepower, enabling him to narrowly escape disaster. "Lei, are you all right?" Jason inquired gravely, noting the row of bullet holes in the table as he approached with concern. "I'm fine. It hit my vest," Lei replied, gesturing towards the side door where Barater had escaped. "You must pursue him immediately. Sonny, let us go." Long John, the last to enter, was closest to the side door and patted Sonny on the shoulder before rushing through it to give chase. Jason and the others, however, did not follow suit. Pursuing through the same exit would be unwise, as it would only allow the enemy to lead them astray. A methodical approach was crucial in their pursuit. "Combat Center. This is B1. Barater has fled. Can you track his location?" Jason called out, utilizing the drone's night vision capabilities to locate their target, a prudent response in the current situation, transforming their passivity into proactivity and seeking an opportunity to intercept from the side. The command center, through the camera on Lei, witnessed Barater's escape in real time, the atmosphere palpably tenser than at the scene itself. Upon receiving Lei's request, Diaz immediately began searching through the drone's lens. Fortuitously, she quickly located the target. He emerged from the back door of the adjacent second house, heading north. Received. Jason concluded the call and promptly issued orders. "Lei, Trent, Clay, you are tasked with securing this tea house. Brock, bring the dog and follow me." With that, Jason charged out of the tea house, weapon drawn, with Brock and the hellhound closely in tow. As they pursued northward, Jason radioed, "B3, this is B1. I am preparing to encircle from the perimeter. What is your situation?" "2 rats are obstructing our path. We are in pursuit," Sonny replied. "Understood. The target is fleeing north. You must catch up swiftly," Jason commanded, his breath quickening with the mounting tension of the chase. Received. Sonny ended the communication with Jason and turned to Long John, saying, "Buddy, it seems we need to pick up the pace, or that bastard might slip away. Shall we play for high stakes?" Long John glanced towards the far end of the narrow passage, a wild gleam in his eyes. He raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers, signaling a tactical maneuver. Sonny, feeling the dual thrill of anxiety and exhilaration, felt his rugged face flush. He growled, "You, take them down." Long John grinned, extending 3 fingers, initiating a silent countdown. Action. As the last finger fell, Long John and Lei simultaneously burst from either side of the door, their light machine guns transitioning from a braced position to one prepared for close-range fire. With their upper arms pressed against their bodies for stability, they aimed down the length of the corridor. They squeezed the triggers in unison. The sound of gunfire erupted, a cacophony of bullets unleashed in a torrential downpour. As the bullets cascaded, Long John and Sonny began to advance step by step. This was the tactical maneuver of close-range shooting while on the move, a strategy fraught with both difficulty and danger. The recoil of the machine gun was substantial, and the challenge of close-range shooting was formidable, especially with a light machine gun that had much greater recoil than an assault rifle. This demanded not only exceptional marksmanship, but also the instinctive ability to accurately hit targets without the luxury of a 3-point alignment, alongside the requisite physical strength. One must withstand the recoil while advancing and maintain shooting precision and bodily stability, all under the pressure of firing at the enemy. The amalgamation of these factors made the act of moving and shooting with a light machine gun a dual challenge of unprecedented complexity. It is a feat unattainable by ordinary firearm enthusiasts and even by 90 of military personnel. Yet, Long John and Sonny achieved it, transforming into 2 moving artillery platforms. As they traversed the corridor, a cascade of spent cartridges clattered to the ground, creating a symphony of metallic resonance. The robust figure, amidst the gunfire and the acrid smoke, displayed a tremor of muscles under the recoil, while the exhilaration on their faces grew increasingly wild. This scene was nothing short of astounding. What truly epitomizes overwhelming firepower? What defines a stalwart man? This is it. The two subordinates who had rushed out from the building, upon receiving Bearder's orders, were tasked with blocking the path on the other end to delay the pursuers. Initially, they believed that this passage, narrow and elongated, posed no obstacles whatsoever. Even grenades could not be tossed over. It was a veritable fortress, a place where one could stand against a multitude. As long as anyone ventured into this corridor, they could simply extend their firearms to eliminate any intruders, effectively stalling those who chased from behind. Regrettably, their assumptions were shattered upon encountering two formidable adversaries. They vividly demonstrated the adage that firepower reigns supreme. Under the relentless barrage from Longjean and Sunny, hundreds of bullets pounded the wall at the end of the corridor, creating a substantial crater. The shattered wall disintegrated into dust, swiftly enveloping the passage in a cloud of debris. Beneath such a ferocious and overwhelming assault, even the slightest exposure for a counterattack, let alone extending a firearm, would turn one into a mere heap of iron. The scene was utterly terrifying, and they no longer dared to remain in their positions. They turned tail and fled. After a mere 10 seconds, Longjean and Sunny had emptied a 100-round magazine, their weapons smoking hot enough to sear meat, emerging at the other end of the dust-laden corridor. Exhilarating. Woohoo! Having forcefully subdued their foes with their firepower, the triumphant Longjean and Sunny, reveling in the exhilarating rhythm of the moment, disregarded the muscle soreness from wielding the heavy machine guns, and could not help but exclaim in joyous celebration, "Pleasant collaboration! Pleasant collaboration!" Once their fervor and firepower had been fully unleashed, Longjean and Sunny exchanged a fist bump, reloaded their magazines, and resumed their pursuit. Having traversed the constricted confines of the building, they emerged into the vastness of the outside world, which greatly favored their relentless chase. In less than 20 meters, they caught up with Bearder's two subordinates. Under the guidance of the laser sight, they effortlessly dispatched the final obstacles and soon laid eyes on Bearder, who was not far ahead. Jason and Brock, having started later, trailed Longjean and Sunny by approximately 10 seconds. After reporting to Jason, in order to prevent Bearder from resorting to a desperate act of detonating his belt should he find himself cornered, Longjean resolved to alter their pursuit strategy. He instructed Sunny to continue the chase from behind, keeping him informed of Bearder's movements while he himself accelerated to flank ahead and set an ambush. When Bearder approached, Longjean planned to launch a surprise attack. Sunny agreed to Longjean's impromptu strategy. He was acutely aware that his stamina paled in comparison to Longjean's, and intercepting Bearder from the front was beyond his capabilities. Most importantly, in hand-to-hand combat, Sunny recognized that not only he, but indeed no one within the entire DG could confidently claim superiority over Longjean. The melee combat prowess of Longjean is astonishing, and the seasoned veterans of the Green Team have long experienced this firsthand. A veritable physical beast, a brutal individual, this is no mere boast. Subduing a level 1 combatant from the DG in an instant is child's play for Longjean, who has numerous glorious achievements to attest to his abilities. Capturing Bearder, an ordinary man, is as effortless as cradling a watermelon, almost guaranteed success. In the operations center, IMB-3 and B-6 is preparing to accelerate and maneuver to intercept the target ahead, necessitating real-time updates on the target's position. Sunny calls the operations center to coordinate actions, indicating that drones can facilitate the precise location of Bearder. The operations center acknowledges and begins providing real-time updates. Diaz accepts Sunny's request, utilizing the drone's night vision to lock onto Bearder, continuously relaying his location to Longjean. Under Diaz's guidance, Longjean successfully maneuvers to hide around the corner of a building. Soon, Bearder's footsteps echo in the air, and Longjean readies himself for an attack by coiling his body with anticipation. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, as the footsteps draw near, Longjean can hear Bearder's ragged breaths, a testament to his panic. With an outstretched arm, he pivots 180 degrees and bursts forth from his concealment. Bearder, taken aback by the unexpected presence of Longjean, cannot halt his frantic charge in time. His face collides violently with Longjean's outstretched arm in a devastating close encounter. His head is abruptly halted, yet his body continues propelled by inertia, sending him tumbling forward in a complete 180-degree flip before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. There is an eerie silence. One cannot help but wonder if he is dead. The force of the collision is beyond Long John's anticipation, and he rushes to check on Berater. This blow was excessively forceful. It pains me to witness the aftermath. No wonder he is notorious for his brutality. Through the drone's night vision, Diaz observes Berater's aerial spin and subsequent fall, sighing with relief while also feeling a sense of bemusement. Mandy and Eric share a knowing smile. Their feelings toward Long John's violence a mixture of admiration and exasperation. It is likely that Berater's nose has been shattered from such a heavy impact, and a concussion is all but guaranteed. One can only hope that Berater's constitution is resilient enough to withstand such a grievous blow, as they still require him to procure the desired intelligence and evidence. Fortunately, Berater, having committed nefarious deeds for many years, possesses a tougher constitution than most. Long John discovers that, despite his bloodied face, Berater is still breathing and has not succumbed to death. In the operations center, IMB 6, the target has been captured and confirmed to be Berater. Upon hearing Long John's radio report, Eric, Mandy, and the rest of the operations center breathe a collective sigh of relief, their faces breaking into satisfied smiles. "Well done, kid," Sonny exclaims, joyfully approaching Long John and delivering a playful punch to his chest. He pulls out some straps from his waist pouch, expertly beginning to bind Berater. Soon, Jason and Brock arrived, generously offering their praises to Long John. The successful capture of Berater at the base ensured that interrogating a man prepared to take his own life would be a protracted endeavor. Mandy initiated a relentless 24-hour effort to extract information from Berater. Teams A and B required Berater's intelligence to commence the next phase of their operations, signifying a period of inactivity. Thus began the most leisurely days since their deployment. Jason finally found the opportunity to retrieve a handheld drill and sought out his old friend, Dr. Lucien, a biochemist with whom he had collaborated multiple times, to assist in testing it. The decision to specifically test this drill stemmed from its unusual provenance. It belonged to Captain Steve Porter of Team E, who had a personal interest in geological drilling and always carried it during missions. After incinerating the poppy fields on a farm, he had used this device to conduct drilling there. Due to the private nature of this endeavor, Porter could not enlist the base's assistance for testing and thus sought help privately. Fortuitously, Steve was friends with Amy, whose private military contracting company, Dominant Strategic Security, handled contracts for mineral detection and possessed the necessary testing equipment. Shortly after completing his task, Porter returned to the base and entrusted Amy with the specimens and tools gathered from the drilling for analysis. Ultimately, the test results revealed nothing more than ordinary soil, and Porter, viewing it as a gesture of gratitude, gifted the handheld drill to the affable Amy. Recently, Jason had started a relationship with Amy, frequently spending time in her dormitory, where the presence of the drill piqued his curiosity. Through their conversations, he learned that it was Porter's memento. Lacking a keepsake from a close friend, Jason requested it from Amy, intending to cherish it and bring it back after their deployment. This matter had nearly faded from his mind. However, a few days prior, during an interview with Paul, Jason was struck by the conversation about Afghanistan, where not only poppies were lucrative, but also a plethora of rare minerals that incited envy in many. At that moment, a realization dawned upon him, and a vast conspiracy began to materialize in his mind, indicating that matters were far more complex than they seemed. In pursuit of validating this burgeoning suspicion, Jason had been attempting to find someone to analyze the residual soil on the drill bit, but due to the overwhelming demands of recent tasks, he had set it aside. With Berater's capture, Jason finally found the time to seek assistance. Dr. Lucien, as a senior biochemist, readily accepted Jason's request, promising to deliver the results within 24 hours. He also asked Jason to convey his gratitude to their mutual friend, Long John, for his support during the previous operation. Chapter 268, The Source of Countless Atrocities. A day later, Dr. Lucien, utilizing the laboratory's sophisticated equipment, meticulously analyzed the residual soil from the drill, leading to an astonishing discovery. He promptly summoned Jason to inform him of the detection of a highly valuable mineral, lanthanum. This metal, a rare earth element of immense worth, is essential for all high-tech electronic devices, particularly in the realm of automotive batteries, serving as an indispensable raw material. In an era where the world is fervently promoting electric vehicles, batteries are poised to replace oil, often referred to as soft gold, becoming one of the most sought-after commodities in the future global market. The profits generated by oil have been staggering, creating countless billionaires, and this truth is now undeniable. The potential of batteries to supplant oil underscores the formidable value of lanthanum. Currently, within the charred remnants of a poppy farm, a significant concentration of lanthanum has been unearthed, symbolizing that whoever possesses the farm essentially holds a veritable treasure trove. The latent value begins at hundreds of billions, with trillions as the ceiling. After absorbing Dr. Lucien's revelations and reflecting on the circumstances surrounding the matter, Jason was struck by the increasing complexity of the situation and the growing number of individuals involved, especially given the farm's recent sale at a bargain price. Even seasoned by numerous grand affairs, he could not shake off the chill that ran down his spine. He began to sense that the annihilation of Team E was not merely an act of vengeance. They had evidently become ensnared in a terrifying vortex. Their tragic fate seemed to stem from uncovering secrets they were never meant to know. Determined to validate his suspicions, Jason, filled with disbelief and indignation, stormed into the office of the Stronghold Strategic Security Company, confronting its owner, Carter, about the deception inflicted upon Steve with a fraudulent report. Carter, unfazed by Jason's accusations, calmly produced a report consisting of over 100 pages, certified and endorsed by numerous U.S. government departments, boasting a high degree of credibility. He asserted that the demise of Team E was entirely unrelated to this matter, claiming they had long been aware of the lanthanum beneath the farm, albeit in insufficient quantities to warrant extraction. He suggested that Jason could take the report home for thorough examination if he doubted its authenticity. Jason was far from easily convinced. He was certain the report was fabricated, yet he lacked any tangible evidence to substantiate his claim. The multitude of government seals affixed to the document only deepened his awareness of the intricate web of deception at play. "You're doomed. I will uncover the truth," he vowed silently, recognizing that Carter's nonchalance indicated substantial backing. With no concrete proof at his disposal, he could only leave with a biting retort, seething with frustration. As Jason ventured to unveil the hidden truths and seek retribution from Carter, Mandy, after 2 days of interrogation, had yet to extract any valuable intelligence from Barretter, whose resolve was as unyielding as iron. Just as Mandy found herself at an impasse with Barretter, time stretched on, the dawn of opportunity flickered elsewhere. The informant of Line 4 in Pakistan proactively contacted the operations center, requesting to speak with Mandy. Recently, Mandy had not sought any intelligence from Line 4, and he was puzzled as to why this informant was reaching out. However, upon answering the call, he was taken aback by the very first sentence. "I am Abad Halani. Congratulations on capturing Hamid Gul Barretter." Abad Halani? Mandy, uncertain, covered the mouthpiece and quickly gestured to Diaz to start recording the conversation. Abad's second statement was even more astonishing, as he revealed that his brother was the mastermind behind the murder of Salim and also responsible for the recent bombing of U.S. troops. He expressed his desire to offer his brother as a gift to the U.S. military and arranged to meet at 3 p.m. the following afternoon in Karachi, Pakistan, where he would provide all evidence of his brother's crimes and his hiding place. He then abruptly ended the call, leaving Mandy and Diaz bewildered. It was unfathomable that a brother would betray his own sibling, and the offer of all incriminating evidence was tantalizing. Diaz immediately reported to Eric, and soon both AB teams were summoned to the operations center for a meeting. The astonishment of the others upon listening to the recorded call was no less than that of Mandy and Diaz. "Are we certain it's him?" Ray was the first to question. "Voice recognition technology indicates over a 90% probability that it is indeed Abad," Mandy affirmed. "Why would he betray his own brother? Is it a power struggle within their ranks? And does he wish to reclaim what he believes is rightfully his through our assistance?" Clay pondered. "That is quite possible. Didn't Mandy mention some rumors circulating earlier? If Abad feels his power has been undermined by Nuri, his only path to redemption might be through eliminating his brother. And we could conveniently assist him," Longjean remarked with a smirk, teasingly suggesting, "Perhaps this is what is meant by the adage, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend.' Yet, this still seems dubious," Sonny interjected, feeling uneasy. "Nuri, as a historical warlord's heir, possesses wealth and influence. Why would he go to such lengths, retaliating against a small U.S. unit over the destruction of a poppy field, thus inviting considerable trouble?" Jason opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. to risk inciting the ire of the U.S. military over a few $1 million worth of opium seems hardly worth it. However, if the land conceals rare earth minerals valued in the trillions, then resorting to murder to silence a secret becomes quite plausible. Add to this the potential cooperation with the U.S. government and the involvement of Carter, the largest military contractor in the Afghan region, and it suggests that high-ranking officials in both Europe and Washington may be implicated. With such powerful political backing, there would be little hesitation in taking action. In the face of absolute profit, morality becomes irrelevant. Jason could sense the vast conspiracy at play, yet he was devoid of any tangible evidence to bring it to light. Thus, he chose silence. Sonny, what you have stated bears little significance. Eric surveyed the room with a solemn gaze and declared, ultimately, I am concerned with but one matter, whether Nuri is indeed the true perpetrator behind the demise of Team E. Abad claims to possess evidence that can aid us in capturing Nuri. Henceforth, our immediate course of action must be to meet with Abad, procure the evidence and intelligence from him, and subsequently monitor his activities. Once we successfully apprehend Nuri, we shall then retrieve him, at which point the entire truth will be revealed. Chapter 269. The Military Intelligence Bureau. Eric's pronouncement solidified the conclusion of the meeting. Yet the challenge of facilitating the entry of American forces into Pakistan emerged as a formidable issue. Unlike Afghanistan and Iraq, Pakistan had not fallen under the complete control of the U.S. government. The deployment of American troops into its territory was not a mere formality. For Long John and his compatriots to gain lawful entry into Pakistan, they would need the approval of the Pakistani government. Otherwise, they would be forced to resort to clandestine methods, severely limiting their operational capabilities and jeopardizing the success of their mission. In order to ensure that teams A and B could enter smoothly, Mandy concluded the meeting and promptly reached out to her contacts in Pakistan, seeking the necessary permissions for entry. However, her acquaintance clearly stated that there was no way to permit U.S. forces to enter for the mission. With no other options available, Mandy was compelled to approach the Pakistani Military Intelligence Bureau through CIA channels. As the premier intelligence agency of Pakistan, Mandy's influence did not extend to the point where a mere phone call could compel compliance. She would have to board a flight and enter the country alone, personally negotiating at the headquarters of the Military Intelligence Bureau. In her endeavor to arrive in time for the meeting with Abad in Karajin the following afternoon, Mandy reached the fort, home to the Military Intelligence Bureau headquarters, just 4 hours after concluding her conversation with Abad. To ensure the safety of her journey, Mandy donned a headscarf and mask for disguise, believing she could navigate her way into the bureau without incident. However, shortly after departing the airport, she encountered an armed interception on the road. Subsequently, she was blindfolded and taken to a clandestine location. When the blindfold was removed, Abad, who was supposed to meet her the next day, sat directly across from her. The realization struck Mandy. Her itinerary had been compromised. Clearly, there was an informant in the U.S. Embassy in Pakistan, which explained Abad's precise interception of her. Although being abducted by a militant terrorist was inherently frightening, Mandy, as a seasoned intelligence expert, excelled in emotional control and refrained from displaying any signs of fear. Abad, exhibiting no hostility, offered her tea and expressed his apologies, explaining that he had resorted to some measures to avoid being captured himself, thereby necessitating her early arrival at this location. He further indicated that, despite the unscheduled nature of their meeting, it would not hinder their collaboration, candidly expressing his need for Mandy's assistance. "Do you wish for us to eliminate Nuri?" Mandy stated bluntly. "Yes." Abad nodded in affirmation. "As a condition of exchange, I require knowledge of why Nuri intends to annihilate Team E." Mandy articulated her demand, to which Abad readily acquiesced. "For years, I have counseled my brother against antagonizing the Americans. Even when they began apprehending our individuals, I urged him to exercise restraint. A few weeks ago, your commando unit incinerated a factor farm, a property under my brother's command, igniting his emotions beyond control. The intelligence provided by Abad was of little worth, as Mandy coldly remarked. Team E burned the factor farm, and in retaliation, Nuri obliterated Team E. It appears he has indeed lost his composure. Indeed, my brother has refused to adapt. Had he chosen to collaborate with you as our father did, the Halani family could have envisioned a brighter future." As Abad spoke, he retrieved a photograph from his coat pocket and placed it upon the table before Mandy. "Now, allow me to instruct you on how to eliminate him and where to locate him. Proceed. Gazing at the image of Nuri Halani, Mandy opted to place her trust in Abad. At 6 p.m., after concluding her conversation with Abad, Mandy was blindfolded and returned to the streets, ultimately boarding a flight back to the Feni base. I pondered how he could be so audacious. We were either careless or fortunate, at least for now. Mandy was still alive. No, we were deceived. Brothers, that coward was never prepared to meet us. The members of Team 1 convened at the operations center, sharing their insights upon learning about Mandy's recent experiences. Organizing information at the mission board, Mandy felt warmth in her heart as she listened to her teammates' concerns. Are you all right? Long John approached with 2 cups of coffee, extending one towards Mandy. I'm fine, it was my oversight. Mandy accepted the coffee and took a sip, expressing her apprehension. I should have realized that my contact at the consulate was affiliated with the Pakistani intelligence. He was undoubtedly part of the Halani network. You cannot entirely blame yourself. The Karachi meeting was merely a ruse. Abad was aware of the procedure and to obtain entry permits. We had to liaise with the military intelligence, which set a trap for us. Long John comforted her. Clearly, he is not a fool, interjected Diaz. Thus, overall, we were fortunate. My little adventure saved us a day, and it was a significant day. Mandy implied that there was no need to wait for tomorrow's meeting, as they had already acquired the necessary intelligence and evidence. Are you prepared, ladies? Eric inquired as he approached. We are ready. Let us commence. Diaz and Mandy replied in succession. All right. Eric clapped his hands and declared. All right, team, the idle chatter ends here. The meeting begins now. Mandy, please commence by updating us on the situation. During her encounter with Abad, Mandy had already deliberated all the plans. Now, it was merely a matter of reiteration. The Harani family wields considerable control over vast regions of Afghanistan, with their stronghold not situated within the Afghan borders, but rather concealed in the Swat Valley of Pakistan's Peshawar district. This area is a veritable Eden for Taliban influence and the most vehemently anti-American territory. For American forces to venture into this region for apprehensions, it would necessitate waging war, rendering the endeavor tantamount to a death wish. Clearly, such an undertaking is inconceivable. Pakistan maintains close relations with the neighboring great powers, as well as with the United States, leaving American forces neither the motive nor the courage to engage militarily against Pakistan. In a bid to eliminate his brother Nuri, Abad orchestrated a cunning ploy in collaboration with American forces to lure him out. The brothers partake in an annual pilgrimage, traversing mountains to reach the village of Ayub Kale to pay homage at their father's gravesite. This village lies on the Afghan side of the border with Abad, also within Taliban territory. Compared to the Harani family's stronghold in Pakistan, this location lacks a significant Taliban presence, making apprehension considerably simpler. Chapter 270, The Final Operation. 1. Abad convinced his brother Nuri to embark on their annual pilgrimage, effectively delivering Nuri to their doorstep. Mandy's task was to organize American troops to move towards Ayub Kale village to capture Nuri. To avoid being apprehended himself, Abad explicitly stated he would feign illness, remaining in Pakistan and not accompanying the mission. In addition to drawing Nuri out, Abad divulged detailed security personnel numbers and operational routes, essentially rendering the task devoid of complexity. Despite Jason and Long John's lingering suspicions regarding Abad, Eric maintained that as long as they could apprehend Nuri, any means was justifiable. Consequently, following the briefing, Eric and Mandy busied themselves with their respective tasks. Eric contacted the Joint Operations Command, while Mandy sought approval for the operation to capture Nuri Harani through baiting. Around 10 p.m., although the lights had dimmed, Eric summoned everyone to the operations center, bearing both good and bad news. The good news was that the mission to capture Nuri Harani had been approved. The bad news was that there would be no ground operation. Given that the operational area was under Taliban activity, ground actions posed significant risks, leading the higher-ups to opt for a more direct solution. A drone operator stationed in Nevada remotely piloted a Predator drone equipped with air-to-ground missiles, which had taken off from the Feni frontline base and was en route to Ayub Kale village, where it would obliterate Nuri's residence with missiles. After a month of relentless pursuit, Long John and his team finally identified the mastermind behind the murder of Team E, yet they were unable to execute the operation themselves. They could only sit in the operations center, watching the spectacle of missile strikes unfold through the drone's feed, lacking even a semblance of popcorn. Upon hearing the disheartening news, the team members felt disillusioned. their spirits dampened as they languished in the operations center, boredom nearly prompting them to remove their shoes and tend to their feet. Despite the profound sense of resentment within, not a single soul chose to depart. After toiling tirelessly for so long, it was unacceptable to not personally eliminate the perpetrator responsible for the demise of Team E. Witnessing a grand explosion would have to suffice. Minutes later, the supersonic predator drone hovered over the village of Ayubkel, accurately locking onto the information provided by Abad regarding the village and where Nuri and his bodyguards were located, transmitting night vision imagery to the command center. To be obliterated in one's sleep, devoid of suffering, was too merciful. This was the true eternal slumber. It seemed that the bodyguards were still active around the inn. These fellows were rather dedicated, weren't they? Team A and Team B, relegated to mere spectators, engaged in a barrage of banter and sarcastic commentary while watching the drone's surveillance footage broadcasted on the main screen. What is that? Is it a bus? Brian, who brought a cup of coffee for Long John, caught a glimpse of an anomaly on the screen. Indeed, it was a bus. But why would there be a bus in the village? Jason found it peculiar as well. There was a large school in Gate Eyes, and students often passed through on minibuses. Perhaps some were staying overnight in the village. Vanessa, who had extensively studied Afghan culture, was well versed in information regarding schools and such. Are you suggesting, Jason exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment, that there may be numerous students lodging in the building about to be bombed? The implication of his unfinished sentence resonated with everyone present. If the inn indeed housed a significant number of civilians, including minors, the consequences of a missile strike would be catastrophic. We have a 14-hour operational window. The drone can remain over the target until tomorrow afternoon, Diaz remarked calmly. If we wait a few hours, will the civilians leave and the operation can proceed? Clay inquired. Provided they choose to depart, Mandy responded with a deep breath. Even if they do leave, by then the villagers would likely awaken, and Nuri might also rouse and escape, making it impossible for the missile to accurately lock onto its target. As Eric furrowed his brow to voice his concerns, his phone suddenly began to beep incessantly. Simultaneously, Mandy's phone rang. Upon answering, both received the disheartening news. The drone strike operation was canceled, as the command center would not risk collateral damage. The operation is called off. Gentlemen, hopefully, you have some entertainment planned for tonight, Eric announced, eliciting sour expressions from the already disheartened members of teams A and B. Not only were they barred from participating in the action, but even the solitary act of destruction had been denied them. This was utterly absurd. Boss, perhaps our opportunity has arrived. What the drone cannot accomplish, we can, without inflicting harm on any innocents. Just as the group began to disperse in disappointment, Long John approached Jason with a proposal. Good lad. Jason immediately grasped the implication of Long John's words and shouted at the top of his lungs. Hold on, everyone. Once again, the scene unfolded with Hayes' three-point shot, as Ray returned with a smile. The members of Team A and Team B, initially poised to depart, halted their steps at Jason's call, their curiosity piqued as they turned their gazes toward him. The higher-ups had previously rejected our plans when drones were an option. Now that drones were unavailable, I believe our strategy can no longer be dismissed. Jason shrugged and turned to Eric, speaking earnestly. Let us proceed. What machines cannot accomplish, we shall achieve. The issue of civilian casualties remains, but Eric began to speak, only to be interrupted by Jason, who pointed to the map and declared, we can walk into the village, avoiding all civilians and children, and capture Nuri at the inn. Only then can we truly understand his actions and the real purpose behind his attack on Team W. Eric was moved by Jason's idea and, hands on his hips, replied, I can submit a request to General Cook, but I cannot guarantee approval. As for helicopters, I can arrange something. There are several Huey helicopters from the Drug Enforcement Agency available, and I can find a way to borrow one. Gentlemen, I must remind you that by the time you depart, it will already be daylight, Mandy interjected, prompting a collective pause. Then we shall operate during the day, Jason asserted. And Ray echoed, indeed, daytime operations it is. We can manage. You still do not grasp my meaning. Mandy sighed in exasperation, her expression grave as she pointed to the map. Like everyone else, I wish to apprehend Nuri. Yet that area is Taliban territory, within 100 kilometers. All adult males harbor deep animosity towards American forces and will undoubtedly rally behind Halani. Should you appear within their sight, it could provoke an attack against you. And if captured, Mandy's words trailed off, yet the implication was clear to all present. The consequences for American troops captured by the Taliban after years of conflict in Afghanistan have been well documented, needing no further elaboration. Chapter 271. The final operation, then let us act swiftly, Jason declared, fully aware of the risks but unwilling to forfeit this invaluable opportunity. Addressing his team, he called out, "Gentlemen, are you ready?" The SEALs reject individual heroism. Only with the support of their comrades can they sway the higher-ups. We have never lacked for speed. We can mobilize at any moment. I am eager to begin. The team members, including Long John, Sonny, and Ray, responded without hesitation, embodying the collective courage in the face of this perilous mission. Tasks executed by the DG have never been easy. This one is merely a touch more challenging. Would this deter seasoned combatants? Clearly not. All right then, I wish you good fortune and look forward to your triumphant return. Witnessing Team B's resolve, Mandy refrained from further discouraging remarks, as she too hoped to capture Nuri alive rather than as mere remnants of flesh and bone. Everyone concurred with the ground operation, and Eric promptly reported to General Cook. Thanks to his outstanding performance in VIP security, where no members of the delegation were harmed during the shooting incident, Eric garnered the general's favor, affording him greater privileges than before. This is the essence of safeguarding high-ranking officials. While the repercussions of a failed mission could be dire, success would yield commendable rewards. 3 hours later, it was just past 3 a.m., yet the camp was ablaze with light as all personnel busied themselves with urgency. The airstrike had transitioned to a ground mission, and the Narcotics Bureau's drone had flown directly from the airport, landing in the open space outside the SEAL camp. Teams A and B, fully armed, embarked aboard a Huey helicopter, heading straight for Ayub Khel village. The Huey, affectionately nicknamed Old Daddy in America, originated in the 1960s, now nearing its 6th decade. In terms of performance, it could not compare to the Black Hawk, and its protective capabilities were relatively inferior, offering no fire support whatsoever. The destination lay within Taliban territory, fraught with peril, making the choice of such a helicopter undeniably hazardous. Had they been accompanied by an Apache longbow for protection, it would have significantly mitigated the risks. However, this ground operation was initiated on short notice, leaving no time to deploy Air Force aircraft, shrouding the mission in uncertainty. Due to these factors, the hasty operation was fraught with unaccounted variables. As the commander, Eric, along with all members of the operations center, watched the helicopter depart with grave expressions. This journey was destined to be a formidable challenge. The members of Teams A and B aboard the Huey were acutely aware of the task's dangers. The laughter that typically accompanied their flights to the objective had vanished. Even Sonny, known for his humor in larger gatherings, fell silent. Everyone understood this was the final showdown, often synonymous with the greatest difficulty and highest risk. A single misstep could cost them their lives. No one wished to be a sacrificial hero, prompting each individual to elevate their focus to the utmost degree. As the two Huey helicopters took off against the dawn, they reached the designated landing zone as daylight broke, the night completely torn away. As they approached Ayub Khel village, the helicopter pilots lowered their altitude, flying along the canyon between two mountains, utilizing the terrain to significantly diminish the helicopter's noise propagation. Ultimately, the helicopters neared within 500 meters, coming to a halt on a cliff at the base of the mountain. Teams A and B disembarked from the helicopters, with no need for external cover this time. Both teams transitioned into assault units. Team A on the left and Team B on the right advanced in unison. Progressing over 300 meters, the village of Ayub Khel, reminiscent of rural landscapes from the 1940s in their homeland, emerged before them, characterized by earthen structures. The two teams maintained their defensive formations, adhering to the initially devised strategy of a lightning strike, advancing towards the inn where Nuri resided. Team B was tasked with approaching the front entrance, while Team A maneuvered around to the rear to block all potential escape routes. At that moment, the villagers remained in slumber, with ample time before the morning prayers, presenting no obstacles to the swift advance of both teams. In less than 5 minutes, Team B, led by Long John, reached within 50 meters of the inn's front door. Operation Center, this is B1. We have surpassed the Firebird stage, Jason reported via radio. Operation Center acknowledges, B1, no activity detected outside the target structure. Diaz relayed the current situation observed by the drones. Commence action. Time was of the essence, and without hesitation, Jason issued the operational commands. Team B, with Block leading the way accompanied by his dog, and Long Jean covering the rear with an 48 Malawian Quachas light machine gun, advanced in a centralized 360-degree defensive formation. Given the uncertainty of the enemy's whereabouts, this defensive strategy was deemed the safest approach. Initially, it was anticipated that the 50-meter distance would be traversed smoothly, allowing Team B to enter the inn without alarming anyone and subsequently apprehend Nuri in his slumber. However, the unpredictable dynamics of daytime operations swiftly unfolded at that moment. Team B advanced over 30 meters and was on the verge of entering the inn when an urgent alert from Diaz rang out. A multitude of unidentified individuals suddenly emerged within the inn's courtyard. Team B found themselves on the main thoroughfare of the village, flanked by houses with no cover in sight. They had no choice but to assume their defensive stance and prepare for the unexpected. Soon, a large group of individuals poured out of the inn, none armed. Many appearing to be no older than 10, each clutching a small cloth mat. The appearance and positioning of these individuals immediately suggested they were students who had checked in the previous night, likely due to the cramped quarters within the inn and the customary practice of organizing morning prayers together. They had ventured outside to seek an open space for their prayers. Upon witnessing the students emerging from the inn, Team B felt as if a stampede of confusion surged through them. The students, confronted by a barrage of gun barrels pointed in their direction, were equally taken aback. The abruptness of this unforeseen event foreshadowed the imminent chaos. There's no other choice, advance, Jason commanded, instructing his team to push forward while gesturing for the students to clear the way. Among the group of students, a few older individuals, seemingly teachers, quickly grasped the gesture and began to cooperate. Their swift reaction was commendable, reflecting their experiences in a conflict-ridden environment, yet they misinterpreted the intent of the signal. Team B's gestures signified a request for the students to vacate the premises promptly. As a result, these teachers misunderstood the instructions, believing they were being urged to hastily vacate the street. Consequently, they hurriedly led their students back to the inn. The members of Team B, witnessing this turn of events, found themselves at a loss, fully aware that the retreat of this group of students would undoubtedly alert Nuri's bodyguards inside. Furthermore, the Afghan populace in this region harbored a profound aversion towards Americans, making it impossible to conceal the presence of the American military from outside. The element of surprise was no longer an option. With the opportunity for a stealthy ambush lost, the only recourse was to minimize the preparation time of Nuri's bodyguards. Go, go, go! With Jason's urgent command, Team B accelerated their advance once more. Team B1 noted someone sprinting towards the inn's entrance. Upon receiving Diaz's warning, Jason realized that Nuri's bodyguards had begun to react, preparing to seize control of the entrance ahead of them. Enemies were approaching, intent on securing the doorway. Jason shouted orders. Brock and Ray, leading the charge, surged towards the iron gates of the inn, their weapons poised to strike from either side of the entrance. Two bodyguards, having navigated around the vehicles parked in the courtyard, spotted Ray and Brock at the threshold and raised their AKs, preparing to fire. In close-quarters combat, the outcome hinged on who could react more swiftly. The two bodyguards clearly lagged in response time, and in an instant, they were struck down by multiple bullets. Collapsing to the ground, the sound of gunfire erupted, signaling the commencement of battle. The atmosphere shifted into a realm of life and death, demanding unwavering focus and vigilance. Advance! Advance! After dispatching the two bodyguards, Ray bellowed commands, and he and Brock crossed into the courtyard. With a point man clearing the path ahead, the rest of Team B quickly closed in, passing through the iron gates of the inn and beginning their search for advantageous cover. In an unfamiliar environment, the priority should be to ensure safety before acquiring sufficient intelligence. The gravest mistake would be to recklessly rush forward in pursuit of speed. Team B's strategy was undoubtedly the most prudent, for as the last member, Long Jean, crossed the threshold, a large group of armed bodyguards burst forth from within the inn. Each was armed with AK-style weaponry, their heads swathed in scarves, revealing only their eyes. As these bodyguards emerged, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire, bullets sweeping towards Team B's position. One armed bodyguard seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, sprinting towards a nearby armed pickup truck, intent on utilizing the PCAM machine gun mounted atop. These relics from the Soviet era remained prized possessions in the Middle East and Africa. However, Team B had already positioned themselves behind cover. Thus, when faced with the sudden onslaught of foes, they remained composed, handling the situation with remarkable ease. Each individual fired from their respective cover, engaging in intense close-quarters combat with the armed bodyguards, who were less than 20 meters away. In a mere 10 seconds of gunfire, 5 bodyguards fell, while Team B sustained no injuries. The disparity in casualties between the two sides was stark, attributable to the significant difference in marksmanship. Every member capable of joining DG was a sharpshooter. Additionally, there existed a variance in the accuracy of their weapons. Although Soviet-era weaponry is renowned for its ruggedness and durability, this has become its sole merit, rendering it little more than an antiquated relic. In stark contrast, the firearms modified by the adept craftsmen at DG have been transformed into instruments of lethal efficiency. The AK series, akin to an octogenarian artifact, is destined to be overshadowed by the more youthful and advanced alternatives. Not only is there a significant disparity in precision, but the mastery of combat intricacies is also no longer on the same plane. While vehicles indeed possess ballistic protection, it is crucial to note that not all sections provide effective shielding. In fact, over 70% of a car's surface fails to withstand bullets. Paradoxically, the areas that seem most secure, like the body of the vehicle, are often the most perilous. Conversely, regions that appear to offer minimal cover, such as behind the fore tires or alongside the hefty iron engine block, can effectively stop projectiles. It seems the armed bodyguards are oblivious to these nuances. Despite their awareness of the necessity to take cover behind the vehicle, they neglect the importance of their positioning. Consequently, a volley of bullets from Team B easily penetrates the flimsy doors, even piercing through a couple of seat backs, resulting in the demise of the guards sheltered behind. Meanwhile, Team B wisely utilizes the tires and engine as barricades, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The 4 layers of rubber in the tires can withstand bullets, and once the engine's metal is compromised, it cannot inflict harm on those taking refuge behind it. Even attempts to shoot low are thwarted by the obscured view created by the tires. After over 20 seconds of fierce exchange, Long John unleashes a barrage toward the armed pickup, toppling another bodyguard attempting to wield a Pecan machine gun, silencing the opposing gunfire instantaneously. The skirmish, though intense, is remarkably brief. All 11 bodyguards who rushed out from the hotel to impede the advance have been eliminated, their bodies strewn about the entrance. Observing the dire circumstances, the remaining guards recognize the futility of their defense against the relentless onslaught and retreat indoors, locking the main door behind them. Advance. Go, go, go. Jason issues the command without a moment's hesitation, urging for another assault. This area is rife with anti-American sentiment. Lingering even a second longer poses additional risks. Team B must conclude the confrontation swiftly and evacuate with their target. Cover me, Sonny shouts as he secures his weapon and brandishes a 3-section demolition baton, charging forward. Jason, Lay, and the others immediately align their weapons toward every window, preemptively thwarting any attempts to obstruct Sonny's demolition efforts. With seamless teamwork, Sonny successfully reaches the main door. He positions himself against the wall to the right of the entrance, avoiding incoming fire, and affixes the explosive charge to the center of the door. Detonate. Once the explosives are secured, Sonny retreats to the side, shielding his back to the door, and presses the button on the wired detonator. A resounding explosion follows. The solid wooden door was violently blown apart, fragments and debris scattering like steel balls from a directional mine, impaling the bodyguard hiding 2 meters behind the door, propelling him away like a porcupine. Sonny, having detonated the door, did not rush inside. Instead, he remained stationed by the entrance, facing outward, acting as a rear guard for Team B. The relentless advance of Team B continued unabated, arriving at their designated position just as the explosion occurred, seamlessly flowing through the doorway. The coordination was nothing short of exquisite, rendering the entire sequence a delightful spectacle. Chapter 273, The Ultimate Showdown. 4. Upon entering the hotel, Team B transitioned to close-quarters battle, where the proximity intensified the conflict, yet the danger diminished compared to the outside. With a fluid synergy and the continuous deployment of flashbangs and stun grenades, Team B moved through the hotel as if it were uninhabited, advancing with overwhelming force, eliminating every bodyguard encountered on the spot. This showcased the prowess of an elite unit, exemplifying the terrifying suppression of top-tier special forces. Secure. Secure. As one room after another was cleared, the first floor was swiftly rendered safe. The members of Team B paired into groups and dispersing, except for Long John and Sonny, who remained on the first floor to cover, began to converge at the staircase. A thunderous explosion erupted as a stun grenade detonated. Blinding white light flashing, Lei and Block rushed up the staircase, dispatching the bodyguards at the landing who were momentarily blinded, commencing the sweep of the second-floor rooms. The rhythm of the battle was tightly orchestrated, affording Nuri's bodyguards no respite. Calling B1, this is the operations center, 3 escapees spotted at the back door. One possibly being Nuri, Diaz reported via radio. The ferocity of Team B's assault made it entirely unsurprising that Nuri and his bodyguards could not withstand the pressure. Jason had anticipated this maneuver, having already instructed Team A to circumvent to the rear. Upon receiving Diaz's intel, he decided to pursue personally. B4, B7, follow me, Lei. Continue clearing the second floor with the others. Jason issued new operational commands. Descending the staircase with Trent to rendezvous with Long Jean at the rear door to continue the pursuit. Team B split into 2 groups, each following their respective leads. Having been briefed beforehand, Nuri always traveled with a decoy to ensure his capture. Thus Lei and the others needed to continue searching the second-floor area. Not far into the chase, Lei and Block made a significant discovery on the second floor. 2 individuals had leapt from the top window of the corridor onto a haystack below, fleeing northward. I have sighted 2 escapees heading north, Lei reported. Now there were 2 sets of fugitives, only one of which concealed the genuine Nuri, complicating the pursuit slightly, though it was merely a minor inconvenience. Lei, take your team and pursue immediately. Team A, encircle from the perimeter, Jason commanded, leading Long Jean and Trent in the chase of the trio. With his long legs propelling him forward, Long Jean surged ahead of the trio, pursuing them for approximately 20 seconds before spotting their escape. As the group veered left into a narrow alley, Long Jean transformed into a parkour master. He leapt onto the adjacent rooftop, taking a shortcut to chase after them, executing an array of acrobatic maneuvers along the way. As the fleeing trio approached a corner, less than 5 meters from a parked vehicle, Long Jean appeared atop the flat-roofed building behind them. With precision, he unleashed a rapid-fire double tap, silencing the 2 on either side, unmistakably the work of a bodyguard. Immediately following, he launched himself from the nearly 3-meter-high rooftop, landing gracefully without the need for a roll to absorb the impact, merely bending his legs to cushion his descent before springing forward with remarkable speed. Within a mere 2 meters of the vehicle, the only survivor among the trio, a man in a cap, was propelled uncontrollably forward by Long Jean's powerful punch. Thud! The man's forehead collided with the car window, shattering the glass. Without allowing the cap-wearing man a moment to react, Long Jean stepped forward, seized the back of his collar, and executed a swift trip, slamming him to the ground. This seamless combination left the man utterly disoriented. A few moments later, Jason and Brock arrived, finding the cap-wearing man firmly subdued by Long Jean. Jason peeled back the Velcro on his left forearm, revealing a task information record beneath, comparing the photograph with the man before them. Is this him? Long Jean inquired. It's not. Despite both being middle-aged Afghan men with nearly 20 centimeters of white beards, their differences were evident to Jason. Operations Center, this is B1. The fleeing trio is confirmed not to be the target. They are not Nuri Halani, merely a decoy. As Jason relayed this information to the Operations Center, another report came through from Lei. Operations Center, this is B2. The fleeing duo has been subdued, and one may indeed be our target. Lei had evidently tapped into the command channel, allowing him to respond promptly after Jason's failure to capture the target. With Jason's group being a decoy, the remaining group must surely be Nuri. I am B1. We will approach from the south, Jason announced, rising to reattach the Velcro, preparing to assist Lei in the apprehension. What about him? Trent inquired. Before Jason could respond, a bullet struck the cap-wearing man squarely between the eyes. His attempt to flee had resulted in his demise. Long Jean, with unyielding resolve, executed the captive on the spot, an act clearly against protocol. However, Jason refrained from any reprimand. The operation's perilous nature demanded that every second counted for life or death. Taking along a worthless captive would undeniably hinder their subsequent strategy, while negligence could pose significant risks. Thus, Long Jean's decisive action, albeit against regulations, was arguably the most pragmatic course of action. Trent was acutely aware that regulations are rigid, while human beings are dynamic. The approach taken by Long Jean, though not necessarily correct, was undoubtedly the most suitable for the current B team. Thus, without uttering a single word, the 3 of them turned in unison and made their way toward Lei's location. As Long John advanced towards the sound of gunfire in the northern direction, he discovered that the armed assailants engaging with Lei and his group were not merely the two individuals, as Lei had claimed. In fact, there were 7 armed personnel taking advantage of their position at the alleyway's entrance, actively exchanging fire with Lei's team. It appeared that the situation was deteriorating. These additional assailants were likely Taliban members from the village, and as time progressed, their numbers would undoubtedly increase. Long John speculated to himself, raising his weapon and unleashing a barrage of fire upon the armed adversaries. With Long John's timely arrival, Jason and Trent provided flanking fire support, complemented by the reinforcements from Team A arriving from the periphery. The armed men stationed at the entrance were swiftly neutralized, leaving only Nuri, who was now unprotected. Without the safety of his bodyguards, Nuri dared not linger at the entrance any longer. He dashed from behind the vehicle, opting instead to flee deeper into the village. His demeanor clearly indicated a desperate attempt to seek refuge among the villagers, hoping to rally more Taliban forces for his own survival.